Lean hit the road to Rockford, picking up a 37-28 win, and Grand Blanc 35, Mona Shores 20. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And good morning on a Football Friday. We are so back. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, and Luke Sloan bellowing out in the updates.
It's a beautiful thing.
Good morning, John.
Oh, my goodness. It's a beautiful thing. And the weather is football weather. I know everybody wants to hang on to summer as long as possible. I don't care. Go away. It is football season, and I got a taste of it last night.
Oh, yeah?
Because I was sitting at Jack's game, first high school football game. He's playing for the JV over there at CC. They were over at Chippewa Valley High School. And, Heather, I've got to let you know that you made me laugh last night.
I did?
Yes.
How so?
I was on 59 heading towards Chippewa Valley.
You saw it.
I saw
the golden
the
butthole.
and this, how I just laughed, I literally forgot that it was there. And I'm over there all the time because that's where Ellie practices softball.
Yeah.
And traffic is miserable. I am just, it took us an hour and a half literally to get there. Now, without traffic, it's going to take an hour anyway. And we pulled up to a stoplight, and I looked ahead, and it was like, ah. And I literally started laughing just like I did. And it was only me and Teddy. And Teddy is kind of in the back, and he starts laughing too. Yeah, he's got no idea. He's laughing, and I'm pointing, and he's laughing and pointing. And it was unbelievable. So thank you very much.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
And then we got a chance to watch the football game.
Yeah, how'd it go?
49-0.
There you go.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was 42-0 at halftime. Called off the Dogs. Pick 6 to start the game. And Jack did start on defense. He's a edge defender. 97 is his number.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, played well. And then it's funny because I sent him some clips last night that I took on the video, and I wasn't paying attention to what I was saying. Lisa was sitting next to me, and she was, and we got done, and she's like, you should listen to those before you send them to Jack.
Oh, no.
And because there's a couple of them where I'm like, oh, yeah. And, hey, nice block. And then there's a couple over. I'm like, while the play is going on, what are you doing? Get your head across the block. Why did you step with that foot? Push him out of the back of the end zone. Take him, dump him in the back. Yeah, so there's...
your backseat coaching.
Yeah, I'm front seat. Come on. Dads are front seat coaching.
You're in the stands, John.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, and so we went over some of them last night just to coach up a little bit. He'll get some more from the actual coaches today, but I have some input. It was fun. It was awesome. But my point is, it's football season.
We are back. We will have the picks back at 6:35 this morning. We will dethrone Heather Park. One of us has to this season.
We'll
die
see.
trying.
Can't wait.
Okay.
We'll have the cookie jar.
What
do you want to say?
I can't say it. I'd have to turn my mic off, or I'd have to send in my letter of resignation.
Greg did that thing where he hands us like last year's picks, like he goes every week, the week before. I still don't believe it when I'm looking at it, but
Well, actually, my reaction was a little bit different.
Oh, was it?
It was. And I knew, okay, we got the records, and you're in first place. But I looked at it, and I forgot. I didn't finish last!
Oh, hey! You didn't!
that honor
That was Greg.
went to Greg Hargrave.
Sorry, Greg, I'm not trying to throw you under the bus, but I
you were
did.
last.
Yeah.
That's okay, John. 0-12 picking our Michigan Wolverines.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
that doesn't even seem possible.
Ow.
I was so good with them for 2 years.
You get another crack at it coming up in less than a half hour. All right, John, we should talk Micah Parsons, and he's going to be a huge focus of the show today. What was your real-time reaction when I'm assuming, got the Schefter notification just after 5 o'clock?
I did. I was driving.
Yeah.
And right before I saw the golden butthole. And then I thought, this is appropriate. It's my initial reaction was, you got to be kidding me. We mentioned, I think, at one point that Green Bay, what if he ended up in Green Bay?
Yeah.
And none of us really believed that Jerry Jones would trade Micah Parsons. We kind of felt like we've seen it with Dak Prescott. We've seen it with CeeDee Lamb. We've seen it with Dak Prescott a couple of times. He always seems to get it done eventually. And nobody cared if Micah Parsons was in training camp. Nobody really cared that he was laying on the table. It was business. His back, right? Oh, and the whole, we're going to go get a second opinion. Yeah. Oh, come on. Stop the charade. We all know what it is. Because he's going to get that second opinion, and then he's going to show up in Green Bay tomorrow and miraculously be healed. I can't believe he is in our division.
Got to play him twice a year, maybe more.
And so, obviously, I look at this always from a player's perspective, right? And when I was in Washington, right, I looked at the Giants and I think, okay, I gotta face Strahan twice a year. Mm-hmm. You look at the Eagles and you always kind of think, okay, who is it that I'm facing twice a year? Same thing with Dallas and DeMarcus Ware, and I can only imagine what, not Penei Sewell, because Penei Sewell doesn't have to worry about it, but Taylor Decker. Taylor Decker's good. Don't get me wrong, mm-hmm. But he's probably looking at it going, I'm entering the last few years of my career. I got to face this guy twice a year. The challenge, and I'm sure he probably said, I want to go out there and prove. Mm-hmm. But there's also some reality of, damn.
My thought was, first of all, what was the cost? Because that didn't come out right away.
Right.
And then after I saw the price, I thought, what a steal for Green Bay. 2 firsts and Kenny Clark, who's 30 years old. I don't know why Dallas did it. I don't know why they couldn't get a deal done with Micah Parsons, but Green Bay adds arguably the best defensive player in the league, and I know Lions fans will fight us on it, but the favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year in the NFL is Micah Parsons.
Well, Dallas did it so they could stop the run.
Okay, thanks, Jerry.
I mean, I hope everybody understands that was Jerry Jones's take last night, is that they did this so that they could stop the run. They haven't been able to stop the run for a couple of years. So they go, and I don't know if I'm a Dallas fan, if I'm a season ticket holder, mm-hmm. I'm checking the refund policy. Mm-hmm. I want out. I don't want any part of this. If you're a Dallas sports fan, can you imagine
Luka and then this?
Luka and then Micah Parsons? Yeah. And Luka 25, Micah Parsons 26? Are you kidding me?
We're going to spend a lot of today talking about how it impacts the Lions. But yeah, the initial reaction was, what a move for Green Bay. What a bold, badass move. And what the hell's going on with Dallas? So then, John, shortly thereafter, I wanted to take a look. Who is the favorite to win the division? And it's the Green Bay Packers.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
They certainly got a lot better. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's a cakewalk for the Lions. It was never going to be a cakewalk for the Lions. It got a lot harder for the Lions. Now it goes to more than just Micah Parsons because in Dallas with Micah Parsons and with an offense that we keep talking about, going to be a potent offense. It has been a potent offense. They've been a really bad defense. That was a bad defense with Micah Parsons. Go to Green Bay now. That wasn't a bad defense last year. No. So now you've just made a good defense with the possibility of being a great defense.
I mean, the Packers have been a playoff team. They've won double-digit games. They've won playoff games. They were a tier below the Lions, and they just went out and made a big swing.
So how much more of a favorite are they than the Lions?
Oh, I mean, it's slight. Like the Packers are plus 170 and the Lions are plus 190. What I would say, John, is they are standing eye level with us.
Sure, no question.
And I'm not backing down from a fight. I'm certainly not conceding the division on August 29th. But this is what happens when you build for sustained success and someone else is more desperate than you. And you're going to deal with someone who's more desperate than you every single year, and it's going to make it harder on Detroit. This is a move they chose not to make. And we could get into the merits of, hey, we want to be good forever. But if they made this move, it's 2 firsts and say Aleem McNeil, and you know you're going to nuke your franchise in 2 years, but you know for those 2 years, nobody's better than you. And they elected not to. And in lieu of that, other teams will be making those moves, and you have to deal with them eye level, face to face, twice a year in your division, and another team that's now in that Super Bowl tier.
100% they're in the Super Bowl tier.
Yeah.
And now it goes to the pressure is all on the offense. That's going to be a badass defense. There is absolutely no two ways about it. It's going to be on Jordan Love. And I know that there are some people that really think he is a good quarterback. And they look to last year and they say, well, he was hurt a couple of times and had to actually miss a couple of games. Malik Willis came in, actually got a couple of wins. But taking last year with a grain of salt and knowing that he was hurt, and I get that. Mm-hmm. I don't think he is a top 8. He's in the 10 to 15 range for me in terms of quarterbacks. So a lot of pressure will be on the offense. A lot of pressure is going to be on that receiving core. Can they get up so that they can let Rashawn Gary and Micah Parsons do their thing?
Right, and the Lions are going to play these guys week 1. Parsons probably not going to be all the way back up to speed, but it's going to be a week 1 in your face.
I did something last night that I think I've never done.
Yeah.
And when we come back, I'll tell you what it is because it had to do with the Micah Parsons trade.
All right, people. Open lines, 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Hey, weather's cooling down and windows are open. It's great. Everything seems nice, but maybe you need to test out that heating. Maybe you got a plumbing issue. Whatever you need, call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They take care of my house. They'll take care of yours as well. Upgrade your system now, and you can save up to $1,000. Give them a call for details. You can also schedule a free in-home estimate. They offer same-day service if you call before noon. So if you need something before the weekend, especially a holiday weekend, get on the phone before noon. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
The Green Bay Packers make the blockbuster move. Micah Parsons for 2 firsts and Kenny Clark. It shakes up the division, and as we sit here this morning, Green Bay is the favorite. Do you agree? 248-539-9797, and there'll be people talking about should the Lions have made the move. John, you teased something before we turn the mics off there. What do you got?
Yeah, I use the Odyssey Rewind app frequently to go back and listen to some of the things that I've, it's more film review for me.
Oh, really?
And think back to some episodes and some segments, and I'm like, I don't really like how I said that. Could I say it better? Blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. Anyway, last night after the Jack's game, Ellie and I were going back to the high school to pick up Jack, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to go back and listen to Mike and Rico.
Okay.
And so that's what I've never actually used
never,
it to
never,
go back
do that?
and listen. Yeah, I haven't. And I do. I know I give them a hard time. They give us a hard time. I do respect their takes on a lot of this stuff, but I wanted to hear, because I knew it would be an open mic session.
Oh yeah.
I wanted to hear what the fan reaction was from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock.
What was that initial? Because I wasn't listening. What was that initial reaction?
It blew my mind. People were downplaying it. Like, this isn't a big deal. Like, this is they're not concerned. But then they did a great thing. They flipped the script. What would the reaction be if he was coming to Detroit? And people would say, oh, we'd be partying in the streets. So it made no sense. And this is where I think fans, that's the ultimate fan take, right? If it happens to another team, no big deal. We got Penei Sewell.
We're fine.
And okay, yeah, we got Penei Sewell. All right, so Penei Sewell can only block one of the two.
Correct. Wait, they have 2?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes, I hear the sarcasm, and I know we're going to get to the Holmes audio. But this is a game-changing move. This is a franchise-altering move. And so to think that it is not a big deal. And some people were saying, oh, well, we only play Green Bay twice, and there's 15 other games. You're right. But those 2 games in the division are vitally important. You may play Green Bay in the postseason. Right. That, in and of itself, will be vitally important.
Like, don't downplay this, guys. I know there's going to be a need to cope and look for coping mechanisms. This is the Reggie White deal, is it not? This is them going out and making a big-time impact splash move to add one of the elite defenders of all time. It's going to be a problem.
And I'm giving the listeners from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock last night. I'm going to give them a pass and the benefit of the doubt that they were in shock mode.
Okay,
I think we all were.
And you start to get a little defensive, and you go, we're going to be all right. And
all the defense mechanisms were coming out. Cognitive dissonance. All right, so it's if he had come here, yes, we're excited. We're partying in the streets. We're going to the Super Bowl. If it happens for Green Bay, not that big of a deal.
I just put it this way. I'm not backing down from a fight. I think the Lions are the best team in this division still. They have a deeper roster, but I think Green Bay's staring their eye level, and the Lions invited this fight by not making more aggressive moves, by trying to build for a 3 or 5 year window. Someone more desperate than them is now staring eye level week 1, and you're right, John, it's not even about week 1. It's about the meeting later in the year. It's about the postseason. It's about another team on that Super Bowl track. They're all in. The Lions are not all in. Green Bay is all in, and that's what makes this a fight. Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. Before we read some of these, some of the things I've heard in that defense mechanism, coping mechanism, well, this is the Khalil Mack deal all over again, and the Bears didn't win anything. Couple points. One, the Bears had the number 1 defense in the NFL that year, won their division, and lost on a double doink. Mitch Trubisky was their quarterback. Green Bay's a little more serious than that team. I've also seen people say, go ahead.
Khalil Mack is not, will not, was not, never was as good as Micah Parsons.
Also a great point. And I've seen people bring up that, we neutralized Parsons when we played him in 2023. Parsons has played 2 games against the Detroit Lions in his career. He has 2 sacks total in the 2 games. And you're right, they can move him around. It's not like he's forced to go up against Penei Sewell 60 snaps a game. He can be deployed around the defensive front and put the Lions in a tough spot.
Oh, you mean he could be one-on-one with a guard?
He could be. A guard that's got 0
Snaps.
or 1 start.
Their first snaps this year could be against Micah Parsons.
Let's get some phone calls. Kevin and Macomb, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, so, I was in shock mode, and I believe I still am in shock mode because you listen to some of the calls, and I just feel people are really just kind of ignorant about it. I watch a lot of football sports, and Micah Parsons, when he is on his game, he is an all-pro football player, and I love Hutchinson, but at the end of the day, like Parsons the best player. He would have been the best player on our defense, and it's just I'm frustrated in Brad Holmes just because of the attitude of just he's on the morning show with you guys, and anytime he is asked about any additions to the edge, he takes it very personal. It seems like, and I just think this is kind of it's just kind of being thrown in his face right now. Like, look, if you're gonna talk a big game and say you ain't gotta make any changes, you got to deal with it now. And that situation, and it was the worst situation possible that could have happened. He's with your arch rival.
Yep.
I just think and they gave up really nothing if you think about it. Everybody goes crazy over the first round picks, but they would have been late first round picks.
Right, that's what we would have been saying here. Yeah, sure, you could have pick 32. Ha ha ha. We're chasing a Super Bowl. And Kenny Clark is not a bad player, but he's not the player he once was.
And by fact, and I think was it Mike on the call there?
Yeah.
He said, he's a all pro style player. Yeah, but in fact is an all pro. He's been all pro. He's been in the league 4 times, 4 years, 3 times all pro.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. It's going to be a huge conversation piece today. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Desmond Howard has launched this clothing brand, I guess you could call it, that will help Michigan pay for its large multi-million fine that it received as part of the penalties from the NCAA investigation into the illegal scouting scheme. So the apparel reads just fine, and it's going to go on sale ahead of the Wolverines opener on Saturday night. There's a t-shirt, $30. There's a sweatshirt that's $50. A hat is $30, and they say, or he says, part of the sale will help Michigan pay the fine. And then you also get, I guess, a note addressed to Wolverines fans from Howard.
Oh,
talking
great.
about
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I get one printed out.
Yeah, I think
that
so.
sounds great.
Yeah.
How does it sit with you?
Well, as I mentioned, if you want to get a donor to pay for the fine, as you mentioned, who wants to be that donor? And so do I want to wear a shirt that talks about and advertises the fact that we just got a
record fine?
No. Or do I want to be one that gives $30 for what we did? No.
It's a middle finger to the NCAA, John. That's how I interpret it.
Right.
Yeah, I know,
so
but why?
Stop the middle fingers to the NCAA. Stop it. I'm sick of it. Own it and admit it and move on.
No further comments.
So Forbes has some good things to say and some bad things to say about the Lions. So in regards to the latest NFL franchise valuations, Forbes shows that the Lions experienced a 30% year-over-year increase in their franchise valuation, which is a great thing. So the estimated value is $5.4 billion. But the bad news, of course, is that the Lions are once again one of the NFL's least valuable franchises.
Really?
So the only ones behind us are the Cincinnati Bengals at $5.25 billion and the New Orleans Saints at $5.3 billion. The Cowboys, of course, are number one for the 19th straight year, with their year-over-year valuation jumping 29% to $13 billion.
How are the Cleveland Browns more valuable than the Detroit Lions?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Hey, Livonia police
Lakefront property?
are back at it using their new grappler device to fight crime. Pretty cool. On Thursday morning, Livonia police used this grappler device to stop a stolen car on I-96 in Farmington Road. Troopers spotted the stolen car in Detroit, followed it into Livonia, and when the driver tried to flee, Livonia officers deployed this grappler at grabs onto the back tires,
Oh,
right,
yeah.
to stop the vehicle. And what was great is that this guy said, "Oh yeah, I'll show you," and tried to keep going, but it literally ripped the rear axle off of his Chevy Cruze.
Holy cow.
Yeah, so
It's awesome.
the driver was arrested. He's a 27-year-old from Brighton, had 2 female passengers. They were also arrested. The driver faces charges for possession of a stolen car and a probation. He had a probation violation warrant, and the passengers also had multiple warrants from different
You know what
jurisdictions.
happens when, he steals the car in Detroit, right?
I don't know where it was stolen from, but that's where they spotted it.
Okay,
Yes.
spotted it in Detroit. And then as soon as he sees the sign that says entering the city limits of Livonia, do you think he thought, it'll rip your axle
He
right
will now.
off?
If he didn't then, he will now.
He learned the hard
definitely
way.
learn. A forward. Oh, is that it? Are you wrapping me up now?
I am
Fine.
wrapping up. Sorry.
Yeah.
Look,
Oh, you don't want to get to the pick
I
sooner?
do want to get to the picks. Let's go, boys.
All right, gloating next, 97.1.
Hey, football is here, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have. Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're absolutely delicious and available in the convenient variety 8-packs. Now, each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, no bubbles, no troubles, zero carbonation, so you can tailgate like a champ. Ask for it at your local bars and stores. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Who let her pick games anyway?
Yeah, who thought that'd be a good idea?
No, not us. Heather Park, the reigning champ, 28 games over 500. She won by 13 games in the standings. She is rocking the trophy as she sits
I sure am.
this morning.
I did like what I said there. I will always have my name at the top.
Yeah,
It always
I know.
right there.
Hats off to Colin. I'm sure he had to help.
Who's on top? Heather Park.
Now, before we dive in very quickly, immature John Jansen is back for another season.
Greg, that time. That was Greg.
That was Greg.
Yeah, but you laughed at it.
I'm
You drew
allowed to.
attention
So
to
did
it.
Heather.
I was.
It was an
shaking
uncomfortable
my,
laugh.
Yes, it
Now,
was.
now,
It was
John, I heard from a source that there are doubts within the Park household if she can do it again.
Yeah, last night Colin was
Yeah.
like, I just don't see it going that well for you. I was like, wait, you're supposed to be my cheerleader here. He's like, I just don't see it.
Well,
Getting
when you
off
make
to a
fun
good
of
You
it,
start.
just called
all
him
the
James
time.
Franklin. Colin DeCourcy is the cheerleader.
Well, he's supposed to,
Yeah, root for you.
Yeah.
Be on your team.
yes.
He doesn't think
Tear
last
me
year was
down.
real. He thinks last year was a fluke. So let's start this
cheerleader.
year.
And we start with the number one team in all the land, the Texas Longhorns. Travel to Columbus, Ohio to take on the defending national champion Ohio State Buckeyes. Ohio State is favored by 1.5. Jim.
Number one, and they're underdogs. Texas, that's my pick. I'm not seduced by the Arch Manning thing. I'm going to focus on the defensive front of Texas, which will be a huge factor flustering Ohio State's offense that lost so much.
I second that emotion. I'm going with Texas because, one, it's just the experience that the quarterback has, the comfortable disposition that he should enter the horseshoe with, but it's the defense. They've got to find a way to stop Jeremiah Smith. If they can do that, they will befuddle this offense. And I'm not sold that Julian Sayin is going to be the guy that can take them in week one and beat a number one team.
Well, I was going to pick Texas, but this was one that was up in the air. I wanted to hear what you guys picked. So I'm going to pick Ohio State. I think
Here we go.
Good.
home field advantage. I just think, and also the Buckeye is supposed to bring you good luck. You put it in your pocket. Did you know that?
No.
It is. Yes, it's this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you put it in your pocket. It's supposed to bring you good luck. So I'm going with the good luck over the
Yeah.
cow.
I water the Buckeye trees every time I go to Columbus.
There was a Buckeye tree outside of my my grandma or no, my mother-in-law's house, the old farmhouse, and that thing was annoying. It would have Buckeye nuts everywhere. The Michigan-Texas fan pack that will last 8 days begins. Give me Texas.
I'm going to go with Heather here, and I'm going with the Buckeyes. I think they have the best player on the field in Jeremiah Smith. And I'm a huge Caleb Downs fan, and I think Caleb Downs is going to trick Arch Manning into making a bad throw. Buckeyes will win by a field goal.
Let's go to Alabama, 13.5-point favorites as they travel to Florida State, taking on the Seminoles. John.
I'm a big fan of Ty Simpson. He's done this old school. He's stayed. He's earned the right to be the starting quarterback, and this team is loaded. Offensive line is going to be – they might be the Joe Moore award-winning offensive line. They're going to be dominant. They've got talent at receiver, great talent at receiver. And so I'm going to go with Alabama, and because Florida State seems like they were a dumpster fire last year. I think it continues. Let's go Roll Tide.
Well, I'm a big fan of Big Al, the elephant.
Yeah.
I'm also going to go with Alabama. I think that ultimately Big Al could totally defeat the two horses. Like he's the size, he could take some spear strikes, smash them.
Oh, yeah.
Sit on him.
Yeah.
He'd just crush him.
Mm-hmm.
Poor Chief
Alabama.
Osceola.
Yeah. Size matters.
No. Yes, exactly.
Kalen DeBoer wins everywhere he goes. I don't expect this to be any different. Trouble in Tallahassee, Bama.
You know what? If Nick Saban was a coach at Bama, it's Alabama all day. And I actually have a little doubts about Kalen DeBoer, but I think the talent differential here is just too big. I will take Alabama.
Castellanos talked a lot of smack. He's going to get smacked. Bama, Roll Tide.
To the Saturday night primetime game, LSU travels to Clemson. Clemson is favored by 3.5 points. Let's go to Heather.
Well, for this one, I looked at their mascots and, look at a tiger versus a tiger. So I thought, okay, both terrifying in their own right. However, one is much more recognizable. Mike the Tiger looks like any other tiger you'd run into in the wild, in the zoo, but Clemson's tiger is also terrifying and strange, and you'd recognize him anywhere. So I'm going with Clemson.
This winter, took my family down to Atlanta for a trip. We visited the College Football Hall of Fame. My son's favorite part, the gift shop. He gets distracted by one of those gaudy fan chains. You know, they got the team logo on it. He picks the LSU fan chain. However, he gets distracted by a second fan chain. It's the Clemson fan chain. Buddy, these are $40 a pop. You can't buy two of them. We hold them up, one against another. Pick one. He picks the LSU fan chain. Give me LSU.
I'm tempted here to go with LSU because of the hook on this, the 3.5, because I think this could be a field goal. But guess what? Jim Costa's been driving the Clemson Tiger motorcycle all preseason long.
Yeah, it's nauseating.
This motorcycle has a sidecar, and it's with Tom Milliken. I'm riding in a sidecar. I'm not sitting behind you. There's no way. That's too close.
Oh,
so you have to have
you're
a
not going to be the
Gib?
No. The guy in back?
Give me Clemson. Kay Klubnik, Heisman winner.
Klubnik.
I love the enthusiasm.
I said Klub. I know it's Klub.
I know.
This is going to be a raucous environment. This is the Battle of Death Valley. This is at night. This is what Heather would call. And it will be. And it's going to be the best game of the weekend as both teams have a ton of offense. But the difference, T.J. Parker, Peter Woods, the D-line of Clemson against a brand spanking new LSU O-line. Brian Kelly has lost 3 straight openers at LSU, the last 2 by a touchdown. Lay the points. My Clemson Tigers.
You said Peter Woods.
That's his name,
Is he
John.
related to Peter Burns?
I'm going with LSU because at some point, Brian Kelly has to win an opener, right? I mean, right?
Doesn't have to.
Anybody?
It's not written anywhere, John.
I think LSU with Garrett Nussmeier, I've mentioned this a bunch of times. I've gone back and watched the film. I think he is going to have a hell of a year. This is his first bid to be the Heisman Trophy winner. Give me Nussmeier and LSU, and it is going to be a shootout. It's going to be a great game, but I think LSU does it this year.
South Carolina favored by 7.5 points, a neutral site game against Virginia Tech. This game is being played in Atlanta in the Mercedes-Benz Dome. This game should be called the Battle, B-A-T-L, in the ATL. I'll take Carolina.
You know, this seems like a lot of points in a first week game too, but I'm going to trust the conference here and the SEC, and I do like South Carolina. And Shane Beamer going against his dad's, where he coached forever, Frank's school, might want to lay it on a little bit. Let's go South Carolina.
This is a zigzag game for me. All offseason, South Carolina's going to be so good. Lenora Sellers, Virginia Tech underachieved. Give me the points. VT.
Okay. One of the great opens, walkouts in all is Virginia Tech, but they're not in Virginia Tech. It's in Atlanta. Yeah. So I mean, they're not gonna have that juice to start the game. And I'm a big fan of Lenora Sellers. Haven't watched as much film on him, but the fact that he stayed there and said, all I want, everything is right here. I think he's gonna go out there and do it this year. Another Heisman candidate, but give me the Lenora Sellers and give me the Gamecocks.
So my very first concert that I went to, I was in 5th grade and I saw Hootie and the Blowfish. Like really big core memory. Went with my older sisters. Always a good memory for me. And Darius Rutger is from South Carolina. So
the way that you make the picks, this is why it's so infuriating.
All right, let's move on. We got to go Notre Dame at Miami. The Irish favored by 2.5 points. Gov.
Matchup of one of my favorite games ever in college football history was 1988, Catholics-Convicts. It had everything. I think Notre Dame is a national title threat. I can't see them blowing this game early. I think Marcus Freeman is a good coach. Give me the Irish.
As Lou Holtz said, Catholics, convicts, not fair. Our whole team isn't Catholic. The rivalry's real. I love that this is back. And Notre Dame last year really showed something when they went to Texas A&M with a patchwork O-line. That O-line is not patchwork anymore. I expect them to go in and win this game.
You win with discipline. You win with winning in the trenches, and that's exactly what Notre Dame's going to do. So give me the Fighting C.J. Cars and Notre Dame.
yeah, I'm going with Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. On the banks of the Old Red Cedar tonight, Western Michigan takes on Michigan State Spartans, favored by 20.5. Jim.
Do I even need to say it? There's no way I'm picking Western. Spartans, lay it on them. 3 touchdowns. Childs. Pour it on.
No Frozen 4 continuance?
No, I don't need any. Why would you
program?
even bring that up?
I think this is a coming out party for Aiden Childs. And for Jonathan Smith, he sets the tone for the year. He gets these guys a lot of confidence. They get up early. They pour it on. So give me Michigan State.
Yeah, go green.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Year or two of Jonathan Smith, and I expect there to be a market improvement. Give me the Spartans.
I hate these huge spreads early in the year because you just don't know if the team can, with the big favor, if they can, hit the field and click. They can have that rusty first half. But I will take Michigan State here. Western's ranked 115th according to CBS, so that's horrible.
The Bryce Underwood era begins in Ann Arbor. New Mexico at Michigan State. It's on NBC. Michigan favored by 34.5 points. John.
It's not a doubt to me if Michigan's going to win. The question I have is unproven offensive line and freshman quarterback. I think we're going to see a lot, but I also think there's going to be some moments where like, okay, he just turned 18. It's a lot of points. So I'm going to take the points and New Mexico.
So I found out that Neil Patrick Harris grew up in New Mexico. And if Doogie Howser can be a genius doctor at 14 years old, I think that New Mexico can figure out how to keep it within 5 touchdowns. So I'm going with New Mexico.
3 weeks ago, I was unsure if Michigan was opening with New Mexico or New Mexico State. Give me the Wolverines.
God, it's such a huge spread here, but I used AI to determine what I'm going to pick.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah?
And so, because I didn't know what to do here. New
Disqualified.
Mexico is, according to AI, one of the worst teams in the country, meaning Michigan should be able to just run it down their throat. I will take Michigan.
To Greg's point, I got halfway through my prep and realized I was looking at New Mexico State. But I'm not sure it makes a difference. I think Michigan should pour it on with the new OC, some new weapons, and their shiny new quarterback. Give me the Wolverines. Those are the picks. It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel's giving you a reason to lock in your college football season early. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's right. Bet $5 on any bet, and if you win, you're going to walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use all over the app, whatever you want. And you can choose bonus bets on week 1 lines, Heisman futures, over-unders, player props, doesn't matter. Whatever you've got circled on your college football calendar, do it now. FanDuel is easy to use, safe, and when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. There's no waiting, no hassle, no runaround. It's just straight to your account. So if you've got a team, a take, or a gut feeling before kickoff, now's the time to back it. Just head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit and sign up to get started. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
Micah Parsons is a Packer, 2 firsts, and Kenny Clark got it done yesterday. The blockbuster deal that shakes up the division. The Packers currently the betting favorite. Who do you expect to win this division? And is there any part of you that thought, why did the Lions make that move? We'll get to it. 248-539-9797. Real quick out of picks. Do you have an upset pick of the year in college football?
I do. And so my upset pick, now we're going back to, right, the entire schedule.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be this weekend.
Doesn't even have to be a Big Ten team, but mine happens to be 2 Big Ten teams, and I'm going to go to October. All right, that's when things really start to get juicy. We know a little bit more about teams and what they are. It's October 11, and it is when the Buckeyes travel to Champaign, Illinois. I almost said Ohio.
They're going to make it another city in Ohio after they win, right?
Yeah, and so I'm a big fan of Brett Bielema in regards to how he builds his teams. And we saw him at Wisconsin. I know it didn't work well down in Arkansas, but we happen to have a really nice offensive lineman out of Arkansas, and that was Frank Ragnow. That is exactly what Brett Bielema has done in Illinois. It's taken him some time, but this is, you look at that offensive line, senior, 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 junior, senior. They are going to be a dominant offensive front, and you pair that with Luke Altmaier at quarterback, who is a redshirt senior. He's now been there 2 years. I think they're going to surprise a lot of people. And I know I had him in my college football playoff, so I am backing that by the Buckeyes go to Champaign and take a loss to the Fighting Illini.
And they get that Illabuck trophy, the turtle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tom, you have an upset special?
Yeah, I do, and I might sound like I'm going to contradict myself according to the picks and me being on the Clemson sidecar with you.
Yeah.
North Carolina is going to beat Clemson at home on October 4th.
Belichick special?
Belichick's going to dial up a defensive plan. I think there's going to be some inconsistencies in how they perform this year, but that's going to be a marquee game for them, and I think North Carolina's going to win the game by a field goal.
North Carolina, even when it was Mac Brown, had given Clemson. There seems to always be that one team that just kind of gives you problems. North Carolina was that team for Clemson. I don't think they ever actually won, but they took them into double overtime once.
I think there was a failed 2-point conversion in which
right.
Clemson held on.
North
Carolina.
I think Belichick's going to dial up something that's going to confuse Klubnik. They'll hang around and they'll steal the game late.
Mine is also an ACC game. It's late in the year. It's in November, November 22nd. When top 10, as we sit today, Miami travels to Blacksburg. Oh. They gave them a game last year, came down to the wire. This time it's at VT, and Miami is notorious for a late season skid. 1-3, 1-4, 1-3 down the stretch the last 3 seasons. VT pulls off the upset. Who the hell even knows if it's an upset by that point, though?
Oh, you never know. That's the thing about it right now. And I know, okay, it's Illinois is ranked, 12? And Ohio State 1, 2, 3, somewhere in there.
That's an upset.
It's an upset, yeah. And it would be an upset because Illinois it's been decades since they've given them a fight.
Since like the Juice Williams days?
Yeah. Yes.
Anyway, all right. Ticket text pouring in. We got open lines. We're talking Parsons this morning. And John, the thought is this is going to make Detroit's life very difficult. Don't downplay this. Don't do the coping mechanisms. Guys, just call it what it is. They elevated themselves. They're desperate, but they elevated themselves this season to right there eye level with the Detroit Lions.
Certainly did. And, I mean, when you look at what they have defensively, and I know that, okay, you take out one defensive lineman, but he was 30. And Rashawn Gary, Colby Wooden, a placeholder. Devontae Wyatt, okay,
He's
whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Fine, whatever.
And Micah Parsons on the edge. They may, the one downside is they may have traded positions with Dallas in regards to difficulty stopping the run between the tackles.
Look, they were 7th in the league last year stopping the run, and Kenny Clark was a factor, but he wasn't the only reason. I think too many Lions fans are hitting the easy button with, great, now we're going to run for 300 yards in week
that's
one.
not what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's not at all what I'm saying. But you do subtract a guy in the middle that was a really good run defender. But the thing is with Green Bay, just like I talked about Aiden Hutchinson yesterday, where you like matchups, and they're a little bit limited because if he goes and plays over the guard, okay, he could be a run stopper in there. but then you've got to have somebody to replace him on the edge. They just don't have that right now. And so Rashawn Gary, he can bump down to a 3 technique.
Yep.
He can play. In fact, I would be comfortable with putting Rashawn over the nose at any time if they're looking to find ways to confuse offensive lines and make it difficult, whether it's 1st and 10 or 3rd and 8. They have that ability to be creative, and Micah Parsons is going to line up anywhere he wants on defense.
Well, and this flies in the face of Holmes, who was like, well, 2 edge? Who has 2 edge? This will be the 2nd year off the ACL for Rashawn Gary. He's a damn good edge.
Yeah.
And now he might have double-digit sacks because Parsons is going to take so much attention on the other side. For the talk of does this happen in other markets, it happens in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And I think that directly, is a shot across the bow to Brad Holmes. You want to do it your way. You're going to do it sustainably. You're not going to go all in. Other teams are. This year it's Green Bay. One year it'll be somebody else, right?
So last year, this is the Saquon Barkley move.
I was just going to say, everybody who wins the Super Bowl makes a bold move, whether it's Barkley or A.J. Brown. The Eagles were very aggressive. The Rams, the trade for Matthew Stafford. I mean, you do need to realize you could play to always be in it, but if someone's more desperate, if someone's more all in, you got to compete with the desperation. You got to compete with that this season now. Suddenly a division where we all thought the Lions were the heavy favorites. Green Bay was my number 2 team. And the betting markets say they're the number 1 team. Now, I'm not conceding the division today. I happen to think the Lions are the deeper football team, and I'd still pick the Lions to win this division, but there's no doubt about it. By refusing to go all in, you are inviting others to the party. And it's going to get a little more crowded now with Green Bay in the mix.
It is. The division got much more difficult. And it's everybody looks and says, well, they only play Green Bay twice, right? Well, you're correct. But when you play the other divisions and you're going to the AFC and you all play Baltimore, all right, are they going to be better positioned to contain Lamar Jackson?
Yes, John.
Good point. They going to be better positioned when they play some of these other quarterbacks to get those wins?
Also a really good point. Yeah. Because if it adds 1 or 2 more wins to Green Bay's win total and wins them the division, and John, you got to go to Green Bay late in the year, and it's not Parsons ramping up for week 1. It's Parsons.
Well, you're not
at
going to
full
Green Bay
speed.
late in the year. You're going to Green Bay.
No, I'm talking late in the year.
Oh, you're talking about the
I'm
playoffs.
saying if they win the division,
Okay.
you would be playing at Lambeau in the Tundra, and it wouldn't be Parsons, stretching out his back in September. It would be Parsons revving up that motor coming at Jared Goff in a tough playoff environment. And again, I'm not telling you that you can't win the game or that the Lions should cancel the season. But this was a big deal yesterday, guys. This is a move that they made that the Lions didn't. I mean, Dave Burkett didn't mince words in the Free Press. He said this is a move Brad Holmes refuses to make. And understand the consequences if Holmes would have made the move. It would have meant you're giving up 2 firsts, and Aleem McNeil would be a comparable piece. Okay. It would mean in 2 seasons you're not keeping JMO, you're not keeping Laporta, you're not keeping Branch. You're not keeping, you know what I'm saying? But it would mean for the next 2 seasons, we've got them all. And for the next 2 seasons, we're gonna chase that Super Bowl. And when the bodies drop off, it'll be okay because we'll have had that celebratory parade down Woodward. That would be the rationale to make the move. And that's how Green Bay views it. Green Bay knows their cap's going to be an issue moving forward. They know that between Love and Parsons, it's $100 million in 2 players. And they're okay with the fact that in 27, they could be in trouble. But if they've got a Super Bowl ring and we're still doing the sustained success routine, I don't think people here are going to be very happy about it.
No. And, I mean, I'd love to know what our listeners' reaction was yesterday when they heard the news that Micah Parsons was in division and he's going to the Green Bay Packers.
Open lines, 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Lions, preparing for their opener against the Packers, now have to game plan for one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. Green Bay's traded for Cowboys edge Micah Parsons, and they've given him the highest non-quarterback contract in league history. That's $188 million to be exact. Parsons averages over 14 sacks a season. He's got 2 in 2 career games against the Lions. Year 2 of the Jonathan Smith era begins tonight for Michigan State. They host Western Michigan at Spartan Stadium. They're looking to make a bowl for the first time in 3 seasons. Last year, a 5-7 campaign for the Spartans, with a home loss to Rutgers in the final week costing them a bowl. It's a loss that quarterback Aiden Childs says shaped the team this offseason. Safety Nakai Martinez will be a game-time decision tonight. The Spartans 6-0 against Western in season openers. Bryce Underwood makes his highly anticipated college debut tomorrow night as number 14 Michigan opens the season against New Mexico at the Big House. This is the first ever meeting between the Wolverines and Lobos. Though Michigan did open the season against a different Mountain West team last year, they beat Fresno State. Wolverines big 34.5-point favorites. High school football finals from last night. Dakota over Brother Rice 14-10. Howell over Traverse City West 23-13. Belleville loses to Clarkson that final 38-7, and Northville beats Lake Orion 14-13. And the Tigers look to snap a 4-game losing streak when they open a 3-game series at the Royals tonight. The Skid, their third longest of the season. Chris Paddock starts tonight for the Tigers. Seth Lugo for KC. Here the first pitch at 8:10 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Taking a look over at the Twitch board, second reference today, Packers got their Reggie White 2.0. Game wrecker, future Hall of Famer, problem for everybody who plays Green Bay, and for Detroit, who will play them at least twice this season. Green Bay is currently the favorite to win the NFC North.
And I asked for the reaction, and instantly on Twitch, in all caps, not the Packers. Why?
Right, anybody else, man, go to Buffalo.
Yeah, hell, I mean, go to Kansas City.
Right, worry about that later. 248-539-9797. Text says Rod Wood told Carson Anderson the Lions are all in already. No. No, and no, to use a Steve Yzerman drop, and absolutely not. You're not all in. All in would be saying we're going to burn the roster down in 2027 to win the Super Bowl today. That would be all in. All it would be saying, we don't care that we can't pay J-Mo, Laporta. We're not sure if we can keep Brian Branch. We may have to cut Kirby Joseph in 27. We're okay with it because we can keep everybody in-house and win the Super Bowl. That's what all in would mean. They are not all in. Green Bay is. And it's why Green Bay's desperation has made this a hell of a fight for this season. Mm-hmm. Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Mitchell, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? First of all, John, go blue.
Go blue.
And I don't understand how he lets this happen within the division. And I get it, all these other players to pay, but now we have to play this guy twice a year, and Brad Holmes hasn't even made the phone call to Za'Darius.
Yeah, it's the other side of this, right? Is Holmes yesterday at the podium saying no serious talks, no recent talks with Za'Darius.
It's mind-numbing to me, and I don't understand it. We're going into the season with 3 defensive ends on the roster. A banged-up Frankenstein Marcus Davenport. It doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, the gamble is Marcus Davenport's going to be good, and he's going to be healthy. That's the gamble.
But is it a wise gamble?
Okay, is any gamble wise? Like there's some that are, some that aren't, and I don't think so. No, I don't think he's going to be healthy.
We don't believe he's going to go the distance this season for the Detroit Lions. Yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow because it's in your division.
Yeah.
Let's get. You got thoughts?
No.
Kevin in Belleville. We wanted to hear from you guys. What's up?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good morning.
Yeah, I was reacting to John's question. The word I wanted to say, I can't say in the air, but I was shocked. You know, you wonder did Holmes even try to go after him? they had that roster spot that they were holding. Was he trying to make a move? I'd like to hear if that comes out, but the Lions just took a back seat in the division on paper. We got to let it play out, but, I was just shocked that it happened.
Yeah, I mean, publicly, Holmes has not given any indication that this is something he would pursue.
Yeah, and I'm also not ready to say that the Lions are taking a back seat in the division. The division got a lot harder. There's no question about it. And I know, the betting sites are all putting the Green Bay as the favorite to win the division by a slim margin. Mm-hmm. I think they're eye to eye. I think this is it was going to be a dogfight to begin with because they weren't going to go and win 15 games this year. Now, all of a sudden, it just got a lot more competitive. Is 11, even 12, going to be enough to win the division?
That's a great way of looking at it. What we thought could get the division win might not be.
Right. Instead of competing with Minnesota and you meet with 14 wins apiece, like happened last year. And again, I'm not saying that the Lions are going to have 14 wins, but now you're looking at every week what happens in Green Bay, what happens in Detroit.
Let me put it to you this way. We've been giving people the division odds, and it really is kind of a 1A, 1B. Green Bay slight favorites. I don't know how much of that is instant reaction to the market. I think eye level is the best way to put it. You're going into a backyard brawl, eye level, with the Green Bay Packers. Super Bowl odds, John? You have Baltimore and Buffalo, number 1. You have Philadelphia and Kansas City right behind them. And tied at 12-1 are the Lions and the Packers. So you want to see it's not just division. They've elevated themselves to that level.
Some of that with those numbers, though, they're simply protecting themselves because they knew the splash was coming from the public that gets caught up in moves like these. And to me, I actually think the first game became more winnable. I do. I believe that you got 10 days to get on in there. I think he'll play. There is some question whether he'll play.
I think he'll play.
You hurt your run defense. I think the Lions are going to gash him. I think you're going to bring him in. He's not going to have enough time to catch up. He's going to over pursue, one-trick pony coming off the edge, and the Lions will take advantage of that.
I mean, maybe.
That's a possibility. And I'll go with it for a little bit, but I have also played against defenses, mainly when the Chargers were in San Diego, where they had a player in Junior Seau who did nothing within the defense's parameters. He would just go on feel. He would just go on. He would be, and his teammates would be mad because there were a couple of times where he would hit a gap because he felt like that was just the best gap to hit. Had nothing to do with the parameters of the defense. They would get gashed. But then more times than not, he would make a play.
I think the absence of Kenny Clark will hurt the Packers in week 1. I think it'll be a neutralized situation.
I think you're grossly over-exaggerating Kenny Clark, who is 30 years old and have been heading downwards the last several seasons.
Parsons, no. But,
and Micah Parsons, who's a gold jacket guy.
Yeah, and he's just going to hit the field running with a new team 10 days in. To me, I would borderline question whether playing the game or understanding how the game works. Like you're just think he's going to walk in and he's going to be the player he's always been. Usually that doesn't happen the first time a guy takes a field. With 10 days to prepare.
Tom,
the difference about if it was an offensive player, I would say I would back you 100%. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but for defense, especially a guy with his just pure talent and athletic ability, he could, let's just say he gets 45 snaps.
Yeah.
And it's probably, let's say 40 snaps. It's about half of the defensive snaps. He's only got to dominate for 2 or 3 of those. And is it a sack fumble? Is it rushing a quarterback and then there's a pick?
Okay, I will be with you guys in terms of he has a higher probability of making a high impact play in that game. So the 2 to 3 plays. You know what? That's on Jared Goff not to screw up.
You're 100% correct.
With a rebuilding offensive line, rebuilt with 2 very young, inexperienced guards. And if the tackles are helping them and one play goes awry, look, I'm not even trying to fight you on this. I'm not conceding week 1. I think the Lions could go in there and win that football game. This deal was not made for week 1.
Yeah, but that's a huge game for this season. A road win at the second best team in the division. That's what's changed my mind. I was a Minnesota guy for second in the division this year. Mm-hmm. This now makes Green Bay second best team in the division.
I would agree with that. Because I was on the same bus as you.
And so you can understand where if you were me and you already had Green Bay number 2, how significant this move really is in the division. I say they're eye to eye. Matt, what say you? You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
I just want to kind of comment with you guys what you guys are saying about the whole Packers thing. I mean, you got a guy like Micah Parsons, right? I mean, he's going to come in and do everything on the edge, right? I mean, defense is a whole different position than learning an offense, right? I mean, him being on the edge, he's able to, you're right, take those two kind of guards and kind of go at Goff. Now, I'm not saying that the Lions still have a shot of beating the Packers, but I do think this makes the Packers significantly better. And, I hate the Packers. There's two things I hate out of Michigan, and that's Ohio State and the Green Bay Packers.
Amen, brother.
Now, amen, right? And so at the end of the day, I still think like the Lions are the number one team of the division based off of our offense, based off of our defense, and we just signed DJ Reed. We got additions into our defense. But, I mean, at the end of the day, Brad Holmes is kind of sitting down, and he's not really doing anything. Like, have that conversation with Za'Darius. Like, you could have went and got, Trey Hendrickson. Obviously, we have to pay people next year. But, I mean, I would have liked to see something out of Brad Holmes. But there is still one roster spot open. So we only have 52 people on the team, so I'd like to see what Brad Holmes does, if he does anything at all.
Matt, appreciate the phone call. If you look back to the Khalil Mack trade, 2018 was that trade. His first game with Green Bay, he had a sack and a forced fumble. Mm-hmm. Brand new team, right out of the gate, right out of the box. And I think you're right to say this. Parsons is a better player.
Oh, yeah, there's no question.
And I mean, this Green Bay team is better than that 2018 Bears team. That Bears team had Matt Nagy and Mitch Trubisky. And by the way, they ended up winning the division with the number one defense led by a move like this. 248-539-9797. Lions fans are on hold. We're going to talk to you guys all show long. Micah Parsons in the division. It's 97-1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. They have a new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit. First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years and for my family, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
If you're injured in an auto accident, take control with KG Law. Get personalized care, guidance, and full legal representation from the Michigan law firm that has won over 5,000 personal injury cases with a 98% success rate. KG Law knows how to win your case. You need a law firm that cares about you. It's 877-KG-CARES, kgcares.com. You want an example of them caring? They've got initiatives going on where they're giving away car seats to families in need across Detroit. You can find out more on their website, 877kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, call KG Law. That's KAJY, kgcares.com.
If that's the case, if they were talking about this in the spring, why not make it in the spring? Do you think that they would have gotten more in return? Because everybody right now is looking at it going, 2 firsts and a 30-year-old defensive lineman.
But he could stop the run, John.
I tell you, he would have gotten more if this happened in the spring. And it would have been more impactful if it happened before the draft. So you would have had 2, maybe 3 first rounds, or 2 first rounds and a couple of seconds.
If you didn't know, that was Jerry Jones. They are not happy in Dallas. I sent you guys a text last night. It was a black and white photo of Jerry, and it said, heartbreaking. Cowboy owner GM Jerry Jones found alive in his home at 82 years old. They are not happy down in Dallas. They are celebrating in Green Bay as Micah Parsons goes there and elevates them to a division favorite or co-favorite, a Super Bowl contender. And we want to know how people in Detroit feel about it. 248-539-9797. We've got TJ next up. You're on 97.1.
What's going on, boys? I tell you what. This doesn't change anything for me. We're the favorite. We're the better team. We have more weapons. Green Bay has a terrible secondary. Their run defense is going to suck. We've got Jahmyr Gibbs going to line up and be Ed McCaffrey. He's going to be McCaffrey Jr. now. We have 2 great tackles. We're going to chip him off the edge, and we're going to put Gibbs out in behind the linebackers. I'm not worried about those Green Bay Packers. They're a better team than they were day before yesterday, but they're still the second. Let them do all that favorite crap. They can do all that they want to. We know they're going to play that game. But when it comes down to paper, team, on field, off field, on paper, we're better. That's just the bottom line. Aiden Hutchinson. Now we know what he's going to get paid, right? I'll sit back and listen, guys.
Yeah, his deal's going to start with a 5 now, $50 million plus.
Yeah,
per season.
4 years, 200 plus.
Yeah, and I've seen people say, "Well, this is a double whammy because now you got to deal with Parsons and they raised the bar for Aiden." This was going to happen whether it was in Green Bay or Dallas or another city.
Yeah, if he was going to sign a contract like this in Dallas or wherever else he went.
And I've seen people say, well, why didn't the Lions get the deal done with Aiden sooner to avoid this? Aiden has an agent. They're not stupid. They were going to wait for this so that they could top it, and they will. And now we know the price for Aiden because there's going to be no other big edge deals done before Aiden Hutchinson.
No, they're all done.
And the market is $47 million for Parsons, Aiden, 5-0, give or take. 248-539-9797. Dave, you're next up.
Hey, what's up, guys? Go Blue.
Go Blue.
Yep. But anyways, I'm not worried about Parsons at all. He averaged 12 sacks a year, and we played him. He did nothing against us. I think Green Bay way overpaid for him, and they flushed their future draft picks right down the toilet. So, go Lions, honestly.
Were these the
I'm
calls?
not worried about it at all.
Mm-hmm.
Dave, appreciate it. Were these the calls you were hearing yesterday when you tuned in live?
It was. And you can feel however you want.
Of course.
And we'll get our first experience next Sunday.
It's going to be right in our face. And that game, by the way, the takeaways are going to be extreme one way or the other, and probably too extreme. But brace yourself for it because it's game 1 in Green Bay against Parsons. You
mean we might have an overreaction out of it?
Oh, of course there will be. Hold on. I want to poke what he just said. He goes, well, we've played Parsons, and he's not really a factor. Parsons has played 2 games in his career against the Detroit Lions. He has 2 career sacks against the Detroit Lions.
And I've said this before. I'll take Penei Sewell in that matchup. That to me, Penei Sewell, as an offensive tackle, greater than Parsons as an edge rusher. But
yeah, here you go.
And let's just say he lines up over Penei Sewell 75 plays a game. And I trust me, I experienced it, where you could dominate somebody for 74 of those 75 plays. And it's that one. It just takes that one, and then everything else you did, you could say it's fair, it's unfair, it's the way of the world. If he makes one play, one sack fumble, one sack, if it's 3rd and 8 in the 4th quarter and you've got to have a first down, if he affects the situation, now all of a sudden everybody's looking and going, Penei Sewell, maybe not as good as we thought.
Well, it's not even that.
But that's the perception. But that's the impact of that position. Step 2 of that equation.
Here you go.
Not all 75 of those plays are going to be played against Penei Sewell.
Right.
There's going to be plays against the guard, against the center, against the left guard, and a heck of a lot against left tackle. And if you're saying Taylor Decker against Micah Parsons, I'll take Micah Parsons in that situation.
Yeah, again, they're going to have
it's not a slam on.
No.
I am not slamming Taylor Decker.
No, but this guy tried to minimize 12 sacks for Parsons. The guy's a double-digit sack machine every single year. He's a force to be reckoned with. The way we talk about Aiden Hutchinson, and deservedly so, Aiden's one of these A-level pass rusher game changers. Parsons is also on that same level. And John, for everybody downplaying this, if we saw the deal happen for our team, we wouldn't be going, he's only 12 sacks a year, we overpaid. We'd be plotting the spots for your lawn chairs down Woodward. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Heather with the news.
I don't think I mentioned this yet, but the Powerball jackpot has spiked to $950 million. The cash option is $428.9 million. So if you're going to play, haven't yet, you might want to get a ticket. The next drawing is Saturday night, August 30th. It's the 6th largest jackpot ever. And if you do win, you want to make sure you sign your ticket. It gives you like ownership of it. And then make sure you store it in a safe spot, right? Don't lose that ticket.
If you cash that sucker in immediately.
Well, no, they say don't do that yet. That next, after you sign it and store it, is go and consult an estate planning lawyer and a financial advisor. Don't go and get your hands on, take some steps first before you go and get all this money. Make sure you've decided the right step. Do you want the lump sum or do you want the annual payouts?
Payout, yeah. What is the annual payout? Do you know?
Discuss that. Yeah, I think I can find it. I just was looking at it here. But
what would you do, John?
No, it doesn't actually say.
Well, so I guess this is why you would want to consult a lawyer. Is the annual payout only for your life? Or is it paid out for 30 years to you and your spouse?
Beneficiary.
It says 29 years. It says the
you get one
that
now
option
and then 29,
is paid over 29 years with an initial payment, then 29 annual payments increasing by 5% each year.
Okay. And you get more of a payout, and it comes repeatedly over the next
So that's something you want to figure out probably with the people you hire and you go talk to. Then you go, and they also say, hey, you might not actually want to tell anyone. Well, obviously, close family and friends are going to know when you start spending lavishly and driving a nice car and buying vacation homes or moving to wherever you move. Really, you don't want to spread the news too quickly. So just prepare yourself for this weekend when you win, right?
Hey, where did Jansen go? What happened to him?
Just disappear quietly.
Vanished.
Yep. 4 stolen car suspects were arrested after a pursuit that ended in a crash, followed by a foot chase in Rochester Hills on Thursday morning. It all started when a group of men in their 20s from Detroit were caught breaking into parked cars. Police obviously saw this, tried to pull them over, but the suspects fled. Eventually, the driver lost control of the vehicle. This was near Livernois and Avon Road. Suspects fled on foot but were eventually arrested after police used drones and canine units for help. So it was a team effort, but these guys are off the streets. Hey, Mackinac Island is a top destination. It draws over 1 million visitors per year. And while there's still plenty of time to go and visit, you may want to get your trip booked sooner rather than later. Obviously, the weather is changing. The tourism season typically lasts through October, but some businesses might reduce their hours or close completely before Halloween. So before that, they say Halloween weekend. For them, it's the 24th through the 26th. It's basically like the last hurrah. Yeah. The Grand Hotel closes the weekend of the 26th and the 27th. So that's basically it. The horses, they're ferried off the island. They get to go vacation inland. And there's still lots of events going on, though. There's runs, races, the Mackinac Island Fall Fudge Festival, Halloween. So a bunch of stuff still going on.
There's all those events are great. And when I lived up there, the best time, in my opinion, to go is the last 2 weeks of September or the first couple weeks of October, because you get fall color.
Yes.
And the crowds aren't what they are in the middle of summer. It's much quieter. It's more laid back. Everything is still open. And there are some great events that happen. So make your plans.
Next year, I think, will be our year to take the kids. I'd like to. We just didn't have time this year. With Mackinac on the mind, this year's annual Bridge Walk takes place on Labor Day. Also something I think I would be interested in doing once in my life.
I've done the run, the Memorial Day run.
Yeah.
Across the bridge. Well, it's fun.
You can run here if you'd like to run or just walk or whatever you'd like to do. It starts at 7 a.m. You can start at either side, St. Ignace or Mackinac City. It's closed to traffic, so beware if you're traveling. 6:30 to noon, it will be closed. If you want to make the round trip, they're back. It's 10 miles, so be prepared. You don't need to register. You just show up, but you got to make sure you have your own transportation. They're not going to shuttle you back to the other side if you don't make it. You can bring strollers, wheelchairs, but you cannot bring signs, banners, umbrellas, bicycles, roller skates, skateboards, or wagons. So.
Oh, okay. So, yeah.
Plan accordingly.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd want to pull the kids across the bridge anyway.
Nope, I don't think so. Not yet.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Cookie Jar Labor Day Weekend Edition. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Taking a little pit stop break from the Parsons talk and some of the college football festivities. For the cookie jar, it's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Question 1, Labor Day weekend. Is it an out-of-town weekend or a stay-home weekend?
Well, for me, it's always been a stay-home weekend. Coaches have always said, well, we're going to have practice, coach. It's Labor Day. We labor on Labor Day. And it's the same weekend. Like, I'm working on Saturday. So for me, it's by work choice, it's a stay-at-home weekend. Now, I do think it is, if you're going to go out of town, it's a great time for a guy's trip.
It's funny. I think it's definitely a stay-at-home weekend. It's basically like wrapping up your summer. It's right before the kids go back to school. It's all about family, barbecue. If it's nice enough, hopefully being outside. It should be nice enough. It might be a little chilly, but yeah, you stay home.
Stay home, watch football.
Yeah.
Bingo. Nothing else to add.
Welcome back, college football. Stay home.
All weekend long, every day.
Back to school. How did you get to school when you were growing up?
I walked.
Uphill in the snow?
No. Actually, on the way to Shalom Elementary School in Clawson, it was downhill, which means the way home is uphill. Getting to the same thing. I walked to middle school, walked to high school. Now, every once in a while, okay, mom, dad drop you off. But for the most part, it was all walk to for me.
In elementary school, the first elementary school I went to, I walked. Then when we moved, it was bus. And then it was bus for the most part until I got 16 and my friends were driving, or I had a car. Then we drove to school.
Right. Well, it was a bigger city for you. Like in terms of,
I couldn't walk.
Yeah, but Clawson's not that big.
Yeah.
Elementary school up through middle school was the bus. However, I had the great advantage of a brother who is 2 grades ahead of me. So in my freshman and sophomore years, he could drive me to school. Yeah. And then by the time he had graduated, I could drive myself.
I was always a bus kid until like high school, like you guys said. I'm amazed now by how many kids get dropped off and picked up at school.
Yeah.
Like the lines of cars at the schools. Like occasionally we have to do it for an orthodontist appointment or something like that,
Yeah.
But I'm just like, I know some people live out of district and that's the reason, but I also think it's kind of, can't let the kids get on the bus.
Oh, yeah, or can't let them walk. Like that.
Yeah.
That's the one. And I understand the world has changed, but is there a more competitive environment than the pickup and drop off line at school? It's unbelievable. I was on the phone with Jake Long the other day, and he was going to pick up his kids, and literally when he got there, he's like, I got to go. I got to focus.
I rode the bus until I got my driver's license. When should pumpkin spice products begin to be sold?
I know that the PSL, the pumpkin spice lattes, came out. Was it Monday?
I think they're out.
I got a text from Lucy that it was pumpkin spice latte day at
Starbucks.
Yeah, Starbucks. Yeah. They can sell them all year. I don't care. I don't drink them. Makes no difference to me.
I don't drink them either, but September 1st is the day my house switches to fall. All of like the spring decor goes away and the pumpkins come out. So I would say September 1st.
Okay. Labor Day weekend.
Look, if it's a good flavor, are we only allowed to sell mint flavored things for a certain time of the year?
Never.
Only St. Patrick's Day, huh?
It is not exclusive to a certain time of the year, but if you're saying what is pumpkin spice season, I would say Act 1.
Gotta wait till October.
Yeah, I'd say close to that. Like Greg said, first day of fall, which is late September. It's just too early. Everything's shoved down our throats so soon. And I'm not a pumpkin spice guy. I'm a spicy garlic guy.
It's well documented, Tom. So fall technically starts September 22nd this year. Mm-hmm. Fall unofficially starts post Labor Day. So that's when pumpkin spice should start. Dropping dog poop in the neighbor's trash can, is it fair or foul behavior?
Neighbors or neighborhood?
Neighborhood.
Okay, neighborhood trash can. So like at the park?
You're out walking near your home, but you're not going to take it all the way home. You drop it in their garbage can. Fair or foul?
Well, so I'm not going to drop it in a neighbor's trash can. If I am going to pick it up in the poop bag, and if I'm at the park, then I'll drop it there. I think that's different. Fine. Yeah, I'm not going to drop it in a neighbor's trash can, though.
Yeah, no, dropping the dog poop in a neighbor's trash can is, you don't do it. You just, I think you carry it with you and you put it in your own trash can. It's your dog's poop. You take care of it. We do have an issue in our neighborhood where people they pick up their dog's poop in the bag and then they leave it on a curb.
Right? I don't understand
Me
that.
neither.
That is so stupid.
And we get, our Facebook messages in our
oh,
neighborhood
yeah,
group.
the neighborhood was nasty. Yeah. Did you
Pick
see
up
who
your
did this?
dog poop. We don't know who did it, but somebody's doing it. No, take it home and put it in your own trash can.
Yeah. Look at the Ring doorbell camera footage and go get them.
Yeah, so I was under the impression that this was dropping it off in a neighbor's trash can, like it happens to be a trash day. So if it's a communal trash place, trash receptacle, I think that's okay. However, I will say this. From the homeowner, if someone had dropped their dog poop in my trash can, I would be okay with it. However, I would not expect that kind of reaction necessarily if I were to drop it into a neighbor's trash can. So I would choose not to. I don't know how they would react. I would not to.
Here's the other thing about that is if you drop it in, like you got to put it in one of the bags.
Oh, yeah.
Because if like our trash, they come and they actually pick up the bags out. They don't actually pick up the can and dump it in. So it might not get picked up if it falls to the bottom.
Yeah, or if you're Snoop Dogg, you got to drop it while it's hot.
Tom?
No way in a neighborhood, yes, at the park, like John said. But it does have to be picked up routinely. Like if you've got that trash can that always is kind of overflowing at the park and it's not taken care of, don't put it there because you're just going to it's going to stink up the park.
It smells.
I was shocked that this was such a hotly debated thing. That's why I put it in. I would think any garbage can that's sitting out as a trash receptacle, put your dog poop in.
Of course you would.
Now, do you dump the litter box and put it in the neighbors?
No, Tom. Next question. Big noon kickoff or college game day? What's your household going to be watching?
Oh, forever it's college game day. First of all, it starts earlier. And I don't need more Urban Meyer.
Who
Do
knows?
you have a preference?
I don't know.
Does Colin have a preference?
I don't think so.
Okay. Greg?
Bagel, coffee, college game day.
Yeah.
Clocks, big noon.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be a little controversial here. I have moved towards Big Noon Kickoff. I think it's a better quality show, and game day has become a big gimmick where nobody says anything anymore. I mean, Kirby and Desmond are so guarded. It's like, how dare I say something to offend somebody?
Yeah, but something about Reese Davis's voice to kick off a Saturday. I like the Nick Saban edition, and while I don't consider myself a huge Pat McAfee guy, I like the rabble-rousing. He's entertaining, and where they have the field goal kicking contest, that's fun, and even Herbie gets in and makes fun of the college kids.
I will say this. I wish Fowler was still on game day. Reese Davis isn't the same, and Fowler's not a good announcer in my mind.
Tom Ellikin, noted Dave Portnoy fan, will be making the switch to Big Noon. How do you feel about it?
I like it.
Okay.
Bring it.
All right, a little spicy.
Well, it's their counter to McAfee.
All right, last one. It's a tailgate pick two. Pick two, leave two. Booze, grilling, yard games, and we'll go electronics, which would be your TVs or your music. You can only pick two, got to leave two.
This one's super easy. It's grilling and TV. I'm not a big fan of the music, but I'll take being able to watch College Game Day or some of the other college games while I'm tailgating before or after.
Heather?
Definitely booze and grilling. Even though I don't really eat the grilling, I like the atmosphere and the
smells.
smells.
But if you wouldn't booze so much, you might actually make it to the game.
Nah, it's overrated.
Great men think alike, John.
Yes.
Grilling and TV.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with John and Greg, and just, hey, I'll add in the music here. If you're at a barbecue, music's always good in the background. It can get a little sterile at times when you don't have something there.
The issue is that people, volume control. Volume control is key.
If you have a common sense, it's just kind of light in the background. Even that's the one time I'm not a big country music guy. I don't mind it in that setting.
You guys are going to have dry tailgates. I'm doing booze and I'm doing grilling. Those are the 1A, 1B. And I hate that I can't have the TV, but you got to make tough calls in life. That's the cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're going with booze, I'll tell you what you need to have. That's an all-day IPA from Founders Brewing Company, because Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of IPA that's never out of place. We already mentioned it. It's perfect for tailgates, especially in the fall. Grilling, hitting the beach, kicking back. You're on the boat. You're out at hunt camp. It's all great. Smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. It goes where the good times are. Look for All Day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Blockbuster move in the NFL. Micah Parsons coming to the NFC North. He'll be a Green Bay Packer. 2 firsts, and Kenny Clark gets it done. We want to know your reaction to the deal. Packers listed as the betting favorite in the NFC North. Do you agree with that? How do you feel about Brad Holmes today? 248-539-9797. John, let's get into it.
I'm disappointed that, not necessarily that he's not with the Lions. Obviously, if you could do this deal and be able to sign him and Aiden Hutchinson and Goff and Jameer, go down the list, right? You want it to happen for your team. I understand why it didn't. I'm just disappointed that he was traded in division. And it's in division right now where we have an extra roster spot that we're not using to make that position. You're not going to go out and get Micah Parsons. You're not going to go out and get Max Crosby or Myles Garrett or Hendrickson from Cincinnati. Mm-hmm. But there are options out there to make yourself better. I think it's a compounding factor where you have a weakness, or at least a perceived weakness, and you're not doing anything to make it better, and you got a spot for it. And then somebody else goes out there and does what you always wanted them to do.
It's a shot across the bow of Brad Holmes, who said, do they talk about this in other markets? Yes. And they actually act on it. In Green Bay, Wisconsin, they're going to have bookend pass rushers. Rashawn Gary, more than a year removed from the ACL injury, is going to look really good opposite Micah Parsons, who becomes Reggie White 2.0, a future Hall of Famer game wrecker that you're going to face twice a year. We were told, why would you need 2 edges?
He's not Reggie White. He's going to be a game wrecker, but he's not Reggie White.
Okay. John, he's future Hall
really
of Famer.
Good.
He's very good.
Yeah,
he's
first ballot.
Arguably the best defensive player in the NFL. He's the betting favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year. For our Aiden, they got their Aiden now in Micah Parsons. It's a big deal, and it's game on. I'm not conceding the division here on August 29th. I still would pick the Lions to win this division. Call me a homer. But I'm looking at Green Bay, and I'm looking at them eye level now. They're no longer in the rearview mirror. They were bold. They were aggressive. And look, don't back down from the fight. Bring it on. But, John, this is the move we wanted Detroit to make. And Detroit could have made this deal. It would have come at a cost. It would have meant in 2027 you can't keep everybody. But it kind of irks me that that's the bigger priority than winning the effing Super Bowl. Green Bay is all in and Detroit isn't. It may blow up in their face, but it won't be for a lack of trying. And if Detroit doesn't win a Super Bowl, what are we just trying to win 12 games every year and be in the mix? At what point will they push their chips in? Because if you don't, every year somebody else will. Someone will be more desperate than you. And you don't want to have a run kind of like we had with the Tigers a decade ago, where you have all the stars, you have all the Hall of Famers, you have arguably the best roster, and you have no titles to show for it.
So I know that Brad Holmes came out and said yesterday that they're not discussing things with Zadarius Smith. I think as soon as that news breaks, I would think he'd pick up the phone, because if you could have a comparable situation, you're not going to be on the same level. And I'm not going to sit there and argue Aiden Hutchinson versus Micah Parsons. Pros and cons, right?
Sure.
But you'd have 2 guys that are the favorites to win Defensive Player of the Year.
On the same defense?
No. I'm not talking about same defense. I'm just talking about comparing Green Bay's defense with the defense that
I got you. Sorry.
Detroit has. So that's a wash. Rashawn Gary, and if you make the call to Zadarius Smith, Rashawn Gary is, at this point, better than Zadarius. But you would at least be somewhat comparable. And then you start thinking about, okay, how can your defense be better than Green Bay's defense? Now, defenses aren't going to play against each other, but you would have a weakness for Green Bay in the secondary.
Yes.
And I'm viewing the secondary for Detroit, as it's constructed right now and healthy, would be an advantage.
Detroit secondary is better. They have Xavier McKinney.
Yes.
We have 2 Xavier McKinneys. We have
so
2
if
very
you're
good
a
safeties.
little bit less up front, but you're greater on the back end.
Call it a push.
Yeah. And so defenses.
And I may prefer a front, but let's just call it a push.
From the back end.
Yes, a push from the back end, John.
All right. So that's where I think Brad Holmes has to make a decision, has to go out there and do something, because you are competing in the same division with the Green Bay Packers. Not breaking news.
No. But you had them as maybe the third team in the division.
I did. They're no longer the third team.
Right.
They're the second team. They're going to get after J.J. McCarthy.
And they're going to get after Jared Goff.
Yes, they are.
248-539-9797. You're right. It's everything at once. It's the comments from Holmes earlier in the day, like, we're not even talking to Za'Darius. And then to see Green Bay go, oh, that's cute. We're all in. You know, Rod Wood told the midday show that the Lions are all in. All in means we're going to burn our future to win today. Brad Holmes is not all in.
Well,
that's all in. All in's I'm going to burn my future to win today. I'm going to light draft picks on fire. My cap's going to be a mess in 2 years. I don't care. That's all in.
But I think you can do both. And Za'Darius allows you to do both.
It makes
you
better.
don't have to burn the future to sign Za'Darius Smith right now. And I don't know what the holdup is. I don't know Za'Darius. There has been nothing that came out at the end of last year that says he was an issue in the locker room, that he's a diva. I've heard this where people say, well, he's holding out. He's not in training camp. Dan Campbell doesn't want somebody that doesn't want to be in training camp.
He's on a tropical island.
BS. When they traded for Za'Darius, they needed that impact right away. What did they allow him to do? Take a week off.
Yep.
Because he didn't have a bye week.
It's a good memory. Yeah.
So take the week off. Enjoy yourself. Go visit family. Go have a vacation. When you come back, be ready to go. Same thing here. Hey, training camp, you're a vet. You have proven that you know how to get ready for the season.
John, I'm with you, but I think we just have to accept the reality that it might not be Za'Darius. It might be Brad. He said there were no recent or ongoing talks with Za'Darius. That's them saying we're hitting disconnect on the phone line. It's not in our plans. Doesn't mean it couldn't happen, but he's not actively trying to make that deal happen right now. 248-539-9797. Dallas is on fire today. They're livid. Green Bay is celebrating today.
If you know a Dallas fan, whether they live locally here, because there are those outliers.
They live among us.
Or if you have friends in the Dallas area, you might want to call somebody to do a well check. If they're a fan of Dallas sports, call in and just check in on them. You can give them a hard time later because they have just lost one of the top under 25 in Luka Doncic to the Lakers. And now they have lost Micah Parsons, a first ballot Hall of Famer. And we're only talking 4 years into a career here. That, just out of love and respect, check.
No, you give them a hard time. You make fun of them.
Give them a hard time,
that's what
but
sports
give them a
are
little
now.
well check. Just find out if they're okay and then bury them.
Okay, mental health is important. I'm not going to make fun of that. My favorite reaction to the Cowboy stuff was the tweet, heartbreaking, and it's a black and white photo of Jerry Jones, and I'm thinking, oh no, and it says, heartbreaking, Cowboy owner and GM Jerry Jones found alive in his home at 82 years old. Devastating news for Dallas fans. They are livid. Green Bay's celebrating. We want to know what Detroit's feeling today. Because, John, you heard a little bit of the live reaction on the station yesterday, and there was a lot of defense mechanisms and coping mechanisms, and it's going to be okay. It's okay to acknowledge Green Bay is looking you in the eyes, that this is going to be a street fight just to win the division. They are now equals in terms of the odds to win the Super Bowl. That's another team in a crowded field that could win the championship this year. So, Lions fans, tell us your thoughts on Parsons, on Brad Holmes, on all of it. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks, a Lions division foe swings arguably the move of the offseason, maybe the decade. The Packers picking up Cowboys pass rusher Micah Parsons for 2 first-round picks and defensive tackle Kenny Clark. Green Bay promptly signing him to a new 4-year, $188 million contract, making him the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history and resetting the market now for an Aiden Hutchinson extension. Michigan State hosts Western Michigan tonight for their annual Friday night season opener at Spartan Stadium. The Broncos expected to play 2 quarterbacks tonight. There's been a competition in camp between redshirt sophomore Brock Lowry and JUCO transfer Brady Jones. Head coach Jonathan Smith says the Spartans are ready for it. Tonight's the annual Stripe the Stadium game at Spartan Stadium, with fans also being promised an enhanced game day experience, hence fireworks potentially. Tailgating's also back at Munn Field. Michigan opens the new season tomorrow night against New Mexico at the Big House in the much-anticipated debut of prized freshman quarterback Bryce Underwood. The Wolverines begin the year 14th ranked, while the Lobos have the fewest returning players in college football. Michigan, big 34.5-point favorites, and the Tigers look to snap a 4-game losing streak. They open up a 3-game holiday weekend series at the Royals tonight. The Skid, their third longest of the season. Chris Paddock gets the ball for the Tigers. Seth Lugo for Kansas City. First pitch, 8:10 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Tom keeps bringing in pages of ticket text. We're going to read them. We also have phone calls to get to. Micah Parsons, Green Bay Packer. Your thoughts on the division? Who's the best team? Your thoughts on Brad Holmes? Your thoughts on Aiden Hutchinson? Price tag just went up, although that was inevitable. John, you think it's going to be what now?
Well, it's going to be in the 50s per year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's get to Stefan. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, this was devastating when I saw this yesterday. There's nothing around it, no sugarcoating. This is actually worse than the Luka Doncic. I think Micah Parsons is more dominant in the sport than Luka Doncic is. I think this is actually worse for Dallas fans. But what I don't understand, okay, so they got Micah Parsons. Okay, so you're Brad Holmes, and there's, like you said, there's nothing being done. And it's not that you go out and get Trey Hendrickson or you go, but they have 3 defensive ends. Okay, they signed 2 practice squad guys that are probably not going to do much. And it's not just that, it's the injuries that you have to start the year. So if you have a guy that goes down in season, who do you have? You don't have anybody. So instead of this Zadarius Smith, I'll throw something out there because I read something maybe it was about a week and a half ago. I don't think the Zadarius Smith thing is happening. I think it would have happened by now.
Yeah.
Why isn't he calling teams to make a trade for like a Kayvon Thibodeau or someone where you have a younger player that might be getting pushed out? That would be my thing. Like, you know, you saw what Micah Parsons. You would not even have to give up nearly what Micah Parsons got. But I don't understand why there isn't any activity at all. I just don't
Stephen,
get it.
he doesn't think it's an issue, a need. He told us live on the radio. He doesn't understand why anybody views edge as a need for this football team. Why he continues to be asked about it. He's like bewildered that we feel the way we feel.
And you know what? It would be a different story if you had a Lee McNeil healthy, you had Josh Pascal healthy, you had Levi Onwuzurike healthy. Like if you had depth on the line, then I would say, okay, the urgency wouldn't be as high. I still think they would need to do something. But now when you're putting El Kadeen out there and you're one injury away from where you were last year, and then you have to go against Micah Parsons in Green Bay, it's just baffling to me.
Appreciate it.
I don't know if Thibodeau's on the market.
I don't know either.
Let's just play the if game.
Mm-hmm.
If that were to happen, and you've got Parsons and Rashawn Gary in Green Bay, or you had Aiden Hutchinson and Kayvon Thibodeau in Detroit.
Can I call it a push?
I would think that's because I was just asking you about Zadarius Smith. Kayvon Thibodeau, I think at this point in his career, is better than or would be more productive than Zadarius. So I think it becomes a push at that point.
Yeah, look, Thibodeau had 11.5 sacks his second season. Last year missed some time, still had 5.5, and there's big upside. Again, I don't know if he's available, but that's a guy thinking outside the box going, what are the Giants doing? 248-539-9797. Kevin in Garden City, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Listen, a couple of points here. Frustrating that Green Bay got Michael Parsons. Absolutely frustrating and disappointing. I think one of the most perplexing things, though, is that when you look at Dan Campbell, even with the most simple of questions that he's asked, there's passion, there's aggression, there's enthusiasm. But with Brad Holmes, it goes kind of the other way. And that's the most perplexing thing. Brad was asked about the defensive end. Well, I don't think so. It's there. He was asked about the extra slot position. Well, it's just there. Come on, man. The passion. Where's the passion? And I think that's where the trepidation and the disconnect comes from. What about Zadarius? Can we go out and get him? What will it cost us? And if you don't want to go get him, tell us why.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to do it, tell us why. And if you're satisfied with where you are, I know he said that in a roundabout way, but give us a little passion and reassure us as fans that we're going to be okay. Or go ahead and admit that y'all good for the next 3 seasons while y'all rake in this money. Maybe I shouldn't have said that on a holiday Friday. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a great day.
Kevin, appreciate it. Yeah, you just want to – he might say, well, I don't need to sell you. Look at the results. We've won back-to-back divisions. But your fan base always wants to get reassured. Mm-hmm. And, John, I don't feel like they've been reassured. And then you throw this Parsons thing later in the day, and I think it has people feeling some type of way. Couple ticket texts. This texter says, the Packers got better, but they're still not the best team in this division. Both things can be true.
Sure, they got a lot better, and there's no question about it. And now it's my reaction was I was disappointed that he ended up in the division. My reaction for the Lions was I still think they should win this division. It just got harder.
I still would pick the Lions to win this division. But yeah, you're not sitting there atop the divisional mountain. You got a co-favorite now. Ticket texter says, can you do a comparison of the Parsons trade to the Khalil Mack trade in 2018? In the end, how did Khalil Mack help the Bears? Thoughts on that? So they added him in 2018, 8 days before the season. He had a sack and a forced fumble in their first game of the year. Instant impact. Yep. They had the number 1 defense in the National Football League, and they won the NFC North. They had a pretty big impact. No, they didn't win the Super Bowl, so I guess the joke's on them. But they lost that year. People famously remember the double doink. Yeah. And Mitch Trubisky and Matt Nagy were not able to capitalize on their first-place defense. But Khalil Mack was a game wrecker. And, John, I agree with you when you said this. Parsons is better than Khalil Mack.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's not close. Khalil Mack was a terrific player, especially in his prime.
But if this gives the Packers the number 1 defense in the NFL and wins them the division, that's a hell of a move.
Micah Parsons is going into his 5th season. And that's part of the difference. He is so young. He's only 26 years old. And so this is not just an issue for the next 4 years.
The best is yet to come, you would argue.
This is an issue for longer than that.
It's an issue beyond week 1. It's an issue beyond even this season. You're right. He's going to be a terror for years. Ticket texter said, Green Bay understands pass rush matters. Brad is too smug and would rather stick it to the fans than fill the second edge spot. It's clear as day to me. We will be 3rd in the division. Injuries piling up. Brandon and Hazel Park.
I don't think he's trying to stick it to the fans. That's not what this is. He has a philosophy, and I'll give him credit. He's got a philosophy which he's developed over the length of his career, of his life, that he believes in. And he is operating under those beliefs. And he's going to hold tight to those beliefs. So what it says is your beliefs better get it done.
Yeah.
Because we're watching another team do it a different way.
If the Packers win the division and win a Super Bowl the next 2 years and the Lions don't, it will do irreparable damage to this town unlike we've ever seen before. Josh in Warren.
Seems a little dramatic.
But John,
I don't think irreparable harm. I think it'll be very
The city will be
upsetting.
On fire if Green Bay wins the Super Bowl while we sit here thinking, well, at least we've got the cap sheet in order for 27 and 28 and 29. That's not what we don't do, like parades for like the cap sheet being in order. That does feel like what they're doing here is they want to keep everybody, or as many of them as they can, and that's what's stopping them from making a more aggressive move. And that's okay as long as you actually win the Super Bowl. But if you end up as the bridesmaid and never the bride, while everybody else around you makes aggressive moves and wins,
well, I just want to make
look
sure,
like a chump.
And you can clarify however you want. Yeah. I'm not mad that Detroit didn't do this trade. Would I have loved it? Yes. Would I be dancing in the streets? Yes. But I never saw this as a possibility. What I'm upset about is that they're not addressing the edge position with anyone. Josh Pascal, not even available. And Za'Darius is available. We keep going back to him because he's available. It costs you no draft capital to improve your team.
The argument to have made any kind of move over last year or this year is that basically you're treating your roster as if you have a rookie QB. You have a bunch of guys on rookie deals. Take advantage of it and push the envelope. Parsons might not fit that profile because of the commitment, and you got to pay Aiden. You know, you get yourself into cap trouble, okay? Maybe he's not, but that's like where I get frustrated is why didn't they push the envelope on Trey Hendrickson?
Right.
You know, why you could even entertain that going into before last season in the offseason. Like, you see what I'm saying? There was a window there where you could have really pushed it with a 2 or 3 year deal and not affected your future.
Yeah, and John, it's a good clarification. I'm not saying that this was the be-all, end-all, that if Brad Holmes, he didn't make this deal, therefore it's the bigger picture. It's the urgency quotient from other teams versus the urgency from Detroit. Big picture.
I hope, here's my hope. We are, and the city is jumping on Brad Holmes right now. My hope is that he's holding on to these receipts, and at the end of the year, we get a look back at Aiden Hutchinson with greater than 17 sacks. That was in fact or fiction.
Defensive Player of the Year.
Defensive Player of the Year, and that you're looking at any edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson, but Marcus Davenport is a guy that is 8 sacks and plays in 15 games.
And our defense is locked down, legitimate.
Yep. That's my hope. I hope Brad Holmes is right.
Me too. I mean, we've done it with Scott Harris too, right? Like, we wanted more at the deadline. Do I hope he's right? Yeah. Hope's not a strategy.
Hope's not a great strategy.
Yeah, you know.
Heard that one.
Phone calls, ticket texts. We've got the picks back. It's the first football Friday with the picks at 8:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, good morning. Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping thousands of guys across Southeast Michigan regrow their hair and restore their confidence. To celebrate, he's giving you $1,000 off any hair transplant to mark the milestone. So Dr. B, he is a true pioneer. He's one of the first to use your own hair to stimulate new growth. What once seemed like science fiction is now changing lives right here in Michigan. He believes in it so much, not only has he had the procedure himself, he's also performed it on his own son. So forget those outdated methods. There's no stitches, no staples, no embarrassing scars, just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that keep improving, and he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you're going to have. Book now at MichiganHairRestoration.com. Make sure you mention 97.1 to unlock your exclusive $1,000 off before it's gone.
In sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That someone is David Femininio. His slogan, get David, get paid. Well, to him, it's not just a slogan. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Some of your ticket texts on Micah Parsons. We got the picks back at 8:35 this morning. Heather Park sitting with the trophy.
All day. It's been right here.
Texters.
John hates it.
So much.
I don't like it either.
It's so annoying.
Green Bay got Micah, but gave up their run-stuffing D-tackle. Guess what we're going to do all game? Run the ball, John, in Oakland. Green Bay had a top 10 run defense last year. I think they're still going to be pretty stout against the run without Kenny Clark. And I think their defense overall will be better with Micah Parsons.
Yes, it's a give and take a little bit. I don't think they're going to be as effective. I don't think they dropped to 20th or 30th against the run.
No, Kenny Clark was going to be 30 years old. He'd already kind of been going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Texter says, what you're saying is the guy laying on the training table is now going to make a difference for Green Bay. Good to know. Oh, that was a stunt.
All right, so if anyone thinks that his back was legitimately hurt, I don't know that you understand how this is going.
Yeah.
And the whole fact that he was getting a second opinion.
It was a game.
It's all a game. He was there, so he wasn't going to rack up fines.
If you believe that, I have oceanfront property in Lincoln, Nebraska to sell to you. Texter says...
You just love Nebraska this year.
I got their win last night. Annoying. That's right, baby.
Yeah, eked by.
Text says, congrats, Green Bay. You'll finally be able to compete. But I'm not downplaying the trade, but I view it like this. The Lions will go 5-1 or 4-2 in the division. One of those losses will be to Green Bay. As a Packers fan, to sum up my feelings, sportsgasm. The contract is brutal. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. To the phones we go. Red in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Good morning.
Good morning, fellas.
What's up?
I want to be calm. I want to be calm and collected. I want to vent, though. I think that, like, this trade has a huge impact on the division, the league, and everything else. And it also contradicts everything Brad has said. He says that, like, you don't need two edge rushers, or nobody has two edge rushers. No, now Green Bay has two edge rushers. Now, and then it affects us because we have to play Green Bay twice. I think that, like, I miss the parade we had. You know, I must have missed it. Why aren't we out and trying to do something different that we have done in the past? Like, if the opportunity presents itself, why can't we be better? Why can't we be better, you know, as a team? He was there. He was available. Like, I don't get, like...
So, Red, let me ask you this.
Hold on. I want to say this real quick. Why are we worried about a future signing players where if we get this player, right? If we get this player in whatever contract or whatever hill we in with the contract, why can't we win the Super Bowl with Michael Parsons and then trade him off? Say, hey, thank you. The city needed a championship, and we get out of cap space. I think that it's mind-boggling to me, and it pisses me off so bad because if you got the opportunity, just let's do something. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what I wanted to tee you up for. So you'd have a huge dead cap hit if you traded Parsons a year into the deal or 2 years into the deal. But let's play the game where the Lions said, you know what, we actually are all in, not just to say it, but to be it, and it comes at a real cost. We're going to give up the 2 firsts. We're going to trade Aleem McNeil, who was injured half the year anyway. That's a comparable offer. What it means, we will not be able to re-sign J-Mo. We cannot re-sign Laporta. We cannot re-sign Brian Branch. We'll have to cut Kirby Joseph, and that will be 2027's problem. We're going to have to nuke some of our foundation. But you know what? It'll feel great when we had that parade because we won the Super Bowl. It'll feel great because we delivered a championship for the city. Would you make that trade knowing you got 2 years with him and then it's all going to start washing down? Would you do it?
If Brad Holmes is doing this job, right? Why can't we replace them players? And then, like
another
I
good
said,
point. That's a fair point.
Trade them off.
That's a fair point. If
Trade
you could
them
just go
off.
find
Trade
Kirby
them
Joseph
back
and
off.
you go find St. Brown in the 4th and Kirby Joseph in the 3rd and the next to Lee McNeil in the 3rd. Yeah. I mean, that's the other reason why you would do it and go, well, we can't keep these guys. We'll replace these guys. We'll keep the train on the tracks because Brad Holmes is the best drafter in the National Football League. They're electing to go a different route. They do not want to burn the boats and go all in and burn the future. And that's their prerogative. Other teams will, and they have to compete with those teams. When you build for sustained success, you invite more desperate teams to your level. And Green Bay is eye level after making that move. They are co-favorites. They're actually ahead in the odds. I think some of that might be like the initial reaction to the deal, but call them co-favorites. They're a problem. And it's because they're willing to burn their future. And if it's not Green Bay, it'll be somebody else next year. Sustained success only works if you win a championship.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're the bridesmaid and never the bride. One more quick call before the news. Let's get to Jerry. What's up?
Hi, guys. How you doing this morning?
Good.
What's up?
Hey, I see panic in the city. I agree he's a great player. He's going to help Green Bay, but I think our defense is like John. I think we'll match up. But I am so tired of hearing how great their offense and Love is. I think we're a lot better in the quarterback position. Nationally, this guy gets so much love. It's kind of funny.
Right.
But I don't see it. Parsons can get hurt just like Hutch did. I mean, I think panic in the city is there, but I think that our offense puts us over Green Bay is what I think.
I would still take Detroit. Like if we're doing the deep breath.
Yeah.
Not again, I'm not trying to panic today. I'm just trying to not do like the coping mechanism thing and deny how impactful Parsons will be. I'd still take Detroit because, John, to his point, I like Gibbs more than Jacobs.
Yeah.
I like our receivers more than their receivers. I like our tight end, although I think Kraft could be pretty good.
I like our quarterback better than theirs.
I like our quarterback better than theirs. I would still take the Lions.
I would too, but it just got a lot more difficult.
And it's okay to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Foreman Mills. Hey, Forbes has ranked 14 Michigan colleges and universities in its 2026 America's Top Colleges list.
Oh, really?
So that's great. The top Michigan college is Michigan, which was ranked number 21 out of 500 nationally. The second on the list is Michigan State, ranked at number 79, followed by Kalamazoo College, Kettering University, and Michigan Tech at 250. Obviously, there's 14.
Yeah.
I could read them all, I guess, but
no,
I'm not
that's
going
okay.
to.
We just want to hear the top one.
I know, I figured.
Thank you.
This guy.
A former NFL player who made a nice chunk of money, $40 million during his career, was arrested on 18 charges connected to, quote, an extensive financial fraud scheme involving multiple women that he targeted on online dating sites. Okay, so listen to this.
How did he do this?
Buster Screen. He was first arrested actually back in 2023 in Canada on charges related to this scheme where he was getting money from these women, getting hundreds of thousands of dollars from multiple bank accounts across the country. Then in 2024, he skipped his court date. He cut off his GPS monitor and he went on the run. Okay. Authorities say he was scamming victims out of around $300,000. So basically, he'd go on all these dating sites and he would establish a relationship, right? Like he'd get to know these women. He wasn't covering up who he was,
right?
I don't believe, because he said he would pay them back with his money NFL he was getting.
Annuity.
Yeah. So he wasn't lying about himself.
If the women knew what the NFL annuity was, they knew he was lying.
But he would basically say he was in financial trouble and he needed some money. And because they had built this connection, they would send him money. And then obviously he never paid them back. He just lived this really lavish lifestyle. He used the money to pay for Airbnbs and travel and gift cards. And he was just arrested on Wednesday at a home in Georgia. He's also a wanted fugitive in Canada. So there's a lot going on for this guy.
International fugitive.
My goodness gracious. Dictionary.com just announced that they've added more than 1,200 new words or terms so far this year alone. Here's some. I picked a few that you might not have heard of. These are more of terms than words. Coffee badging. Have you heard of that about
No.
this? It's like basically where you go to work long enough to get a coffee, swipe your badge or clock in, and then you split and work from home. So you're just
you're just there for the coffee?
I guess
the
so.
office coffee?
You're seen, you have your coffee, and then you get out of there.
Okay.
Congestion pricing, it's reducing extensive traffic by charging motorists a fee.
They're doing
to
that in New
drive.
York.
In New York, they were
Yeah.
doing this, a private vehicle into a city center. Memory investing.
No, never heard of it.
Well, I try and invest in my memory every day.
Don't we all? It's basically where instead of buying stuff and things, you're buying experiences.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. All
And
right.
then you obviously create more memory from those experiences, and that's it. They added Kiss Cam too. We all know that. But
Kiss Cam?
That's not new.
Yeah.
no, it's not new, but apparently it wasn't
It's
on
now
dictionary.com.
new in the dictionary, yeah.
Yeah, so lots of things. Let's see. If you are somebody like me who constantly cracks your neck or your back, you may
Your neck
want
and
to
your back.
listen up. A neurosurgeon says that too much of this cracking could actually be problematic. So this neurosurgeon says, hey, doing it once in a while, like now and then, is okay, but if you're doing it too frequently or with too much force, it could lead to some bad things down the road. Let's see. It says, while the spine is flexible, cracking it too often with an excessive force can lead to joint instability, pinched nerves, and other injuries.
So would this be like, if you go to the chiropractor every week, that's a lot of force and a lot of cracking.
It sure is. But
do
you go to a chiropractor?
No, it scares the hell out of me.
Me too. I've been.
I did when I was playing a couple times because I couldn't move my neck, and when they grab your head, like, and they twist you in these ways and they cracks. It feels better, but it scares the hell out of me. Like my head's gonna fall off.
I've done it before, but it's not a fan. Finally,
birds' heads are falling off.
But it's funny. I bring it up, and I already feel like I have to crack my neck.
Yeah.
Like just the sound, talking about it. I have to do it. According to science, chocolate can actually taste better if you eat it while listening to one specific song. There's a researcher who reviewed 60 years of scientific research on multisensory integration and composed some music around, quote, sonic qualities proven to affect flavor. So there's a song. You can actually find it online.
It's not an actual song that we know.
No, it's called Sweetest Melody. This scientist just created it. The song lasts as long as a piece of chocolate will melt in your mouth. They say around 64 seconds. You can find it on YouTube or Spotify. So go home and give it a
4
try.
seconds. It's like how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll?
Yeah. Could be fun. I don't know.
Sure could be. Heather with the news. That feels bizarre.
Yes.
We'll get to the picks
sorry.
next. It's 97.1.
Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. And when I have questions about my finances, I turn to my bank. That's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants Bank doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life and my personal and financial goals and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's their community as well. It's where they live and work, and we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
The end of the Micah Parsons story still being written. Got to ask you before you go. How would he look in a Lions uniform? What would that look like?
What'd you just say? Micah in a Lions uniform? Is that the rumors going
Yeah.
around?
Yeah.
There's no way. I don't know, man. I mean, it'd be great to play with him. Don't get me wrong, but I think he's gonna get his deal. He'll get his deal done.
He's going to go somewhere in the NFC North. And I was curious, like, you two together would be a pretty insane.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Am I
No, we
missing
don't.
something? Have
We
I
don't
not heard
know.
anything?
We don't know. The story is still unwritten.
Okay. Yeah. Well, hey, trust me, it'd be a dangerous combo if we were together. But I don't know. I think I don't think he'll get his deal done. That's what I think.
The end of the
I want to take just a moment for all our listeners to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing this month. And maybe you need a new truck in the driveway. Who doesn't? Get Motor City's hottest truck, the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, for an unbelievable $199 a month. Another thrilling option is the GMC Sierra EV, built to exceed what you thought an electric truck could be with over 600 horsepower, and that comes standard. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. GM estimated horsepower rating must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees extra. No security deposit required. That's awesome. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles. At participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. You can find more information at gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
The end of the Micah Parsons story still being written. Got to ask you before you go. How would he look in a Lions uniform? What would that look like?
What'd you just say? Micah in a Lions uniform? Is that the rumors going
Yeah.
around?
Yeah.
There's no way. I don't know, man. I mean, it'd be great to play with him. Don't get me wrong, but I think it. I mean, he's gonna get his deal. He'll get his deal done.
He's going to go somewhere in the NFC North. And I was curious, like, you two together would be a pretty insane.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Am I
No, we
missing
don't.
something? Have
We
I
don't
not heard
know.
anything?
We don't know. The story is still unwritten.
Okay. Yeah. Well, hey, trust me, it'd be a dangerous combo if we were together. But I don't know. I don't think he'll get his deal done. That's what I think.
The end of the Micah Parsons story still being written. Got to ask you before you go. How would he
We've been talking about it all morning. Micah Parsons to the Packers. Want to know how the city of Detroit feels today? Open lines 248-539-9797. 2 firsts and Kenny Clark got it done. What was Dallas thinking? We know what Green Bay was thinking. We're all in. Now what's Detroit thinking? 248-539-9797. What do you think of Brad Holmes? What do you think of this division? What do you think of the payday Aiden Hutchinson's about to get? It's all on the table for you this morning.
In the defense of Brad Holmes, because I didn't really think Hendrickson was gettable. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. Now that you know it's a one-year deal, maybe it could have happened. Max Crosby, that was kind of a pipe dream. But Myles Garrett, that's the one where I thought, okay, because he wasn't asking for a new contract. Ultimately, he got that from Cleveland. He was just simply asking to be traded to a contender. He wanted out of Cleveland until they gave him more money than he could refuse.
Right.
And his cap hit was only going to be $20 million a year. And we haven't heard specifically from Cleveland or from Detroit, but we have heard sources say, who was the team that called the most about exploring the options of Myles Garrett?
Right.
It was Detroit. So you got to imagine that, when we say, make the call, pick up the phone. I don't know if he picked up the phone or not to Dallas.
Publicly, he's made comments that would indicate he was not picking up the phone to add another elite edge rusher.
And I understand that because of the price tag that came with it. Not the 2 draft picks, it's the price tag
on the extension.
The extension.
4 years, $188 million, $47 million on average. It really F's up your cap sheet to add a player like that, and you wouldn't be able to keep everybody else. But the Lions made the decision. They're trying to be more sustainable. They're not all in. That's the gamble you make. We do know Micah Parsons was the only one of these edge guys that was actually dealt, right? It's hard to hold it against him with the other guys who didn't get traded.
So you mentioned, being sustainable. Define what sustainability is. Is that being like Kansas City, take away the Super Bowls, but it's them or Buffalo simply winning the division every year?
Yeah, it's the thought process that if I'm in it every year, I'll win it eventually.
Okay, so
it's kind of like what Scott Harris said about the Tigers. We'll get in every year and we'll have a chance because we're in every year.
With that sustainability in mind, do you think that, well, I'll tell you this, it just got a lot harder to win the division every year?
Yeah, it did. Because, again, you have your philosophy of we're going to keep the guys. We want 3, 4, 5 cracks at this as opposed to 1 or 2. But other teams are going to bubble up and say, we're going all in. We're trading for Matthew Stafford and we'll go win the Super Bowl with the Rams. The Eagles are going to say, we'll light first-round picks on fire to get A.J. Brown and then go get a running back in Saquon Barkley. Green Bay, I'm not telling you this guarantees them a Super Bowl, but they're willing to be more desperate. And if it's not Green Bay, it'll be somebody else next year. When will it be the Lions' year to be desperate enough to chase the Super Bowl with everything they got? And I think Holmes has told us there will not be that year. Our philosophy is to be in the thick of it every single year. You take issue with it, 248-539-9797. As we assess the division today, I use the betting market not as gospel, but as a talking point. The reaction to this deal was that the Packers are the favorites in the NFC North. I'd still take the Lions. I think some of that is the instant reaction to people going, listen, the Packers are very good. I would put these teams as co-favorites. I think they are staring at each other eye level is how I would put it to people today. And I'd still take the roster that's better in Detroit, but this just got a hell of a lot harder. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not declaring the division over. I'm not backing down from a fight. Bring it on, Lions, Packers. Week 1's going to be electric. Green Bay's a problem. Mm-hmm. They were willing to do what Detroit was not willing to do, and now they're going to be a bigger problem moving forward. Now, we were just talking off air. If we get to the deadline, Trey Hendrickson is on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Is there a world where they make that move as a counterpunch?
Yes. That world does exist. And we saw, last year that Brad Holmes was willing to make a trade deadline deal. And so what's the scenario where that happens is, okay, you're in a tight competition with Green Bay to win the division. And maybe I don't think you're really going to be in contention for the 1 overall seed just because of the schedule.
Yeah.
But Cincinnati starts out the way that they have traditionally started out. And we know that they're going to put up a lot of points, but their defense is absolutely no better than it was last year. Now, they do have the right to improve, but I don't know that you're going to see them go from, a bottom third or bottom quarter in defense up to a top 10 defense. This is not going to happen. So if they're maybe out of contention at that point, or things are trending that way, would they be willing to part ways with Trey Hendrickson, knowing that he's on an expiring contract, going to leave in free agency no matter what?
It would be the perfect fit in the sense that Detroit would not be extending him and compromising long-term cap.
He's going to have to give up some capital.
But I think we're all cool with that. I would hope they'd be cool with giving up a first-round pick or more to get a deal done.
You get to the trade deadline, and especially since he's on an expiring contract, I don't know that it would be a first that you'd have to give up.
But I would tell them it's a first and you're going to do it because you can't possibly beat that offer. We will be a little bit desperate because we need to chase the Super Bowl here.
Right, and to your point, if you win the Super Bowl, that first is a 32nd overall pick.
Now, I'm not suggesting you'd have to give up 2 firsts like the Parsons deal. There was an extension that came with that. But I would keep an eye on it. It would require Brad Holmes to shift the philosophy that he's given out publicly to make that deal, but it would not compromise their cap long term if, since he got off to a slow start and Detroit was maybe rocky at 500 and said, you know what? We're not going to sit idly by and let someone come in this division and pass us. And that's the thing. They've invited others to catch them by not operating with a level of desperation or urgency. 248-539-9797. We got ticket text. We got phone calls. Our football coverage on 97.1 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Lions, preparing for their opener against the Packers, now have to game plan against one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. Green Bay trading for Cowboys edge Micah Parsons, and they've given him a new contract, the highest non-quarterback deal in league history, $188 million to be exact. Parsons averaging over 14 sacks a season in his career. He's got 2 in 2 career games against the Lions. Michigan State opens the new season against Western in East Lansing tonight. The Spartans have got a new look running back room. Nate Carter, K'Ron Lynch-Adams, they've both graduated. Michigan State returning just 14 carries from last season. The fifth-year senior Elijah Toliver comes over from Sacramento State. He posted 950 yards and 7 touchdowns last year. Sophomores Mekhi Frazier and Brandon Tullis will also have featured roles. Quarterback Aiden Childs calls all 3 of these guys do-it-all backs. The Spartans 20.5-point favorites over Western. Bryce Underwood makes his highly anticipated college debut tomorrow night. Number 14 Michigan opens up their season against New Mexico in Ann Arbor. It's the first ever meeting between the Wolverines and Lobos, though Michigan did open the season against a different Mountain West team last year. They beat Fresno State. Wolverines 34.5-point favorites at the Big House tomorrow, and the Tigers look to snap a 4-game losing streak when they open a 3-game holiday weekend series at the Royals tonight. This skid their 3rd longest of the season. Chris Paddock gets the ball for the Tigers. Seth Lugo for KC. That first pitch 8-10 right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Before we get to the phones, and they're lighting up, we want thoughts on this. Micah Parsons, how do we feel in Detroit today? He's in the Green Bay Packer uniform. He'll play against Detroit in Week 1. And they are listed as the favorites to win the NFC North. And, John, I think you brought up, like, some of this isn't, well, Detroit should have made that trade. Although, hey, you could make the case go all in. It's also the backdrop of a lack of urgency and puzzling comments from Brad Holmes about that edge position here in Detroit.
Yeah, going into the season right now with... Okay, great that we have Aiden Hutchinson back. We heard about the Aiden Hutchinson rule throughout all of camp, and when they were, going against Miami, like they implemented that rule too. But opposite him, Marcus Davenport. What is even the over/under on games that he plays? 4?
Sure.
4.5?
Yeah, the most he's played in the Lions uniform, most he played in 3 years.
And other than him, you got Tyler Lacey, Aquadine Muhammad, and I think Muhammad is a solid player, but he's no game changer.
He's a rotation
Tyrus
guy.
Wheat and Josh Pascal, who at best isn't going to be available until week 5.
Yeah, you'd feel better about, hey, they added Parsons, they went bold, we have our Parsons and Aiden, but we paired Aiden up with somebody.
Right.
You'd feel a lot better if they had done that this offseason.
The cap space is there.
And they plan on rolling some over. Well, while you roll over cap space, other teams are going to use it, and they're going to compete with you on Sundays. And that's the reality. Now, I wanted to hit a couple narratives before we get the phone calls, because I've seen a lot of, and I get it, like, the Lions are our team. We don't want to believe that someone's coming into our division and going to take it from us, and certainly not without a fight. But I've seen a lot of, like, defense mechanism talking points. One is, we have Penei Sewell. We can neutralize Micah Parsons. John, I think you made a great point about this. You played the position. You can win every rep, but the one that you lose is a fumble,
Yep.
It's a sack, it's a game changer. Micah Parsons has played the Lions twice in his career. He has 2 sacks, and some of this is they move him away from Sewell. They'll move him inside. They'll move him to the left side. They'll put him against Decker. It's not enough to just say, we have Penei Sewell. I've seen people suggest he's only one player. Well, if he was the one player we added last night, I tend to think Lions fans would be treating it a little differently. We wouldn't be downplaying it.
Yeah, and the thing is, all right, if he lines up over Penei Sewell, I like those odds. I'll take Penei Sewell all day long. I'll back him. But, I mean, have you ever heard of a TE stunt?
Yeah, right.
All right. Oh, so all of a sudden, Penei is blocking their defensive tackle, and he's coming around on Tate Ratledge. Or Tate Ratledge and Graham Glasgow. Like, both of those players combined are not Penei Sewell.
Right.
Or he lines up over Taylor Decker.
Yeah. So I think you can't do the we have Sewell. You can't do the he's only one player. People have said, well, what did it get the Bears when they gave up a lot for Khalil Mack? Well, it gave them the number 1 defense, and it won them the division. And if they didn't have Mitch Trubisky in the double doink, they may have made a deeper run. I think Green Bay is better positioned than Chicago was when they added Khalil Mack. I've seen the argument that now Green Bay won't have a run defense. They were top 10 last year. Kenny Clark had been going south. I still think they're going to be stout against the run, and I think the net positive is going to be greater with Parsons. I've seen, well, Dallas didn't win the Super Bowl with Parsons. Green Bay is better than Dallas. Like, it's a lot of this stuff. I think people they're defensive because these are our Lions, and we don't want to believe that the Lions aren't going to be that team. But Green Bay is putting a real effort out there. This is an all-in move to challenge the Detroit Lions. And I thought one of the best messages we got today was on Twitch. A texter said, I never thought I would see the day another team in the division would have to pull off a blockbuster to keep up with the Lions.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay, beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
But they did, to their credit.
Yeah, they did.
And now it's game on. A couple more texts. It says, I'm so tired of this business of keeping GM's job safe in Detroit by letting them play the long game rather than going for it. I want a Super Bowl. I want a World Series. Let Brad cook in someone else's kitchen. Take Scott Harris as a sous chef. Get people who want to win now. We're not throwing the guys out today.
No.
But I understand the frustration. I do agree with John that a move needed to be made, whether it was via trade for a league average edge guy or something in the draft or Za'Darius or somebody. The last 2 off seasons, to be honest, it's not even about the Micah deal. It's about having a move that makes this team better.
And, I mean, we've heard Brad Holmes and even Dan talk about, like, player acquisition never stops. They have a roster spot available. The easiest solution, and we've dug it into the ground, buried it. It's Za'Darius. Mm-hmm. You could make a trade. You could take somebody, or you could pursue someone on someone else's roster. It doesn't have to be at the level of a top 5 pass rusher.
No.
It's just simply somebody better than what you have right now on your roster that provides you a better opportunity to pursue the quarterback.
Ticket text phone calls 248-539-9797. Chris in Ypsilanti, good morning.
Hey, guys. I'm going to just kind of take a different angle here. I think first, Lions fans need to realize that the Packers are a better team than they were yesterday. And so, like, that's just the truth that we have to accept. But I do want to attack this narrative that the Lions could have made a similar move or should have made a similar move. I think the point you guys made about Trey as maybe a mid-season target on his current deal, I think that I might be willing to entertain that move depending on the cost. But Micah signed for 4 years, $133 million guaranteed, which means that Aiden is going to sign for 4 years, $133.1 million guaranteed. The way this works is that at the time of signing, all of that guaranteed money has to be sitting in cash in escrow at the time of signing. So to do both Micah and Aiden, you would need $266.1 million in cash in escrow. That's over $250 million. The Lions just put $250 million in cash in escrow last year for Penn and Goff. There's like a really real possibility that the Lions just don't have another $250 million sitting in cash right now. So for all the Lions fans that said, well, why didn't we get Micah? You have to just reckon with the fact that you probably don't have the cash to do that deal. So that's a big hurdle. The Cincinnati Bengals had to sell the naming rights to their stadium just to get Jamar. Well, yeah, to get Joe Burrow, Jamar, and T. Right?
Yeah.
Like that's not Paul Brown Stadium anymore. So like that, and that's what Brad said in his most recent interview with 97 won the ticket. That it's not really the cap that's the issue. It's the cash, in hand. And
we were sitting
they're
there
looking forward.
talking to him at training camp when he made that point. But I want to back up to something. You got something on that?
We're not saying the Lions should have done this deal. We would have loved it. But I understand the cash on hand. I understand the cap. I understand we want to keep Aiden Hutchinson.
Well, but I was just going to say, that's the other side of this. You could say they should or should not have made the deal. To say they could not have made the deal, they could have brought in Parsons and not extended Aiden Hutchinson. I'm not saying that's the right thing, but they could have. They could have said, Aiden's got 2 years in a Lions uniform. We're not extending him. We're going to get 2 years of Parsons and 2 years of Aiden together, and we're going to get one of them to stay long-term. Ideally, it would have been Aiden, but the only way we can get Parsons is to pay him first. To say they couldn't do it is silly. They could. It would just come at the sacrifice of who's on the team in 2027.
You do it right now. You're not paying Aiden.
Yeah.
And then you can decide down the road, Aiden, do you...
Or am I trading St. Brown, or am I cutting Kirby Joseph?
You're trading Aiden.
Right.
You know, and you're getting back capital.
And I get it. He's a hometown guy. Nobody wants to do it. But they could have. They could have.
No, as this kind of sinks in with me, I'm more frustrated that they didn't make a play after the 12-5 season. I really am. The signals were there that they were going to be great. They had the young talent, and they should have taken advantage of all the cap space they had then. And maybe the target back then would have been Trey Hendrickson with an extension. Like you give him the 3-year extension he was looking for $90 million or whatever it was at the time. You know, then that's expiring coming up after this season, and you're paying Aiden. You see what I'm saying? Like they've sat on their butts a little bit here and let what Jim said, people start catching up to them. I still think they'll win the division.
Me too.
And I still think they're a
Tom,
Super Bowl threat.
Imagine a world where they don't. Like, this is everything that Brad Holmes has rallied against. You can't have 2 edge rushers. You can't make moves like this. You want to be sustained, successful. It would be a direct shot at Brad Holmes if Green Bay came in here and won this division.
I kind of agree with the fact that it's very hard to have 2 edge rushers that you're paying big bucks to. Like the huge, so Aiden gets his contract. There's no way you can have that on your cap, right? But there was a place here, like you were saying, with they could have got Parsons and let Aiden eventually leave. There's a place where you can intertwine them because they're both not getting paid or one's contract's expiring.
Well, we were saying that with Myles Garrett. You could take him on and not extend him, and then you extend Aiden, right? Or Trey Hendrickson, we just floated out as if they're not winning and you trade for him. I'm not paying Hendrickson and Hutch. I'd still only be paying Hutch. Hendrickson would be on an expiring contract. There are ways to get creative and navigate the cap. And when you know what gets me? They know how to do that. We've seen them be savvy and creative manipulating the salary cap already. Yet when it comes to this, it's like, me no understand cap. Yes, you guys do. You guys are really good at this. But now it's just we can't connect the dots. You could. You chose not to. That's the gamble they're making. Green Bay's making a gamble to mortgage the future and give up 2 firsts and move on from Kenny Clark and chase the championship this year. Detroit's gamble is not doing it. That's the other side of it.
A point I don't think it's been made on the air this morning. I've made it to you off there though. Is I do think LaFleur and Gutekunst they have to win. They've been there a while now. Did they make this move because they're feeling it? They've internally been told it's time to get to a Super Bowl. I mean,
it ratchets the pressure. There's no doubt.
They marry themselves to love. The people are chattering that maybe Love's not good and not worth that money.
Yeah.
Other people think he could be an MVP.
Speaking of Aiden Hutchinson, he was on Up and Kay Adams' show. This was before the trade went down. We have some audio. Aiden was asked about the possibility of adding Micah Parsons to the Detroit Lions. We'll play his response next, plus your phone calls, 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather. Did you know military veterans in our area are holding on to millions in debt? That's why Verizon is partnering with the Detroit Lions to tackle it head on. At Verizon, they know how valuable veterans are. They employ over 8,000 of them, and they don't want to see our veterans held back by financial debt. So they're stepping up, committing to eliminate up to $1 million in veteran debt in the greater Detroit area this year. Plus, for every Lions win, an additional $100,000 will be eliminated. And that's not all. Verizon is giving active military and veteran families a special mobile plan discount starting at just $25 per line a month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome. And they're backing it with a 3-year price lock guarantee. Verizon is freeing some of our best from financial burdens. Stop by a Verizon store and learn more and see how they're honoring our veterans today. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes, Maurice and Jerry are going to be right there for you. They're local. You can sit down with them face-to-face and figure it out. It's not a tax organization with some random individual you're never going to meet. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
John, you said today it's kind of a wellness check on Dallas. First
oh, my
Luka,
goodness.
Now Parsons.
So let's compare it. And I'm not going to say Cade because Cade's not on the level of Luka yet, but let's just say it was within a span of 6 months, they traded Skubal and Aiden Hutchinson.
The city would be on fire.
It just, yeah.
Riots in the streets.
Can you imagine what we would be going through right now?
Jerry Jones. I told you my favorite tweet from last night was a black and white photo of Jerry Jones, and it said, heartbreaking. Jerry Jones found alive, 82 years old. They are pissed.
Yes.
248-539-9797. And on the other side of things, Green Bay is pumped. 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark. Early in the day, Aiden Hutchinson was on Kay Adams' show, Up and Adams, and she floated this out. She's like, how would you feel if Parsons was a Lion?
I think we all thought the same thing.
I did too.
And I mean, you could hear the surprise in him. Like, and he was trying to figure out, like, what, does she know something? Like, is she breaking news to me? Like, what's going on? Is he coming to Detroit or is he going to the NFC North? Eventually he did.
Yeah.
But he had the same thought that we did. Like, this is what happens in Dallas, right? They did it with Dak multiple times.
And with CD.
With CD.
Oh, they'll kiss and make up.
Yeah. And then last night it was shock when he was traded.
We had a caller call in and say the cash point that you have to have cash on hand to do all these big deals at once. Texter said these owners are sophisticated. They can solve it. Like the idea that the Ford family, the Detroit Lions
can't come up with the money.
What was that Forbes valuation? $5 billion with a B.
Yeah.
You could sell the naming rights to your stadium like Cincinnati did if it really came down to it.
Well, they did.
I know.
It's Ford Field.
Sell the turf, sponsor the, you know what I'm saying? Like you can get creative with this stuff. If you need to get liquid cash, methinks they could find the money if you're an NFL organization.
You know, just throwing out there quick, I've never heard the specifics of how the Ford Field naming rights work when it's within the same family.
Right.
Like, is it really?
Are they actually getting cash?
Yeah, I don't know, but I think Heather had a news story in the past year that said that they re-upped the naming rights for Ford Field.
Okay.
Right,
but I don't know, does cash change hands?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
I
an
don't know.
interesting question.
Yeah, as opposed to if you...
Or do they get a heavy discount?
There would be ways to get cash. It would be silly to think like a professional team in the NFL couldn't get the cash to get the deals done. Let's get to Wood in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Wood, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good morning, Wood.
Listen, I don't really mind though, because that was going to happen, or Dallas was going to sign him, or he was going to go somewhere. It's Micah Parsons. That's cool. I'm not afraid of the Green Bay deal. I just want us to sign Za'Darius. If we could get Z back and pair him up with Hutch, I think we'll be fine. We don't need another superstar, none of that. But what we have is scary, and I just don't understand why that deal hasn't happened. That's my only issue is that. Other than that, I think we're fine. But we need something other than what we have.
Yeah, I think that's kind of become the prevailing notion. In fact, the ticket texter just said, I'm glad the reactions have matured from the initial reaction of we should have added Parsons to the correct take of I know Parsons was unrealistic, but we should have done something more to address the edge position.
I don't have any idea what he said.
You're laughing the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, but you got a buddy with that name. Every time you see him in the morning, you say, morning, Wood.
Good morning, Wood. We're being flooded
Come
with
on, Heather. You
those.
think it's funny? Laugh. Let it go.
I did. I was one of the first ones to look at John as soon as he said it.
Good morning, Wood.
And that's why we're laughing so hard. Yeah.
And with that, let's get to Heather in the news.
I agree. I mean, as soon as those words came out of John's mouth, I looked at him and we both just started laughing. Anyway, Desmond Howard, he just launched this clothing line, a clothing brand that he says will help Michigan pay for its large multi-million fine that it received as part of the penalties from the NCAA investigation into the illegal scouting scheme. So the apparel, I think it all reads the words "just fine" on the front. There's a t-shirt, there's a hat, there's a sweatshirt. They sell from $30 to $50, and they say they're going to go on sale ahead of Saturday's game.
Get it? We got fined record deal for cheating.
Yeah, let's let the fans pay for it.
Thanks to a cold case initiative, the mystery surrounding human remains that were found in Tennessee back in 2020 have finally been solved. So authorities in Tennessee say these human remains belong to a man originally from Livonia. So they were discovered in this wooded area. But due to the state of decomposition, they couldn't be identified. They tried all the usual methods to figure out who this person was, never could do it. So eventually, the DNA sample was sent for genetic testing. And this month, scientists found potential relatives in Michigan, and he was identified as Gerald Forsman. And they don't know how long he was dead because most likely he did not die in 2020. It was far before that. Families say they haven't seen him in 22 years. No cause of death either at this point, but at least one cold case solved.
Okay.
ESPN has made a shakeup to its top NBA broadcast team. Analyst Doris Burke has been demoted and has been replaced by Tim Legler. So I didn't know much about Burke because I haven't followed her, but she's a Hall of Fame analyst, covered 2 consecutive NBA finals. Last year, she became the first woman to be a broadcast analyst for a major U.S. men's sport championship event. So, I mean, she's done great things, it sounds like. She's not going anywhere. She did sign a new multi-year extension. She will be on the network's number 2 NBA broadcast team.
Yeah, I hate the headline because it's just going to give people an excuse to dunk on her as a woman. She's super talented.
Yeah.
I'm pumped for Tim Legler. That's a guy who breaks down games. I'm excited to see him get that promotion.
Dawn Staley is the head coach of South Carolina women's basketball team, but she could have potentially been the coach for the New York Knicks. And on the Post Moves podcast, she revealed that if she would have been offered the position, which she did interview for, she wouldn't have been able to turn it down.
Well, she'd also have to do it for a wallet, too. I mean, it'd be a huge pay raise.
Lots of things for that. Hey, some good news. sort of, depending on how you look at this. Overall, divorce rates in the U.S. are going down.
Good.
That's great
There you go.
news. But there is one specific type of divorce that's on the rise, and it's called menodivorce. And it basically involves middle-aged women going through menopause who are leaving their marriages at record rates. So it's like women 50 and up. They're realizing, this is what, apparently it says it's not a midlife crisis, it's an awakening, is what it's being called by experts. So here, let me give you some details. According to a survey, 7 in 10 women said premenopause or menopause is to blame for the downfall of their marriage. And data shows that divorce rates among adults 50 and older are continuing to rise. In 1990, nearly 1 in 10 divorces in the U.S. were among people of that age. But by 2019, the number grew to almost 1 in 4. And they say, like, men will often blame divorce on, like, irrationality and, like, they're crazy. My wife is crazy. But experts are saying, no, women are gaining clarity. And that clarity is helping them realize, you know what? Things aren't really that good. I've been dealing with them for a long time, and now I want out.
Oh.
So.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people, too, that are staying married till they get their kids out of high school.
Yes.
And then
could be.
it coincides with that same age.
It's a good point.
It does. Yeah. But now a lot of people are waiting longer to get married and
Sure.
waiting
It's
longer to
backing
have
up
babies.
yeah.
So everything is kind
Backed
of
up.
taking place. Yeah. I was joking with Colin. I was like, oh, sweet. Emily's going to be a teenager while I'm going through menopause. Like, this is going to be fun. Like, it's going to be a fun
imagine
time.
his perspective.
I'm sure he's thrilled.
Sweet.
Counting down the days.
Cool.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the Cookie Jar ahead of Labor Day weekend. It's 97.1. Get ready for the football season. It's here. Get ready with Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. If you're thinking about going electric, you can skip the gas station altogether with the 2025 Equinox EV LT, and you can lease yours at Moran for $209 a month. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. It's $209 a month, 24-month lease, $999 down. You can shop and find your ride fast at MoranExpress.com or stop by in person. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. And if you've spent all summer dreaming about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. The weather is cooling down. It's the perfect time to be out in a hot tub. And let me tell you, I got mine from Benenati Pool and Spa, and they made the entire process of getting one so easy. I went there. Their knowledgeable staff helped me pick out a hot tub that was perfect for me and my family. Then they delivered it, they installed it, and they've been there to help with maintenance as well. They handle everything and they make it a total breeze. Benenati Pool and Spa is in Utica. It's next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have this brand new showroom in Clinton Township. It's right off M59 and I-94. And no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Benenati experts who will give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub as well. Now, if you mention my name, this is pretty cool. They're going to take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BenenatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Benenati experience.
That time of year, baby. College football is back. Tonight, the Spartans will play Western. Saturday night, under the lights, Michigan begins their season against New Mexico. Want to lock down some season expectations here before they kick it off?
Sure.
So what do you expect for the Spartans and the Wolverines?
My expectation for Michigan State is 7 wins at a bowl game. That's and I know everybody says, well, it's got to be 8. They got to take this major jump. I don't know that there's a huge difference if you're talking 7 or 8. I mean, it's no difference in level of bowl game you're going to anymore. It's just it's out of the college football playoffs. So, but I do think that there is a big step forward for Jonathan Smith in year 2. I think Aiden Childs is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
I want to see what happens on their defensive front. They could not get pressure on the quarterback. I suspect tonight they will. Western brought in 5 new players from the portal. There's no continuity. Maybe some are good, maybe they're not. MSU's got to get more pass rush for them to turn the corner. I think they'll get to a bowl game because I expect Aiden Childs with those pass catchers to win a couple more games. But that puts them at 7. 7-5, get to a bowl game. For them to get to 8 or 9 wins, I think the improvement has to come on that defensive front.
I would agree. I think they'll be there offensively. I think you're going to see some big numbers put up, and it's just a matter of, in those bigger games, can Aiden Childs against Nebraska, their first big I'm sorry, I'm not Nebraska. I'm looking at the wrong schedule. Against USC. They got 2 trips at USC, at Nebraska. That's why I said Nebraska, because I know they play back-to-back weeks, Michigan State against Nebraska. You can't have those costly turnovers. And against Western, against BC, maybe a little bit of a risk against BC. But Youngstown State, okay, you're gonna get away with some stuff. Are you able to learn with it? Do you gloss over it because they're wins, and they might be big wins, or are you still continuing to improve? And that's with the young players, and I think college players are all young players. You can get a lot better from week 1 to week 12.
Will they have a marquee win on their schedule? And who would it be most likely against? So like Boston College, I wouldn't consider a marquee win. I think that's when they got to win. It's a home game they have to avenge last year. The ones that would qualify as marquee, could they win one of these games? Cross-country USC, at Nebraska, at Indiana. Michigan, of course, rivalry would be a marquee win. And then I think Penn State would be the only one down the stretch that would qualify. Do they get at least one marquee win, John?
And depending on what Iowa looks at the time at the end of the year, I don't know that anybody's expecting them to be any good. They'll be that 7-8 win team.
They beat them last
at
year.
Iowa.
That's fair. It's at Iowa. Fine.
So I would expect, from what I saw from Nebraska last night, I know you got them in the college football playoffs. Hope you're feeling good about that. Yeah. Okay. I think they could go to Lincoln and get that. Could be their first. And you don't have to limit them to one. I think at Indiana, it could be another one.
I think they could beat Michigan. They're hosting Michigan.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see what Michigan looks like. There's a great unknown with Michigan. My expectations for them is, and it will be the same moving forward. I don't care if it's 9 or if it's 10 wins. It's college football playoffs. Anything less than that is disappointment.
Do you expect that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm saying that, and I didn't have them in my college football playoffs.
Yeah. I'm thinking 8 wins. It's one more than last year,
I think it's realistic with a freshman quarterback and an unproven offensive line.
Yeah, I don't think they'll win in Norman. I think they probably split Nebraska, USC. I'm going to take the Buckeyes. I know Michigan's had their number, but that's 3 losses. That'd be 9-3. And then one surprise you don't expect because a freshman quarterback's a freshman quarterback.
And there's a lot of interesting things going into this weekend. One, what's Bryce Underwood going to look like? We won't learn a lot against New Mexico because New Mexico's just not here's the thing about New Mexico. Jason Eck, their coach, was the coach of the Idaho Vandals last year. And he manufactured in week 1 a quote-unquote scare against Oregon. I know Oregon scored with like 5 minutes left, and the final score was 24-14. So by the score, it looked like it was close. You look at the box score, and you're like, how did they keep this close? I mean, it was like 380 yards of offense to 120 yards of offense. It was not close. So, and the turnovers, they just kept moving down the field and missing field goals. But he has that ability to motivate his players. Now, there's a lot of new players. There's more turnover at New Mexico. 75. Repeat that. 75 new players for New Mexico. 7 of them came over from Idaho. with the coach, including offensive coordinator and quarterback. But he only played in 6 games last year. So I say all that to say, like, there's a great unknown, and I don't think you're not going to learn. There's not a high upside to New Mexico, but they do like to play a lot of trick plays. It's part of what Jason Eck does. So it could be entertaining. But the unknown of Ohio State, and I know we're going to learn a lot about them as well as Texas in week 1. Notre Dame with C.J. Carr. And Ohio State, it's Julian Sayin. At Alabama and their quarterback. And I'm a huge fan of him as an individual because he just simply has gone the old school route. Yeah. Didn't transfer, waited his turn, and now he gets a chance. And his name is Ty
Simpson.
Ty Simpson. Yeah, I couldn't remember his last name.
Former 5-star. But has waited plenty, has been very patient. Yeah. So if you missed our picks, by the way, we went through all the big matchups for the upcoming weekend. Go back, use the rewind. You can hear Heather gloat. She's got her trophy. She's the reigning champ.
Of one Heather Park.
And this is the beginning of the end.
We'll see.
Doesn't even have belief in her own household.
We shall.
If you want even deeper picks, Cash the Ticket stuff is out. We have a deeper dive into the big games, rapid fire, all the good stuff. And we talked a little bit about the Portnoy drama from this week, as well as Big Noon versus College Game Day, which we had in the cookie jar.
Mm-hmm.
Some ticket text on the cookie jar, 248-539-9797. Says, Heather's spot on. Pumpkins come out September 1st. Pumpkin Spice is September 1st.
Okay.
Heather, I can't believe you missed this in the news. Women are getting divorced during menopause. They are giving men a pause. Signed Nick on the ticket text. Labor Day is a stay-home holiday. Easter is a stay-home holiday. Christmas stay-home holiday.
Easter is spring break.
Says
well,
no
it used to be, but
it's signed no football, only family. Heather in the studio.
Yes, there you go.
Sure, that could have been from me.
Do you guys Easter is a stay home? Like, do you have traditions on Easter?
Yes, we do have traditions, but not like we don't go to the same person's house every single year, but we do similar things. It kind of alternates whoever wants to host, but
But if the kids' spring break were to line up, Easter was either on the front end or the back end, would you go somewhere for spring break and include that Easter weekend in it?
Maybe if they're a little older. I want to make sure the bunny can find the house.
Yes.
So maybe when they're a little older.
Mm-hmm. Well, bunnies are magic.
We'll
Easter bunny's magic.
It's
He
true.
can find
They
you
really
anywhere. Like the
are.
Tooth Fairy, he can find you anywhere.
It's true.
Santa can find you anywhere.
We haven't got to that.
Even if it's at Ford
yet,
Field.
So.
Hey, John, somebody dropped off that raccoon in your trash can a while back. Where do you stand on
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Yes.
Were you here, Heather, that day?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah.
It was startling. I'm under attack.
It's crazy.
Surprised Mr. Michigan man didn't pick the blue wall and Big Noon kickoff for his preference.
Why would I pick Big Noon? Well, just because I like noon games.
Well, no. Yeah,
I mean, okay, Matt is a friend, but I'm not gonna pick Matt Leinart.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna. No, I prefer College Game Day. I prefer. They've been so good at what they've done for so long, and they have updated. I think Saban is great on College Game Day. I think McAfee. I'm not a giant McAfee fan, but I think he is great on College Game Day.
Doug and Gator in the studio. Guys, good morning, or as John would say,
morning. I didn't hear what it was.
Yeah,
I don't know my
we had a caller whose name was Wood, and I inadvertently said, "Morning, Wood." Morning, Wood. And that was the same reaction I had. I actually had to turn my mic off because I locked eyes with Heather, and she heard the same thing. She lost it. Which is, I'm blaming her. This is why I
had
lost
tears
it.
in my eye. It's mainly your reaction, and you can't stop your laughing, which then gets me going, and then it's great.
Morning, Wood. Well, we had a caller yesterday whose name was Black. So that was kind of fun. It's like, hello, Black. Black was a good caller.
Yeah.
He actually had
It's-
some good things to say.
Love those moments.
By the way, did you notice John's little low key, little name drop there? No. Matt's a friend. Matt Leinart. He is.
Oh, well, he is a friend. Yeah,
I
he
know.
went to high school with my.
I get
Yeah.
it.
Well, he's more a friend of my wife's. He went to high school
Heyo.
with
Oh.
Lisa. So, yeah.
Out of all the schools in California.
Yep. They happen to be same one. Modern day.
Look at that. That's impressive.
Yep.
Anything happened in the NFC North yesterday?
No, we got college football. So it was game day versus big noon kickoff? Is
Yeah.
that what
We did a little of that, yeah.
Which do you prefer?
Game day all day,
Yeah.
every day. I there are aspects that I think that I would like to watch with Big Noon, but then eventually I can't do it. I don't like Urban Meyer.
Yeah.
I don't like
Amen.
Charles Woodson. I really don't like Dave Portnoy, so I'm not even going to give that a shot. Can't do it. So Portnoy's the one that kills it. There's no chance in hell I'll do that. But I do like Saban's great.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick doesn't care anymore. He's
Right.
at that age.
Say
And
anything he
actually,
wants.
when he speaks, he is so full of football knowledge, and he's not afraid to let it out. Like he's different than what you expect when he's in an interview type thing. I love Nick Saban. I think he's great. And McAfee adds entertainment value. Herb Street might be a little too straight and narrow for some people, but I don't mind it. It is what it is.
One of my favorite moments is when they do the kick now.
Oh yeah,
That's almost become must-see TV.
yeah.
Because you just never know. And that's where Herb Street finally starts to loosen up a little bit.
He does. He does, actually. I think as it gets down, he might have a couple beers with the guys before he gets on the field. That's the way I'd do it. What?
So what's the breakdown of the show? I'm sure college football and the Parsons
we'll
stuff.
start with who forgot to hide the bourbon at Valley Ranch and get into the trade that has apparently reshaped the NFC race.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Friday. Come on. Come on, man. Huh?
That's pretty great.
You were in the command center all night?
Yes, I was.
Starting at did you start watching Boise or no?
So I had a long honey-do list, and knowing that she's this time of year, she kind of loses her husband for long periods of time.
Right.
I was working a honey-do list, so I was using the Varsity app to listen to Boise and USF. And it was by the time the second half started, I was down in the command center, had 3 games on, was disappointed in the rain delay in the Central Florida Jacksonville State game. Watch the Ohio comeback on Rutgers. Watched a playoff team get blown out in the second half as Boise fell apart. And watched Nebraska, Cincinnati, before I called it a night. Ready to go, though.
Minnesota?
I had that game on, but I wasn't really paying attention. It filled the screen at one point, but yeah, it was great. It was fantastic. And indeed, it is a Friday, a football Friday. I'm Doug Karstadt, Scott Anderson. Were you taking it all in?
I actually subbed in a golf league last night, so I was playing golf, and by the time I got home, it was almost 8:30.
How'd you do? As a golf league sub, I always feel like there's pressure.
It's 9 holes.
Okay. That's half of normal.
Yes. We teed off just as the rain was subsiding. There was some rain that came in the area.
Okay.
So that was fortunate when that happened. And I played all right. I shot 45 for the 9 holes.
Okay.
Which is bogey golf.
I'd take that.
I'll take
bogey
it.
golf is the goal for me.
Yeah, but there were some horrible shots. I'm like, what just happened there? But had a birdie. That was good. Had a miracle shot. I was actually, because I had a miracle shot out of the sand from 135 yards out. Put it 6 feet from the hole. Like, I don't know where that came from, but I'll take it.
I have no idea where that came from.
It's awesome. But yeah, I played all right, and then got home, was able to navigate the the way home for the first time, figuring out how to get onto 75 South from where I was at. Every time I've done this like 3 or 4 times, I've always made the wrong decision.
Problems?
Yeah, and end up in like downtown Pontiac, which is not where I was supposed to be. So I was able to figure it out for the first time.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It really
he's learning his way around Metro Detroit, people.
It really meant a lot without having to go to navigation. I'm like, I should know this. Why? I mean, I've lived in this area all my life. I should figure this out by this point. But I was able to figure that out. So got home, I picked up some ice cream on the way home, and sat down.
Like you went and got like an ice cream cone, or you went and got a half
tub.
gallon? Oh, you got a tub. Attaboy.
Yeah.
I got crazy last night. I got some popcorn.
Did you?
Yeah.
Good for you.
Some popcorn. I gotta find the brand. It's really good.
Yeah. But I sat down and was watching. I watched Minnesota, and then I was watching Cincinnati, Nebraska. Those are pretty much those are the 2 ones I was going back and forth with, and then other stuff too. But yeah, that was it's great to see football back. And I don't know. Did you guys know this? We probably should have talked about it, but Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged.
Hey.
Yeah.
Did I not tell you their first public appearance would be at this game?
Oh, they were at the game?
Yes, they were.
Oh, I missed.
Yes,
no, I
they were.
That. Yeah. No, it was kind of cool. The entire crowd wearing red, which is understandable. Both teams wear red. And, hey, you're in Kansas City where the Chiefs play. They were red. So it was kind of cool to see the entire crowd wearing red.
Yeah.
And you got a decent game out of it, too.
I mean, it was entertaining. Like, it's football. It's Big Ten. I'm in. I'm used to Nebraska.
How many times this year do you think we're going to see the comparisons of Dylan Raiola to Patrick Mahomes?
Well, let's do one now. Do they look alike? Yes. Got it.
Is it going to be every game that we see this? Because it felt like every game last year we saw it. Now we're starting up this year. I get it. Last night they played in Kansas City, so it makes sense. But
I'm going to go ahead and give the endorsement because I found the brand. All I did is recognize the bag and I grab it. It is the Pop Daddy made with ruby red kernels and pure olive oil, nothing artificial popcorn. So I thought it was avocado oil, but I guess it's not. It's pure olive oil. Pop Daddy made with, it's a red bag, ruby red kernels.
Switch?
I got to see if Pop Daddy has one made in avocado oil. It doesn't really matter. It's one of my favorites, and got it last night.
Add salt and butter or no? Nothing.
No, I just right. I actually
it comes right out of the bag.
It's in a bag. Sorry, I don't pop it myself.
Yeah.
No, it's one of those ones you get
preseason.
Yeah, it's on the shelf there at the grocery store. Okay, so look, apparently the bourbon was flowing at Valley Ranch. We talked about it yesterday and said we thought that on the L, right? We both said he's going to be back with the Cowboys. And then added the caveat, there's always a chance with Jerry. And because Jerry is who he is, there was always a chance. And the question is, did Green Bay take advantage of him? And did the Lions miss out on an opportunity, of course, because Micah Parsons is going to Green Bay for an all-pro defensive tackle who's 30 years old but still productive and 2 first-round picks. Green Bay was a problem in the division already. They're a bigger problem now. 24 hours ago, Scott Anderson, you and I did a show where we played some Brad Holmes cuts. We talked about whether or not this Detroit Lions team was a Super Bowl team. Not all of the reaction but a surprisingly large percentage of the reaction that we got yesterday before the trade was that the Lions were already cooked. They already weren't going to win the Super Bowl. I can't imagine how those people feel now. I think that they think that the run is over. Yeah, because Green Bay made an all-in move. This is a move that many Lions fans want to see the Lions make.
Mm-hmm.
Go all in, grab an elite player that makes you an overwhelming Super Bowl favorite. To hell with the future, right? I mean, and Rams F them picks. The Rams went, 4 or 5 years without a first-round pick because Les Snead was an F them picks guy. Brad Holmes clearly isn't an F them picks guy.
Not yet.
No, not yet. But the Lions didn't make this deal. What would the equivalent of this deal be? Would it be 2 first-rounders and Jack Campbell, 2 first-rounders and Brian Branch, 2 first-rounders? I think if Aleem McNeil wasn't hurt, maybe. But Aleem McNeil's hurt.
But he's signed long-term, so.
He is, but I don't think Jerry would have traded. I don't think if he had his choice between a healthy Kenny Clark and an injured Aleem McNeil, I think he's taking a healthy Kenny Clark.
Yeah, no, I hear you there. And I just think it's something that you couldn't compete because the Packers have space. They have space next year, too. It's the year after where they're going to have to pay the piper, and it's going to be tough for them. So the Lions, I mean, this is what you have to think about. What was the hurt for the Lions if they tried to make a deal like this? Well, first of all, they haven't signed Aiden Hutchinson yet. So everybody that wanted to pair Hutch up with another edge rusher, okay, so you got to pay them both.
You would have had a window. They would have played together for a minute.
Yeah, and that would be awesome. And then you've got sheer chaos with your roster after that because you would have 2 guys who would combine for at least $90 million. Probably closer to $100 million than $90 million.
2 non-quarterbacks.
Yeah, and 2 non-quarterbacks to do that. So in order to make that work, then you would have to recognize that, okay, after this 1 year, we're not going to have guys like Jack Campbell or Jamison Williams or Brian Branch.
It would have been
probably all 3 of them.
It would have been an all-in move, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and it's just
and there's a reason you go all in because you think you have the opportunity and you want to go do it. And it's a ballsy move to do. And like I said, the Packers actually have a couple years in their window before things change up. In a couple years, Elton Jenkins, Lucas Van Ness, Luke Musgrave, Jaden Reed, Tucker Kraft, those guys are all free agents, unrestricted free agents. So it's going to be tough. They're going to have to make tough decisions of who to hang on to and who to let go, like any team would when you make a move like this. But it's calculated for them. Their window is probably a couple years. If the Lions did something like this, it's probably not a couple years. It's probably just this year. And then it's not that you can't win further on. It's that you can't win with the same group of guys.
No,
that's all I'm saying.
And you got to count on not having first-round picks, and you have to replenish the roster. But and look, it comes with challenges. Some people would have been in favor of it, though. We already know that. Some people are like, to hell with the future, to hell with signing the guys. I want a Super Bowl now. And that we get that call all the time. We asked on Twitter today, who would you rather be right now? Now and in the future, would you rather be Detroit or Green Bay? Would you rather be Detroit or Green Bay? 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson on a Football Friday. Later, we'll get to some college football, previewing Michigan State and Western, Michigan and New Mexico. And are we doing the picks? We haven't decided. We should probably do this off the air and not talk about it. Do you want to do picks
Yeah,
today?
I think we did last year. We make picks
Did we?
for the first week, yeah.
College, the Car House Log of the Week and the Shoot the
That's
Boot
right.
Log of the Week. All that coming up then at a 1 o'clock hour. Because I got some stuff percolating.
Do you?
I've been researching.
Okay.
Searching and researching. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll talk college football later, but obviously in the headlines today is the Micah Parsons trade. He is in division now in Green Bay. Are the Lions cooked? Yesterday we had a number of people that already thought they were cooked. I wonder if those people are going to watch the season. Kang, I want to get your 2 cents on this before we go to the Twitter poll and the listeners. Are the Lions cooked?
Maybe I'm a sicko, but when I heard the news, I actually smiled and got excited because it was just huge NFL news. Now, once I kept reading and it was Green Bay, and I'm like, oh, that kind of sucks. But with that even being said, no, the Lions are not cooked. I feel very confident in the Lions, Penei Sewell, the roster that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have built together. Does this make the division tougher to win? Of course it does. The Green Bay Packers just added maybe the premier pass rusher in the league, okay? But they also lost a great run stuffer and a Pro Bowl defensive tackle. So I'll leave out the 2 first-round picks because they don't matter for this season. But they gave up something this year to get, to be great, I guess. Gator, you say it all the time, give up the good to be great. That's what the Packers are trying to do, right?
Yeah.
I still like the Lions roster. I still think, in my mind, the Lions are the favorite. I don't care what Vegas says because money moves the line. But no, Doug, I feel... Like I said, maybe I'm a sicko. I got excited. I cannot wait for football season. Week 1 against the Packers. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yep. But, yeah, I still think the Lions are the better team. And I guess what helps me, too, Doug, is for those that thought they should have got Micah Parsons, that never even entered my mind. So the fact that even if Micah wins somewhere, I knew it wasn't going to be the Lions. It does suck that he went to the Packers. But, like I said, I feel confident in the team. The Lions are not cooked.
248-539-9797. Okay, so the Twitter poll question was, who would you rather be right now, Detroit or Green Bay? Gator, what do you suspect this looks like? What do you suspect that the results look like?
I think it's got to be pretty close. But I'll say the Lions are going to prevail. I'll go 58-42.
Okay. Now and in the future, who would you rather be, Detroit or Green Bay? 83.1% say Detroit. 16.9% say Green Bay.
Wow, I was dead wrong.
What would Greg Kelser say? Looks like there's some Green Bay fans out there.
Well, they said they'd rather be the Lions than Green Bay.
I know, but he always would look at anybody who said the another player's team. He'd always say, it looks like they must have some fans. How come this isn't 100% Detroit? 248-539-9797. Phone calls, ticket text from Laura in Ann Arbor, Detroit, because I'm in favor of the Brad Holmes approach, where we had an opportunity to win with our guys over the course of the next 6 years versus the open the window now this year approach. From John on Twitter, they are handing MCDC ammo for the bulletin board. Detroit is not a favorite with this roster. Okay. No, they're not the favorite in the division anymore. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Dave in Clinton Township here on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, first off, I'd rather be the Lions than Green Bay, just on general purpose alone. Number two, I'm kind of in the minority in this, but I'm kind of iffy on the forego the future thing right now. Number one, Brad Holmes has proven he knows what to do in the draft, so why would I want to give away his best thing that he's got? Number two, there's no guarantee that if you go all in, the guy's not going to get hurt and you're hosed. And if you go back to 1957 and tell Moreau, hey, you're going to win this game, but nothing else for another 60 years, wouldn't that be the most same old Lions thing, to win the Super Bowl and then not win again for another 60 years?
Kind of, yeah.
And that kind of like an analogy, though. The only thing that scares me, Green Bay history repeating itself. You got a young quarterback, talented, pretty good receivers, and you go get a defensive lineman, Reggie White.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, look, I got to tell you, Dave. Last year at this time, if you go back on one calendar year, I'm probably talking about how terrified I am that Green Bay has done it again, that they have handed the torch to the next Hall of Fame quarterback. 1 year later, I'm not as concerned about that, and that's still a major issue. Is this guy going to prove himself? They got a ton of money sunk into two players. There's some challenges that come with what they did, but they've definitely improved their chances.
I'm not as scared now as I would have been 7 years ago. I think our system is set up better to handle this. Not to mention the Lions are kind of match up well with Green Bay, even with that. If they have to run the ball 50 times a game, who cares how many times he sacks the quarterback if we don't pass?
Mm-hmm.
You know, Micah Parsons isn't as good against the run as Aiden Hutchinson is. Not even close.
Hey, appreciate the phone call, Dave. And look, they had a great rush defense a year ago. TJ Slayton, one of their starting defensive tackles, signed with Cincinnati. Now Kenny Clark is traded. The pass rush got better. Micah's a playmaker, no doubt. The run defense got worse. But I mean, the Lions have to prove that they're in the center and the interior of their offensive line that they're going to be as good as they have been, and that has yet to be shown.
Yeah, they had 45 sacks as a team last year, led by Rashawn Gary at 7.5. That was it, just 7.5. Keep in mind, the Lions had, 37 sacks last year, playing most of the season without Hutchinson. But it's a pass rush that also, by the way, was was better at getting to the quarterback than Philadelphia, who won the Super Bowl. But adding Parsons to this team makes him scary because you know what Parsons can do. Rashawn Gary was the focus of teams blocking when it came to pass blocking. Now you can kind of free him up a little bit as well. So the Packers have a pretty good tandem there. It's one of the best tandems in football now. But you're right. The other part of it is that they've lost something in the middle. Yep. So are they more exposed to the run than they have ever before? We'll see. It's a really good look. I thought the Packers are a pretty good football team going into it. They got better. A lot better in one aspect of the game, and they got worse in another aspect because of the trading away their defensive tackle and losing another defensive tackle to free agency. But it's still a very formidable defense, and obviously it's a move that they could have made, and they chose it, and they're gonna go with it. I think they're going to be very formidable for the next couple of years.
So the question is, our guy Dave that just called said, kind of reminds him of them adding Reggie White back in the day. I'm kind of hoping it's more like a Pat Swilling move.
Well, I think we all hope it's like the Pat Swilling move when the Lions acquired Pat Swilling for the first-round pick.
Where in the moment you feel like, oh, my God, we just got what?
Yeah.
And then years later you're like, Willie Rofe was taken with that pick as a Hall of Fame tackle that the Lions gave up to get Pat Swilling. And Pat Swilling, there was no discernible difference in Detroit.
No, and then once he left Detroit, he became a Pro Bowl player again.
Yeah,
for a couple of years, which really
but he didn't help. They didn't help the Lions, and maybe Parsons won't help. I would think that he would. It looks like a good move on paper, but
at that time, Pat Swilling was dealing with some stuff off field that was really hurting him. I forget what. I think it was family related. He was dealing with something, and that may have played a huge role into why he really just wasn't himself when he became a Lion and was better a couple of years later. Parsons did not want to leave Dallas. He didn't. And he really thought he was going to stick around. And now he's like, wait a minute, I'm where? I'm Green Bay? Okay.
Well, they agreed to his terms.
I mean, you can talk
Didn't
yourself
he go back?
into
He went
it.
back to Jerry, right? And said, hey, Jerry, okay, seriously, let's talk. And Jerry's like, nope, shipping you out. He shipped him
Jerry.
out. Yeah.
Sorry, Michael. It's Micah, sir. Whatever, Michael. Green Bay.
You're going to that Hamlet.
248-539-9797. Are the Lions cooked? Would you rather be Green Bay now? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So in 24 hours, the Lions didn't get any worse. The Packers got better. The Packers made the move that many Lions fans have been in favor of seeing the Lions do, and that is go all in. And the Packers have gone all in this year. They will have some bills to pay down the road, but they got Micah Parsons. They weakened themselves in terms of rush defense. They had already lost their other starting defensive tackle off a rush defense that was very good last year. But, look, if you're Green Bay and you're a Green Bay fan, I can see why you're excited. And now they have moved past the Lions into the favorite spot in the National Football Conference's North Division. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. We got that Twitter poll out there. Would you rather be Green Bay right now? Rather be Green Bay than Detroit? Go vote and comment. We read many of your comments on the air. Let's get back to your open line calls. Carl is next on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. First and foremost, I'd rather be a Detroit fan, and trying to get in the head of Brad and what he's doing. First, we're getting McNeil back. Also, we don't know what Davenport's going to do. So he's not spending all his money right now. We have the deadline coming up. We might need an offensive lineman or what have you. But I'm appreciating even what Green Bay does. This is going to be exciting for the NFC North. We got to watch it.
Well, it's going to be exciting. And I don't mind all the talk being about someone else. Look, I'm not going to say that we are close, warm, personal friends with Jared Goff, but we talk to him every week. And one thing that we've learned is Jared gets excited and wants to hear when people doubt them. And I think Dan Campbell is an incredible head coach in terms of getting everybody to buy into one message, whether you're making $283,000 a year and you're Tom Kennedy on the practice squad, or whether or not you've just signed your big contract and you're Jared Goff, where it's $280 million or whatever it is. You are talking about guys at completely different places in their careers and their lives, and they all follow one man. And they all believe in the head coach. I think this head coach knows how to play this stuff up. They went and got Micah Parsons. And I think that card gets overplayed. I think we have a master at it. I think he's really, really good at this stuff. So at the end of the day, sure, go ahead. Let's talk about Green Bay. Green Bay's the favorite, Scott. They're the favorite.
Yeah, I don't know how the Lions going to compete this year.
No, well, I mean, they're.
I thought they had a chance this year. No, I mean, in all honesty, it's fascinating with the NFL. There's so much more intrigue in the NFL when you get a star player that moves from one team to another and goes to a team that, like the Packers, that are going to be contending, and now everybody really thinks they're going to be contending. He's a game breaker. This guy, he's awesome.
Yep,
there's no question he's awesome. I'm just trying to see, did he play in last year's game against the Lions?
I think he was hurt.
I think he was hurt as well, yeah. I don't see him in the box score. So I was hopeful to see that maybe the Lions able to handle him last year, because they smoked the Cowboys 47-9, even without Hutch in the second half. But
I mean, look, this opener has just taken on a whole new meaning. This game.
It's
Lions at Green Bay to open the season. It was a big deal before. It is now a bigger deal.
Well, I'll tell you this as well. Great time to play Green Bay. You get them to start the season at Green Bay, so you don't have to worry about the frozen tundra crap at the end of the season. And makes matters better for the Lions. They just traded for Micah Parsons, which may seem awful. Not for the game on a week from Sunday. Parsons hasn't practiced yet. He hasn't set foot on a practice field to actually practice. Now, maybe to sleep and take a nap over on the bench, but he hasn't done anything yet. I can't imagine he's going to be 100% ready to go from the first snap, that he'll be the Micah Parsons we've seen. He may make a play here and there, but I just don't think he's not going to be midseason form Micah Parsons. So I think the Lions are catching a little bit of a break there, but he definitely makes the Packers better.
248-539-9797. Sean in Detroit, you're next. Hi, Sean.
How y'all doing this morning?
Good, Sean. I don't know if you got us on speaker, but if you could take us off speaker.
No, you're not on speaker. It's just a little loud. I apologize.
Oh, you're good.
All good now.
Hey, man, I don't think we're cooked, but Green Bay definitely cooking. All right. So I'm looking at this trade, man, last night, man, and I ran upstairs and told my wife, who's an avid Lions fan, and I don't think she understood the severity of what just happened, nor do I think some of these fans that are calling in with the, there's nothing, reaction. I'm not saying we should be in a big panic, man, but it makes a difference, man. Michael Parsons is a needle mover. And one more thing I would like to hear you guys kind of top it up about. I'm listening to Jerry Jones's response last night after the deal was done.
Yes.
And I can't believe some of the, outdated practices. Man, if I was Michael Parsons or anybody else, would you really want to play for this guy, man? And that's all I really want to say.
Well, I think it's pretty clear Michael Parsons didn't really want to play for the guy. Although, look, he went back to him and tried to stay. I think it's great to be a Dallas Cowboy. Would I be concerned about ownership if I were in Dallas? Yeah. I would be. If I were a Dallas fan, yeah.
I think it's interesting. I saw this on Twitter yesterday, and I was like, well, that's an interesting point. That, Jerry's, 82 years old?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody thinks that he's, running the team, making moves for the team to win now.
Trying to win before he dies.
This is not a move to win now.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
And it doesn't even, you got 2 first-round picks and a former, Pro Bowl player and defensive tackle. Is that enough?
I think it's a pretty decent return, yeah. Because I think the defensive tackle's a good player. And what's the Lions equivalent?
But hang another year on him.
Yeah, and I guess it depends. I keep putting it in our terms. 2 first-round picks in Brad Holmes' hands is a dangerous thing. He knows how to use them, right?
Yeah.
It's 2 first-round picks in Jerry's hands.
Yeah, and it's towards the end of the first round.
Yep, but
likely.
But yeah, I think it's a decent return. I don't think it's overwhelmingly great, though. Could he have gotten more?
It's not the Herschel Walker.
I just question whether, I'm going to assume here that Dallas was talking to more teams than Green Bay.
I would hope.
Yep. Now, that if they operated the way the Dallas Mavericks did, maybe not. The Mavericks had one conversation with one team and then traded Luka to the Lakers.
Well, the Packers are one of the teams that made a ton of sense because of the cap space they had.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Jamel, you're next on 97.1. What's up, Jamel?
Man, I've been in a bad mood since yesterday afternoon. I'm sure you guys can guess why. But first of all, I just want to thank you guys for actually, talking about this with some level-headedness instead of the screeching nonsense I've been hearing for the last 12 hours. But I just want to address the criticism of Brad Holmes. I think Brad Holmes has clearly communicated to us his vision for building a contender. He would rather have, just throwing something out there, 8 really good shots at winning a Super Bowl than 2 great ones, right? Because there's so much fluky nonsense that happens in the NFL. You just can't bank on 1 or 2 guys, and that's essentially. I'm sorry about that. I work in a school. If you guys can hear that,
I love it. What are we between third and fourth hour, second and third hour?
Yeah, actually, third and fourth period.
Okay.
But and I just want to say this, and I'll really just leave it at this. I believe in Brad Holmes. That means believing in his vision for the team. That doesn't mean he's above reproach. Nobody's above reproach. But that means that when he doesn't make a move like this, you trust the guy. 2022, the NFC Championship game was just not that long ago, man. This team going 15-2 was just not that long ago. And I'm sorry, but if I believe that the Lions are a better team now than they were then, Gibbs, Laporta, Branch, Kirby Joseph, all of those guys are better players, then that means that I believe that this team is headed in the right direction. And you can't just keep throwing away draft picks. You can't just keep throwing money after high-priced free agents if you believe in the direction of this team.
Jamel, thank you. Look, this is you're talking to a show that really, 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 really likes the work of Brad Holmes. But I will admit, in the Lions not making this move, there's only one thing that I'll be really pissed about. Only one thing I'll be really, really upset with him about. We'll get to that today at 10:46. Bunch of phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, your college football season is finally here. Twin Peaks can't wait to host your party. Get to the lodge early tonight. Big game in state. 2 rivals kicking off right around 7 o'clock. Then circle back Saturday to watch the awesome matchups all day long. Of course, there's 1 versus 2 at noon. Another big game at the Big House coming up Saturday night at 7:30. Why go to Twin Peaks for football? Well, it's a no-brainer. Wall-to-wall TVs featuring up to 8 games at once. So you'll never miss any of the action. The best food you've ever had at a sports bar, like the house-smoked chicken wings, the brisket and ribs, hand-cut and breaded or boneless chicken wings, and tender smashed and seared burgers. I like the Chipotle chicken. So good. They even cut their own New York strips in-house. Pair that with the extensive bar featuring all your high-end favorites, the bourbons, the tequilas, the coldest draft beer you've ever had, poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. What brings it all together? Well, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, creating the best game day atmosphere outside of being at the actual game. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. All right, so, I've often joked that I'm a Brad bot, but I don't, I'm not. Everything he does doesn't get a stamp of approval, but I've also kind of thought, but we'll wait and see. And there's, just about. It's usually he does smart things. And, there's clearly a path laid out for them to keep their best players, which feels like a lot of money is spoken for. And if you make a move like this, it doesn't come without losing guys. And they might not be able to keep everybody. They might have to unload guys themselves before their contracts are up to try and recoup some draft capital, which in Brad Holmes' hands, quite frankly, is dangerous. I will be upset if he wasn't aware that Micah was really available and didn't have any conversations with Dallas. I really hope he talked to Dallas. I will be disappointed if he didn't at least get a price tag. What I'd like to hear, and we won't, is that Detroit made an offer and Green Bay topped it. I'd like to hear that. If he didn't do anything about this,
to at least push the price up higher for the Packers to land.
I mean, at the very minimal, but also see, I mean, you always called Jerry. You always called Jerry Jones because you just never know what he's going to do. By all accounts, this thing got personal.
It got real personal, apparently.
What was the thing you just read to me off the air? Where did you get that from?
This was, let me see if I can pull it back up.
Sorry, I should have told you keep that and use it on the air. That's on me.
It was, I'm sorry.
We'll do it later.
I have it here. It comes from Don Van Natta, who is a writer with ESPN.
Okay.
It says, Jerry Jones bought the Cowboys by shaking hands with Bum Bright. Micah Parsons committed to a contract extension with Jerry on a handshake. When Parsons reneged, Jerry decided Parsons would never again wear the star on his helmet. If Jerry can't trust you, you're done. So part of me really admires Jerry Jones for having that kind of, look, your word is bond. We're shaking hands on it. It's a done deal. That's old school, and I recognize that's not how things are done now. Mm-hmm. But I like when things are done like that, when somebody lives up to their word. The problem is Micah Parsons then got his agent involved, and the agent's like, oh, no, I can get you a better deal than that, and says, we're not taking that deal. And then it's like, whoa, all bets are off now. And now you're dealing with an owner that looks like he's being stubborn, and he's holding true to his principles. Like I said,
do you have respect for that?
There's a certain amount of respect I have for that with Jerry Jones. I don't like that somebody agreed to a deal and then backs out of a deal. That's not kosher with me.
Well, that was the Adam Schefter report last week that they had. Micah said, I'll take this. Jerry said, okay, matched it. And then Micah said, or it sounds like the agent said, no, we want more. And that's a no-no. And that gets people upset. And if it was personal, it was personal. And Jerry pulled the plug. And next thing you know, Micah Parsons is a Packer. But I really hope the Lions at least kick the tires. And if they didn't, I'll be disappointed. It's not the end of the world. It's clear that Brad has a plan, and we'll talk about that as the show goes on. It is Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe next here on 97.1. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good, Joe.
So, Jerry, fly as a fox. The way I'm looking at it, he likes the shiniest thing in the room, so he's hoarding number one picks. He's going to try and get Arch Manning in a year or two.
Yeah, probably. I would imagine that is something that he is angling for and can see a future and would love the idea of bringing a Texas kid kid from the University of Texas.
Well, don't they already have Dak signed for a long time at a ridiculous amount of money?
Maybe, but I think
kick him down the curb. I think.
Is there outs in Dak's contract? I'd have to go through the specifics of his contract. Yes, they do have him signed for a long time, but guys get old fast. He's 32, man. He's 32, and there's an out after next season.
Well,
maybe not. I'm sorry. It's out in two more seasons after this one.
Well, 2 first-round picks each year is one. I don't know if they're going to have enough to get done unless the Cowboys actually suck and they just get the pick on their own, which that won't happen. The Cowboys they're a decent football team.
248-539-9797. James in Auburn Hills. What's up, James?
Hi. I think what people are annoyed over here about is not so much to do with Micah Parsons. I think it's more the fact that Brad Holmes is just ignoring the opposite edge of Aiden. I mean, Bob Muhammad over here and Marcus Davenport, you'll be lucky if between the two of them there's a starting NFL
James,
lineman.
Who did you want them to go get?
Well, there's Darius Smith. There's a whole off season. They also could trade for people. And I'm not a GM, but this is not an alternative.
I got to tell you, because it's a cap world, there are times and places where you have to take a calculated risk. They are taking a calculated risk at the edge spot opposite of Aiden Hutchinson, and that person is Marcus Davenport. And
that's not calculus. Relying on Marcus Davenport, I mean, can I ask you a serious question? If they gave you a bet, someone offered you to bet $1,000 if he's going to play more than 7 games this year, would you take that bet? No. That's crazy. This guy hasn't played forever. I mean,
$1,000 more than
relying on
7.
Marcus Davenport is just irresponsible. That's not calculated.
Well, I mean, I guess, James, just keep in mind, they had one hell of a defense last year without Marcus Davenport and a healthy Hutch, and then Hutch got hurt.
So, James, if they go out and
I'm not saying that, but the question is, can they be better? The question is, and they have cap space.
Well,
there's zero reason not to improve the roster. There's no reason to leave that spot open. And when the Packers go get Micah Parsons, and we're stuck.
Well, there is.
with
Hold
backups,
on. There is
that's the
potential
problem.
reasons. You don't. The cap space is probably spoken for in many ways. One, and if you add a player like Micah Parsons, you have to add a huge salary because he wanted that new contract.
No, I don't want Micah. I want Micah. I just want to.
Okay, hold on, James. 2 is they have flexibility to do something at the trade deadline.
Well,
They're going to be one of the teams that can be a huge buyer at the trade deadline. They're going to need things to fall their way to be a huge buyer. Last year, they had some flexibility, and he said the players that they wanted weren't available. I am really interested in Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati. It was clearly in his last year in Cincy. And if they get off to a bad spot, the team that's ready to pounce is Detroit. But I mean, I think that they like Al-Quadin Muhammad. Sorry, they do. They obviously like him more than you do, and they like Marcus Davenport.
So it was 2 years
I'd probably
ago.
take that bet, by the way. I probably would.
7 seems a little light. I would probably take it, but if you could say like 10, then I'm like, I don't know about 10, but 7, okay. 2 years ago, they didn't do anything. Last year, they did. Last year, they got Zadarius Smith.
Yeah, they didn't do the massive move, but
no, and I think the callers. I think James was saying he's like he wants go get Zadarius Smith.
They don't want him. I think it's pretty clear they don't want him.
They may not. They may not, and I'd love to know the reason why they don't want him. If they don't want him, I don't think it can't be money. It can't be money. And Trey Hendrickson isn't the only player that you're going to be keeping an eye on when you get to the trade deadline. It's just that's the most obvious one. If Cincinnati's in the tank, that they're going to trade him. So to have some flexibility, I understand that. But to start the season, I mean, we're 8 days away from the NFL, or 9 days away from the NFL starting, and Zadarius Smith is still out there, and there's still other players that are out there. I understand why fans want something to happen.
Yeah, and there's if they need it. The other thing we got to keep in mind is edge rusher might not be their need. It might not be their need. Their defense, as constructed, without Marcus Davenport and without Zadarius Smith at the beginning of last year, were they creating a pass rush?
Well, yeah, because they had a one-man wrecking crew, yeah.
Were they pretty good defensively without Marcus Davenport and Zadarius Smith last year?
Yeah, to start the season they were.
Yep.
And then everything happened.
And then Hutch got hurt, and then everybody else got hurt.
But
they're counting on a healthy defense this year being way better than last year.
Well, but they're counting on it in the second half of the season.
Hold on. And then the other thing is, the other thing is, if edge rusher isn't the need, interior offensive line might be. So I think they're taking this team out for a test drive to see whether or not they actually need to add a veteran guard or tackle or guard or center. I think that might be part of the calculus here too.
It's possible because the long-term plan is it seems like having Ratledge slide over to center at some point. But they did draft Miles Frazier, who I think they like a lot, who's hurt and didn't get a chance to go through training camp. But that's somebody to look at for next year. But the defense last year, which was so good to start the season last year, those guys aren't here right now. Not all of them. Hutch is, which is great. But you're missing a Lee McNeil.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a big one to miss. You're missing Levi Onwuzurike. You're missing Pascal at this point. You're missing Malcolm Rodriguez. You're missing some parts. Not that the Malcolm Rodriguez is a major part of this team's defense, but he was definitely a part. And you're getting other guys back. Hutch looks like he's in great shape, ready to go. Barnes, I think he's ready to go.
They started last year without DJ Reader, and he was hurt, and he came back. So it's kind of a lean for DJ. The idea, I can see why they have confidence in this defense being way better. But, again, they have flexibility to make another move if necessary. 248-539-9797. And given the concerns about the interior of the offensive line, let's be clear here. They might need a guard or center. They might. Hope not, but they might. Let's go to Scott next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hi, Gator. Hi, Doug.
What's up?
Hey, Scott.
It's been a while since I talked to you guys. Last time I talked to you was after the NFC title game, and I still want a live Lion on the sideline in the playoffs this season. But I've been looking at the two teams, Packers and the Lions, and I know now the Packers are the favorite, and the Packers did get better. There's obviously nobody in their right mind would argue they didn't. But I was looking, if you take Hutchinson off the Lions and you take Parsons off Packers, who has a better roster? Who has the better team? Hell, who has the better coach? I still would take our roster and our players over Green Bay. And I think when you add Hutchinson and you add Parsons, those edge players are pretty comparable. I mean, if you're, what's Parsons, a 95 and Hutch is a 92, a 93? I mean, there's no big gap between those guys. The big gap is with everybody else on the field. And I think sometimes, and some of the fans that we might forget, we beat Green Bay twice last year without Hutch. Granted, they didn't have Parsons, but we beat them twice last year without Hutch. I still like our chances. I still think we've got the better roster. We've got the better players.
Thank you for the phone call, Scott. So there's something else going on here as far as Holmes' commitment to his plan, and I want to talk about it at 11:02. It's Carson Anderson, open lines. Micah Parsons is in Green Bay. Are the Lions cooked, in your opinion? Would you rather be Detroit or Green Bay right now? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Michigan State hosts Western Michigan tonight for their season opener at Spartan Stadium. The Spartans will roll out a new-look offensive line this year featuring 3 transfers. Center Matt Golban from Wake Forest, guard Luca Vinci from Oregon State, and tackle Connor Moore from Montana State. Quarterback Aiden Shiles very confident in the group protecting him this year. The last time the Spartans and Broncos matched up, 2022, a 35-13 Michigan State win. Michigan State all-time 6-0 in openers against Western. Michigan opens the new season tomorrow night against New Mexico at the Big House. It's the much-anticipated debut of prized freshman quarterback Bryce Underwood. The Wolverines begin the year 14th ranked. The Lobos have the fewest returning players in college football, and because of that, Michigan's a 34.5-point favorite. And the Tigers send Chris Paddock to the mound against the Royals tonight, looking to snap a 4-game losing streak. Seth Lugo starts for Kansas City. Tigers enter this weekend 78-57. That's 8.5 games up on the Royals in the Central. You can hear first pitch 8:10 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Luke. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. So, look, the Lions are definitely trying to win now, not as much as some others, or not as much as people want to see, but they're clearly also trying to win for a long time. And if you look at their situation and what they have, Brad Holmes has come in and he's drafted extraordinarily well. There's no question about that. He's populated this roster with players that you want to re-sign. And they have, re-signed some of them. Jared Goff, Lee McNeil, Kirby Joseph. But they have 4 contracts coming up rapidly. Hutch, Jamo, Branch, Laporta. All coming up at the same time. Then they have Campbell, Jack Campbell, and Jahmyr Gibbs after that. A lot of money is going to be sunk into those players. Down the road, they may have to bring back, they may want to bring back Terrion Arnold. They got to try and find a way to keep all these guys. And if you are interested in keeping all these guys, and it's clear that they are, and that from a football perspective, it's worth it. You have to be thinking about that if you're trading for a player that has any long-term commitments financially. That's why the possibility of getting Micah, if Micah agreed to just wanted out of Dallas and Jerry just wanted to get rid of him and didn't need a contract extension, was attractive. But they found a team that would give him a contract extension. And the Lions couldn't do that without losing a number of these players to pay Micah. But what I find really, really intriguing about what Brad Holmes is doing, and I'm okay with him doing it his way, we've never had a guy draft like this. We've never had somebody that each and every draft, I'm confident he's going to find good players. And his way, he kind of just got it up and running, right? The last 2 years, they've been a legitimate Super Bowl contender.
In the last 2 years, they've had to pick at the end of the first round.
Yes. But the end. And he's found players there, and he's found players in other rounds. I'm really, really intrigued at what this is going to look like over the next decade. Are they going to be atop the NFL and have a chance to win multiple Super Bowls by just doing it this way? Keep repopulating the roster with young, cheaper players, good players, because he can draft. And there might become a time and a place where he can't even resist whatever trade might be out there.
Well, the young, I'm sorry.
I'm really curious to see what happens if he does it his way, what this leads to. And I'm okay with sitting back and watching Brad do his thing, because we got to draft ninja.
Yeah, and here's the thing, is that owners hire GMs to do it their way. That's why you hire them. You give them the trust. If you don't, if you undermine that, then that guy's dead in the water. You have to move on to the next one. Or be Jerry Jones and just run the show yourself, because it's not fair. So you look at our GMs in town, and you see that Brad Holmes is cooking. He's revamped the entire roster. From the moment he got here, they started to work on it, and now they're reaping the benefits of it. Back-to-back division championships. They went to an NFC championship game.
high hopes again this year. And those young, cheap players that they got because they were able to draft and find those players, they turn into players entering the prime years of their career making good money. And you hang on to those guys when you can. But you have to keep recycling and get new guys that are going to be cheaper. And at some point, you have to make tough decisions and let some guys go. The Lions aren't there yet. They don't have to make that tough decision yet. And we'll see how it works in the salary cap world where the cap keeps going up and up and up. Will they be able to maintain this? Are they going to be able to sign all those guys? They might be able to. I don't know. And, the cap is so wildly manipulated beyond my comprehension or anyone's comprehension, frankly, it feels like, that's not involved directly with the cap situation, that they can make things happen because guys restructure and you kick the can further and further down the road. I'm excited about it too. And as much as me as a fan wants to see them go for it, and if that's not the way Brad's going to operate, then I have to live with that because he's the guy who's in charge. Will things change? Like you said, he's not an F them picks kind of guy yet. He might be when the right move comes along. And that move could come along at a trade deadline deal.
It could.
If the Bengals suck, they're going to trade Trey Hendrickson, and the Lions are there, and they step up and say, yeah, we'll give you, a first and a second or whatever it's going to take at that point to get him for the remainder because it's a rental player. A high price to pay for a rental, but it's a move that could put you over the top. Or a move like that, acquiring some kind of Pro Bowl player or all-pro player at a trade deadline. That's the thing. That looks great. It clearly isn't his MO to go into the offseason and sign high-priced free agents. He's got his own guys he wants to reward with that kind of money, and we'll see how that works. And it really isn't any different right now than what Scott Harris is doing with the Tigers. Then people get impatient because we got teased last year. The Tigers were a hell of a lot better than anybody thought they were going to be.
Yeah.
Getting into the playoffs, getting into the second round of the playoffs, a hair's breadth of getting to the ALCS, and everybody wants to change what the approach is. Scott Harris has his approach. And if you don't appreciate it, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you can disagree with it. That's fine. And you can have your own opinions on it. But Scott Harris is going to run things the way Scott Harris is going to run things. Steve Yzerman's going to do it the way Steve Yzerman wants. And we got Brad Holmes doing the way I think Brad Holmes wants. I don't want to leave out Trajan Langdon, but we feel like he's doing a pretty good job when you're on the job.
248-539-9797. Here's some feedback that came in. The Packers just paired 2 top 15 edge rushers and made Gary's life 1,000 times easier. Anyone downplaying this is silly? I don't think anyone is downplaying it. I think it's a pretty big move.
Yeah, I don't know if Gary's top 15, but he's pretty good.
He's pretty good. I probably wouldn't put him top 15. And yet, I think it does make sure Green Bay is a bigger threat now. I don't know that anybody doesn't believe that. They did. I'll be interested to see how they do against the run now, given their offseason, losing TJ Slayton and Kenny Clark. Lions are not cooked, but Holmes needs to make a bigger move this year than he did. We lost an all-pro center. What position did we get better at? That's from Jared in Kalamazoo. Well, I think they're way better in the secondary with the addition of DJ Reed and another year of Terrion Arnold. I think that is an improved position group. I think that eventually they'll be better at defensive tackle because of Tyleik Williams added to the. I mean, they need to get Lee McNeil back. I think the wide receiver spot's going to be better because the players are going to be better than they were a year ago.
I'm really excited to see a rotation that involves Lee McNeil, DJ Reader, and Tyleik Williams.
Yep.
Really excited about that.
I
and
agree.
I'm not sure if we're ever going to get there and see it because you're talking about perhaps November when McNeil comes back. Reader's had some injury issues over the last few years of his career. And Tyleik he's a rookie. We'll see what kind of impact he makes. But, yeah, I think at its face, it's hard to see that if you think that they've gotten better at any one position group. But I tend to agree with you. I think part of it is because of the maturation of Terrion Arnold and not losing anything with DJ Reed, losing Carlton Davis. Look, I think DJ Reed's just as good. And I like what the Terrion Arnold has taken a step forward. The other area, are the receivers better?
Yeah, I think they're going to be better. I think they just by another year of maturity, you're the one calling for a massive season for J-Mo, and I can see it.
And, the quarterback room got better with Kyle Allen being the backup.
Yeah.
But, we hope you don't see him.
248-539-9797. Philip in Detroit, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, what's going on, Doug? How you doing? What's going on, Gator?
Hey, Philip!
What's going on, guys? So, look, real quick, and I know you're going to be up against it a little bit, but My problem is with Brad Holmes, and I love Brad Holmes, and I believe in him. I have a problem with his philosophy because if you're so worried about draft picks, or I should say, losing players that you drafted that you like, I get it, I understand it. But making moves like this, and I don't necessarily need Micah Parsons. I mean, Zadarius Smith is still out there. Brad, you are this draft guru. Later on down the line, guess what? You can find another Branch. You can find another Kirby Joseph. You can find another Terry and Arnold. Giving up players or giving up cap space is not so much of an issue if you do what you've been doing all along. I mean, making a move like this is not a hard thing to do. It doesn't make sense. If you are this draft guru, guess what? You can replace those guys that you so wellly covet. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying.
You could. He. I'm just interested to see what he's going to do over the course of the next decade, because I think what he has done to get him here has been like nothing we've seen in our lifetime. So I kind of want to let Brad Holmes do what Brad Holmes wants to do and see what we get out of this, because I don't think it's a flawed plan. But and the other thing about this is that they emphasize, and we don't quite know how to process it because we're not in locker rooms and we're not in meetings and we're not in discussions, is culture matters to them. And if a player doesn't fit their culture for whatever reason, they don't want you in the locker room. It's hard to process. Philip, I'm not sure what it means.
Not hard to process, but my thing is this. I find that kind of hard. This was only in the line and where it concerns Zadarius Smith, because he was already there. So I don't think Zadarius Smith is that person that doesn't align with their culture. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I was just like making stuff up yesterday, trying to make it make sense, because I don't think they want him. And I remember that. And I said, I wonder, Philip, if him saying, if he said to them, I'll come after training camp, I don't want to do all that stuff, if that turned them off. I don't know that he said that. Let me be clear. I'm
totally get where you're going.
Yeah, I'm spitballing ideas as to why what
to make
seems
it make
like
sense.
obvious.
Just to make it make sense.
Because usually, smart, and Philip, thank you for the phone call. Usually later, when somebody who knows what they're doing, that's competent, tells you the real story, it makes you go, oh, okay, now I get it. But that's just me spitball. I don't want to say anything irresponsible.
No, it's a possibility, right? That's a possibility because that's out there. What do we know? He hasn't gone to training camp, but we've heard my entire life. I've heard of players, when the veteran players as free agents, or even not even free agents, guys are on rosters. Nobody likes training camp, and some of those guys get a little break in training camp if they're veteran players. They will give you a couple weeks off and then come back, and
Could you see Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes not wanting a veteran around like that? Because they got Aiden Hutchinson running around there like he's trying to make the roster.
I get him, and that's a guy who's it's part of his rehab, I guess. He's getting there. But like Taylor Decker, for instance, I don't know how hurt he was to start training camp, but he didn't practice for a while. And it was kind of up in the air when he was going to come back. I wonder if that was one of those allowances. Hey, we trust Taylor to stay in shape. We'll give him a little bit of break. I don't know if that's what they did or not. So I'm not discounting what you're saying, because I think what you're saying is a real possibility based on how we know what we know about Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, and guys got to love football and all that. I understand that.
I hate the example because I feel like I'm trashing Zadarius Smith in some way.
I'll give you another example, which also feels like it might be trashing him, and I don't want to do it, but I'll say it. What if they just don't like him? Like they saw him as a player for half a season with this team.
That's Kang's theory.
And
I've been saying that the whole time, just because we're spitballing, right?
We're spitballing.
Yeah, maybe he's one-dimensional, and that dimension's getting worse because he's getting older. Maybe they want someone to play the run better, set the edge better. And last year, there were desperate times called for desperate measures. They had to call him and make a trade because they had nobody. Yeah. And that was it. They immediately cut him after the season. There haven't been really any real talks, I guess, not immediately either, of bringing him back. And maybe his time here is done.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Hey, you heard us talk about the air quality alerts, right? Well, if you're concerned about the air you breathe, contact CGC Home Services. We did, and we have now Aeris Active Pure technology in our house, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. Air or water concerns, contact CGC Home Services. They can help identify and prevent flooded basements and other water-related issues. Choose CGC Home Services and Connecticut for peace of mind. Learn more about their services at 855-339-4242 today. That's 855-339-4242. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Things got super interesting in the NFC North in the last 24 hours. Green Bay gets Micah Parsons for 2 firsts and an all-pro defensive tackle. Look, yesterday we had a conversation with Lions fans about, whether or not Brad Holmes and his goals and his, the press conference he had asked if they were a Super Bowl contender. And he and Ray Agnew had their comments. And we talked to people yesterday who thought the Lions were cooked before this trade was made. I can imagine how they feel now. Meanwhile, we got college openers last night. Interesting slate of games. And now tonight, Michigan State takes on Western Michigan. Gator, you got any plans? You got any pregame? You got any tailgate ideas? You got any snacks? Are you putting together crab dip? Are you cooking up a massive tray of crab dip again?
I am not going to make a massive tray of crab dip. I don't know what I'm doing tonight yet. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure if I want to be around people or if I need to be by myself. I've got friends that are going up to the game, and I'm like, I didn't want to go to the game. I didn't want to get home at 3 a.m. So
plus, you got to take your new chair off for a spin.
Well, there's that,
and first Spartan game for you in your new chair.
It's true.
Hey man, have the Tigers won a game since you got the chair?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
But the only one.
Might have to return it.
Only one.
1-4 with the new chair, man.
I think they're Well, let's see. Did they?
When did you got the chair Saturday morning,
Saturday,
right?
yeah.
And they won Saturday.
Yeah.
And then they lost Sunday. They lost Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, they're 1-4 in Gators' new chair.
Might have to return this thing, man. I mean, you could get the same model. Just be like something's wrong with this.
I think we give it some time.
All right.
See what happens. We'll see what happens.
Chair's off to a bad start,
Yeah,
Kang.
very bad start.
But it's not the worst start. Could have been worse.
Could have been 0-5. Yes, you're right. It's like literally the second worst start that could have had.
Yeah. I'm giving it some time.
How much time do we give the chair before we decide it's the chair?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. All right. So a week from Saturday. If the Spartans lose tonight and you're in the chair.
Well, the chair may go.
Oh, man. See?
I mean, I did get a text. Are you happy with your purchase? Well, we'll see. We're not
Text
sure
him back.
yet.
Text me after the state game.
Yeah. Not sure yet. Don't know. But no, as far as tonight's concerned, once I figure out if it's by myself or with friends or whatever, there's definitely food is. I'm thinking about it. I'll just say that I'm thinking about it right now.
All right,
because you just brought it up, so now I'm really thinking about it. Like kind of dip. If I were to make a dip, I'd go with buffalo chicken dip before I'd go crab dip.
Okay, all right.
Buffalo chicken dip is fantastic, but you can't do store bought. You got to make it. You got to take some time, which means it's a trip to the store. And need a couple hours.
You're talking. He's talking himself out of it. Can't you tell right there?
Or am I talking myself into it? Because the thing is, if I do it tonight, you know what I got tomorrow, Kang?
Yeah, buffalo chicken dip.
Leftover chicken dip. Damn right.
What vessel are you going to use to eat this dip?
Maybe bagel crisp, or I don't know. I haven't thought about that. I haven't got that far ahead of it yet.
It takes a lot of planning, man. What are we doing here? Are we just springing this on him and he's supposed to make decisions this quickly?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead, King. I haven't thought that far ahead. You got anything planned for the command center tonight?
No, but for tomorrow we're going to have like 25 people over. We got Canadians coming in, voluntarily crossing the border.
Infiltrated.
And they will, and I'm talking big numbers. There's 8 in our house. There's another 10.
Good God.
Dispersed around Ann
Yeah,
Arbor.
well, because the metric system.
Yeah.
I mean, 8 Canadians is really what, 12 Canadians? I don't even know how that works.
What's your kilo limit on the couch?
That's right. Well, we're going to test it this weekend, but I think tonight we're going to be out and about and have some place that has the Michigan State Western game on.
You're a guy that likes to go out and about and watch the games.
Well, yeah, depending on the game and the situation tonight is I'll have the game will be recorded just in case there's anything I need to go back and really see. But then the one thing about a night game is I am not social at all tomorrow. So I'm going to see my relatives tonight and hang out. And then tomorrow it's switch goes off. I'm working. And then, I'll come running out of the stadium at like 1 a.m. going, who's tailgating? And it's never anybody, but.
Yeah, but I noticed last night as there was a little chill in the air. It's also for this weekend anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It's fire pit weekend.
Yeah.
Like this is if you have people over tonight or tomorrow watching the game, you get the fire pit going too. Halftime, maybe get outside, have a beverage, warm your hands by the fire.
Okay.
Make sure that you have access to the window to look into the TV.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
Yeah.
Well, we still got an area that the kids ruin the grass in the backyard with a fire pit. When we did the Montana trip, they said, "Hey, can we get the little fire thing out in the backyard?" And I said, "Yeah, I don't want you burning like the grass, and they got a big wood plank, and they put it in the middle of the backyard. They put the fire pit thing, it's one of those bowls that you get, whatever they're called, cauldron.
Yeah.
They put it down there, and they made a fire, and they put it out, and they were very responsible. And then they left the wood plank on our yard for 13 days and killed the grass.
It's not the fire pit that killed it.
No, it's the kids that killed it by not removing the wood plank. And so we've got this. Well, I mean, we could put the wood plank back out because I've planted seed, and it's not really going very well. So it's probably got to go get. I should make them do it. I told them to do it, and of course they said, "Yeah, we'll take care of it." And they didn't do jack squat.
I'm sorry, man.
It's all right.
Did your wife make you clean the house or gutters or anything with all the guests coming over?
Oh, dude, I was vacuuming ceilings. Like it's everything. It's. That's why yesterday.
Is that Doug Karsh on a roof with a?
Get the attachments. Get the attachments.
Dude, when we have people coming over, like she goes nuclear with cleaning, and so yesterday it was Thursday anyway. So it was Thursday mow. There was laundry getting moved through. There was all these returns we had to get out of the house. Meanwhile, we're trying to pack a kid and take him away from school, and his idea of packing is throw everything into the hallway. That wasn't going over real well. Had to clean up the basement. Dude, I swear to God, this is a true story. We got a new bed because people are coming.
Dude, I believe it.
Our daughter needed her bed out of her room for where she's living.
Yeah.
So we had a bedroom, and I'm like, well, let's put an air mattress in. Nope, we got a new bed. So I got to build the frame today. I don't know if they're getting across the board, if they're going to be here at like 4 o'clock or 6 o'clock.
You're too accommodating. Why? What happened with the air mattress? What's wrong with the air mattress?
No. Hey,
Dude,
Gator,
I don't make these decisions.
No. You're right. My bad.
What happened?
Gator,
What happened?
Yeah.
We got people coming over. We need a new credenza.
You're having right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's got to look like you're staging the house like you're selling it.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
I'm serious. That's like no.
Right, 100%.
I live with the same woman, Doug.
Yeah.
It's like, we live here.
We normally have those fresh flowers.
No.
Those are normally out.
Yeah. I do the same thing when I know one of my friends is going to stay at my house. I'm like, I got to take the whole day to get the house ready.
Did you clean the toilet brushes?
We didn't clean the toilet brushes. I cleaned 2 toilets yesterday. I cleaned 2.
Clean the 2 toilets, throw out the old toilet brush, buy a new one, and have it set out so it looks right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Didn't do that.
Get candles. You have candles?
Don't give her any ideas here, Kang.
Well, she's not listening. She doesn't listen to us.
That's a good point.
I mean, she texts me, but that's different. You got candles?
Oh, there's candles. There's like
fresh towels.
Yeah, the little potpourri sticks or whatever the hell those things are. Yeah.
You got all pumpkin spice?
You know what? I'm surprised. This we didn't get, and I'm stunned. New pillows to put out on the couches, like the new different colored.
Yeah.
Hey, it's fall. We need seasonal themed.
I've got like 20 throw pillows in the house.
Yep.
Yeah. I just when I mentioned the candles and then pumpkin spice, I mean now's the time.
Yep.
It's cold enough where now you can bust out the old pumpkin candle.
No question. There's a lot going on.
We have a candle in here.
And it's like it's TikTok too. In the meantime, I'm like trying to prepare for the opener, and it's just been crazy. Absolutely crazy. Enough of my problems. Football. We'll get to that next. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, my favorite place to go to watch the game, and this is also on the table. It may go up to 24 seconds tonight, watch the game. If I'm going to go out, that's exactly where I go. It's amazing. Flat screen, high-definition TVs all throughout the place. Amazing food, the best wings in town, and they have drink specials all night, every night, particularly when you get to the season like this, which is football season. You got a big game tonight. Get to 24 seconds. You got Michigan State tonight. You got Michigan tomorrow night. Awesome. $4 drafts at Coors Light during those games. Plus, the weather is not going to last forever. We know this, right? So let's take advantage of it while it's here. The rooftop deck is still open at 24 seconds. It's awesome to sit outside and watch the games up there or just hang out with your friends. It's great. And we got real professional football starting soon as well. So book your spot on the 24-second shuttle for Detroit home games. You can save the hassle and the driving and the parking nightmares are all there. And you can bring your own drinks on the shuttle as well. $40. Round trip gets you that transpo. It's great. And all Detroit baseball games, you watch them at 24, $4 bottles and cans of Miller Lite and Coors Light. And for all those football games, $4 Honolulu Blue shot. Honolulu Blue? Hello. Honolulu Blue. Honolulu Blue shots are just.
I think you should roll with Blue.
Blue. Oh, sure, why not? Hey, Bob, how about this? We call it Honolulu Blue. What do you think? No, Gator. Okay. $4 Honolulu Blue shots. I'm still going to say it.
$3.75 drafts and Miller Lite. Trivia is on Thursdays at 8 o'clock as well. And they're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. And if you're looking for a great place to work, 24 is hiring cooks as well. Check them out. All the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. My favorite place to go is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in downtown Berkeley.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Friday. The Packers get Micah Parsons. They've gone all in. And they got a ton of money wrapped up in Parsons and Jordan Love. They moved 2 future number ones and an all-pro defensive tackle. And they passed the Lions as a favorite in the NFC North. Now and in the future, who would you rather be, Detroit or Green Bay? Updating the Twitter question, you can vote on Detroit or Green Bay. 83.3% still say Detroit. 16.7% say Green Bay. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We go to Nate in Heartland. What's up, Nate?
Hey, guys. So happened to laugh because I turned on the radio as I'm out running errands because we have, friends and family coming into town. But about 10 minutes ago, I was hung up on by my wife because she yelled at me and she was like, I'm out running errands. What do you want me to do? And I'm sitting here picking up a bundt cake, Jersey Mike's. I think I got new pillows being delivered as we speak. And I'm like, it couldn't have been more timely hearing you guys. And I'm like, God, this is like every man's worst nightmare, and it's coming to fruition.
It isn't, right? We know if we put in the time now, we're making a huge deposit into the Bank of Goodwill. And what are you going to be doing all weekend with these people over? Are you going to be watching football?
Eating subs.
God, no. Driving up to doing Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes tomorrow. Then we're doing Mackinac Island on Sunday.
Oh, no.
And then we're doing Torch Lake. I mean, it's it's just getting started.
You got all next week off, or are you having to pack?
God, no.
Oh.
First day of school. It's ridiculous.
Oh, gotta get the camera ready.
You're up against it, my friend.
I know it's bad news Bears, but I had to laugh because you guys were talking about it, and I'm like, I'm living it right now. Like,
Yeah,
it's
dude,
a real thing.
That's a full plate for the weekend, Nate. Is it too full?
I'll let you know on Tuesday morning.
Okay. Good luck to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, guys.
All good. 248-539-9797.
It isn't. I guess he said Mackinac Island, right?
Yeah.
So that's just a fair. I was going to say Mackinac Bridge is construction, or not construction. They're closing it down.
There's the walk or whatever. Is it a walk? Is it a run? I don't know. But they close it down. I'm always amazed because they got those digital signs all over the state.
Yeah,
and I'll be
I'm
driving 94 towards Jackson. And hey, Mackinac Bridge is closed, and I'm like, do I really need to know this down here?
I thought it was weird. I was heading when I left golf last night, so I was able to maneuver myself to get back on 75 South. And I saw that, and like, am I sure I'm not on 75 North?
And I'm looking at this, and I'm like, I'm on my way to like Chelsea. Why do I need to know about the Mackinac Bridge?
Right.
Is the Brooklyn Bridge open right now? Okay, how about you let us know about that? Like, what does this have to do
Well,
with
we
me
happen
here?
to know that Zilwaukee's closed. Apparently, 75 is closed at Zilwaukee.
There's a lot of construction.
So
that bridge needs a lot of construction.
Use your navigational app this weekend if you're heading up north.
Sketchy engineering on that thing, I'll tell you that.
No, you don't like it.
No, I don't. 248-539-9797. All right, so let's get into that state game a little bit, Scott. What are you most looking forward to seeing tonight? Spartans, Western Michigan. It was year two of Jonathan Smith and a lot of new guys breaking in. What are you most looking forward to?
I'm most looking forward to seeing how Aiden Childs matures as a quarterback in his second year at Michigan State. It's his third year of running that offense because he ran it at Oregon State as well. I think Michigan State's offense should be pretty good, and I'm hoping they put up points, and they put up points early. I saw last night lots of low scores last night. There were the occasional blowout, but really a lot of them were really low-scoring games. I don't want to see that. I want to see Michigan State get off to a great start, hopefully score like 3 or 4 touchdowns in the first half. That would make me feel a lot better. They've got really good receivers. Let's utilize that, and just that's what they need. I think a fast start and show that they can protect the quarterback, and let's see if a running back emerges. That'd be nice too. And on the other side of the ball, just get stops, right? You're not going to be perfect, but get stops when you need to. A turnover here and there would be fantastic if you do that. And I think all Spartan fans would echo this sentiment. Get to the quarterback. Let's see a quarterback sack or 2 or 3 or 4. That'd be great, because we haven't seen that pass rush in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, this Western team that's coming in, I don't know where they're headed under Lance Taylor. I think Michigan State has played better Western teams in the past than this one will be. They do have the 2 quarterbacks. One threw for 1 million yards in junior college. The other one played a little bit last year. They've got an offensive line to replace, so we'll see what they have in store. But, again, there have been better Western teams that Michigan State has played in the past. And, the new toys on offense are the 2 transfer wide receivers that, we'll see. They're both come in with a lot of hype. And if they're good, Michigan State's passing attack could be good, predicated, of course, on Aiden Childs getting time, the offensive line coming together.
Yeah, I mean, he had some decent totals last year. He likes to throw the ball downfield, but it's not just Nick Marsh to throw to. Amari Kelly and Krishan McCray are 2 guys that can also get it done. So I like that, like the tight ends they have. Running game we don't know about. Brand new running backs you're breaking in here, basically.
Defensively, is there going to be a pass rush? They would go weeks without sacking the quarterback a year ago.
We need it. We need to see it, and not just generated because of blitzing. You want to see it from your front 4. And that's going to put some pressure on, let's see if Jalen Thompson can get things going there. And the defensive tackles look like they're going to be stout. They usually are at Michigan State, do a good job there stopping the run, but got to get pressure from the outside. See Wayne Matthews, the linebacker, he's counted on to do a lot. It's another year where Darius Snow is back out on the field. I don't know how big of a role he's going to play, but he's definitely one of the leaders on this team. And Jordan Hall is a guy who's got so much promise, and let's see if he can take that promise to a different level.
Spartans and Western Michigan coming up tonight. Michigan taking on New Mexico tomorrow. And, of course, we'll have a little bit of Wolverine talk a little bit later in the show. If you want to keep talking college football, what Spartan fans are you most excited about right here, right now? 2025 season starts tonight. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. I would rather be the Lions and the Packers all day. The Parsons trade doesn't worry me when it comes to Green Bay versus Detroit, but it will make a difference when the Packers are playing other lesser teams, which could increase their win total and put more pressure on the Lions to win the division. In the long run, Parsons is a very outspoken person. I think Matt LaFleur will have a hard time containing him. What's going to happen when Jordan Love has a bad game or two and Micah starts running his mouth? Well, I mean, we'll see what happens here. I'm not covering that team, not being around that Dallas team. Things can be misleading, so I don't know if he's going to be a distraction or a problem that way. I do think the Lions, I like their culture. And then, whether or not they even called about Parsons, I hope they did. I hope they checked it out. But Don in Northville says, I'm just tired of feeling like our GM is more concerned with only winning his way of doing things other than what actually works. I don't care about winning 4 years from now. If we have a chance to win now.
What is it other than what actually works? I mean, if you trust the GM, you trust the GM.
Yeah.
It's done wonders so far, right?
Yep.
They lost last year in the playoffs in the second round. Nobody wanted to see that, right? But we can all excuse away why it happened, but it happened nonetheless. Be better this year. Stay healthy. They can do it. But now it's like, you have to do this to win the Super Bowl.
What if his way does work? Like,
right.
Are we discounting that this has been really, really good? This is the third year they're really competing for a Super Bowl. The first two, they had a really nice postseason run. The second year, they had a really nice regular season. It's a disaster in the postseason, but, I'm willing to give this some time to let it breathe.
I mean, I can say this. I'd like them to add some more players to this team, for sure. But ultimately, I do trust the guy to make the right decisions because he's pushed pretty much all the right buttons to
Do you remember, there's a couple things that happened. Well, I'll get to it coming up because we're up against a break. But, yeah, adding players is something I think everybody wouldn't have an issue with. It's just a matter of how much do you go in? How much, because they'll tell you, we added players. They'll say that. But they'll include the guys that got off waivers. Like, they'll think that those players are going to help them. 248-539-9797. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, and they're coming in hot with summer send-off savings. Right now, lease a new 2026 model year Equinox LT for just $359 a month for 36 months with zero money down. $359. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount. Finance through Ally Financial, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends September 2nd, so you got to move now. Tigers going out to Kansas City. They're on the road, and we'll get to some Tiger talk coming up in a minute. You know, it's funny. Do you remember we got a call a couple weeks ago with some dude that really wanted to spend a whole bunch of time explaining the NFL escrow system?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Lions held a news conference, and I think it was Disner was explaining. They actually didn't know. They brought in members of the media. Am I remembering this correctly? Didn't they bring in members of the media to meet with him and talk about how the cap works?
I think so.
And why the $33 million that they have isn't actually $33 million or whatever their total is. And I looked up, the NFL escrow rule.
Mm-hmm.
And tell me if this clears it up. All right, are you ready?
Okay.
In the NFL, escrow refers to money a team is required to deposit. Stop me when you get confused, okay?
Yeah.
In the NFL, escrow refers to money a team is required to deposit with a third party to ensure the full payment of players' guaranteed contract funds. This funding rule requires teams to secure the guaranteed portion of a contract when it's signed, preventing teams from tying up funds they might not be able to pay later. Escrow matters to the salary cap because it ensures the full amount of guaranteed money is available to the player, even if the team faces financial trouble. When a team signs a player to a contract with guaranteed money, the league's escrow funding rule mandates that the team deposit the full guarantee amount into an escrow account. The amount of escrow does not directly count against the team's cap when it's deposited. However, placing money in escrow is a requirement to show the team can afford to guarantee it. It makes a guaranteed contract more feasible within the salary cap framework. You got that? You following?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay. With escrow, a team might sign a player to a massive deal, but not have the actual cash on hand to pay future guaranteed portions if they encountered financial difficulties. I'm trying to find the part that the listener brought up was that you have to have like 90% of your money used, and that the money that they have now is going to go into future contracts. But I can't find that part of the rule.
Well, that only happens when they actually have those future contracts signed.
Yeah.
And so far, they haven't worked out that deal for Hutchinson or anybody else.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't expect the other guys to get it until after the season. So if you're going to do a deal with Hutch, I understand that some of that cap space they have now will then get used up for this year.
Unused cap space from previous seasons can be rolled over and added to next season's cap. So I have a feeling that's the big holdup with any sort of additional salaries is next year the Lions are going to have somebody's contract redone. Most likely Hutch's.
So that's where the escrow money comes in, because if you're going to give somebody a bonus, then they have to get paid right away, and then you need to have that in the escrow account. I understand that. It still shouldn't affect the salary cap for this year. What it affects is how much money you have on hand, how much cash you have on hand, liquid, to give to the players that you're going to give the bonus to.
Well, if you're earmarking that money to go to a contract next year, you might want to save it this year, so it can roll over to be used next year, is the point. So I don't know how many guys are planning on signing next year.
Yeah, I still wouldn't imagine it affects them. I don't buy that they don't have that reduces the cap space so far that they can't add some player of real significance. I don't buy that. And I also would say this, for a team that's owned by someone that is a multi-billionaire, they have the funds. They should be able to have the funds to put it to reload the escrow.
Yeah, but you can only spend so much on players.
I understand.
Yeah,
that's
because
what
of the cap, it doesn't matter what the owner's bank is.
Well, no, but it does in terms of having the escrow.
Okay,
account,
fair,
right,
but I think the idea being that the money that it looks like they have is probably already spent on future contracts because they want to roll some of this over. Now, how much? I don't know. How many of these guys? All these contracts are coming up at the same time.
Yeah, I guess
Hutch, J-Mo, Branch, and Laporta.
I guess I've always taken that into account that, yes, next year it's going to change because you have, or the year after that, it's going to change because you have signing bonuses you're giving out. And I understand. I totally understand.
Yeah, I'm intrigued as to how much of the reported cap space that they think they're going to need to sign these 4 players. And if they're going to sign them this year.
A lot.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that might limit their spending now.
Whatever the cap is, was it $250 million or something? I don't even know what the cap is. But
it is is, I looked this up. It's $279 million, and it goes up roughly 10% a year.
So, yeah, I got it.
Yep.
I understand it.
But a lot of money.
I understand some of it. I don't understand all of it. I understand some of it.
Yeah, it's funny because when I started reading some of the explanation of it, I'm like, oh, a lot of this money is earmarked for future contracts. But hey, look, that doesn't mean they can't get somebody. They couldn't have afforded Parsons. I don't think they could have afforded Parsons. Not without major losses on the back end.
Well, no, that's the side that nobody wants to look at. The dirty side of it is that if you were to make a trade for Parsons, and they could have done it, right? If they offered the same type of thing, they could have gotten it done. Give up a couple first-round picks, give up a defensive player of consequence, because that's the first part of the hurt right there. You have to give up somebody that's good, not somebody that's okay. You have to give up somebody that's good. So let's just say, for your sake, it's Jack Campbell, okay? I know it hurts, Doug. I know, but I'm just throwing Jack Campbell's name out there because the position he plays ultimately isn't going to. If you're trying to try to re-sign him, he's not going to cost you $30 million because he's a linebacker, middle linebacker. They don't get paid like that. So let's just say it's him. Down the road, which isn't that far, it's like the next year when you got these other contracts that come up. Now you got real pain because you're already going to pay. You're going to pay Aiden Hutchinson. And if you're going to give Micah Parsons his $47 million a year, what do you think Hutch is going to cost? You're going to get a hometown discount down to $45 million? Or is Hutch going to cost you closer to $50?
It's going to be expensive.
Let's just say
it's going to be north of what Parsons just got.
I would think it's right on par, if
he's
not
just the
north.
next. He's just the next guy, right?
So $95 million, let's say that. Let's say it's $95 million for those two players moving forward. Okay, now I've got to think about Jamison Williams. Well, Jamo's a wide receiver. Wide receivers on the market now get $30 million. It's going to start there. And I think he's going to have a monster year where it's going to justify some team wanting to give him $30 million. Lions may already know that we're not going to give him $30 million. We can't afford to do that. And if you were to have traded for Micah Parsons, you damn sure couldn't do that. So that's one player. Jahmyr Gibbs. Love Jahmyr Gibbs, right? I guess you technically don't have to pay him yet. You can put that off another year. And he's a running back, and running backs don't get paid, which is a travesty. But by the time he does get paid, maybe that has changed even more because of contracts guys like Saquon Barkley have signed. Is he going to be north of $20 million?
If you put him off, and this is my fear that we've avoided so far, Trey Hendrickson didn't want to play on the last year of his contract. Micah Parsons didn't want to play on the last year of his contract. The Lions are going to run into that situation if they try to delay some of these deals of players that aren't going to want to play on the last year of their contract. And they've done a good job of locking guys up early, so they haven't. But with a whole bunch coming up at the same time, it is a war-chesting situation. On top of that, they have some cap hits that go way up for the players that they've signed.
There is a key difference.
Which is?
The Lions are a really good football team. So the allure of wanting to stick around on that contract so you have a chance to win is different than you're on Cincinnati, and Cincinnati is, borderline playoff team, even though they made the Super Bowl not that long ago. But, boy, they handled their cap situation strangely. The Cowboys, I don't think anybody feels like the Cowboys were a Super Bowl contending team at this point.
I hope that
Pittsburgh
matters.
Steelers.
I hope you're right. I hope it matters.
I don't think Pittsburgh's a contending team. The Cleveland Browns, are they a contending team? These are teams that all, did whatever they did with their edge rushers.
Yeah, I hope you're right. I'm not sure you aren't overplaying that card a little bit.
I'm not. I'm bringing it up as a possible point. I think there's a difference between the Lions and some of those teams that those players, because those players know they're going to get paid anyway. The question is, they're going to get paid by the Lions. That's the question. I don't know if they're going to get paid by the Lions or not. But if you had traded for Micah Parsons, pretty damn sure that you were going to have to lose at least two players of real consequence in addition to the player you had to give up to trade for Micah in the first place.
Micah wanted to play for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
He did not want to leave. According to Jane Slater, a reporter for the NFL Network, he came back to the Cowboys with empathy. He wanted to get a deal done. By then it was too late, and from his side of the story was the Cowboys said, play your fifth year or not, or we're going to trade you. And obviously we saw what happened. So I think even if Lions players want to be here, dude, this is their chance to, their lifetime contract. This is the chance to get paid. The second contract's a big contract, right?
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. It's Carson Anderson on a Friday. Picks coming up today at 1:38. It's If I Bet It returning. 97.1 The Ticket. (248-539-9797). Twitter question today, would you rather be Detroit or would you rather be Green Bay? A lot of reaction to that. If you comment, there's always a chance we'll read it on the air, and let's read some of these. Right now, would you rather be Detroit or Green Bay? The vote, 83.4% still say Detroit to the 16.6% that say Green Bay. From JT, I don't have strong convictions toward either. I think they're neck and neck right now for the division, but I don't view either as a top two team in the NFC. JT, who do you view as one of the top two teams in the NFC? Who are the top two?
Maybe Philly and Washington.
Be interesting.
Those are the teams that did play for the NFC Championship.
This would be a very easy answer if the Lions had just signed Zadarius Smith, because the Lions wouldn't have given up premium assets and still be set up for the future. But because Brad is being stubborn about it, adding a defensive end, this question is a legitimate topic today.
Well, is he being stubborn, or does he have intimate knowledge as to whether or not they feel like they need to add Zadarius Smith?
I think they're taking. I really believe they're taking this team out for a test drive to see what their true needs really are, because something's going to go wrong.
Well, is it also strange that here it is, 12:03 mark Eastern time? Is Zadarius Smith signed with anybody else? No, he hasn't. What does that mean?
I don't know.
What does that mean? This is clearly a guy who still has talent, can still play in the league, and nobody has signed him yet, and we're 9 days away from
Between
playing
the two
football.
teams, did he have 9.5 sacks last year? Is that what his total ended up being? I also think the film might show you, and I have to go back and see if I can find all his sacks from last year with the Lions. Do you remember the 1 year Oruwariye got 6 interceptions?
Yeah.
And everyone's like, ooh. And I went back and I looked at all 6 of them. 2 of them were plays that he made. 2 more were tipped by somebody else and dropped right in the breadbasket of Oruwariye. And the other 2 were thrown directly to him. Like, it was 6 interceptions, but it didn't feel like a legitimate 6 like he made a couple of plays.
I'm not taking away his sack. He had 9 sacks on the season between the two teams.
I will tell you, my recollection in Detroit was he was rushing the passer and people got forced into his lap a couple of times. And that might be it. I mean, we're looking for reasons as to why they aren't interested in him. Maybe that's it.
Maybe. Or maybe he's, playing teams against each other and they're not going to play that game. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I find it strange that he has not re-signed with the Lions. I found it strange that the Lions didn't want to bring him back on the same, on the terms of the deal that they had him in the first place. I thought that was strange. And now it's even stranger that goes through free agency, didn't sign with anybody. Training camps have come and gone, hasn't signed with anybody. And football starts a week from last night, and he's still available. And there are clearly teams that seem like they could use an edge rusher. Do you think Dallas could use him? Now that they have empty spot for an edge rusher. I mean, he's a one-trick pony. It's what he does, but he does it pretty well. I don't mind that he doesn't have to be the all you can eat, defensive end on this team. They already have one of those.
They might mind, but yeah, I hear you. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike in South Lyon. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hi.
Hey.
First of all, on Zadarius Smith, I think anybody who looks at that Washington game is going to say no. All right? When it came down to it and it was very important, he didn't show up.
Oh, that's true.
So I'm not surprised that they don't want him. In fact, I wouldn't want him. And on your 4 guys, the one I would try and trade away is Jameson. All right? Because, look, he's going to cost you a lot of money. And if you can get him in a deal with maybe a second-round choice and get Trey Hendrickson, and then you can sign Trey Hendrickson
All right,
for
you
maybe
can't, but
3 years.
Stop. You're not going to do that. It's not going to happen with Cincinnati.
Why is Cincinnati
already
gonna
got
add
money
J-Mo?
tied up with their wide receivers. They're not going to add
2
another
really
wide
good
receiver.
ones.
Joe Burrow might want him.
No,
They're
it's not.
stupid.
Stop, Mike. That's not going to happen.
All right, then you got to throw in maybe an Ennis Rakestraw who's injured.
Dude, not to
You gotta
Cincinnati.
throw in maybe
They have
maybe
T.
you got to
Higgins
throw in
and
an
Jamar
Anzalone.
Chase. If they could trade Trey Hendrickson, they're not going to trade him for an offensive piece, especially one at a position where they're already loaded.
Or they're not going to trade him for a guy who's hurt. So stop with
Well, then-
Cincinnati. It's not going to happen with Cincinnati unless it's the trade deadline and Cincinnati is in the tank, the Lions can get on board and they can make a trade by offering draft picks. That's how that gets done. They don't have to worry about players. I get that you want to, if you think that Jamo's going to cost too much, and I believe that he's going to cost too much for the Lions to hang on to, but they don't have to cross that bridge just yet.
248-539-9797. Ben in the Pier. Hello, Ben.
Hey, how are you guys?
What's up?
So here's my thing. Micah Parsons, to me, looking at the way he behaved in Dallas on the sidelines, the guy's a cancer. We don't need that kind of guy in Detroit. We have Aiden. I would love to sign Zadarius back because it would be kind of nice to see them work together. Yeah, like the previous caller said, anybody that looked at the Washington game, yeah, but by that time we were so banged up and hurt. You know, if you had Aiden on one end and Zadarius on the other, that'd be a perfect 1-2 punch. I'm going to hang up and listen.
Well, the Micah Parsons being a locker room cancer is something I'm not comfortable like saying that's why they traded him. And so, you know, I'm not going to put my name on that. Is it possible? I mean, it's possible. The way this went down with Jerry, and in the past, what was he threw his quarterback under the bus? He was complaining about the offense or something. So it's possible. I just will say this. The organization that the Lions are running right now, one variable that they weigh heavily is how a player fits into the locker room. It probably has more weight on it than it ever has in our lifetime. And it's been kind of a drama-free deal. We got Alex Anzalone this summer going, hey, remember me over here, but it never became an issue.
No, it did not. They gave him a slight bump in pay, and I guess it satisfied it for the moment, but it still feels kind of weird. To me, it feels weird.
Yeah, but
maybe not to him, but
is
to
that
me
the
it
biggest
kinda
drama? I mean, there's the JMO stuff with the suspension, but if this is the type of drama we're going to get consistently under this group, and that stuff can get in the way of winning, and they don't get in their own way anymore. Their football culture helps them win instead of hurts them. 248-539-9797. Now, you may not like it. Let's be clear. Not everybody likes it. And sometimes you add a bad apple, or you add a guy who won't conform, or you add a guy that's got a bad reputation and hopes he conforms. But they don't really, it doesn't appear to me like they're going to take those kinds of chances. Maybe eventually they will, but doesn't it seem like they weigh this variable more than we probably give credit for?
I don't know. I mean, maybe. I think sometimes we read too much into everything.
Of course.
Yes.
It's what we do. What are we doing every day from 10 to 2? Matt on a cell, you're next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, hi. How are you doing today?
Okay.
Hey, my take on why the Lions don't want Zadarius Smith is I kind of agree with Brad Holmes, and I looked at Zadarius, and he seems to be the kind of player that does 100% of 60% of each play he takes on the field. He'll come off the ball real hard, and if he doesn't have a clear path to becoming the hero of the play, he just kind of phones it in and gives it up. I've seen him not hustle a lot of times where Aiden Hutchins will drag half of the offensive line along with him and go right till the whistle blows and then throw a couple guys off and walk back to the huddle. I don't see where Zadarius is that big of a threat. I mean, I think his reputation overshadows his actual performance.
Maybe if they think he's dogged it or they think that he's not a complete player, I don't think they love one-trick ponies. But again, we're all kind of grasping at straws why Zadarius isn't here and trying to come up with the logical thing. It might be as simple as Kang said yesterday. They just don't love him. They don't like him enough to bring him back.
I wouldn't want him myself. I just don't care. I don't think he's all that big of a deal.
Yeah. Had 9 sacks last year, split evenly between the two teams, basically. But I get it. What our eyes saw last wasn't great.
Well,
I don't know if I don't know if he was being completely honest with what he said, what he saw with Zadarius Smith and going 100% only 60% of the time, whatever. I don't know any of that. I can tell you that there were games that it looked like he didn't show up, and particularly in that playoff game, and it hurts and it stinks. But I also know that he's got one really good skill.
It's a useful skill.
It's a very useful skill. And on a team where you've already got a defensive end, an edge rusher that can do everything that you ask him to do, like Hutchinson, I don't know if you need to ask the other guy to do that. I don't know what the Lions are asking from the other defensive end. But they're putting their eggs in the basket right now of Marcus Davenport. Now, when Marcus Davenport is healthy, he is very good. Would I rather have a healthy Marcus Davenport than Zadarius Smith in year 10 or whatever it is for him? I'd rather have a healthy Marcus Davenport. The problem is Marcus Davenport doesn't stay healthy, and I kind of want insurance. And it feels like you can sign Zadarius Smith for money that isn't going to break the bank at all and provide you with that insurance. But we don't know all what's going on here. It could very well be that not only do the Lions not want him, but it could also be that Zadarius Smith is not going to settle for anything less than a multi-year deal. And if teams aren't willing to give him more than the 1 year, and that's a deal breaker for him, then he's going to remain on the outs.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan State taking on Western tonight. Spartan fans, what are you most excited about? 248-539-9797. What is it you can't wait to see? I was down in the building yesterday at Schembechler Hall in Ann Arbor. We'll get into some of what I'm sensing, what I'm feeling, what I'm hearing in the 1 o'clock hour. And then at 1:38, we got If I Bet It. Gator coming up today at 12:35, another edition of Would You Buy? Nobody hit the Mega Millions. Another drawing coming up this weekend. What is it, over $815 million now? Am I right on that?
I think it's like 860 something.
Well, that is over $815 million indeed. We'll do that today at 12:35. More of your phone calls. We go to Ed. You're next. Hello, Ed.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hey, Ed.
So, there's something I think you're not considering with Mr. Smith. What if he doesn't want to sign with anybody yet? He can wait until the trade deadline, and then he can look around. Hey, Buffalo, you want to sign me now? Or whomever.
All right, Ed, what would be the purpose of that?
So that he can rest his...
So he can what?
What if he signs with the Lions? What if he signs with the Lions and then, God forbid, Jared Goff gets injured? Now he's like, oh, man, no Super Bowl for me?
So let me ask you, Ed, do you think it's more important to him that he wins a Super Bowl or that he gets paid?
Could be. I don't know. We're speculating on this and that. Could be. He's made a lot of money already. So maybe he's like, you know what I don't have? A Super Bowl ring. That means a lot to a lot of people.
So you think he might be waiting to find the best team that he can sign with?
Right.
Okay.
Wait almost halfway through the season before he can do that.
Was that singing?
I don't know. How'd you feel about that?
I felt like Ed was singing.
Ken, what do you think of that? What do you think of Ed and his comment?
I'll just, whatever you feel, Gator, I feel the same. I'm with you, Gator. I back you, man.
I felt like Ed was singing.
I think Zadarius Smith has the option to pick whatever team.
Well, you can do that now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a free agent, can do that now. Yeah. So if he waits during the season, he cuts his earning potential at least in half. And
he's losing game checks.
Yeah, he's losing game checks, but he gets to perhaps, and it's no guarantee, go to a team that is a contending team for a Super Bowl, like Buffalo.
So
that's how he said it.
Yeah.
How he said it.
I'll say I'm going to reiterate the fact that I just don't think the Lions necessarily want Zadarius Smith.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at his snap counts, when he was with the Lion, okay, when he got traded to the Lions, his first game, 77% snap counts, 67, 82, not bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then 42%, 42%, 62%, 51%, 58%. He's not an every down player, is my point, okay? And Brad Holmes said at the end of the season, how many guys did they keep on the roster? 50.
50, yeah.
And they have some kind of insane standard where they're like, listen, if you're not good enough, we're not putting you on the team. I just feel like they did a Zadarius Smith last year. It was fine. And that's it. They moved on. Personally, I wouldn't mind signing Zadarius Smith again. I think he would help this team. But it doesn't look like the Lions really want him on the team.
It doesn't look like
it does not look like that at all. And you know what? I think that's maybe the best way to put it, because I think all three of us might have the same opinion. Like, I think he adds to the team. I think he'd be great for it. I'd like to see him there. But in the end, it really looks like the Lions just want nothing to do with him anymore. They're just being nice and not even, well, we'll see. We roster isn't set yet. Well, anything can happen. Never going to say never. When somebody says never going to say never, it kind of means never.
Yeah, and then, by the way, for the playoff game, he played 53% of the snaps.
Yeah, but like we said, he is what he is. He's a pass rusher, period.
Let's go to Bob next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hi, guys. Great show, by the way.
Thank you.
But to those who think that culture is overrated, I refer to Matt Millen, who was quoted more than once as saying, every team should have a few rats on them. To that I reply, what's your record, Matt? And the other thing is, Davenport, again, when healthy, to me is like a Joe Dumars, you know. He's not flashy, but he's steady and necessary to winning.
Well, he hasn't been healthy in a long time. I'm not sure if Matt Millen has any relevance, but when Matt Millen says that, it's because as a player, he probably experienced that playing with the Raiders and playing with the Redskins back in the day, and they won.
Yeah.
So he can say that and try to. He clearly wasn't able to build a team here. That was an obvious failure, but it's what he knew as a player.
248-539-9797. Good Lord, other teams are going to make moves. The Lions dominated games without 80% of their starting defense. We only need to stay healthy. There's no such thing as a window. Green Bay isn't in our league. The NFL will find out. One pride. It's an unnamed texter.
Oh, what?
Guys, the Packers got rid of a tackle who does well against the Lions and added an expensive end who did poorly against the Lions and jacked up their cap. I love this. Parsons is a poison in the locker room, too.
I wouldn't say that.
Derek in Washington says, not worried about the Packers move. The Lions still have more better players. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Don in Birmingham. Hi, Don.
Hi, thanks, guys. You guys are great. My
it.
favorite afternoon show. You're one of my favorite shows on the network, anyway.
Thank you.
I don't see the downside in signing Za'Darius Smith because the bottom line is Davenport is very unreliable, and if we can limit his snap count, maybe there's a better chance that he'll stay healthy. So if they rotate in those two and limit the snap counts of each, maybe they'll both be more productive because, Davenport's always hurt. He's played a fraction of the games over the last 3 years. And Za'Darius Smith still has, some power and some ability, and he can shore up that other end. And if they rotate, I think it'd be a great combination. And you know what? You always need line help. So I don't see the downside in it, especially at a reduced cost.
I guess the only thing, you hear our discussion, and it doesn't appear that they just like him as a player. I mean, considering
that could be true.
Considering, and if you circle back to what Brad said yesterday about why they cut down to 50, and he's like, look, they didn't live up to our standard. And I think that if you connect that dot to the dot that they haven't signed Za'Darius Smith, it makes me think that they don't like him.
But so they want to go after other players, but how do they know if those other players live up to their standard without having them in camp?
Well, I guess they don't. They'd rather have the flexibility to get somebody else and don't want to waste any money on a player they don't like. I mean, it's simple, Don. If you think of it in those terms, it actually is really simple. And since we have no other explanation to go to, it's Achman's razor, right? Whatever's the most obvious explanation.
Achman.
Did I say Achman? I think I did. At least I got the razor part right.
Okay.
I got the razor part right. Anyway, they just don't like him as a player. They would probably say, why sign anyone we don't like as a player?
Yeah, maybe we don't know what goes on.
No, we
behind
don't.
closed doors in the
We're
locker room.
really, really speculating on why they haven't signed Za'Darius Smith because fans see him out there, familiarity, put up some numbers in Detroit, but nothing on that front yet. 248-539-9797. More feedback into the Carson Anderson inbox. Thank you for all your texts. Do you guys want to win a Super Bowl or be good for years and never win one? It sounds like you guys would rather be good. Look, man, because
you're just trying to win a Super Bowl. I got you, pal. He's just trying
to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, because that's not what we want.
Do you think it's possible? And I asked this person this question. Do you think it's possible that they can win a Super Bowl doing it Brad Holmes' way? Or do you think it's impossible? And do you think it's possible that he will add the players that he thinks will help him win a Super Bowl and has done that? Like the number one rated corner in the market was DJ Reed by many services and by many rankings of free agent corners. And they went out and got him. I feel like that is lost in all of this. They went out and signed what many people thought was the number one free agent corner available. And people feel like they didn't do anything. I don't know why that move gets so dismissed.
Because it's basically a replacement for what they lost after the season.
Well,
because Carlton Davis, they signed him the previous year or traded for him, whatever the case was. And then the year ends, his contract's up, they let him go, and they replace him with a guy who is just as good.
Well, I guess one of the things I have a difference with those people is I think DJ Reed is better than Carlton Davis. And so I'm I'm thinking they made an upgrade in the secondary, which helps the pass rush.
Right, but you understand what I'm saying. That the difference there is that, okay, if you're replacing a player that was already on your roster last year, and even if you say he's better, I'll take it. Sure, he's better, but is it it's the slightest of additions because he's just replacing the guy, and he might be a little bit better.
I think it's a step up, but I think it's more than slight, but that's just me. 248-539-9797. Another edition of Would You Buy coming up at 12:35. What'd you say, $950 million?
$950 million.
You can buy a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
12:35 for that. 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jim on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hi, Jim.
How you doing, Doug and Gator?
We're great, thank you.
Hey, yeah, good. Yo, hey, want to echo what the one guy said about you guys being one of the best pro. I really enjoy listening to you guys and just the way you interact with everybody. And as going there, want to throw out a couple scenarios. When I've been hearing, ever since the trade went forward, you've been hearing all these the Green Bay Lions comparisons around here. And when you look at, to me, when you look at the 22 and 23 draft classes of both teams, would you guys agree that the Lions have players that are significantly more productive and are going to be significantly more expensive than the Green Bay players?
I'd have to take a look. I haven't done the deep dive on what Green Bay has, but I do know that the Lions are going to spend a ton of money to keep their guys.
Right. They're going to spend we'll go. I mean, when I looked at it and you kind of look at it, I see the Lions having to pay significantly more. Probably $150 to $160 million over the next 2-3 years in securing all these the players that they have coming up here. And then
the Packers here, let me say this, Jim, because the Packers have a couple of receivers whose contracts are going to be coming up in the next year or two. Jaden Reed and Christian Watson are both really good receivers. Are they going to cost as much as Jamison Williams? Probably not, but combined they're going to cost you, I would imagine that each one is probably a $25 million wide receiver on the open market. They drafted 2 tight ends in the same class and both play with Musgrave and Tucker Kraft that they'll have to make decisions on. They've got a backup quarterback that they really like in Malik Willis that they're going to have to hang on to, and they're going to have to pay him to hang on to him. That's going to cost money. And Jordan Love already makes a ton of money. But I do agree with you. I think the Lions players that they have to bring back are going to cost them more than what the Packers are going to be bringing back. But the Packers are going to have to make a tough decision here and there because the Parsons contract is massive.
Both teams are going to have significant financial challenges coming forward. I just believe that the Lions, the players that they have drafted are, they're more top 5-10 players with the Lions than there are with the Packers. And then on top of that, Forbes came out with, their valuations and their and that wasn't so much the thing, but it was the operating it where it's
Jim,
talking
real
about
quick,
profitability.
what your point is?
Well, my point is that I've been hearing everybody act like that this is not, that the Parsons thing is much more significant. It's going to hurt the Packers more financially, and I think they're overlooking the financial impact that all the draft picks that the Lions have and the people that they have to sign. That's going to cost the Lions a significant amount of money, and the Lions are significantly less profitable than the Packers.
Well, thank you for the phone call. I think we've discussed the Lions signing these guys all day.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Jim. I apologize, but we've brought it up. We've been talking about that JMO and Hutch and Branch, Laporta, Campbell, Gibbs are all due, and we're well aware of. Sorry, you must not have heard. It's been talked about a ton.
Yeah, and Micah Parsons next year, if you look at like Spot Track, he's not accounted for just yet on next year's cap for the Packers. He is for this year's cap for the Packers, but not for next year's. They have reportedly $44 million in cap space for next year. But Parsons' contract on average is going to be $47 a year. So it's all gone with the one player before they have to start entertaining what are we going to do with our own free agents and start finagling with the cap space.
All right, Gator, the Mega Millions is up to $950 million. Has there been a collection for tickets here at the office today?
Yes, actually, I paid yesterday.
Okay, good. Kang, did you contribute to that?
No.
Okay. Are you getting your own tickets then?
Yes,
You're branching out. Solo career.
Yeah, I'm freelance.
Yep.
Contract worker.
Okay. If you win and get that take home of what, 300 and something million?
Something like that.
Yep. Would you buy a car from a movie or TV series? Like Joe Burrow was going to get the Batmobile on this year's season of quarterback, which is what he was really going to do.
For last year, yeah. I started thinking about this. There's lots of cars I think were cool, but I'd probably want to just buy something brand new and fresh.
Mm-hmm.
But if I were to go with an older, from a car from a movie or a TV show, I really like I think you may have seen this movie. It's a 1974 Rolls-Royce convertible from the movie 16 Candles. When Anthony Michael Hall, his character, had to drive home.
You're going to take home Jake Ryan, Gator?
Jake Ryan's girlfriend. He had to drive home Jake Ryan's girlfriend because he couldn't drive his stick. So he's all right. Here you go. Take this. Here's the 74 Rolls. That Rolls Royce was beautiful. I love a convertible, a big convertible. That's a big convertible.
Yeah,
that would be pretty cool. But I'd probably end up with getting a brand new Bentley.
Kang, would you buy a movie from a TV show, or a car from a movie or TV show?
I don't think so, man.
Okay.
Like when it comes to cars, I want the latest and best. Like I just, give me whatever's new, whatever's gonna make my life more efficient, just better. I don't know, man. I'm not a huge classic car guy, so. And I just can't, like the Batmobile, it's not practical. I can't fit car seats.
How many car seats can you get in the back? All right,
Come
next up. How many family members would you feel obligated to take care of?
My family isn't a massive family, right? So I got my brother and his wife and 2 kids there. I've got a couple cousins in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
Each are married and each have 1 child. I've got a couple other cousins. One is married, no kids. The other one is married and has several kids. And then I've got an aunt and uncle. So it's not a huge family. Would I take care of them all? And of course, I have my mother. Yes.
You would?
I would, absolutely.
Kang?
And I would enjoy it to the hilt.
What's take care of?
What's take care of? Yeah, that's a.
So,
true.
Okay, so because I have thought of this.
Oh, have you?
Yeah. So it's, you've got $300 million after taxes to deal with, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, at least $1 million to each one, probably a couple million to each one. I'm not giving my mom money. Don't have to. I just take care of my mom, right? And the same thing can happen with my brother because we're all here in the same state, although I'd probably give him, $5 million, something like that. In that sense, take care of him. But with the cousins out of state, aunt and uncle out of state, that would be probably just a cash transaction. And with the caveat, anything you need, you let me know.
Okay.
So they would still have to work? I guess that's why
I'm older, so...
No, it's fine. Do whatever you want with your money.
They're closer to retirement age anyway.
Yeah. See, the thing is, I kind of like, how they say treat others as you want to be treated as?
Mm-hmm. Or something like that, yeah.
Whatever. The golden rule.
There's a golden rule there somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere.
Framework.
Edge rusher. Rudge Edger.
Something.
Yeah.
So if anyone in my family won a huge jackpot, I would not expect anything and be grateful for anything,
Yep.
So I kind of do the same way the other way. Now, I don't want to just like hand out money, but I want to like set them up for success, if that makes any sense. So if whatever their passion was, to build or invest into, I would want to like give them that path,
Hey, here's the seed money you want to start a business. Here's what I can help
here
you
it is. That's what I would do. So taking care of, immediate family members like that. And then outside that, it's like, I'm not handing out $1 million to everybody. Like,
okay, you'll support them.
Let me ask you this though.
Okay, we're running short on time.
I hear you. No, just real quick though. But your family's considerably bigger than my family, I think.
Extended family.
Yeah. Like way bigger than what mine is. So maybe that's why I'm easier to say.
Obviously, if you're not close to a lot of people in your family, it's easier to be like, nope, brother, sister, mom, dad, or something like that, right? But yeah, so that's how I would do it, Doug.
All right, great. Next one. Would you go to Rome?
Yeah, I'd like to go to Italy. Italy's one of the countries I want to visit, and Rome is definitely a big part of it. I could spend a week or 2 in Italy and go throughout the country.
Kang, would you go to Rome?
I would go to Italy, but not any of the tourist spots. And if that includes Rome, then no, because to me, it looks just too much, man. Like too many people, too many pickpocketers, too many I don't want to be a part of the chaos and madness. If I'm going to win this lotto, I'm trying to live stress-free, and that seems stressful. So if it's off the beaten path, some kind of wine country, nice stay somewhere like that.
So no Singapore for you?
Well, why?
That looks like such a spectacle.
I've been to Singapore.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And it's not that bad. It depends. I mean,
I don't know. I based off a Crazy Rich Asian.
Yeah.
So it's like that was ridiculous. I'll stereotype it through that. I love that movie, and that whole scene is like ridiculous.
All right. Well, good luck, guys.
Good luck to you, Doug.
I'm not playing, but good luck.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
Come on, man. You're
Do
picking
I?
up what he's throwing down.
Yeah. You know
Oh, because you have offered an extraordinarily generous offer
That's
to
right.
pay for our kids' college if you win.
And you're taking the kid off to the next step. So
Yeah.
you're still
Yep.
paying for schooling, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we are still paying for schooling. I will start financially planning around the fact that we will no longer have to pay for
No,
college.
don't do that. I'm just saying that, keep planning what you got to do. But if I win, you should wish me luck. I
am wishing you luck.
And
good luck, Scott.
Yeah.
All right.
And you too, Kane.
Talk some football. We'll get to Michigan in the 1 o'clock hour. We got picks coming up a little bit later on. It is Carson Anderson. FanDuel's giving you a reason to lock into the college football season early. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's right. New customers bet $5, and if you win, you walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use all over the app. So forget all the futures and forget all the parlay junk. Just go find a heavy favorite and bet them on the money line. Put your $5 down on the money line. Then when they win, now you got your $300 to bet on futures if you want to do parlays, although I don't recommend it. Then $5 gets you $300 in bonus bets. Play around with however you so choose. Just head to FanDuel.com/Doug. Sign up and get started. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. The entire sports world reacting. It's funny, to the Micah Parsons trade. I did 2 interviews today prior to the show, Michigan football related. I've got the game tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. Both interviews diverted to Micah Parsons talk. Hey, we'd like you to come on and preview the Michigan Opener. Cool. Yeah. All right. Great. Both.
Where they call you from?
One was WDIV. I did a
okay.
thing on Channel 4 this morning, and another was a place out in Albuquerque. But it turned it. They both. I got to ask a question about Micah Parsons.
Got to ask you.
Yeah. Well, we've got you. And look, it's a huge story, and it obviously impacts us. This is, sometimes we kind of, all right, how does it impact us? This very directly impacts us. And I'm not sure it was possible to get that kind of deal done, that it would ever happen without a new contract, which would put the Lions back them into a corner as far as the cap is concerned. I think they have, the money they have, some of it's earmarked for contracts they're going to sign next year because you can roll some over. But at the end of the day, the Lions' job just got harder. I kind of like the challenge, but, some people want the Lions to make this kind of move and don't think that Brad Holmes will ever do it, and he might not. I'm so intrigued by the most competent management group we've ever had. I kind of want to see them lay their plan out and do their thing and see what comes of it, because we've never had a guy that just keeps drafting well and drafting well and drafting well, and this is only year 3 of them having it up and running. Like, they've contended for the last 2 Super Bowls. This is the 3rd one that they're a legitimate Super Bowl contender. We'll see what goes down. Who do we got next? Nathan, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Nathan.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing today?
Good, thank you.
Call in, obviously, about Micah Parsons, him going to Green Bay. Obviously, it's a big move for the Packers, but personally, looking at the deal, I still don't think the Packers are better than the Lions, personally, just because you look at these two teams and how they stack up. Like, other than Xavier McKinney, I have no idea who is in that secondary for Green Bay, and I think that's going to be a hole that'll get exposed this season. Maybe they'll patch it up, but I don't know. I just think the way the Lions are set up compared to these guys right now, that week 1, it's Lambeau Field's still going to be Ford Field West week 1, in my opinion.
Well, you know what? It's funny you bring this up. Some caller called earlier and said he's getting Reggie White vibes, like him putting him over the top. I also, part of me looks at who they lost up front defensively, looks at their secondary, and I'm wondering if I'm getting Cincinnati vibes. Like a really good offense and a great player on the edge defensively. I'm going to be intrigued if they can stop the run and if people are going to be running wide open in the secondary.
Well, they do have good linebackers on a team. They do have Rashawn Gary as well. I mean, Quay Walker is a pretty good linebacker. Edgerrin Cooper is young.
Yeah.
They still have talent, but yes, defensive tackle looks like it's a hole on them right now.
Yeah, definitely. Like their front 7 is respectable. I mean, obviously you got Rashawn Gary and you got Parsons, obviously, and then going back towards Zadarius Smith. I know everybody loves talking about him. Personally, I think that they're going to wait a couple weeks to sign him, but we'll see what happens. But I don't know. I just know that Marcus Davenport, his history and track record, he probably won't last the whole season for Detroit.
Well, I don't think he'll play all 17, but they got some stuff riding on him. Look, Detroit has issues too. We don't know about the interior of both lines. Davenport, is he going to provide anything? And even if he doesn't, is their pass rush going to be enough? We're assuming some players are going to get better. What if Terrion Arnold doesn't get better? And we're going to assume that they're not going to be as injured as they were last year, but that was scary the way that happened. So it's not like Detroit is worry-free, but I think there's worries in Green Bay as well. And I'm not exactly sold on Jordan Love just yet. I was scared to death of him, but I'm not scared to death of him anymore.
I want to bring up a small, maybe glimmer, something shiny in light of this news, because everyone's it doesn't seem like everyone, but a lot of people panicked when the Packers got Parsons. Is at least we're going to be playing Parsons when he hasn't even met his teammates yet. They're going on the road, and he's going to be maybe a week of practice at best. If I don't know when he's even going to learn the playbook or anything like that, other than just get to the quarterback. But at least they get him now, and then when they play him the second time, it'll be at Ford Field, and we'll at least be at home. But the first time we're on the road and he hasn't even, suited up, I'll take that.
Well, let's face facts. That first game has extreme overreaction premium riding on it. If Detroit goes to Green Bay and loses that game, there is going to be unnecessary panic in Detroit. I mean, it is going to be
massive freakout.
It's going to be a massive freakout. On the opposite side, if Detroit goes to Green Bay and wins that game, it's going to feel like a aha moment. It didn't matter.
It'll be a crotch chop game. Everybody's going to be doing the crotch chop.
It is. I mean, most Mondays after Lions games are filled with overreactions to begin with. This could be an all-timer because there's a segment of Detroit's fan base that is upset that the Lions haven't given it more gas, haven't gone outside the organization and done more. And then the Packers went and did like just a total flex move. If the Packers beat Detroit in the opener, whew, you think there's going to be some reaction on that following Monday?
Yeah, I think there's going to be some reaction. I mean, look what we got. College football starts off with 1 versus 2. I wrote in my show sheet that it's kind of like they're following the NASCAR model where you have your best game at the start of the season.
Right.
Like NASCAR starts with
Daytona.
With the Daytona 500. Yeah. And now you've got this Lions game against the Packers. Does it become the marquee game of the schedule?
The whole schedule?
Well, I mean, you start off Thursday night and you've got Cowboys and Eagles, which loses some steam now. Chiefs and Chargers, Got Lions and Packers. Look at the rest of the schedule. What else is going to compare as I'm scrolling down? I mean, Giants and Commanders? No. Niners and Seahawks? No. Texans and Rams is pretty good. Well, Ravens and Bills. There you go. Sunday night. But we got some good games coming up. The Lions and Packers is as good as any of them. It could be a preview of the NFC Championship.
In 2022, the Lions swept the Packers. In 2023, the Lions swept the Packers. In 2024, the Lions swept the Packers. And I got this wrong here.
Are you sure?
2024? I'm looking at it right here. Yeah, they swept the Packers.
They've dominated the Packers.
Yeah, they've dominated the Packers.
And they won the last game of 2021 against the Packers.
They lost the Thanksgiving game in 2023. That's the one I got wrong, right? They lost that game. But the truth is, if they lose, they've won 6 of the last 7. If they lose this opener, there are going to be people on hold for hours.
There'll be some panic in Detroit.
I know it's what we call a 10-liner. There's a lot of overreaction premium riding on that opener. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Micah Parsons, indeed, is a Green Bay Packer. The Lions cooked. Plus, you can go vote on our Twitter poll. Who would you rather be, Detroit or Green Bay? Right here, right now. We barely touched on our Tigers. It'd be interesting to see if they can get back on the winning ways, huh? Back to their winning ways, huh?
Be nice.
Yep. That was a disastrous trip to Sacramento. Disastrous. So if they're off to Kansas City, Kansas City is the team that's 8.5 back, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So Kansas City's looking at this as getting into September. If they don't gain ground now, they're probably not going to. So this might be realistically their last stand.
Punch them out.
Yep. Let's finish them off and start worrying about bigger and better things. But hopefully they'll start to get a sense for who might be pitching for them later in September and into October.
Yes.
There have been some sketchy pitching performances lately.
I mean, each starter has roughly 5 starts to go the rest of the way. So someone's got to emerge. Hopefully a couple guys emerge and it just becomes easy peasy. These are the 3 guys we're going to go with, and 4th rotation spot can be whomever.
All right, straight ahead, we'll talk a little Michigan, the opener tomorrow night against New Mexico. I'll tell you what I'm hearing and what I'm kind of sensing in the building as we get set for the Wolverines opener. That at 102 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so we got a lot of stuff on the table today. Mostly it's been reaction to the Packers getting Micah Parsons. And Detroit still feels confident, but I think there's an acknowledgement that this thing, well, it just got tougher in the division. And they made a big move that many people wanted Detroit to make, but they didn't. It'll be interesting to see how this thing unfolds, whether or not it works for the Packers. They've gone more all in. Detroit seems to be playing the long game, but time will tell who was right and who was wrong on this one. So if you want to continue that discussion, 248-539-9797. In the 11 o'clock hour, we previewed Michigan State and Western Michigan. Spartan fans, what are you most excited to see, man? This is a game tonight. You're talking about the new toys under the Christmas tree. What are you most looking forward to seeing in year 2 under Jonathan Smith? And then there's Michigan. They open with New Mexico tomorrow in a game that John and I are doing. I'll start with this, Gator. I'm going to try to get people to be patient with Bryce Underwood. You think I'm going to be successful with this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think for a while.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing about it is if he doesn't look like an All-American on day one, that doesn't define him, okay? If you look at the most successful true freshman quarterbacks, most of them had quite a bit of talent around them. And I think Michigan's running backs, I think they might have 2 pros back there. The receiver position should be better than it was a year ago. I think the only position group that isn't better than a year ago offensively is tight end. And they got a bunch of tight ends, but they had a guy who went in the top, 13th, Colston Loveland. So every position group should be better. But that doesn't mean it's not going to come with struggles. And it's funny because being down there and talking to people in the building and talking to defensive players and the offensive guys say, and I'm over here preaching patience, and they all say the same thing. Oh yeah, it's gonna, it's freshman, and then they all kind of look at me sideways and go, "Kid's pretty good though." And there's like this underlying excitement about how good he can be. It's just a matter of whether or not how quickly they can bring him along and how quickly he grows up. Sharon Moore has said on a couple of occasions, and said again yesterday, he doesn't make the same mistake twice. But it's different when you step in front of an opposing team that means business, that isn't so polite as your own defense, and in front of 110,000 people.
Well, I would, I don't know if you have to caution anybody. I think the same thing people understand is a freshman. You should never expect a freshman just to light it up from the get-go. That being said, taking on New Mexico in your first game, it's a good opponent for him to get some confidence. You would think they should outclass the Lobos significantly. They have running backs they can go to kind of slow things down for them. You mentioned they lose Colston Loveland, but they bring back guys they like. Guys, Marlon Klein and Hogan Hansen are tight ends I think they like a lot. The offensive line, is it really a work in progress, or is it a good offensive line that'll get better as the season goes on?
I don't know. I
tend to always think Michigan's got a good offensive line.
Last year was a step back. Now, given they had 4th and 5th year guys that made up the offensive line on the national championship team, but it's funny. I was talking to Sharon yesterday. He goes, people forget Jordan Marshall and Andrew Sprague are redshirt freshmen. Like they played less than 4 games. They redshirted. They are freshman eligible. Jordan Marshall went over 100 against Bama. Sprague, who was a big-time recruit and started that game at tackle, and will start tomorrow. If they've got to get it right on the offensive line. If they do, then they give him a chance. They give the kid a chance to be successful. Then there's, what's new with Michigan? Well, there's guys who've been around that I think are going to start making a bigger impact on the defensive line. I think Dominic Nichols and Cameron Brandt, who are down on the depth chart, we'll see them after hearing about them for a long time. The first freshman Sharon mentioned after Bryce Underwood was Andrew Marsh, the wide receiver. He's also won the kickoff return job. They like him. They think he's pretty exciting. Shamari Earls, the highly regarded freshman corner, we'll see him tomorrow. He was the 3rd freshman that Coach mentioned. And then Jordan Young, a safety, Elijah Dotson, the Belleville kid, a corner, and Chase Taylor, a linebacker from Georgia, all got mentioned. So everybody always wants to know what's new. Those are guys to look for. And then it's whether or not that defense that looks so impressive against Alabama with basically the guys that they were going to use this year, because it seemed like anybody who was moving on sat that one out. That defense did well against Bama.
Well, Michigan's defense over the last few years, the defensive line has always been great.
Yep.
And the tackles last year were spectacular for Michigan. They got to replace both of those guys. So looking at Trey Pierce and Trey Williams, would that be the other nose tackle type?
I heard one of the players call him Trey Groovy. I'm going to find out if Trey Williams' nickname is Trey Groovy.
So, I mean, they got big shoes to fill. I would imagine it's going to take a bit, and they may never be as. I mean, the guys they had last year were just ridiculously good, but they do bring back some guys that can definitely hit you. Barham, I think, is a guy I look at that can make some plays.
That's a good call by you.
I think Michigan's going to be pretty steady this year, and if they can stay healthy, the quarterback is going to grow and he's going to get better. I don't know if they're going to beat Ohio State again, but I've been thinking that Ohio State's going to thump it for the last several years, and it hasn't happened because they're so in Ohio State's head. It's kind of hysterical when you look at it. But this is a team that can fly under the radar a little bit, and then next thing you know, they might have 7 or 8 wins under the belt with a chance to get to double digits legitimately without having to pray to the gods. And it's a typical Michigan season.
248-539-9797. Wolverine fans, what are you most excited about this year? Spartan fans, same question. Get your phone calls and feedback in. Let's get back to your calls. Matthew is in Detroit, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Matthew.
Hey, y'all. How you doing today?
We're great, Matthew.
Good. So as far as the Parsons trade and all the talk around it, so I feel confident. I think we can at least split with the Pack. I think we could beat them in both games. But I feel like as far as the division goes, that's a different. I mean, it's a related conversation in terms of in division record and tiebreakers. But look, we can't control the other 15 games, and those other 15 games are on a 7th place schedule for the Pack. And with us being on a 1st place schedule, I mean, hindsight being 2020, part of me keeps
7th place schedule
for Green Bay because they were the 7th seed last year, right?
Well, that's not how it works, but yeah, they have the way it works is you play your 6 games in your division. You play 4 games against another division in the NFC, 4 games against another division in the AFC, and then there's 3 positional games. And Green Bay finished 3rd, so they will play 3 third-place teams from the remaining, 5 divisions. So, yeah, there's 3 games that the Packers have that are easier than Detroit. Other than that, their schedules are exactly the same.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm curious what y'all's thoughts are on the O-lines that they're going to be up against as far as, do you see a big difference in terms of, Lions schedule versus Detroit schedule in terms of those games that could make a difference in terms of, the impact that Parsons is going to have? That's probably a deep dive in terms of something you can't just, whip off the top of your head. But
I'm not sure I know what you're asking.
I mean, do I expect the Packers to be better because Parsons is there? Yes. Yeah, Micah Parsons is an outstanding pass rusher. That's one of the best in the game, if not the best in the game. He's going to make a difference for them. But the Packers also lost the defensive tackle they traded to acquire him. That's a big loss, and they lost another one of their defensive tackles in free agency. So they have a hole in the middle, but they may have made up for it because of what they have on the outside, on both outside, because you have Rashawn Gary as the other defensive end. It's a very talented group.
All right, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. I'm trying to figure out the 3 games that are different because the Lions, everybody in the NFC North plays the AFC North and the NFC East. Okay, so all the teams in the NFC North will play Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Baltimore, and Cleveland.
So I have Green Bay's schedule up in front of me. Green Bay will play at Arizona.
Okay, so that the Lions play host the Rams. Who do they play out of the NFC or the AFC West?
AFC West?
Yeah, who does Green Bay play out of the AFC West?
At Denver.
Okay, Detroit's got Kansas City. And who's the other first place team that is not from one of these divisions? The NFC. I did NFC West, NFC South. Who won the NFC South last year?
Was that Tampa?
Tampa, yeah. Detroit plays Tampa. Who does Green Bay play?
The up-and-coming Carolina Panthers.
Okay, so these are the only games that are different. Detroit has Kansas City, the Rams, and Tampa. And Green Bay has Denver,
Carolina,
and Arizona. Yeah.
So Denver is, I mean, it was a really good team towards the end of the season. That's not going to be a joke.
Yep.
And Carolina played a lot better towards the end of the season, but they just traded away Adam Thielen, who certainly would help out Bryce Young if he had him this year, but doesn't.
Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket.
All right, you guys know which car dealer I love. I talk about them all the time for good reason. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield gives you real, honest pricing and the best deals around. I'm talking about no gimmicks. There's no surprises, just straight up amazing offers. And right now, what they have going on is it really is truly amazing. A 2025 Equinox EV is only $999 down, and that's just $159 a month as well. Or if you're more of a truck person, you can get behind the wheel of a 2025 Silverado TFL, again, with just $999 down and only $229 a month. That's right, only $229 a month for a truck. And here's the best part. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield is giving employee pricing for everyone on select demo Equinox, Silverado, and Trax models. You heard that right. Employee pricing for everyone. So whether you're upgrading to a sleek new electric ride with Equinox or grabbing that tough Silverado for work or play or looking for a solid SUV, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has got you covered. Now, these deals won't last, so head on over to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield and see why they're the best. And trust me, you won't find a better deal anywhere else. That's the Sarah difference.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Glenn, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Glenn?
Not too bad. How you guys doing today?
We're great.
Good. You guys are talking about, or asked about what we're excited about for Michigan football. I'm actually pretty excited about the defense. I thought that they weren't as good even during the championship years, but with all these guys coming back, I'm really excited for the defense this year.
Understandable. The transfers that they got to get the kid from Belleville, Payne, and the transfer from Clemson to help with the loss of the two defensive tackles, they certainly can make an impact. I really like their young safeties. I think Brandon Hillman, Mason Curtis, and they get Rod Moore back at some point. I think the secondary, they've got a lot of options. And, I think Wink Martindale will not be afraid to use those options. They're going to put the best guys out there, and there's a lot of options. So, and the linebackers, Gator mentioned Jayshawn Barham. He's just plays fast and brings a world of hurt, and they love Ernest Hausman. And another one to keep an eye on is Cole Sullivan, young redshirt freshman. They can't stop talking about him, too.
Nope, that's good. And I have a person that the Spartan fans can root for if they want. My nephew is actually the kicker for New Mexico, Luke Drizwicki.
Okay. Is he?
Yeah,
where is he from?
He's from Shelby Township. He went to Eisenhower.
Yeah, I remember highlighting him as one of the kids from our state.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I'm excited. The whole family's going down to the game tomorrow night to see him kick. We got to wear New Mexico jerseys, believe it or not, in the big house, but it'll be fun.
So let me ask you a question. You're a Michigan fan.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if it comes down to your nephew kicking a field goal to push the game into overtime.
I talked to him the other night and I said, if you're going to do that for a 50-yarder, I'm all for you. He's my family. He's my nephew. He's a great kid. It'll hurt.
That's the correct answer.
You said to tie and go to overtime. What about to win?
What about to win? Sure.
He's my nephew. Go for it.
100%. There you go.
Yep. That's my boy. I'm excited for him. So absolutely. So for sure.
You can't.
100% the right answer.
Really, other than Ohio State, Michigan is going to be able to run the ball. The line of scrimmage and the freshman quarterback is really not going to be asked to do a whole lot in most games. I don't know if I agree with that, but being a freshman doesn't matter anymore. He's getting paid a lot of money to do the job. If you can't do the job, you'll be replaced. That's from Tom and Troy. Well, hold on. That I agree with. I'm just saying if he doesn't an All-American right away, don't panic. Don't get mad.
Because they're getting paid, it doesn't change his maturity as a football player. He's still 18.
Yeah. Here's one from Eric at FedEx. No matter how bad New Mexico might be, it's still the best competition Bryce Underwood has faced in his life. Please be patient with the kid. It's a great point, Eric. I might use that tomorrow. There are two things I really want to see this season. Aiden Childs actually not turn the ball over and a functional running game. Give me that, and we're solid. That's from Ben in Roseville. 248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls. Tony, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tony.
Man, listen, I'm sitting back in Green Bay town.
Oh, boy.
I'm from Michigan, and I'm thinking, take your hand off the button because I'm not going to say anything great. But listen, I think we're going to beat them regardless. We're still going to win the division. We have better talent. Jordan Love isn't a great quarterback. He makes a lot of mistakes. No matter how many tackles those guys he makes, it doesn't matter. We're going to beat them. We're a better club. We have better superstars, better players. We had a better quarterback. Jordan Love is going to make some mistakes. That's a guarantee. And he can't tackle everybody. And he can't throw the ball. So Micah Parsons, he'll make some tackles, but they won't beat us. And they won't win the division. I can almost guarantee. I'll put my money on it. And the other thing is my wife's a Packer fan, so we go at it all day long. Since this trade happened, all I've been hearing is yak, 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 yak. I'm about ready to divorce her, but I'm trying to hold it. I'm hanging in there to this game. Now, if the Lions lose this game to the Packers, you better believe I'm going to hear it. But I don't think they're going to lose. I think this is a win. Later, guys.
Well, good to hear from you, Tony. Good luck there in Green Bay. Do not divorce your wife over a football rivalry.
No, don't do that.
248-539-9797. By the way, speaking of Michigan State, they are going to play an outdoor hockey game this winter.
Yeah, I saw that. January 31st, they are going to be traveling to Penn State and take on the Nittany Lions hockey team. Oh, you can stop right there.
We are Penn State.
Great. But it should be an awesome atmosphere because they're going to show up for that. They've got the top player in the country, likely to be the first player in the draft. And Michigan State's awfully talented as well. This is it should be a great matchup. Played outdoors at Beaver Stadium. I think it'd be awesome.
It's crazy. 248-539-9797. I wonder if they'll sell it out.
I think they will because have they done this at Beaver Stadium yet?
I don't think they have done one at Beaver Stadium.
And I think they're starting.
And if they do a night game and whiteout,
I think it's
hard to do whiteouts in the middle of the winter because not everybody has a white winter coat.
True. Maybe blue would be better. But it's a program that is definitely on the upswing, and they've recruited awfully well. So I think they'll show up for it.
Let's go to Jeremy in Detroit. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeremy.
What's going on, guys? How y'all doing?
All right, Jeremy.
Man, I think Green Bay has gotten a lot better. Like, I like Michael Parsons. Michael Parsons is a really good player, but I'm just confused on some of the, I guess, outrage and some of the fear of Michael Parsons. I have a question for you guys, too. Michael Parsons, Hendricks, Myles Garrett, and I forgot the other defensive end that everybody's going crazy over. It slipped my name at the moment. But
Max Crosby?
T.J. Watt?
No, it was Crosby. T.J. Watt. No, it was another one. But anyway, that they wanted to trade for. But
Trey Hendrickson.
But regardless, all those guys got the same amount of sacks in the playoffs last year as I had. Like, none of these players are even on good defenses. So maybe it's looked at like these guys are stat guys, but maybe not translating into winning guys. And so this fear of, oh, my God, Green Bay has just passed us up. And it's just like, dude, none of these guys' defenses were even any good. None of these guys.
All right, fair enough, but Green Bay is. Green Bay was a playoff team last year that lost to the Eagles 22-10. They narrowly lost to the Lions in two games. They lost to the Lions. One of them they lost 24-14. The other one was a field goal, 34-31 here in Detroit. The difference is that Micah Parsons is now going to a legit team that has a good defensive end on the other side in Rashawn Gary. It doesn't stop Micah Parsons from being good. You can look at Dallas's deficiencies as a team, and there are plenty of them. Micah Parsons was not one.
No, I'm not saying he was a deficiency, but what I'm saying is everybody's going crazy. Like, I just feel like we were more talented than Green Bay already. Everybody is making it like we were equal with Green Bay, and Green Bay just passed us up. But I'm sorry, I still think we're way more talented than Green Bay.
Do you think way more, or do you just think more?
No, they have a quarterback that's constantly hurt, and I think Goff's better. We're better at receiver. We're still better at offensive line. We're better at secondary. We're better at linebacker. They're better at defensive end. And like I said, if people think they have a better quarterback, that's fine, but he's not healthy all the time. We're better at tight end. We're better at wide receiver. Like, when you really match up the rosters, all of this is built on people thinking Jordan Love is the next Aaron Rodgers or Brett Favre.
I was scared he was.
I got to tell you.
But I don't.
Well, hang on. Let me correct you a little bit here, though. The first 2 years that Jordan Love got into games, Aaron Rodgers was still there. So there's no injury to worry about there. Then he got his chance to start the first year that Rodgers was gone, and he played all 17 games, played them pretty well, 32 touchdowns and 11 picks. Last year, he played hurt, but did play. He still played in 15 games, but he clearly wasn't the same quarterback. Still had 25 touchdowns against 11 interceptions. His quarterback rating was almost identical to what it was the previous year. If you want to sleep on Jordan Love, go ahead. And I'll say this to your face, Doug. You want to sleep on him, that's fine. But understand, he is a good quarterback, and he's healthy to start the year, which is different than what it was last year.
I feel better about him not turning into a Hall of Famer this year than I did last year. Last year, I was convinced it was happening. This year, I'm not as convinced. That's all. That's all. You remember I was a panicky little bitch a year ago about Jordan Love.
These are facts. These are facts.
All right, we're going to pick some college games coming up with our first edition of If I Bet It today at 1:38. And the Gator Rant. Hey, it's football on TV. So how do you negotiate for more time in front of it with the wife? The Gator Rant at 1:55 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Doug, stop talking about last year. Last year, Green Bay didn't have Micah Parsons. The Lions should be calling Za'Darius or Thibodeau or anyone that can help improve us. Okay. I mean, they could, and I suspect that they will add at some point. Why haven't they done it yet? Well, I'll tell you what Brad Holmes said. The reason they haven't done it yet is flexibility. He likes the flexibility. He isn't committing to anything yet. That's all. When he was asked about it yesterday, about how come they haven't filled that last spot, and he said, I like flexibility. So that's it. I mean, if you want him to do something now and he has to do it now, and if he doesn't do it now, they're screwed, then I guess you believe they're screwed. I thought it was an interesting answer. You know, what are they thinking about doing or hoping that they can do? Well, we'll find out over time, but you know, when it was brought up yesterday, Brad said, I like the flexibility. And I don't know what last year has to do with it. I don't know what I must have said something about last year that bothered this person. Sorry. Don't know what it was.
Was it when you said you were a whiny bitch last year?
Well, that was specific to Jordan Love.
Okay.
And I mean, even you kind of told me I was getting a little annoying with my Jordan Love paranoia. I remember you calling me out on the air because I was so convinced. I'm like, and you know what it was? What rattled me was that Thanksgiving game when Jordan Love sliced apart the Lions.
First play of the game. Dude, wasn't like 43 yards to Christian Watson on the first play?
It was, oh no. Look, we often give the listeners crap for overreacting. I overreacted to that one game.
Yeah.
Now, that's not to say I don't think he has a chance to be a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Yeah.
I saw that game and the blood rushed out of my head.
You chilled out a little bit.
I've chilled out. Yes. I've chilled out on that. So anyway, we'll see what it leads to. But a game looming a week from Sunday,
it just got so big.
It got so big. It got so big.
It's like I said earlier in the show, and Ken kind of reinforced it later on. I am like best time to face Micah Parsons is the first week of the season. I mean, the Packers were good to begin with. They're better with Micah Parsons. He's going to make them better, but it's going to take a few weeks before he's Micah Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it happens 8 days from now or 9 days from now. I think it's going to take a few weeks. Yeah, it's no training camp.
So do you think the Dallas fan trading away Luka Doncic and Micah Parsons in about a 6-month span, do you think they're going, it's cool, we got Cooper Flagg? Or do you think they're like, what the hell did we just do?
I think that they're probably not thrilled, but at the same point, with the football team, I said earlier, the way Jerry handled it, do you think Dallas? I wonder what Dallas fans feel about Jerry Jones. Outside of Dallas, I think we all think he's a little cray-cray.
Mm-hmm.
But there are people that have said about him, at least they love that he goes for it all the time, right? He's willing to take those chances, and he's taking a lot of risks. This one was, apparently, he was pissed because after he had a handshake agreement, that then Micah Parsons' agent shows up and says, no. You didn't negotiate that through me. No deal. And that pissed him off because he had a handshake deal. And that's, Jerry's old school. And when you violate that, then Jerry's like, well, screw this. I'm done. I'm moving on. To the point where even Micah Parsons reportedly came back and said, well, hang on. Hey, Jerry, wait. Jerry, wait. Let's go. No, you're dead to me. And he's gone. So it's I'm curious I would be curious what Dallas fans do think about Jerry Jones at this point. I'm sure that the majority of them right now are pissed because you got rid of one of the best players in football and you got a couple of first-round picks out of it, but they're going to be late first-round picks. You got a Pro Bowl caliber defensive tackle, but does that make you any better right now? I don't think they've been thrilled the last couple of years with how things have been going on there. It's a bit of a mismatch out there.
I'll tell you exactly what you're thinking it through like the head of, Gator, adult Gator. Think of it if you're a 15-year-old Gator. Like the 15-year-old, 16-year-old, 13-year-old, 14-year-old fan in Dallas right now, the last 6 months have been hell. They just traded away two 26-year-old superstars in their prime out of your city, out of your team, out of your organization. 15-year-old Kang would have been like, the world's ending. This is the worst time ever. And yeah, they got Cooper Flagg. Luckily, they got Cooper Flagg to help ease some of that pain. But like I said, Luka, 26-year-olds. Micah Parsons, 26-year-old, gone. I bet you kids have jerseys. How many jerseys did they sell, right? Of those just two guys alone. I don't think Kenny Clark jerseys are going to be flying off the shelves anytime soon.
248-539-9797. They should be. We go to Jay in Dearborn. Hi, Jay.
Hey, guys. I was talking to your screener. So I see it like, do you guys remember like a few years ago, maybe 6-7 years ago, when Khalil Mack got traded out of Oakland and he went to the Bears, and his first game he had like 3 sacks, another sack with a fumble recovery, and an interception. Do you remember that game, that coming out game?
Yes. Was it a Monday? Was it a Monday night game? Maybe.
I think so, and that's what Parsons is going to do. That guy doesn't need anything. He's like that house, your dream house. It's ready to go. Just everything's ready. It's perfect. That's what Parsons is, a missile, man, and he's going to come hard. That's horrible for us. Horrible.
Well, as long as the Lions win the game, I don't care what a stat line looks like.
I don't think they will.
Well, maybe they won't. And we discussed it's going to lead to absolute sheer panic in Detroit. But I'm gonna say I think the Lions have a chance. I think the Lions still have a chance. I think they'll be able to run the ball against that defensive front. I'm intrigued if the Packers secondary will be able to handle Lions wide receivers. And the Lions still have a good offensive line. We'll find out if it's significantly they've taken a step back because of the two veterans are gone. But we'll see.
Let me ask you guys this, and then I'll go. Who do you have getting the better? Who do you have having the better game, Hutch or Parsons?
No clue. I think they both have a chance to have impacts on any games they play.
That's where I feel much better. Is I think it's going to be Hutch's coming out party too. So
he'll be excited to be back. That's for sure. Thank you for the phone call. Look. They're both great players, right? So who has a better game? I'll tell you who has a better game. Whoever's team wins. That's who has a better game.
There you go.
Are you ready to pick some games?
Yeah.
Boy, let's try that again. You ready to pick some games?
Hell yeah.
There you go. You know, we called it If I Bet It because OJ came out with a book called If I Did It. And back then you couldn't bet.
That's a true story.
So maybe we need to rename this segment. I don't know. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
We got 3 college games each this week, including our locks. Then Kang will endorse and also tell us which pick he hates. I'll start. Going to Baylor playing host to Auburn. I already called it. The Hugh Freeze will be a big-name coach that gets replaced this year. Baylor is getting 2.5 at home. I'll take the Bears at home.
Okay, I am going to start with Wake Forest taking on Kennesaw State. Wake Forest is giving up 17.5 points. It's early in the season. Saw a lot of low-scoring games, but Kennesaw State was terrible last year. Wake Forest, they bring in a quarterback, Robbie Ashford, to transfer from Auburn and Oregon, and he's got some talent. Damon Claiborne, the running back for them, had over 1,000 yards last year. I think they'll take control of that and win this game handily by at least 17.5.
I like some unders this week. Oklahoma is taking on Illinois State. The total in that game is 60.5. Oklahoma plays Michigan next weekend. They're going to keep the playbook. They're not going to open up to the deep pages of the playbook.
No.
They're going to try and get the starters out of there as quickly as possible. I'll take the under in Oklahoma, Illinois State.
Well, sticking with the Illinois plan, the Fighting Illini are hosting Western Illinois in this game. The over-under is set for 63.5 points. We know what Illinois got, but they bring the quarterback, Luke Altmaier, back. The running back, Aiden Lowry, actually averaged over 6 yards a carry last year. I think Illinois is going to win this game, and they should win it handily. But the over-under set at 63.5. I'm going to go with you. I like a lot of the unders this week, too. That's a lot of points to score. I'll go with the under. In fact, it's my shoot the boot lock of the week.
Well, that brings us to my last game, the Car House Lock of the Week. Same thing for a lot of reasons. Maryland is playing Florida Atlantic. The total in that one, 61.5. It is my Car House lock of the week, the under on 61.5.
Lastly, Doug, let's go with some powerhouses here, right? You like Alabama, you like Florida State, powerhouse programs. Well, maybe not so much Florida State recently, but nonetheless, it's a big game. I like Alabama minus the 14.5 points in this game. I think they have an awesome opportunity to get off to on a good foot. Jam Miller, the running back, is really good. Ty Simpson, the quarterback, kind of untested. We'll see what he does. But what they do have, Ryan Williams might be the best receiver in the country.
There you go. That is, if I bet a Kang endorses a pick and hates on a pick, which one do you like the most this week, Kang?
Doug, I like your Car House lock of the week, the under 61.5 Florida Atlantic, Maryland. They will keep it under 60, but you get that 1.5 point extra. I'll take it.
There you go. And which one do you hate?
Gator did not sound confident at all heading into this segment, so I was definitely going to pick one of his games. And I closed my eyes and picked, I don't think, you know what? You're not showing any respect to Kennesaw State. They cover the 17.5.
Thank you, Kang. There it is, our picks for week 1. Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. What does that mean? Well, first, they will call you back. When you can't get a call back from your current law firm, call Michigan Auto Law. Proactive communication, super important to them. They also choose to take on fewer cases than other law firms. They take on fewer on purpose. It means they have more time for your case. That formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. Call our guy Steve and his crew at Michigan Auto Law, a law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. So I got a question for you.
Yeah.
You know, we don't know these Lions. We're not boys with them or anything like that. But We've interviewed them. We've been around the team. We've kind of got a sense for the culture. What do you think the reaction in Allen Park was when they heard that Micah got traded to Green Bay? How do you think that they responded behind closed doors themselves?
I don't know. I think they welcome a challenge. So, I think they're fine with it. I don't think they're like, oh crap, look what just happened. We're screwed now. I don't think that's the case.
I'm gonna guess that they had a bring it attitude. Oh, he's going to Green Bay? Bring it.
Yeah, like when we talk to, I don't know if we'll talk to Jared Goff next week or if it's after the game when we talk to him.
Kang, do we talk to Jared Goff next week? Do we know?
I'm not sure yet. Everything is up in the air. Plus, they have a lot of 4 o'clock games this year. I don't know what's happening yet. As soon as I know, I'll let you guys know.
All right, thank you.
So I don't know if we talk to him next week or not. I don't know if we get the opportunity to talk to him before the game where we can ask him the question about that. But if we were, I imagine his response would be, oh, did they got somebody? Oh, is that good? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, good for them. We like our team. We like our team a lot.
Then we got to find stuff that's written like Packers will take division now, like some insider that writes that.
Well, I mean, they dropped the odds. Aren't the Packers ahead of the Lions now?
Yes. Packers are favored in this game.
Yeah.
I didn't look at the spread. Had you looked at the spread before this trade was made?
No.
Kang, had you looked at the spread for the opener, Lions and Packers?
No.
I really wish I had. Packers are favored by 2.5. I wonder what that was before this trade was made. But I think inside that building, I think they have a lot of confidence. They believe in their coach. They believe in the quarterback. There's some questions that need to get answered. Like, I'll feel a ton better if the Lions protect Jared Goff and run the ball against Green Bay. And I think in that opener, they should be able to do it. I think they should be able to protect it. And, because if they do it in day one, I mean, I guess it doesn't mean they're going to do it all season long. But that is one hell of a test now with Micah there. But if this young group of the interior offensive line, if they run the ball against that depleted defensive tackle group for Green Bay, I think they were the 4th best rush defense in the NFL last year, Green Bay. Are they still going to be able to stop the run without Slayton and Clark?
It's a real fair question to ask. And, I do think the Lions, I think they're going to try to run the football as much as they did last year. I don't think it'll be more because I think they just have better options throwing a football. But why should we expect them to run the ball any different? I mean, yeah, the interior, the offensive line is different, but I don't think it changes any game plans. I still think they're going to run the football. If anything, I think the Lions will utilize the tight end more this year than they did last year. A lot of that was because of the health of Sam Laporta, and this year seems to be healthier going into the season than what he was last year. So we'll see. I do think the Packers are a better football team now than they were 2 days ago for sure. But I still think the Lions are the better team overall, slightly. And that's okay. There's a lot of competition in this division. It just got tighter. It got tougher. But it doesn't mean it's insurmountable. Not by any means.
No. And I relish the challenge, of course. And that opener got way more interesting, didn't it? I mean, it was interesting already, but but that got way more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, look, they get to play Green Bay at Green Bay to start the year, so you're not worried about it when it's the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. And you get to take on the Packers. Oh, wait, they just added Micah Parsons. Oh, that's awful. Yeah, but they give him first crack when he's had, today will be the first day. If today's even the first day he practices, who knows when he's going to practice.
He's meeting with the media at 2:30.
Yeah, he's got to pass physical and all that stuff. And it's a guy who has not practiced this year yet. So I don't think he's going to have everything ready to go.
You're right. He was. I didn't even think about that. He wasn't practicing in Dallas.
Yeah, so
he was standing around. He was in the Olympic standing there team.
Now, he might be one of those players that it doesn't matter. Hit the ground running doesn't matter because he's going to rush the passer. Maybe they limit the number of snaps he gets, but that can also, accentuate what you're getting out of him. And he is a damn good pass rusher. He's an awesome player, and I wish the Lions had room for him on the roster to add him. And by having room for him means salary cap space. Clearly, the $47 million a year they're giving him over 4 years, I don't think the Lions had the space for that. Not if they're going to have Aiden Hutchinson on board, and whatever they wanted was 2 guys like that. Well, you can't. I don't think you're going to see any teams with $95 million to $100 million committed to 2 guys at the same position.
All right, so the Twitter poll, who would you rather be now and in the future, Detroit or Green Bay? 83.1% of the respondents said Detroit, 83.6%. Results just went final. 83.6% say Detroit, 16.4% say Green Bay. So there's a lot of still a lot of confidence here in Detroit. And I want to read this from Jason Colthorpe from WDIV. He tweeted us today and said, on Good Morning Football this morning, 2 insiders talked about how there is truth to Parsons being unliked. Felt majority of Dallas locker room was happy to see him go. So there you go. I guess we can take it for what it's worth.
Was he Mr. Krabby Pants?
Apparently he was a real buzzkill in that in that locker room.
Bring it to Green Bay, see what they can do there.
Well, we'll look forward to that opener. Rico Beard has sauntered in studio.
That was a saunter, a little bit of a saunter.
Yep. How are you, sir?
I am good. I was summoned to come up with a ridiculous prop bet for tonight. So
for the state game?
Yeah, Mike was like, "You got to give me the special." I'm like, "You need help."
Do you want to? When are you going to unveil this prop
Call
bet?
the number. I don't even know if we're doing it on the show. It was like plus 2,000 if he wanted. So he wanted more.
He wanted it to be longer than plus 2,000?
He wanted like plus 10,000.
Wow. That's going to lie.
I was just like, you know what, Mike? Throw in Aiden Childs to score the first touchdown of the game. There you go. Now that pushed it up to like 10 grand or so.
So is he going to, do you know if he's going to do it or not?
Doug, if I knew, I'd bet the whole paycheck on it.
Gotcha. No, not if he's going to score the first touchdown. Is Mike going to do it?
Oh, he already made it.
Oh, he did make it.
Oh, yeah. Hysterical. Oh, yeah. Every now and then he just wants that, that uncut gems type of bet where you just want everything on the line. So
hysterical. Well, good. What do you guys got playing coming up next?
Probably where you guys left off. Mm-hmm. Micah Parsons. Basically, Lions fans, do you still feel like you're the king of the North, to use a phrase from Game of Thrones?
Okay.
Are you still king of the North?
Well, based upon the tenor of our show, I mean, look, yesterday some people didn't think they were the king of the North already.
Right.
So this doesn't help. But I think most fans still feel good.
I found it interesting because this broke during our show, like 5 o'clock. And look, we were talking about Vegas. They got no horse in the race. They're trying to balance out the money. The odds flipped. Green Bay became the favorite to win the division. Lions, second best odds. So taking the bias out, Vegas is like, no, we think Green Bay's a little bit better than you. Just a little bit. Not a lot, but a little. So, but a lot of Lions fans will tell, oh, it's no big deal. Jordan Love. Did you know Jordan Love just absolutely sucks? And I was like,
do you know what the point spread was before the trade was made in the opener, Lions and Green Bay by chance?
I think it was Green Bay 1.5.
Okay. It was Green Bay 1.5, and now it's Green Bay 2.5. I got him on point. All right, well, have a great show.
So that Michael Parsons.
Yeah. Are you leaving and going straight up to East Lansing?
I'm sorry.
Are you leaving and going straight to East Lansing?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, have a safe trip.
I'm taking the Doug Chopper.
I was going to say, you're going to get the chopper to get you?
I'm going to take the Doug Chopper. It'll be back for you tomorrow.
All right, good.
So,
yeah. I got to get out to Oklahoma next week.
Right.
Doing the show from Norman next Friday.
You are?
From the stadium. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Fired up.
Is Moore's jersey like right up there with like Adrian Peterson and they're in the Ring of Fame?
Yes. It's
what
at the
was
top.
His jersey number?
63?
Okay.
Might be a bit of a guess.
All right.
Oh, Sharon, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he played at Oklahoma.
Yeah.
All right, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. Every Friday during football season, we leave you with the Gator Rant, and it is back for 2025. So long.
Let's get it going, shall we? It is a Friday. I'm going to try to keep your attention, try to keep Rico's attention, and be entertaining all at the same time. Football is upon us. I know Rico's excited. Yes, he will be doing the opening coin toss tonight, so you need to be in your seats at Spartan Stadium. I also want to share something with you before we offer you a PSA to Lions fans, and then we will go college football from there. I just want to tell you, and Kenny, you were witness to it. Back me on this. Rico knows something.
Oh, I saw that. He does know. He absolutely knows something.
He knows. So, David, I just don't spoil this, and certainly you don't spoil this. David, I want you to know what was taking place as we took the air today. Okay.
I was preparing some things before, so I had no clue.
So Rico comes by and he goes, I got a little something for you. I go, oh, what's that? You have a little show topic or something? No. He goes, no, do you want to print money? I go, okay, calm down there, Tito. He goes, no, I'm just letting you know, you'd be wise. These are his words. You'd be wise to bet Aiden Childs' first touchdown tonight, plus 1,700.
What do you know?
Hold on now. Kenny looks up and looks over at him. I deadpan and look over, and all I said is, what do you know, MF? And then he busted out laughing. So here's the deal. If State's guy, I'm not done. If State has got this ball at like the 5, this has got QB power written all over it, maybe a little fake jet sweep before it. Into a read option, keep around the end, plus 1,700. He knows something.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of his canine call.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yep.
He knew something. He knows something now.
Might want to bet Kenneth Walker first touchdown. We weren't in our seats, and it was an 82-yarder. What do you know?
David, for the record,
what do you know?
This ranks right up there with your son, okay? Just,
What do you know?
Mike.
Who told you?
I sit here with you every day. I'm not at practice. How do I know anything?
So
to a lot of people, I know nothing.
So if it ranks up there with my son, that means it's happening.
That's right.
That means you're right.
You don't think I got that deal
transfers.
done? I already called the people at Canton. I said, you run a BS program, and this kid's too good for you. He's out. Unless, of course, you'd like to make an offer to get him back.
Mike wanted something. He was like, I was like, okay, I'm going to give you something totally separate from a parlay.
And print money.
It has it's plus 1,700. Aiden Childs, first touchdown.
I'm just letting you know, people. This guy knows something. He got dimed out by somebody in that football building.
It's like, I put a cookie. So is this right up there with me putting cookies on camera?
Hell yes. It's the exact same thing. So let's get to our PSA. We will get our college football.
Imagine if he scores.
If he scores first, they're putting a plaque of you up there. All right. So I want to offer a PSA because I think we got off to a very bad start yesterday. Mainly your fault as callers. Not listeners, callers. Ticket texters, I can't work with you. You're just a different species. But 5 o'clock, the news comes down that Micah Parsons is a Packer. I thought our reaction was pretty measured. Damn, neighborhood got tougher. Not a big statement there. We didn't even do the whole, well, why didn't we do that? Because Brad Holmes has told you all offseason he's not doing something like this. But we said the neighborhood got tougher. But I want to reaffirm something, especially in this video society that Evan lives in. Let me be very clear with this, okay? For the people in the back, okay? A PSA. Child's first touchdown, Rico guaranteed. Two. The Lions have not lost the division. The Lions have not lost a playoff berth. The Lions have not lost the ability to make and win a Super Bowl. I want to say it to you again. Parsons coming here hasn't ended your divisional hopes. It hasn't ended your Super Bowl hopes. All it has done is created the poster from Rocky IV. You are staring eye to eye with Ivan Drago. We now have a fight on our hands. The Packers have moved up to you. Mm-hmm. And you are going to come down to earth a little bit because last year wasn't real. And we have a fight on our hands. Now, I don't know who's going to throw the damn towel. And I'll go a step further. I don't even know the point spread for next weekend's game, but I'll probably take the Lions.
2.5.
Cool.
Green Bay.
Parsons will be there for 10 minutes. I'll probably take the Lions. So let me just be clear again. For the people in the back who are busy drooling on themselves and eating Cheerios and playing on their tablet like a 5-year-old. Parsons hasn't ended you. Parsons hasn't ended the Super Bowl. But Parsons matters. And I want to just give you something. Do you know, for the last 4 years, the highest pass rush win rate in football? Micah Parsons, 31%. Do you know the next closest player? Myles Garrett at 25%. So I want to reaffirm something. Micah Parsons is not bad. He's not washed. He's not a malcontent. He's not ineffective. And by the way, he didn't play against you last year. So if you call up talking to me about the Cowboy game last year as if it is remotely relevant, I will hang up on you. Other than that, let's play football.
Wait, there's more.
There's more?
Yes.
Childs, 2 rushing touchdown.
No. Micah Parsons, horrible on pass defense. So, a run defense. So you'll be able to just run up the middle because Green Bay got weaker in the run defense because they lost their guy.
Yep.
And Micah Parsons
is
horrible when it comes to stopping the run.
They also kept 6 defensive tackles, which surprised a lot of people a few days ago. Maybe there was a reason why. Okay? So I'm fine if you're still confident. Let me be clear. You have every right to be confident. What I'm not going to do is sit here and listen to you huffing on copium for 4 hours, like doing whippets. No, we're not going to say the pack didn't get better. We're not going to say the division didn't get tougher. I'm not asking you to say you were scared. You don't need to be scared. I think sometimes, I know, this is crazy. It's 2025. Sometimes you're just the kid in the Derek Jeter meme with the hat, and you just tip your cap and go, well, that stinks.
Oh, come on.
And we go back to business.
Come on. Don't you know that Jordan Love uses rounded scissors
There you
because
go.
he's just an idiot?
The Lions are still very good. The Packers are very good. We have a war to now partake in. I think I've made myself clear now. Let's see how this can get misconstrued. But I would like to ask the question. Now that almost 24 hours has passed, hopefully takes have matured a little bit or cured in the barrel for a day. Where are you at with Micah Parsons being in your division now? Are you willing to say the division got tougher? Now, if you want to go cross the rainbow bridge, where Rico, dressed as Idris Elba wearing a Viking hat, is there to guard the Bifrost, and you want to say the season's over, that'll be on you.
So I'm Heimdall. Gotcha.
Yes. I'm really hoping you're on the Spartan Chariot tonight, and it's back. They promised updated game day atmosphere. I need you on the Spartan Chariot.
I can't give you all the secrets.
The point I'm making is the division got tougher. Doesn't mean the division's over. It doesn't mean the Packers superior to you. I really believe the Packer looking you eye to eye. And that's okay. That doesn't mean you can't beat them. It doesn't mean you won't beat them in 10 days. But I just can't get on the air today and do what we did at 5 o'clock, where the first 6 phone calls and seemingly 600 texts were a yawn, a fart, and just a bunch of copium. Well, we beat them last year. Has nothing to do with this year.
Oh, well, you know what, Mike? Last night, listening to
Childs,
Rieger.
touchdown.
Listening to Rieger, it also went to, well, what happened when the Bears got Khalil Mack?
He started his first game and ripped Aaron Rodgers' head off, caused a fumble, 2 sacks.
They had the number 1 defense, and they won the division.
And by the way, Parsons is better than Khalil Mack and younger than Khalil Mack was when that trade was made.
I know. I mean, people are jumping through a lot of hoops.
We don't need to do that, though.
To make them feel good. And guys, it's okay.
This is not that gymnastics place in Troy. We do not do cartwheels here. We do not jump through hoops. Maybe Kenny likes the pommel horse. I don't. We are going to be real. Division got tougher, and that's okay to say it. Jesus.
What you did last year, I don't think you're going to see just running away, beating everybody in the division because it's tougher now. Mike, it's only going to get tougher. Year 2 of Ben Johnson with Caleb Williams, that's going to be something. And if JJ turns out to be anything, you're in the toughest division in football.
I think they're already in the toughest division, so you know I'm there.
Yeah.
And they're equipped. They have what it takes. Now, again, if people want to have a frustration, not that they didn't go after Parsons. They were never doing that. I think this front office has told you that. Look, I know Dave Burkett wrote a piece that had a
great piece.
And it had a provocative headline, but it's true. And unfortunately, I talked to Rieger, like, poor Dave. Like, you know this fan base is effed up when you're slandering Dave Burkett. Mm-hmm. Dave is what agenda does Dave have again? Dave's one of the best beat writers in the league. And he's dutifully covered this team through good, bad, or otherwise. And Dave's not a mean guy. He's not a hot take artist. It's not like Skip Bayless showed up with Lil Wayne to cover a practice. The guy wrote an article saying the truth. The Pack did something you're not willing to do.
Yes.
Go all in. Oh, my God. I mean, you think Dave's going to need, like, armed security now.
Right.
Guys, you got to come back to the middle on some stuff. Lions are a really good football team, but make no mistake about it, you're not the Cowboys in the early 90s. You don't get to feel invincible, especially when you didn't win a playoff game last year.
Yeah, but if we did went after Micah Parsons, then we can't get 8. And I'm like, okay, you know what? There's ways around that, including if you had just had to franchise tag him, he wouldn't like it, but where's he going?
Right. Again, to repeat for the people in the back, Child's first touchdown. Sky is not falling. Division is not lost. Super Bowl's not lost. But we're going to be adults. The division got a lot tougher. Okay? No, I don't think Green Bay is going to give up 300 yards rushing every game. I'm pretty sure they had their roster set and known, and they kept extra D tackles. And by the way, guess what? Just like Frank Ragnow didn't have a great year last year, neither did Kenny Clark. So I'm just throwing it out there. If you're going to do the hopium and say losing Frank's not a big deal, then guess what? Packer fans get to say it about Kenny Clark.
This is true, but he doesn't play for the Lions.
I got you.
I mean,
Spartan Cherry?
No cherry.
248-53.
Natural grass, no cherry.
And F the grass. Just put the field turf on the thing and let's go.
We're working on it.
248-539-9797. I want to know where you're at. You've had a night to sleep on it. I'm sure you've read every take there is. Where are you at? And do you believe the Lions need to and will answer whatever this move is by the Pack? That's up to you. 248-539-9797. All right. If you've been injured in an auto accident, you're drowning in medical bills, you're dealing with insurance companies who simply don't care about you. Injury attorney David Femininio is the man to call. You call him, he gets to work. He's going to save your time and money. Get David, get paid. It is a good catchphrase, but it's more like a promise. 855-65-CRASH or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Have no fear. We will get to college football kickoff a little later. Just wanted to kind of put a bow on the Parsons talk. The PSA is the PSA. We'll get to the ticket text. But, Rico, you just said something. Bring it back, because I hinted at this yesterday, and we can have some fun. Say what you just said to me the way you said it, minus the ethnic slur.
It does make you wonder if Brad Holmes knew this was going down yesterday, which is why he had kind of appeared to be a little salty at the press conference, and he was just kind of very lethargic because he knew – this is going to go down, and all you guys are going to blame me that I didn't go out and get Micah Parsons. He knew. Yeah, I wonder, because it was a weird press conference. Like, he really didn't want to be there was the feel that I got.
I'll allow it.
And it's interesting you say that, because Aiden Hutchinson was on Kay Adams' show yesterday morning. I listened to it yesterday morning, and then she asked him before they ended the question about Parsons. And she herself says in there, well, he's going to the NFC North. It's like, what? How do you know this? So your theory could be correct.
I'm buying. Kenny, you buying?
I am buying, because I feel like also a lot of GMs in all sports, GMs is kind of a boys club. Mm-hmm. So somebody knows something and told somebody something. It wouldn't surprise me in the least bit if Brad Holmes knew that.
And he got up there all foul. Oh, damn, they're going to ask me a bunch about the pass rush, and the Packers are going to do this. You know what? I want to live in that world. Yes, I'm buying. That's some Miss Cleo stuff by you.
It's just one of those, you kind of wonder. He knew, man,
I
know I'm about to get roasted because I didn't make this move. And they're going to say, well, you know what? Green Bay now has two edge rushers, Mr. Funny Man.
I really think everybody would be aligned if they would have brought Za'Darius back, or Clowney, or just a veteran insurance policy for Davenport. Look, I'll give credit when it's due, and it doesn't happen often, but I do want to give it in this case with John. John said it best. You cannot count on, responsibly, Marcus Davenport, 50 snaps a game for 17 weeks. No. That's John Jansen saying that. And John loves the Lions. And John does not like being negative. He's right, and I do wonder if, then what is the problem? So great, you're sitting on $42 million of cap space that you're not going to use and then roll it over into next year, which is all well and good. Za'Darius or Clowney or anyone of that ilk, they don't move the needle cap-wise. And you're probably not signing them to a multi-year deal. Mm-hmm. So I wonder if that's all fans would need to go, okay, yeah, Parsons is over there. We stocked up over here. Let's go to war. But instead, you're right. It was weird press conference, defensive GM into Parsons trade, and then people went to war. Because the first wave of callers was, you guys are overreacting. And I go, oh, no, we're not doing this today. If my neighbor gets a nice car, I'm allowed to say it's a nice car. Don't tell me I'm overreacting. Mm-hmm. It's a nice car. And then the next wave was like, no, we're going to be angry on your behalf because now we're mad at our fellow fan. It was a cluster bleep yesterday.
It was.
So, David, what are the early returns on ticket text before I get to the people?
I assure you the reaction the Lions fans the day after will be even more delusional. They're huffing that copium, someone said.
Still?
Yep.
So you can't, so it's an overreaction, sky is falling take to say that the Packers are staring you eye to eye, and we got a war to fight now. Like this division got tougher. That's considered overreaction.
Well, I'll give you some of it here. If anything, this makes the division matchups a prep for the playoffs. So iron sharpens iron. I'm not worried about us losing the division. Green Bay got better. We're still going to win the division, though. It's just going to make it more fun. Let's go, Lions.
I'm okay with that. Mm-hmm. I'm okay with everything you just read. Lions fans have earned a right to be confident, not delusional. That's confidence. You could say they're still going to win the division. And look, in Vegas, you're the co-favorite. It's Green Bay and you. I have no issue if you call up saying you still think you're going to win it. I have an issue if I hear more of the garbage I got yesterday about how the Pack aren't better, how it's a walkover, how Parsons is this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, okay, why don't we do it this way? He's a top 5 defensive player in the sport. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. And as angry as you guys want to get at Dave Burkett, the Pack said, look, we've won 11 games. We've won playoff games. We're trying to win a Super Bowl. Yeah. Oh, Micah Parsons is available? F it. Go get him.
Well, it's funny, too, because I'll give John credit for this. I heard him this morning because somebody called their show and said, well, he's a malcontent in the locker room. Look at him. He was laying on a massage table. And John's like, guys, he was playing the game. He's not going to get fined if he's there. Now, you don't have to participate, but you got to be in the building. So he had an quote unquote back injury that you really couldn't prove. But he's like, guys, really, seriously, he's not that type of player where he's going to disrupt this Lions locker room, because that was something else. Like, they didn't want to disrupt the Lions locker room. Like, come on. That's Micah Parsons. You take him. There's just certain people that, you know what?
I know.
As much as I like, and you like Amon Ra, if all of a sudden Justin Jefferson said he wanted to be a Lion, you take him. And you deal with whatever happens after.
Look, players like Micah Parsons are never supposed to hit the market.
You're right.
They're never supposed to be available. So when Green Bay goes and gets one, it's okay to just say, all right, I see what you're doing, and we're going to have to be that much better. But man alive, yesterday was a bizarre couple hours, including talking to Rieger and, basically Dave getting put through the ringer for what? Writing a thought-provoking piece that exits propaganda and goes into free thought? Mm-hmm. Good gravy. All right, David, go ahead with the ticket text, and then we'll get these calls lined up. Kenny's been a very busy little bee here early.
Mike Enrico, the 49ers added McCaffrey, the Eagles added Barkley, the Rams added Stafford. My point is, good teams aren't afraid to go out and add a difference maker that may sting in the pocketbooks or the draft room. Just make the move.
I've done that show for several months, which is there's a kind of a way of doing business that has continually worked in the NFC for a decade. And you can trace it all the way back and look at the teams that have won the Super Bowl or minimum represented the NFC. Every one of them features multiple bold swings. Mm-hmm. It's an arms race. It's no different than college football.
And then there's swings that you miss, but you take the swing. So, yeah, like when the Niners went after Chase Young. Didn't work out, but it helped get them to the Super Bowl.
Chase Young ended the Lions season.
Or did.
Argue it.
That fourth
he
down
wasn't
play,
very good,
right,
but he was good in the right moment.
That
and
one
he ended
play,
it.
yeah, that one play, he chased Goff out the pocket. Goff had nowhere to go. So you could say it was worth that one play.
I hope it's a sarcasm from BW and St. Clair Shores. I don't know why everyone keeps saying the Packers are better. It doesn't do any good to have a good pass rusher when all the quarterback has to do is hand the ball off to his running back. Parsons made the same as us in the edge rusher department. I hope that's sarcasm.
You're comping Micah Parsons and Rashawn Gary to Aiden Hutchinson and Marcus Davenport. Okay. You know what? BW is a good person, and I'm going to say it's sarcasm. Or someone took BW's phone. I don't know who BW is. I'm making things up at this point.
Someone says, as soon as they announced Parsons went to the Green Bay Packers, you should have done the drop of Mike throwing the chair.
No.
It would have been perfect for me.
It's just something I felt a couple weeks ago, and I talked about it, and I said, I'm telling you, first of all, I've been the guy saying he's getting traded from Dallas for a year. So let's just start there. I get a lot of things wrong. I got this one right. But the Green Bay thing, I just said, look, there's one team that's got the need, the capital, and probably the motivation to do it. And we did that show 2 weeks ago, and I said, I'm telling you, you better hope he doesn't end up there. And he did. So bottom line, what am I going to do? Not say they got better? That's ridiculous to say they didn't get better. And also, too, I heard this last night driving home. Like, it just shows you, like, people don't watch football. Oh, well, Penei Sewell will take him out of the game. Really? How's he going to do that when he's lined up over Glasgow's skull? Or he's lined up over Decker? Or he's lined up over Sewell, but he loops around and stunts? But guys, the guy's a warhead. He's not this static pass rusher. All right? It's not Michael Strahan. This guy's different. No, you don't just take him out of the game. You try to identify him pre-snap and pray to God he's still there when the ball gets snapped. 31% of the time, he gets to the quarterback within 2.5 seconds. There's no one else in the league like him. And you can still beat this team, but it just got more challenging. He is different. Who's a better pure pass rusher than this guy in football? Who?
No, probably the only one you could say is Myles Garrett.
Well, he's got a better win rate than Myles Garrett.
And he's younger than Myles Garrett. So you know what? The Packers have set themselves up. Now, what they're going to be in a little bit of cap purgatory, but they'll figure it out. Why? Because the cap goes up and the money ain't real.
You can just hit the bell if you want over there. All right, we're going to get to the people next. We wanted to set the table. Thank you very much. Childs, first touchdown. 97-1. Straight to the people. We've offered the PSA. It's very simple. No, the division's not lost. No, the Super Bowl's not lost. No, the sky's not falling. But there must be an acknowledgement things got tougher. And that's an unbelievable move by Green Bay. So that's it. If that's negative or sky is falling, go listen to something else. I can't help you. Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy? All right, guess not. You know, David, we may have an issue over here that needs can you
Mark?
Mike, can you hear me?
Yes,
There you
Mark,
go.
we got you loud and clear. Thank you, pal.
Yeah, of course. So, I guess you can qualify me as a Lions slappy because I think they're winning 12, 13 games this year. So let me come at you with this perspective. I hate Micah Parsons. Let me make that clear. I detest him. I hated the Penn State controversy. I hate his demeanor. He is my Kyrie Irving penis cancer player. I can't stand him. So
All right, then.
If there's any silver lining here, it'll be much sweeter to beat the Packers now in 9 days, knowing we beat Micah Parsons. However, much like you, Mike, I will sign anybody if it helps my team win. I'll sign the devil and screw the holes in the helmets. I recognize how good this dude is. And the Packers, just like you said, it's Rocky IV. We have to go take down Ivan Drago. But let me make another Rocky reference. We as Lions fans need to go out to L.A. and run on the beach. We need to go Rocky III. We need to mentally go back to the end of the 2022 season when we played the Packers and sent Aaron Rodgers to the New York Jets. If we keep doing this whole we win every game and we're going to fill the stadium with more expensive wine and cheese fans and, oh, hell, hullabaloo, everything's awesome, we're in for a rude awakening. We need to understand the task at hand. It's like you said, it's a war. It's going to be a war. I still think we're a great team. I think talent wins games, but no, I'm right on par with you.
Yeah, no, Mark, I don't have a problem with anything you said. I think it's the right viewpoint. And look, I don't think people are insane if they pick 12-5 because I think you're 11-6. Again, I just don't think there's this line of delineation that 12 means you're a good fan and 11 means you're a negative bleep hole. No, I think you're an 11-win team.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I ask you a college football question really quick?
Yes, more college football questions. What can I do for you?
I'm getting ready to go to the game tonight at Michigan State. I agree with you. I think they're going to wall up Western Michigan. But I got to ask you, what happened to you, man? I'm listening to Cast the Ticket. You got Clemson winning the Natty. You got Penn State winning the Big Ten. You've abandoned us in the Lenora Sellers Heisman campaign.
I know. It's all because of
What's going on?
Go look at South Carolina's last 6 weeks. Mark, I don't think the Detroit Lions could go 6-0 in that. Their schedule turns satanic the last 6 weeks. And their defense, I don't trust.
Sorry to interrupt you. If they get through it, though, and they make the playoffs, he's winning the Heisman.
I agree with you.
Player.
Hey, Mark, here's the thing. Before we talk about winning the Heisman or making a playoff, they need to beat Virginia Tech. Be very careful with that game.
All right.
Be very
God bless
careful.
You guys have a great football week.
You got it. Make sure you wave to Rico on the Spartan Chariot. It's going to be amazing, Mark. It's going to be incredible.
They're not bringing back the Chariot, but hey.
I know. I understand. Let's go to Zach, 97.
You know what? The first person has to be you, Mike.
I'm in.
You with a melting.
Zach, what's going on,
guys? How are you?
How are you, boss?
How are you?
Good.
Two things, real quick. So I've had 24 hours to digest all of this now. So I would say that 24 hours ago, you can agree with my numbers, disagree. I would have told you the Lions have a 65% chance to win the North. I tell you it's 50-50, and I'm here for every minute of it.
Yeah, same.
Second, I would tell you Holmes, as you say, getting Myles Garrett to me right now, that's a lazy take. Let's go play a little chess. Why don't we go get Eric McCoy? I'm a football nerd. Number 4 rated center on PFF and solidify our interior today.
The problem, Zach.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm crazy.
No. You're not.
That's all I got.
I like the creativity. The problem is you're just not going to be able to pry really good offensive linemen away for teams, 10 days preseason. I mean, Zach, that time is gone. Look, a pass rusher, I offered this a couple days ago. There's a chance the Giants end up trading Kayvon Thibodeau. Not because they don't like him, but because Abdul Carter fell in their lap and Brian Burns is a dominator and Dexter Lawrence. There may not just be room at the inn. Maybe your move comes 6 weeks from now. And all I need the Lions to do in the first 6 games, go 3-3. Go 4-2. Stay afloat. Stay alive. Be in the mix. And maybe the answer comes in 6 weeks. But I'm going to say this again to you. There is no evidence that is where Brad Holmes is going to go. It's been puzzling. Maybe it'll all work out and everything will be great, but it's weird.
No, or maybe, you know what? Cincinnati just kind of goes belly up and Trey's only signed for 1 year, and you go and make that move later on in the season.
You don't
and
understand
this
the
won't look
salary
as,
cap.
you know what? You're right. I forgot.
Let's go to Lisa, 97.1. Lisa, how you doing?
Hey, this is your complete sentences, no whining girl here.
Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate that.
Yes. I just wanted to say I think I'm cautiously optimistic. I don't think there's room for doom and gloom yet. I believe Dan Campbell knows what he's doing. Pretty certain about Brad Holmes, but I won't digress on that point today, especially. But I think that Micah Parsons is a threat, but we've got Ali McNeil coming back. We've got Hutch back. And I think this is a team that has a coordinator that has a previous history with the team, and the other one who knows, what he's doing. And I think maybe we won't win as many games as last year, but I do believe we're going to win enough to win the division and get to the playoffs. And this time, make no mistake, we will win a playoff game and move forward from there. I'm not predicting the Super Bowl. I'm not that much of a fool, but I'm gonna be optimistic that perhaps we could head in that direction.
And I think it's all fair. I don't think there's anything wrong with what you said, Lisa. But here's the thing, Lisa, and I think you're smart enough to know this. We've arrived in a very strange place in 2025 where if a Lions fan calls up and says, man, I still love my team, but I got to tell you, I got a bad feeling Green Bay is going to win the division. Now those people are like the Antichrist. It doesn't make sense to me. This is two really good football teams. It's okay to say, I'm a little nervous.
Yes, but Love's had some health issues. He isn't completely consistent with that.
No, and like I said,
I'm not wishing
when you
on the
played
poor guy,
him,
but
when you played him last year, that's part of the reason you beat him, Lisa. He was on one leg for one of the games, and he had one arm in the other.
And Lisa, if you're going to use that, you can say, well, you know what? The Lions kind of had some health issues last year on defense.
Hater.
It sounds ridiculous when you put it that way, right? Like, yeah, they get better. They got medical teams. They got doctors. People heal up.
Yes.
Apparently, Jordan Love will never heal up.
No.
That's the amount of love-hate in this. Yes. Jordan Love-hate in this city.
It's quite something is all I can tell you.
Yeah.
David, ticket text, and we'll continue to move along. We will continue with the Parsons calls. We do have a lot of college football to get to because what I want to do is set up some fun. Last year, David put on an exhibition in clairvoyance. And I want to set up the best case, worst case scenario for both our college football teams in this town, which means we have to go outside the normal parameters. The best case can be pretty out there. The worst case could be out there, but paint the picture. Now, last year, David painted the picture to a T. We need to do this again. So we'll have that conversation in the 3 o'clock. Ticket text, David. What do you got for me, brother?
I don't think Lions fans realize the strength of this team the last 2 years was the O-line. They now have 4 ifs on the most important position group for them. Jared Goff is not a unicorn. If they can't run the ball, this offense is dead. Parsons to Green Bay doesn't scare me. It just makes me even more annoyed with Holmes doing nothing. It's an arms race in the NFC North, and we're doing nothing. That's Greg and Duran.
Well, and look, that's the thing I can't fix. And I'm not going to tell people they shouldn't be a little annoyed because you feel like you're in your Super Bowl window. You got this open roster space. You didn't go out and bring in any insurance policy for Davenport. And I don't want to be an alarmist, but yeah, you're one injury away from being right back to where you were in week 17 on that D-line. Argue it.
No, you're right.
I mean, you're already down Pascal. You're already down Aleem. God forbid somebody rolls up on Aiden or rolls up on Reeder. I mean, are you really tangibly better? No. So it's just this idea of why are we in this position? It doesn't feel authentic. And look, the Aiden thing, yeah, the price went up. Who cares? It was always going to go up. And I told you weeks ago, I thought it takes 2 to tango. The Lions wanted him signed. I think Aiden smartly was waiting it out. Now, yeah, great, 4 at 200. Whatever he's asking you for is going to be $50 a year. So I can't wait to have all the chicken heads who called up. Oh, man, the Pack way overpaid. Yeah, really? Hope you're ready to digest what's about to.
Well, he's Aiden. He's Defensive Player of the Year.
Right, and Micah Parsons is just a scrub or a multi-time All-Pro and a first ballot Hall of Famer. And the only guy outside of Reggie White to have his first 4 years all have at least 12 and a half sacks. Or that. Facts are mean.
You better stop it.
I will. Okay, listen. Let's get your dinner taken care of. Now, not everybody's driving the Spartan Chariot to come out of the tunnel tonight like Rico, but if you're just going home to watch the games, you don't want to cook tonight, and you're not going to be driving. Spartans didn't even use chariots, by the way, but look, it was cool. The point is the 73 class. Yes!
73 points.
That's right. It's going to match how many points the Spartans score tonight or all year. 73 total. Listen. Order it from Hungry Howie's. You get dinner on table in 20 minutes. You don't need to cook, and you can relax and watch some football. $9.99 for a large 73 classic. That's 73 pepperonis, in-house made dough, real mott's, and your choice of flavored crust. So get on over to hungryhowies.com, place your order for a 73 classic, and get bold. You can thank me later for solving that dinner crisis. It's Hungry Howie's. Okay. Let me give you my enthusiasm. It's time for one of the biggest ball-breaking segments of the day. It's time for Rico's Prop Bet Casino.
Very funny. Hey, let's start right off tonight in East Lansing. Evan Jenkins joining us on this episode. Let's start off with Aiden Childs' touchdown passes over under 1.5.
Over. Come on. 2 touchdowns is not a big ask when you're 21-point favorite. Over. The passing game is going to have to carry them anyways.
I agree. Over by a large margin. It's going to be 3.
Oh.
That'd be a dream. That means we actually scored 21.
Yeah, I'll say over as well. You guys are right.
No, they have. We don't know about the kicker, man. They might only have 18 at the
Straight
end.
up here, I'm adding something to Rico's Prop Bet Casino. Over under on missed kicks tonight for MSU, set at 0.5. Give me the over.
Over.
I had made field goals, but you know what? We'll go miss kicks.
I'm waiting for the extra point.
No.
Zuzz.
Miss kicks altogether. We'll add that on there.
Okay.
Okay. David.
Over.
Okay. Wow. So painful. I'll go over as well. Aiden Child's passing yards over under 235.5.
Ooh.
Under.
I'm going to say over.
That'd be amazing, but I'll say under. Because MSU never hires coaches that want to just rub it into their opponent. I know it'll happen. Just when we start getting comfortable and enjoying our Friday night, Jonathan Smith will swallow his playbook, and it'll be a bunch of nonsense 3-and-outs.
We don't want to show too much for Boston College.
Show everything. You're terrible. You're garbage. Just let fans be happy.
The revenge of the red bandana game.
Rico, what was that number?
235.5.
235.5. I'll say under. If things get ugly, they'll pull them.
I'm going to go under as well.
Yeah, I'm with you, David. I think they're going to try to establish some type of a run with the 3 running backs they have. Nick Marsh receiving yards over under 68.5.
Over. He's their number one option by a wide margin, and unfortunately, Aiden locks on to him like nobody's business. I say over.
I'm going to say under because he allegedly has other options there.
He
and
does.
if Marsh is the true number one, they'll try to take him away so he'll hit others.
It's Western. I don't care what they try to do.
I think I'm with Mike here. It's Western. If this was a real team, they could try to take anybody away and it might work, but this is Western.
Yeah, Western won't be able to take him away, but because it's Western, Childs will try to include the others to see what he has in this game because it's Western. So I'm going under.
That man knows ball.
Yeah, I'm going under as well. Speed Aiden Childs, rushing yards, total mobile Aiden season, 25.5.
I have a question before you answer this.
Yes.
Are sacks still factored into his rushing yards?
Yes.
Yeah, it's an under. Sorry.
Right.
Go ahead, Mike.
Under.
Yeah, I say under
He'll
too.
do something stupid, run around like a nutcase, and be 16-yard loss. Give me
Yeah,
under.
I agree with that.
Yeah, he'll have one run where it's like, where's he going? Where's he going? Oh, my God, he's 10 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Like, what is he doing?
Those long developing play actions, man.
Exactly, under.
Yeah, on 3rd and an inch, and the play takes 7 seconds.
Yeah, Evan, you're a smart man.
I
Those
know.
sack numbers, yep, under for sure.
I'm going to go over because when he scores that first touchdown on a 50-yard run.
Watch him get
good.
He goes short it like the one. You're like, no!
Rico throws a cymbal on the field. He kicks a drum.
I don't even think those press box windows open, but Rico's going to be flying through them.
Plate glass falling and killing somebody.
He can go to the special suite next to it and go through there.
Okay.
How about Rico throwing melting moments on the field at players?
Don't do that, Rico.
MSU miss kicks tonight.
All of them.
Just for you, Michael. Over, under 0.5.
Over.
Yeah, it's an over.
Our kickers.
All right, what about if I win 1.5?
Over.
I'm going to say under 1.5.
Our kickers from like DeVry.
We're going to go 1.5.
No, because they'll miss the first one, Mike, and
And
then
never-
it's 2 points from there on out.
Never kick again.
Yeah.
All right.
Or
I'll
they'll
say
do the
under.
drop kick.
I'll say he'll miss one, so under. If it's 1.5, under.
Yeah, what is it?
1.5
0.5 or 1.5 now?
No, it's 1.5.
Over.
The line moved, David.
They'll miss one field goal and one extra point, and then Jonathan Smith's going to murder every kicker.
I'm going to go under. Michigan State halftime score over under 17.5 points.
I'll say under because they never run fun plays in the opener. Every opener is a nightmare on Elm Street. This will be like 10-7, and there's going to be a bullet in my TV.
I'm glad you said that because that's the next prop bet.
It's going to be 24 at half. It's just going to be 24-17.
Oh, don't say that. What is this, Rutgers, Ohio
No,
from
but
last night?
17.5 points.
No,
not the
Michigan
point
State's
spread.
going to have the 24.
Oh, so okay.
Yeah,
So you're going
they're over.
Okay.
Yeah, over as well.
17.5 points at halftime? That's funny. Under.
Did you? Oh, wow. Okay, I was about to say, did you watch last night's games, David? Points were at a premium. They have to go over, Mike.
Have to.
Do they?
Michigan State scores.
You'd think that Mel Tucker would have kept it in his pants for
Hey,
82
hey,
mil.
hey,
He just
hey,
has to keep the 82 mil, doesn't he?
That's a flag. 15 yards.
Fair game.
They just have to power wash the stadium. I mean, it's obvious, right?
Over under MSU scores in their first 2.5 drives.
Under. Oh, I'm ready for the 3 and out to start the game.
2.5.
And then I want you boo bombing them from row 7.
He's not getting the question. He's asking, are they going to score before their 2.5 drives?
They have to.
Okay.
So you're going over.
So they're going to do it on the second drive since they went 3
they
and out
have
on the
to,
first.
or I'm going to be
Under.
violent.
So, yeah.
Yes.
Under.
Under.
But when he started saying that they're going 3 and out, I'm like, Mike, that you're not making sense here.
I'm sorry.
Did you say scoring plays or touchdown plays?
Scoring.
I'll say I'll agree with Mike and say under.
It's going to take them a second to score, so I'm going to go over.
I'm going to go under.
They will not score in the first quarter.
All right, David, just for you. Bryce Underwood
Over.
touchdown passes.
1 million.
We're
All
going to
of
do this
them.
again. Over under 1.5.
Bryce Underwood once ate an apple from an orange tree.
Dude, he's going to have that in the first drive.
In all seriousness, New Mexico is one of the maybe 5 worst teams in America. They have the fewest returning players in America. This should be a scrimmage. Over.
I'm going to under.
Oh, I'm going over. If he throws under,
well, he's going to have a few. He's going to have like 2 or 3 rushes.
You know, Bryce Underwood doesn't flush the toilet. He scares the poop out of it.
Kenny?
Bryce Underwood once ate soup with a fork. Give me the over.
Yes.
it was chunky.
He cuts his water with a knife.
Yeah.
All right.
It was ice.
You know, Bryce Underwood's parents ask him for permission to take their car.
Kenny, what do you got?
I said over.
Bryce Underwood passing yards over under 205.5.
Under, just based on this game's going to get out of hand and early. And I don't think they will allow, 25, 30 pass attempts.
Well, obviously Mike's never seen a freshman like him, so he has no idea what to expect. I'm going to say over.
I'm expecting Michigan to win 50-0.
Mike, you've never seen a freshman like him, okay?
All right.
It could get out of hand. They could pull him. I'll say under.
They're going to pull him. It's under.
Yeah, I'm going to go under as well. I think they're just going to try to run the ball. Justice Hayes, over under 90.5 rushing yards.
I'll say over.
Yeah.
He'll crease one. New Mexico's atrocious defensively.
I'm going to say over 2, and I expect both their backs to have 100 yards.
Isaiah Marshall.
No. Is it Marshall?
Yeah.
Jordan Marshall.
Whatever.
Yeah, this is Michigan. They like to run the football.
Jordan and Isaiah don't like each other.
Do you know Bryce
Kenny
Underwood?
could be more bored if he tried.
I know.
Do you know Bryce Underwood doesn't write books? The words rearrange themselves to his liking.
So I'm going to go over because it's on the first drive, he will have a 63-yard touchdown. So he'll go over 90.
Longer run on the first drive, him or Aiden Childs?
Aiden Childs.
Okay, I'm going to go over
Aiden
as well.
Childs go 65.
All right, Michigan halftime score over under 24.5.
Bryce Underwood can rub 2 fires together and make a stick.
Over. I like that one.
Over.
David, you're going over. Thank you for playing the game, David.
I'm going under.
I don't even know the question.
24.
Halftime score 24.5 points.
For Michigan?
Yeah.
Over. New Mexico, look, Michigan's good and New Mexico's bad. Like, I fear for New Mexico's safety.
Yeah, give me the over as well.
You're going under?
Yes.
I'm going under as well. Bryce turnovers. Do I even want to try this with you, Mike?
Yes.
-3.
Bryce turnovers over under 1.5.
I'll say under. I think there's a turnover in there, but I'm not going to say 2. So I'll say under.
Yeah, I think it's under as well. They're going to protect him, man.
And they're going to run the ball so much that he's not going to get the opportunity to do that. So I'll take the under as well.
Over.
Do we not think that they're going to showcase this kid in this first game?
No. I don't.
Really?
No.
Not with Oklahoma on tap.
And finally, top 25 upsets this weekend, including Monday, over under 1.5.
This does not include Boise, right?
No.
Okay.
You
Because
got
I was going to
Ohio
say
State,
there's 2
Texas,
ranked.
You got LSU.
Aren't there 2 ranked games though?
Yeah. There's 3 ranked games, I believe.
Under.
Things get wacky in the first week of football. I'll say over.
Yeah,
Bryce Underwood doesn't carry a gun. Guns carry him for protection. I'll say over.
I'm going to say over, too.
Let the chaos flow.
You have no idea.
Kenny liked that one.
I'm going over as
I
well.
like the fires together to make a stick one. That was pretty good.
That's your prop bet casino for
Is
week
it?
1.
Is it?
Yes,
All
question
right.
mark. 97-1.
Yes. I have got to get down there for a game, damn it.
Was this like a rave?
Nah, they start out with Space Odyssey, and then it goes into this, and the whole crowd's yelling USC. And South Carolina may not be much, but damn it, they do it right.
Fight on?
Huh?
Fight on?
South Carolina?
Wrong USC.
No, this is the podunk one, not that Hollywood stuff. All right, 3 o'clock. If you want the Micah Parsons stuff, we gave you an hour on it, just like we finished yesterday's show with it. We do want to get to college football. Why? We have actual games to talk about. So I wanted to do it this way. Michigan and Michigan State, in building a best case and worst case for each team. Okay, let's get the smart ass stuff out of the way. Yes, the worst case for each team could be 0-12. Yeah, okay, and an apocalypse and a meteor hitting a stadium. Let's leave that aside. That within reason, what is the worst case scenario for each of these teams? And then within reason, not a dream sequence, but within reason, the best case. And I want to talk through it, and certainly I want you guys to grab a line and let's get involved on it. I mean, do you want to start with Michigan or do you want to start with Michigan State? Let's just go from there. And look, Kenny is his, normal snooty SEC help. Can provide. Well, listen, the Big Ten didn't do us any favors with the way they played last night. The offenses from Nebraska, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Rutgers. Good God.
Rutgers scored.
They blocked a punt. I'm just making a point. Come on.
And they faked the punt, yeah, too.
Come on. Really?
Okay.
If only it meant more.
Okay, then. Let's start with Michigan. And, David, you were clairvoyant. You had them pegged last year. I was too optimistic with Michigan. So I would like to start with you. Let's use David as the North Star.
Okay.
Best case for Michigan, worst case for Michigan. And I need reasons.
The best case for Michigan is, and I'm not trying to be funny here, Bryce Underwood is Trevor Lawrence, and they win 10 games. That is the best case scenario.
10-2. Okay.
The worst case scenario is he's a freshman, and they win 7. I think that's the worst case scenario, that he's a freshman. They try to use him like he's really something, and he just turns the ball over a lot, and he just looks like a freshman, and they struggle, and they win 7 games.
I think you looked at my notes.
I did not.
I have the exact same best worst. I think their best case is 10 wins. I do think they're losing to Ohio State, and I do think they're losing to Oklahoma. Their best case, 10-2. I think the Oklahoma game is just too early in the schedule. But I think there's absolutely the ability to lose at Nebraska or lose against State or drop a game you just can't fathom. Why? Because you have a freshman quarterback. But best case, 10 wins, worst case, 7. Yeah. Thanks, David. Wow. Thanks for stealing my notes.
Okay.
Well, the thing about the Nebraska game to me is, and I'm not saying Nebraska's this, great team.
Woefully unimpressed.
Correct. I was as well. But it is the very first
road
Big Ten game that Bryce Underwood will be in. That matters. That really matters. And if you look like a freshman, well, you lose that game.
All right. Best case, worst case for Michigan. Rico.
I got the best case, Mike, at 11-1. That Bryce Underwood is that guy. He's the best freshman we've ever seen.
Okay.
I think you lose at Oklahoma. Moment may be a little too big, but you know what? Make it 5 or 6 in a row over the Buckeyes, and you keep steamrolling them.
Okay. So, Rico, 11 wins. What's the worst case?
Worst case, let me do the math real quick. Worst case, I have them at 5-7.
Whoa! Holy hell!
That's
volatile.
Well, best case is 11-1. I didn't get that reaction for that.
No, because it made sense. I mean, I think it's a little out there, but it made sense. It's 5. What happens?
5-7 is Bryce Underwood is like every other true freshman quarterback. Makes a lot of mistakes.
So he turns into Dante Moore and he throws 5 pick sixes.
Yeah, you know what? In and out of games.
All right.
You got to play. You lose at Oklahoma, and then you'll go to Nebraska without your head coach. So that's maybe another loss.
5-11.
Yeah.
David is 7-10. Kenny, best case, worst case, U of M.
Best case, I also have 10 wins. He could be good enough where, he's a complete unknown, right? So he could be good enough to get you there. My worst case was just a little less than David. It was 6. It wasn't quite 5. But he could be bad enough because he's a freshman that he's actively costing them games they should win. And if that's the case, I'm not 5 wins bad yet, but I think 6 is, right there for me.
If their schedule wasn't so easy, I would be able to work my way there. I just truly think the bottom would be 7. That even if he's well below average, overwhelmed, they can lean on the ground game. The defense can carry the day. And they really, look.
But you also have to figure in the fact that it's like the first time in 100 years they don't have 8 home games either. So he's going to have to go on the road.
How do they survive? All right, so there are our best and worst case. Now let's do Michigan State. Best and worst, we start with Rico.
Hold on.
Oh, boy. All right, I'll go to Kenny. We'll get back to Rico. He's tabulating.
Best case for me, I'll say, I'm not trying to be too positive here, but I also want to set it like a guardrail for myself so I don't go crazy. I'll say 9 wins. Best case, 9 wins.
What comes along with that?
What do you mean?
Like, give me some color with that. Like, how do I arrive at 9 wins? Is Plaxico Burress coming back to school?
Well, no. I think if Jonathan Smith does what you wanted him to do and the players that he recruited and everybody, it all has to work as one. And that's still not saying 10 wins. That's still not saying a playoff victory, but you're a massive jump. And that's what you've asked from Jonathan Smith, is it not?
Yes. Okay, 9-3 is the best case. What is the worst case? Say it with your chest.
I don't want to upset you.
You're not. I have no feelings towards my team.
I'll say worst case, 5 wins.
Okay.
And by the way, neither of these are my prediction, so that nobody goes crazy at me in the Sparty Nation.
We're doing best case, worst case. None of this is like quotable.
Are you kidding me? Because the only people heard was you said they're going to go 5-7.
See, what I'm looking at, though, is for both of these teams, though, it's year 1 of a quarterback, a freshman quarterback, and year 2 of a new head coach. So it's very volatile for me. It could go either way.
David, best and worst.
Best for Michigan State, and I really tried to go through this because I didn't want to be crazy. 7 wins.
Best?
7 wins would be the best.
Oh, God.
There's a lot of 50-50s there that I'm just leaning towards the other team.
All right, worst case.
5. Worst case would be 5.
All right, David is basically saying they are gum at the bottom of a shoe. Thank you for that. Rico.
I'm not trying to say that.
No. David, there are a lot of 50-50 games, but in best case scenario, kind of like the Lions last year, you win the coin toss.
I can't say 9, though. I cannot say 9.
I'm going to say, just like I said for the University of Michigan, best case scenario, they win all their 50-50 games. They lose to Penn State. They're 11-1. Worst case scenario, they lose all their 50-50 games.
So they're beating Michigan in the best case scenario in your mind.
Yes.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Because
yeah. And the worst case is what?
Worst case scenario, they lose all their 50-50 games and they're sitting there at 4-8.
Okay. So my best and worst, I had the same one for Michigan. I think 10-2 is best case. I think 7-5 is worst. MSU, best case, best. Aiden Childs blossoms into a superstar, and a lot of these no names that they got in the portal can actually play. Best case, 9-3. Worst case, 5-7, and I bulldoze the building.
Right,
because there's a very real chance it just doesn't work.
Right, but Mike, when you look at their schedule, there are a ton of 50-50 games.
I also don't think the Big Ten's any good.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You win all your 50-50 games.
I'm starting to sound like Kenny.
That's their best case to me.
But it's not good. Like, I don't look. Freshman quarterback or not, or MSU or not, like, I'm sorry. Watching Wisconsin last night or Rutgers or Minnesota, no, those are not games you lose. These are not good football teams, damn it. I don't care. I don't care if Sister Jean is starting for State. You don't lose those games. Wheel her ass out there.
Like I said, man, they win all their 50-50 games. I got both teams at 11-1, best case scenario.
The worst case, the bottom falls out 4-8.
They're 4-8.
So basically, State is far more volatile.
Yes.
David's is interesting because MSU is in this 5, 6, 7 category.
Oh, they can't win, regardless of David. Even in the 50-50 games, they're still losing.
What is your best case and worst case for your team?
I got your team at 11-1, David.
As a best case.
Yeah, as a best case.
Hater. Why not 12-0? 248-539-9797.
Because I just don't think that first road game will be a victory for him.
What do you have your team at this fall, guys? Michigan State, best and worst case scenarios. State plays tonight, Michigan plays tomorrow night. Obviously, God help us if either team lost. It's just about the variance levels. As Kenny put it, second year of Jonathan Smith and Aiden Childs, and assumed uptick, Bryce Underwood could be anything. He could be even a mystery box. So it's just variance.
But yeah, I think in your best case, you still beat Ohio State because Ryan Dale's an idiot and he'll lose and get fired.
Wow. 248-539-9797.
How many pros did he have last year and he lost?
I just liked
At
that
home.
you straight up called him an idiot. I mean, it was just, nothing. You just got right to it. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Cirque Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen located at Circa, downtown Las Vegas. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right. Well, here's how little anyone cares about college football. So fun. So F it. I'm going to go to Ward. He wants to talk Lions. I don't care. Ward, what's going on?
Hey, fellas, it's Warren. It's all right.
How are you? What's going on?
Hey, I'm doing good. Listen, I'm just giving you a call. I know Holmes been taking a lot of strays the last few days, and I don't like it. I think Holmes is the best GM this team has had since I've been watching him. I've been watching him since the 80s. I mean, Holmes makes his splash plays in the draft. I mean, he drafted Gibbs. I know the Philly GM went out and got Barkley. Well, we got our Barkley. We got him in the draft, and we didn't have to overpay for him. So I think instead of looking at it, whereas he's not going out in the free agency and getting his players, he's getting them in the draft. I mean, had we traded for Branch, on the radio, we'd have said, "Oh man, we got Branch. We're going to win the Super Bowl." Had we traded for Gibbs, we'd have been excited about that. But Holmes is doing it through the draft.
And
so what I'm saying is that that's where I think the difference is. That's why I think he's
the difference is fans don't care where you get the players from. They just want the players. And we're sitting here right now with 3 edge rushers, one of which has missed, he's played 3 games in the last 2 years. Warren, he has a great drafting record. I agree with you. He's by far and away the best GM they've ever had. But the job is to win a Lombardi trophy. And if I know you said he's catching strays, see, I think that's a mischaracterization. Warren, it's okay to be critiqued. It's like a movie director. It could be a good movie. It doesn't mean that it's The Godfather. It's just people want a little more help. And he seems reticent to do that. That's all.
No, I agree. I mean, I agree. And we do need to go out and get, to take care of that edge. But when you look at it, I mean, we do have Hutch, and I know that's for some reason pushed under the rug that we went out and we drafted our Michael Parsons. We got Hutch, and we slowly building that line. That line right now still went 15-2 last year, even with backups coming.
See there, but there's the now we've hit on something. See, Warren, this is a psychosis that Lion fans are going through. And by the way, we were talking college football. But if you guys don't care, I don't care. So I want to address what Warren just said.
Okay.
That's a psychosis right there. Well, we went 15-2 last year. Last year's dead. Dead. It's the equivalent of saying Nona baked a cherry pie last Christmas. Problem. She died in March. It doesn't matter. It's gone. You have to stop. Oh, we won a game when our QB threw 5 picks last year. So what? You think that's just how it's going to be?
That's the recipe for winning.
You got to let it go. 15-2, 2-15. It's all the same. It's dead. Every team around the league, good, bad, or otherwise. Last year's in the rearview mirror.
Well, no, it kind of goes to bring both subjects together. It goes to when we're talking about the 50-50 games. They were 7-2 in one-score games last year. They caught a lot of breaks. And that's how they ended up at 15-2. A play here, play there, and we're not looking at that. But is that really a badge of honor when you get bounced in the first round?
Here's the other way you could play it. All right, you guys want to keep looking back at last year. Fine, I'll play your game. One quarterback had season-long injuries. Another quarterback was a ginger idiot fraud. And the other quarterback was a rookie whose head coach got fired midseason. Okay, now let's look at this year. That rookie hired your genius OC. Minnesota got rid of a ginger idiot, and they have potentially a star in J.J. McCarthy, and Jordan Love isn't dead. So, again, it doesn't matter what game you want to play. I don't want to talk about last year. It is irrelevant to what's going to happen this year. Last year was a memory. It's a thing. Yeah, you went 15-2. You also lost to a rookie and didn't win a playoff game. It's the same reason that the year prior has no impact on last year. You don't just build linear. Teams take step back.
Right.
Teams come from nowhere to win it all. Lions have a really good team. They've got a real shot to do some special stuff. But, man, if you think Brad Holmes was catching strays, I encourage you to go to a different sports market and understand. You want strays? Go see how Brian Cashman's talked about in New York.
I think by strays, he meant Brad Holmes got criticism.
Oh, dear.
And by the criticism, it means, well, what else does he need to do? Look at
that's a Super Bowl,
David. But
that's what he needs to do.
That's when Lions fans go down the whole laundry list of, well, he drafted this player, and this player, and this player, and this player, and that's great. What else? You know, that old Kobe Bryant commercial. More.
Yeah, that's what the NFL is. All right, ticket text, David. Go ahead. And again, I apologize. I thought people cared about college football a little bit. Oops.
Can I ask a question about that real quick?
What are we talking about?
About college football and the
Yes,
lack of
please.
traction we've gotten on this for some reason.
Yes, here. It's right here.
Do you think, and we've talked about this all summer long, do you think that this sport actively pushing fans away, fans like you and me, do you think that that has caused this, what we're doing right now?
Ooh, boy.
Kenny, you know what? I get where you're coming from.
He's on his game today.
But I'm going to say no. I think that's a little bit of an easy button topic. Here's why I think we're getting this right now. Think about this, though. For years, if you wanted to watch good football, where was it?
SEC?
Oh, so you're going the TV route of this.
No. David, it wasn't the Lions.
Oh.
For years, the Lions were kind of an afterthought. You cross your fingers, you hope, you tailgate it, and let's just pray that we can do something.
That's
but
how
if
Michigan
not,
rose to popularity, though.
Right.
They were the NFL team here,
Right.
and geographically much closer to Metro Detroit than East Lansing. Yes,
right.
that's
So
fair.
for years, that was the case. Now the Lions have simply moved past them and said, we got this now. And I think maybe that's why you're getting is because more people are focused. I mean,
you,
a guy,
you
stayed on hold for over an hour and a half just to say that we were hating and Brad Holmes was taking strays. He had to defend Brad Holmes.
It's so weird.
For an hour and a half, he stayed online.
But on a day like today, we used to have it's week one or two teams are starting this weekend in the city.
And Kenny, you know, and also, I mean, but think about it, all summer long, we bring up the Lions and we would get seriously, we bring up the Wings, we get full phone lines. We bring up the Pistons, full phone lines. I don't know. It's something happened this past 6 months in this city when it came to football.
I think you combine that with what we talked about this summer about all of our topics about whether it's streaming, whether it's the NIL, whether it's the portal, all the things that push fans away.
Yeah.
You combine that with the Lions, I think that's what does it.
Oh, and Kenny, I mean, I was serious with what I said. I mean, obviously, because of Cash the Ticket, yes, I watch more college football than I even want to. The product was horrific last night. Awful. And again, week one, Iowa State, Kansas State was not good football. No. You know, Hawaii, I can't believe I'm admitting to watching that. Hawaii, Stanford was not good football. It's problematic. It is. And I do think the NIL and the portal, to Kenny's point, you said this off air, so you get credit as well. You can't just slap together offensive lines. You can't just have a new quarterback with a new O-line and expect it to look good. Continuity matters.
Right. Where it may take 3 to 5 weeks before all of a sudden this offense works and it clicks and the quarterback knows the playbook. And first week, I mean, think about it. First week was always kind of iffy. Unless you just were that juggernaut team. You saw the warts or the team would score, you know, a quick 5 touchdowns and bench everybody, and you really wouldn't know anything until the 3rd or 4th week. Now, I think it's not just going to be – I think it's going to be nationwide. You're going to see a lot of bad football this weekend.
Well, and the other angle to it, and I know we're up against it, I think it's showing you the power of the NFL. College football is a nothing burger compared to the NFL.
Yeah.
And if the Lions are really, really good – no offense, but Michigan and Michigan State take a way back seat.
Well,
like third row of the SUV back seat.
Yeah. The ironic thing is college football took a swing to try to be like the NFL, and you lost out what made you special.
Where is that bell? Thank you. You don't have to say another thing today.
All right.
In fact,
I'm on my way.
You just pushed off of Byron Russell. Walk off the court.
Okay.
End it. Go get that Melton Moments. You deserve it.
Just don't come back with the Wizards.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't come back with some Rudy Poo Wizards take later.
All right.
Go ahead.
Aiden Childs. First touchdown. All
right. Will you read?
97-1.
All right, let's get to the people. We'll get to the ticket text. We got the picks coming up. Who said it? Got a college football hot seat for everybody. Kind of give you a level set on the coaches who might need to find their kids new schools next year. We'll go to Jason, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. I think, can I make a quick Lions comment after I make these predictions?
Go for it.
I think Michigan's best case is 11-1. I can't see them going to Oklahoma in week 2 and winning that unless Bryce was God and ate apples off of orange trees, as Mike says. I think Michigan State, Mike, that was probably one of the funnier things you've ever said. That was really funny.
And Jason, I just want you to understand something. Believe it or not, there are people who get upset at that. We're having fun because there's immense hype. None of it is a shot at the kid. Thank you for understanding what it is. Entertainment.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's just silly. Yeah, everybody's butthurt all the time. I think Michigan State, could be 8-4, 7-5 best case, but if it goes south, maybe 5-7. My take on Lions, I was thinking about something when the guy called about the Lions, and I think it's this like Detroit versus everybody mentality that Lions fans or state of Michigan, Detroit people have in general. They think Detroit versus everybody means that when you say something bad about one of our teams, it's us versus the people who aren't the believers of the local team. And, everybody could be really happy about how Brad Holmes is drafted, but you can question him.
Thank you.
We were basically a half away from a Super Bowl and we didn't get there. And then you win 15 games last year and you flame out. You haven't replaced either of the all-pros you left off the offensive line. You lost 2 all-pros. You didn't replace either of them with an all-pro. And you've done nothing for 3 years to help Hutch on the other side. And I just can't even believe we're going into year 3 of Davenport and trusting that guy. It just seems like insanity to me. But, hey, there's going to be a bunch of people pissed at me because I said that stuff. Thanks, guys. Have a great
Jason,
weekend.
Thank you. And I share your sentiment. I don't think any of it means we don't, A, think the team is good, B, think Brad Holmes is good, or C, think somehow they're going to have some terrible year. But, yeah, I think it's okay. Sports is all about questioning people. It's why I can't stand where the industry's at right now. The industry has basically found itself in a propagandist state where now everybody just sings for their supper depending on what network they're on versus just talk about sports. Team A, Team B.
Yeah.
It's okay to say one team sucks. Or one team's going to get punched in the face today.
But what if you get it wrong?
Who cares? Then we do it again next week.
Then you're stupid.
Which is a part of the job.
Right.
Like, we exist in a media now where no one's ever wrong because no one ever says anything. Okay, here, case in point, Desmond Howard got a contract extension yesterday. Why? Name the 5 most interesting things he's ever said on game day. I'll wait. You can't. I could go to a college senior with college radio station tape and make a better demo than Desmond Howard. Why? Because Desmond Howard says nothing.
Yeah, I think probably the most, when he said does Desmond have to choke a woman?
Yeah, another brilliant statement.
Yeah.
The point I'm making is I won't arrive there. But I have a right to become frustrated because I do think 90% of this audience, first of all, the rule in radio, not that anyone cares, but if you want to learn something, 95% of your audience will never call you. Ever. 95% of people sit, listen, and enjoy. Mm-hmm. And we're kind of their ride-along companion. Mm-hmm. Hell, some people love to hate listen. That's fine, too. I don't understand it, but that's fine. The point I'm making is my job's to cater to the 95% of people who never call. And I like to think we still have enough people nodding their head in their car when we just talk common sense. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't mean you agree or disagree. You can have whatever opinion you want. The propaganda crap, I can't do it. And we are at an all-time high right now, especially with college football. College football has been completely compromised. I mean, ESPN simply won't talk about the Big Ten, and Fox won't talk about the SEC, and no one within their purview can do any wrong. No. I mean, hell, look right now. Big Ten Network's up. Can you tell me the last interesting thing Dave Wannstedt said? Here's a hint. Nothing. He hasn't, as in ever.
No.
Dave Revson? Please. The whole thing.
No, it's not about controversy. I mean, especially when you're the Big Ten Network, so you have to say everything is great. That's why when they would do the little traveling road show, it took years before.
Jerry DiNardo's had a boner for 20 years at every camp. Every team has looked amazing in camp. Hey, Jerry, if it lasts more than 6 hours, seek a doctor.
Right. Every team. Well, I can see how they could win the Big Ten. Every team. So nobody loses.
Right. He's at Purdue. Have you seen the size of their drum?
I mean, McAfee does the same thing. Whatever campus when he's on his traveling road show is like, oh, I'm talking to Tennessee's coach. I'm talking to Georgia's coach. I'm talking to.
Oh my God! And you see people rising in this industry, and I laugh at it because they don't even realize they're just useful idiots. Your job is literally to just glaze whoever your network puts in front of you. No. That's your career?
Yes.
Oh, but I want an Emmy. For what? You may as well work at Krispy Kreme. You're a glazer.
Could it be called a glazy then?
Yeah.
You are the epitome of the walking Instagram posts. You just want to be liked.
But that's the whole point is NFL football, sports, the whole fun of it is bantering. It's supposed to be the barbershop. It's supposed to be the bar. And it's like if we can't have a conversation about we like this team, we think this team's good, but man, they could be better, then we are lost.
You can't have a conversation of, wow, I wish we would have done. Wait, our next door neighbor just did that same move that we've been begging.
Yeah, well, we draft ours. You don't know the cap and things. Let me get to D and we'll move along.
So you know what? If you draft yours,
oh boy,
trade and draft more.
You're a hater. D, you get the last word on this. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, man, good to talk to you, man. Second time in a week, man. That's a record for me.
Yeah, we will take that.
I appreciate it.
What's going on?
Oh, no doubt. Okay, look, man. I didn't need 17 games last night. That's number one. I mean, golly, let me at least get to the weekend. 17, maybe 3 of those games were decent. And I don't know who plays for who anymore with this NIL. I don't know what quarterback starts for what team. It's kind of frustrating, man. Then I go to the Big Ten Network to kind of get some clarity on my Big Ten, and they barely even talk about the upcoming season. So been kind of frustrating start, man. But Michigan, best case, 11-1, go to the playoffs, make a run. Worst case, finish like you did last year, 8-4. Because I think the defense is just that good that the defense should win you 8 games alone. And if the kid just doesn't lose you 2 or 3 games, I think 10-11 wins should be a minimum. For Michigan State, best case, 9-3. That means Childs improved dramatically over the last couple of years.
That's their only way out. That's their only way out is that they have a returning QB who is a top 50 recruit, and you got to hope he pops. You got to hope it happens.
You got to hope that it happens. You got to hope Michigan State's defense can step up. The defensive backfield been bad for a long time, man. So if they can kind of, straighten that out a little bit with their schedule, Michigan State might can make a run and make a pretty good bowl, or who knows, man, 93 maybe.
You know what it is, D?
Into the playoffs.
D, it's about just regaining respect, regain some dignity.
That's it.
It's been an embarrassment. No, and you're right. The secondary, that thing's gone from the no-fly zone to a brothel. Everybody scores.
And let me put this in your ear real quick before I go. Hey, man, nobody really likes Sharon Moore, but don't nobody want to come out and say it. People think he's kind of cringy. He's kind of rub people the wrong way when we win. The debacle at the end of the Ohio State game. There's not a lot of juice for Michigan until the game comes on Saturday, because he don't have that hardball effect, and I'm not saying that he has to, but he doesn't have like a good Sharon Moore effect. I don't think people are really excited about him, and if Michigan tanks, he might be done after next year.
I'll leave that to Michigan fan.
Right,
I haven't.
Basically, you're saying that he's Jonathan Smith in khakis.
I'm not. I'll leave that to Michigan fan. I haven't picked up on much of that. I haven't.
David, are you a Michigan fan today?
Today I am.
Okay.
I don't see him getting fired.
No,
I don't see that.
I mean, but does he have juice? Does he
address what D
swag?
said.
Does he have swag? Does Harbaugh basically is
he's
a
different
walking
than Harbaugh.
sideshow where he shows up and people are just fawning all over him?
Well, no, because he's different than Harbaugh. He's a different.
Well, right. He's
person.
not insane. That's not an
Yeah,
insult.
sure.
Harbaugh's nuts. Everybody knows it. That's not. Well, come on, man.
But it's the
that's like
nuts
saying
that-
Shaq is tall. I mean, what?
yeah, but it's that crazy, insane. I want to hang around. Oh, can I get a picture with you?
Yeah, okay. All right, let's leave it alone. Are you ready for the picks?
I am.
Are you ready to do this?
Yeah.
This is very exciting.
You guys had picks without me last week.
That was,
Last
it,
week
was
count?
it was a test run.
Okay.
The records don't count. It was a test run. We were just having
I
fun.
didn't want to get TJ'd here.
No, you're fine. And don't worry. Captain Redface is back next week. I asked him if he was coming in today. Oh, rumble, brisket. I'm like, all right, we'll see you next week.
rumble, brisket.
He called me last night. It's almost 10 o'clock at night. I'm dozing off during this Nebraska game. He wants to do a full Micah Parsons film review. And I'm like, hey, you coming on tomorrow? Oh, grumble, bacon. I'm like, okay, I'll see you next week.
Okay. Let's do the picks.
Next.
Respectfully.
Rumble.
97. Rumble. Hey, you looking for the best deals on hot Chevy models? Only one place to go.
I'm TJ Lang.
Hamilton Chevrolet, even TJ is available. He could go there. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Why? Because Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. Whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory, and the selection is best right now. So no more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on a road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and, more importantly, your budget, including the August Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT for $329 a month for 36 months. You walk into Hamilton with $995 down, you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. Tell them Rico sent you when you can stop out there. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Okay, we begin the long journey for the first time. It's the picks. All right, let's get into it. We have got a full slate over 4 days. We begin tonight. Auburn at Baylor. Auburn laying 1.5. We start out with R.L. Beard.
You know, Mike, I don't know about this going on the road for Auburn. They've been a major disappointment. Coach probably maybe getting fired. Give me the Baylor Bears.
Over to Kenny.
I am also going Baylor. Why? Because I just don't like Auburn very much. Give me Baylor.
It's going to be a year of this, isn't it? David,
Yes.
go ahead.
This is all you need to know about this game. Jackson Arnold is still the quarterback at Auburn. He sucks. Take Baylor.
Planet Earth is on Baylor. That means I'm on Auburn. Plus, I hate Waco. There, done. Georgia Tech at Colorado. Georgia Tech laying 4.5. Rico Beard.
Well, thank God it's not 5.5. I feel a lot better.
You shouldn't. Money's pouring in on Colorado.
I still don't care. Colorado's going to be starting all over. What's Deion going to look like when he has to come up with an offense that's not for his kid? Give me Georgia Tech.
Kenny.
Yeah, Rico, you basically copied my notes there. What is he going to look like when he doesn't have to craft that kind of an offense? I'm going to take Georgia Tech as well.
We're all walking into this. I hope you know it. Coach Fryme's going to be nude with a cowboy hat on. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, all seriousness. I mean, he's been dealing with the illness, hasn't been able to really coach his team all summer, spring.
Yeah, how focused is he?
Right, so I'm going to go Georgia Tech here.
And here's what Mike says. I'm taking Colorado. You guys are a bunch of idiots.
No, I can't. I like Georgia Tech early in the week. I have to stick to it or I'd be a hypocrite. But I'm starting to worry I'm walking into it. Haynes King, FTW. All right, Western Michigan at Michigan State. MSU now laying 21.5. The number's gone up. Do what you want. Rico.
Okay, so earlier, I'm going to give you guys a little behind the scenes. I'm like, you know what, Mike? I don't know if Michigan State covers. Mike told me if we wanted to be friends, I had to take Michigan State to cover.
Yeah, I said you seem like a Costa, like you got a catio.
Oh, so
get with it.
You know what? Go green.
Listen, it's week 1. Every fan has one free pass to stupidly bet their team.
Right.
And that's going to be us when we lose tonight. It's going to be amazing. Kenny, go ahead.
Well, I don't want to be called what you just called Rico. I certainly don't want us to not be friends anymore, so I will also go MSU.
Good man. Thank you.
He's setting us up.
David?
Maybe a reason why the number went up. Western's playing 2 quarterbacks. One's a JUCO quarterback. They have none. So let's go MSU.
It's simple. If Jonathan Smith likes his house and doesn't want to move his children, he best start winning games. And tonight is about fun. Delight these people who somehow want to be in that dump of a stadium. MSU, lay the points. I'm TJ Lang. Get there.
And somehow I actually heard that in TJ's voice, too.
That's what he sounds like. Let's go to Saturday. Big noon. This is a disgrace. Texas laying 1.5 now. Somebody threw a $500,000 bet and moved the line. Just FYI. Texas now favored 1.5 at OSU. Rico.
Wasn't me, but nobody, Mike. And I mean, nobody walks into the horseshoe unless you're Michigan and wins.
Oh, no.
OH.
Kenny.
You know what I have to do here. I've been slandering the Big Ten for weeks now. Give me Texas.
Over to Hatchet.
You're wrong. You're blinded on this one. It's going to be Ohio State in this one. Sorry, SEC.
I love Texas here. I'll take Kwiatkowski over Brian Hartline, and I will take Earth over Matt Patricia. That ain't Jim Knowles calling that defense.
Right, but in a game like this, I always say who has the best player. He's a wide receiver for
Truth. And guess
Ohio
what?
State.
In the playoff game, 3 targets, 1 catch. They've got Muhammad, and I ain't talking about the dude in the Bible. The corner. Give me Texas. Hook 'em. All right. Bama, Florida State. Bama now laying 14.5. This number's gone up. We go to R.L. Beard.
Well, I guess this is a game, Kenny. It'll mean more. Kalen DeBoer has to come out here. He has to make a statement in this game, and I think that he will. It will be unmerciful. Give me Bama.
Kenny.
Yeah, I usually have a don't pick Bama in the picks policy that I've abided by for a few years now.
Too bad.
But
Take Bama.
I think I have to. I'm breaking policy. We're going Bama laying the 14.5.
David.
Kenny's a smart man. I was going to hurt him with this one, but I'll go Bama. Doesn't hurt him
I
at
hurt
all.
myself with this one, David. I'm not happy about it.
You can't win with a 5'8 quarterback. It's just science. Give me Bama. LSU, Clemson in Death Valley. Clemson now laying 4.5. This number's jumped. Rico.
I think this game's going to be a lot closer than that, so I'm going to take LSU and the points.
Okay. Kenny.
I also think this game is going to be a lot closer than that. 4.5 is enough points for me to confidently say LSU.
You are aware Brian Kelly still coaches.
I am aware. I am aware.
But he also needs a job.
Over to David.
You ain't lying. The white James Franklin is down there, down south.
He'll be selling cars with JoJo in a minute.
With his family, he's losing this one. Clemson all day.
Give me Clemson. But again, I do think it'll be a close game. But Brian Kelly's going to do something late that's going to just kill them.
Tell him about it, JoJo.
New Mexico and Michigan. Michigan laying 34.5. Go ahead. Just say it.
No, I'm going to go with New Mexico.
What?
I think Michigan is going to call off the dogs. Michigan is going to try to save things for Oklahoma.
You little John over there?
What?
Yeah. I think Michigan's they're going to be trying to save a lot of things for Oklahoma. They'll do enough. They'll put them away. They'll win by like 30 points, but not 35.
Grumble, hater. All right. Thank you, TJ. Over to Kenny.
Give me New Mexico. Freshman quarterback. I can't do that. That's too many points.
David.
A lot of Michigan fans will be saying, because Bryce Underwood's going crazy, Michigan.
You know, I'd like him.
He's one of the good ones.
A lot of African Americans.
This is going to be like David's wedding night. Full throttle. Michigan. All right, let's go to Sunday. V-Tech against Lenoris Sellers. South Carolina laying 7.5. Rico, you know what to do here.
I do, Mike, but you're not going to like it.
You know what to do.
I'm going Virginia Tech.
I love it. Good man. Gobble, gobble. Over to Kenneth Cott.
Gobble, gobble. Give me V-Tech also.
Over to David.
No, South Carolina in this one all day. Blowout. Let's go South Carolina.
And guess what? They lost 8 guys on that defense that got at least to a training camp. 4 got drafted. I think Brent Pry's under pressure. Give me the 7.5. Give me V-Tech. Notre Dame, Miami. ND laying 2.5. Rico Beard.
And there's a great chance of a thunderstorm during this game, so buckle up. This could be a long game, folks. But I think Notre Dame can go on the road, handle the Florida Heat. Give me the Fighting Irish.
Kenny.
I'm a large Miami hater, so I'm going to take Notre Dame here. Also, I don't think Miami is ever as good as they think they are. So the number 10 ranking, that tracks with them. Give me Notre Dame.
David.
Please, I hope he wears shorts on the sideline. Freeman, please do it for me. Let's go Notre Dame.
I'll just take the coach that doesn't wear a diaper. Give me Marcus Freeman. Notre Dame. Monday night, we have to have it here. It's the Jordan Hudson Bowl, North Carolina and TCU. Horned Frogs. What is that? Is it this thing? The little do-do-do-do-do. All right, well, they're laying 3.5. Go ahead. And that's Rico making the Horned Frog side.
Give me TCU because...
Grumble, grumble, frogs.
Grumble, grumble. I have no idea.
Thank you, TJ.
Grumble, grumble. Who's on North Carolina?
Get there.
Who's on North Carolina's team? I don't know. You don't know. Bill Belichick doesn't know.
But he's not even coaching. She is.
Right.
All right. Kenny.
Well, she might have a great strategy here, so I'm going to go North Carolina, grumble, grumble.
Get there. Virtual TJ is going to be a scene when he doesn't show up at one point this fall. David, go ahead.
The ceiling is the roof. Well,
Yes.
not this time. TCU all day.
Give me TCU. I got to see it to believe it with North Carolina, and I don't like Gio Lopez, their quarterback. So there's that. Those are the picks. Grumble, grumble. 97-1. Okay, let's get to it. I want to have some fun with you guys. We already covered the Micah Parsons thing. We did it yesterday and today. We're done with it. Let's play the game. I want to give everybody a chance now that you're kind of coming around to college football. State plays tonight, Michigan tomorrow. I have, and Kenny, you're going to have to guess, and I think you'll be able to assist. I have a list of the 9 prime candidates to lose their job this year in college football. The hot seat index. Are you prepared? Let's go. Oh, Kenny's joining us. What a treat. Nope, Kenny's just dropping off more work duties. Okay. Thanks for that. Get out. Dave, hit the music. All right. Here's the rules. We're going to do this like pickup basketball. If you get a guess right, you get to guess again. Hey, you run the gamut, nobody gets to play. But make it, you take it. So we'll start with Rico Beard, and I'm going to go down the list. So, Rico, start us off. Remember, hot seat index.
Let's go to the state of Alabama. Hugh Freeze.
Got it. Hugh Freeze could be in some real trouble. Questions about whether he cared about coaching anymore because he was doing a lot of golfing. He has not gotten it right with the quarterback position. Hope he enjoyed Peyton Thorne. He saved MSU a lot of money. And look, they're taking one final swing with Jackson Arnold, and they open up at Baylor tonight. It is a gotta-have-it game. You cannot start 0-1 or the knives will be out. Okay. Rico, want to venture another guess?
Oh, let's stay in the SEC, Mike. Let's go with Oklahoma, Brett Venables.
He's 2 for 2, people. Yes. Look, Venables is in year 4. It's time. Now, they've got arguably the best quarterback in the portal in John Mateer. You have a defense. You have everything it takes, and you blamed last year on injuries. They have got to win. They have got to compete. I'm not saying playoffs or bust, but he's got to win 9 games probably, and there is no way you can allow a freshman QB to walk into your place and beat you in week 2. That is a very important, much like for Hugh Freeze's Baylor game tonight.
Yeah.
That Michigan game for Oklahoma is massive. If Venables plans on living there, he better win that game. Okay, 2 for 2 for Rico Beard.
Because it just means more, Kenny.
Wow, another SEC coach.
Let's stay in the SEC. A lot of pressure in the SEC. Maybe the most pressure.
Possibly the best pressure.
Arkansas's coach, Pittman.
You got it.
I don't know what his first name is.
His name is Sam, and he's
Pittman.
a good person.
Okay.
Listen, here's the problem. Everyone loves Sam Pittman, but they know they got to fire Sam Pittman. He's probably done at the end of this year. He loves the program. He's a Razorback. He's the type of coach in a post-game interview, he'll tell you, I got to get out of here and go drink a beer. It's not working.
Woo pig suey.
And the Taylor Green thing. And look, everyone can knock Arkansas. I mean, I imagine in a different world, that's where Kenny's from. But Arkansas's got a hell of a lot of money. Tyson Chicken, ever heard of it? Walmart, ever heard of it? Yeah, they're headquartered there.
And Jerry Jones.
Yeah, I don't know that anyone wants to talk to him currently. The point is, Sam Pittman's in a lot of trouble. I would look out for John Gruden at Arkansas. That's just the type of place you could hide him.
He wants to coach in the SEC.
It's just the type of place you could put him. All right. Rico's 3 for 3, guys.
Don't sweep the board here.
I doubt that. But, David, I do know that this AD hates him.
This is a great start.
He hates him because he puts the worst schedule in front of Florida every year. Give me Billy Napier. I got it wrong.
Not on the list.
Oh.
I think Napier saved his job.
Okay.
Now, could he lose his job if it goes it goes off the rails? Yes. But they showed a lot of fight. They got it turned around. Lagway really started to pick it up.
Okay.
Not on the list. Oh, but you did great. 3 early guesses. All right, we go to Kenny Cott.
The name that sticks out to me would be, I was wrestling with a couple of them, but Mike Gundy would be my first guess.
Kenny Cott, congratulations. You're on the board.
That's all I wanted to be. Now I can get the rest of them wrong, and it's not on me anymore.
And here's the problem for Gundy. Not only they have quarterback play at this school has gone off a cliff, he's doing things out of desperation. After week 3 last year, changing the entire blocking scheme offensively. Now this offseason, we're going to a 3-4. One problem, it takes 2 years to integrate a 3-4. He's hired a Division II coordinator at one point. He's done some wacky stuff. He's been a great coach for that
Still
school.
got the mullet?
Yes, that also has to go. I think he's in a lot of trouble. Now, again, if he gets to 7 or 8 wins, he'll be okay. But they've got to turn this around.
Yeah, long way from the I'm a man, I'm 40.
Truth. Kenny, next guess.
Geez, his name escapes me, but the coach from Cincy, I think, might be on this list.
Okay, I don't know how you got that, and I'm worried that you're cheating. But that's okay. That's okay. His name is Scott Satterfield.
Yes.
And he is on the list.
Is he really?
And he should be for having Brandon Sorsby be his quarterback. They should have beaten Nebraska last night. They were matriculating the ball down the field. And then Sorsby goes YOLO ball and throws a pick for no reason. I think they're in a tough spot. You got to be careful. You're Cincinnati, but come on. David's waving. What's the issue?
I'm about to leave because these two are about to sweep the board. I'm not gonna get a chance.
Well, this one I'm a little bit more concerned about because I feel like, and I know that they didn't have a bad year last year, but I feel like the seat is always hot when you're not named Nick Saban and you coach in Alabama. So I'm going to say DeBoer.
Not on the list.
Yeah.
I think he could be there quickly.
Yes.
Lose to Florida State or somehow their playoff hopes are dashed before November. Oh, no, he could get there. But he's not on the 9 hottest seats. Over to David, who was just ready to tap out.
Okay, so I played their music, their intro earlier. Virginia Tech.
Brent Pry.
Pry, there you go.
Elite jawline, not elite job security on the list. Look, VTech's in a weird place in the current state of college football. They're a good program, but they've been hurt. Now, money has flowed in. They are recruiting better, but they need something to hold on to. They need to win a game people care about. It's a huge game for them this weekend. All right, next.
I'm going to go out to the Big Ten, but out west. Lincoln Riley?
Not on the list, and I'll tell you why. Should be on the list, yes. Buyout, $86 million.
Okay. There you go.
That's why I'm not going to have Kurt Ferentz on there or
realistically couldn't be on the hot seat based on situation.
Or Rob Riggle. I'm going to stay in the Big Ten. I like Turtles. Mike Loxley.
Not on the list.
Yes!
Should be.
Way to go, Mike.
I know. Yeah, it's like,
way to go.
I imagine you and him vacationing together. You love this guy.
Man, we cooking ribs all the time.
Not on the list. Let me, for the sake of time, and I want to help everybody. All right, everybody gets to play now. You have another Big 12 team, and then you have an American Conference team and a Conference USA team. I can offer you hints on all of these.
Is there a La Tech coach on here?
How did you get that?
You gave me the conference.
Where did you meet Will Smith?
I have no idea which conference.
Sonny Cumbie, former Texas Tech quarterback and offensive coordinator. He was brought down to Ruston to reignite. I mean, remember, La Tech had a lot of really good quarterbacks for a long time. McCown, Tim Rattay. They've fallen off a cliff.
I'm very familiar with Ruston.
Are you?
Yeah.
You been there?
Plenty of times.
What the hell is it like? It's in the middle of nowhere. It's like North Louisiana.
You are correct.
He said you got it nowhere.
We have to talk offline. I've always wondered what it's like down there.
Family reunions.
Really? Yes. Well, you could also be the head coach apparently because Sonny Cumbie's in a lot of trouble.
Bringing you home, Rico.
Okay, the next one.
It really is nothing.
We'll talk about this. I am now fascinated by this. This is amazing. All right, the next guy is a former ESPN pundit turned Elite 11 honk.
I don't even know where he's coaching. But
turned high school coach. Now turned into most disliked and despicable coach in America.
I don't know where he's coaching, but
same
Dilfer?
state as Kalen DeBoer. It's Trent Dilfer at Alabama Birmingham.
Wow.
Okay. Poor Bill Cook has got to be turning in his grave with the program he resuscitated. Trent Dilfer has really turned away everybody. And yes, before you laugh and go, come on, UAB doesn't have boosters. No, they do. They had boosters. This guy basically gets up at the press conference, makes fun of his own school. What do you people want from me? This isn't Texas. Just
okay. He's trying to get fired.
Big yikes.
Okay.
Okay, the last
Big
one
12
on the
team?
list is a Big 12 team, but not a traditional one.
Arizona.
Yes. Nailed it. Brent Brennan. They've gone from, hey, this is really great. Jed Fish is doing a good job,
Pac-12
to
after dark to just shut off the lights.
who the hell's this new guy? He's terrible. And why is he wearing a lei? It's a real problem. Brent Brennan does not have good job security at all. And the two in the Big Ten, you're right. Lincoln Riley should be on the hot seat. Could they drum up that money? Maybe.
You know what,
Question mark.
Mike? I think if they go
7-5,
I think they go 6-6. He's done.
Okay. And Luke Fickell, it's a disgrace.
That's what I was wondering, yeah.
Well, they added another year to his deal. But it's awful. I watched Wisconsin last night. They can't run it. They can't throw it. They're
Wrong
bad.
fit for the wrong program.
Yeah, his buyout is $40 million.
You're trying to make Wisconsin something they don't want to be.
Hey, guess what? Hope him and his wife are happy after she slandered MSU. Hey, get the for sale sign out, lady. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Unemployed. Take a shot at my school. Thanks, DJ. Get there. All right, listen. That is your coaching hot seat index as we start the year. 97.1. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex you need when you need it. And guess what? If you see it, it's in stock. You don't even have to ask the question. So call Northville Lumber today, Michigan's Trex Superstore. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, a few of the ticket texts. Did the hot seat index. We have who said it. We got a lot more to do today. Football today as well. And Rico, at some point, is going to tell us all the hoopla here. What do you know? MSU's got this whole revamped game day thing. What does that include? Seats?
Yes. New menu.
Just tell us what's going on.
New menu, Mike.
I'm just pumped there's no Cal Halliday. I don't have to look at him anymore.
Did you know he didn't play with gloves on?
John Wick. I'm like, yeah, Gus, not a lot of us like this kid. All right, just please, David, go ahead.
Absolutely dead with the rumble brisket. That is hilarious. Dom in the truck says, Mike's TJ imitation is so entertaining that from now on, when I hear TJ on the radio, I will think to myself, why is he doing a bad TJ impersonation?
That's the goal. Something was born today.
Some people texted in, lots of people actually texted in regarding the best case, worst case.
Yes.
So worst case, Jonathan Smith is fired at 5-7. I believe 7-5 is unacceptable to me, but keeps his job.
See, I had this argument with a former player yesterday. It wasn't an argument. Let me rephrase. It was the idea of, man, you can't say get rid of him. It would just be a merry-go-round. And I'm like, I'm not going to say the person's name. I'm like, you need to get out of the time warp you're in. Mm-hmm. You don't get 3-4 years anymore, like when you played. He has to show legitimate improvement. And I'm sorry, 6-6 is not that. Last year's team should have gone 6-6, which, by the way, nobody was going to be shaking their ass for that.
No.
But to go 5-7, that was a disgrace.
Mike, were you just trying to do an impromptu, who am I? But back when he played.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I'm 40-something years old. No, but it was just this idea of people have to evolve with the sport. I'm not taking any pleasure in saying, hey, if this guy doesn't come through this year, he should go. I know that that's not good for the program, but you know what's worse? You can't miss a bowl back-to-back years. That's like missing 10 bowls in a row.
No, Mike, I'm with you. That's why I said, you lose all your 50-50 games.
And you're not a good coach, Rico.
No, my worst case, it's 4-8, and that's why, yeah, he's gone. You win those games. You beat Boston College. You go out to L.A. and you beat USC. You win those games, you get some equity, you get some faith in your fan base, and you can hang around. But right now, he's just kind of there. He's like the brother-in-law that you really never got the time to know. He's at the reunion. You see him there. You know nothing about him.
Well, look,
but he's
and
there.
This is something where
you're hungry.
I know some people bristle when it's like, well, why do you care about the personality of a coach? Because I think more so now than ever. First of all, college football has always been about personalities, aura. The coach is what you were committing to, as well as the program. Now that has changed a bit. However, you do need to have a sales pitch. It's hard when you're at one of these programs that I understand where we are, and you can't say anything remotely nice about Michigan State. Well, too bad. The point is, this is not UTEP. This isn't Duke football. This isn't Wake Forest. You got to have something to sell. So in the absence of having that, and you want to be a little bit more mysterious or a little bit more plain Jane, that's fine. Then we need to double down on results. He has to go out and win 7-8 games this year. Now, for me, it'd be 8, but I drive a harder bargain. But I'm not going to sit here at 7-5 and freak out. I won't be happy. I'm not going to be happy until they start winning 9-10 games again. Because at that point, it means you're spending the appropriate money, you're finding the appropriate players, you have the program moving in the right direction. And if you're not going to win 9 or 10 games and flirt with making the playoffs every 3-4 years, then shut it down. There's no purpose. That revenue check from the Big Ten doesn't help Rico, doesn't help me. It doesn't do anything for any of the fans. So what's the point of any of it? Okay, the sport's changed. You know what? We can't get pumped up about a Citrus Bowl or a BCS Bowl or making a Rose Bowl. None of that matters anymore. All right, well, what matters? Every 3 to 4 years, I'd like to have an ounce of joy, which means make the playoff. And guess what? You better beat your rival. Not every year, no D'Antonio runs, no 8 out of 10. But man, if you can't win every other year or minimum every third year, you're not the man for the job.
Judges?
But Spartan fans will be all butthurt that I said that.
Got to give them time. No, you don't.
No, I don't.
You don't. You don't, because here's the thing.
You've been left behind.
you go out here and you're subpar again, and all your players who could be on the verge of goodness/greatness will leave and go somewhere else.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, they're not going to stick around and go through the growing pains with you. Those days are done.
Yeah, and again,
where you had young coach, but you had young players, and you know what? In year 3, there will be no year 3.
No, and again, I think the same thing would apply that, look, Sharon's in absolutely no danger right now. I think everybody knew last year was going to be a down year. But if they have another down year this year, well, then his prove-it year becomes 2026, where Bryce would be in year 2. Presumably, they will be players in the portal. Mm-hmm. And it will be not playoff or bust, but you can't afford to have 3 7-win years in a row at Michigan. That's not going to work. At Michigan State, you can't have 2 losing years in a row to start your career. This isn't Corvallis. And I have deep respect for what he did at Oregon State. He took over a program that should have been relegated to 1AA, and he built it ground up over the course of 5 years. The game has changed. Mm-hmm. And by the way, in year 2 there, he beat number 9 Oregon. So don't tell me I can't make a demand of him to go out and beat somebody I halfway care about. Beat someone with a logo.
I'm with you. That's why I said you got 50-50 games. You lose them all, you've lost the crowd. And it's time for J-Bat to come in here and clean house.
Let's go to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, how you doing?
Hey, pretty good. How you doing, gentlemen?
Excellent. What's on your mind, buddy?
Oh, wow. All right, we're going to talk about all 3 teams if possible. I'm going to start with U of M. This is with hate. 4-8 as the worst, and the best 6-6.
Whoa, for U of M?
No, this is all hate, though. I don't like them.
Oh,
okay. Huh? All right, respect, I guess.
Yeah, but Michigan State, the reality is that if I could get 8-4, that would be great. The worst scenario, 5-7. That's probably the worst scenario. But with Johnson Smith, I would fire him if he's not 8-4 because he's not recruiting. We're not even talking about his recruiting because it's horrible. So, hey, Mike.
Yes?
I always wanted to say this to you. He got it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andrew. Dear God, what is happening? I think Andrew's already on his pontoon boat. I think Andrew's already enjoying
the holiday.
A red solo.
I was wondering where he was about to go.
Kenny, are you related to Andrew by chance? Okay.
Hey, Mike. See, you know what? That was a 50-50 call.
Yeah, I was.
That could have went either way.
Okay,
it did. Hey, Mike, I always wanted to say this to you, and then I thought, please refrain from
using ethnic slurs. Yeah. I have to bring this up right now, real quick, before we do who said it.
Yeah.
This Lee Corso thing is a big deal for a lot of people. Not me, but a lot of people. Did you? He's been with the network for 40 years, right? Mm-hmm. He's basically the most famous part of Game Day. Mm-hmm. It's been a show that is now in the culture of college football. Mm-hmm. So for his last Game Day, nothing says we value you like sitting coach on a Southwest flight. You couldn't put Lee Corso on a private plane.
Stop. They own a private plane, don't they? They bring in all the famous country artists, and here's Katy Perry at the airport getting off the plane.
Uses it every week.
I'm looking at a video of Southwest Airlines honoring Lee Corso as he boarded his flight for Columbus today.
No way. That's wow.
ESPN, you're paying Stephen A. Smith $25 million a year. Can Lee Corso put the guy in a hot air balloon?
I mean,
something.
Was Spirit filled up? I mean,
oh my. Oh my.
Southwest. They show it every week because they go from spot to spot.
Right.
Herb Street flies across the country to do a game after doing game day.
So even worse, Kirk Herbstreit flies his stupid dogs all over the country.
Correct.
And I love dogs, but they don't belong on airplanes. That's a different segment for a different day. The point is, Herbie's got a seat on a PJ for his golden retriever. Poor Corso doesn't know what day it is. You can't put the guy in a private plane.
And on Southwest, Mike, no assigned seats. First come, first serve. So people are running past the old man, knocking him down the aisle.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine Lee Corso gets trampled on his last flight? Some Karen wants the window seat.
Wow.
So Herbstreit can cry, but he can't save a seat for his buddy for his last show.
ESPN can't. If anything,
good night, everybody.
Fly him out and say we got Corso, on the tarmac with the band right there as he comes off the plane, and really turn this into something.
Whatever money you wasted paying Desmond Howard, you should have taken a chunk of it for Lee's final flight.
How about Desmond come up with some T-shirts? Just please, instead of just fine. Do something here.
Oh my.
By the way, it's not his final flight. It's his final flight before he, stops working.
Kenny,
he ain't flying no more after this.
No, don't do that.
Kenny,
Don't do that.
I don't think he's getting on too many airplanes. I think he's gonna be relaxing at home. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's one of the Nonas or Pops that's gonna be flying a whole lot. All right. He's 90.
He's going to be flying to that big football game in the sky. Is what you're saying?
No.
You said it.
I said he'd be relaxing at home. There's a difference.
Maybe a little too much relaxing.
Okay, thank you. The point is, shame on ESPN. Shame. That's ridiculous. Why don't you have the guy ride a tricycle to his last broadcast? Good God.
That's
your company.
That's not my company.
I'm kidding.
Seriously. JetBlue, not available.
Read something, please.
All right, let me tell you about Specs at LTU. It's located right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You hear us having fun every Friday, and you're like, you know what? I would love to go into radio. Great. Let Specs at LTU help you get your career path started. Or you want to go into television, you're a graphic design artist, even better. Specs at LTU can help you there as well. Why? Because Specs at LTU, you're going to be taught by people who actually work in the business. They're going to navigate you through the minefield of, you know what, you don't want to do this and the theory and all of that. No. You're going to go into the lab and you're going to learn hands-on what it takes to make it in your field. So you'll come out with a certificate in either broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or graphics media arts. But you got to do one thing. You got to make an appointment today with an admissions counselor. So go to admissions@ltu.edu. That's admissions@ltu.edu or 1-800-CALL-LTU. Do that today.
All right, we'll get back to the college football. We got a football today to do. We'll get to the picks next hour. But we got to do Who Said It. So, David, please grace us with your presence. And I just saw Evan. I mean, that sprint was something else.
The tiny little steps.
He looked like one of State's wide receivers last year.
It was like Bryce Underwood flying.
Okay. David, let's begin. Who's eligible?
6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
All right.
6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay.
Here we go. Number 1. Look, let me be clear here. The guy in charge, I'm a Brad bot. You know, he's not going to get them all right. I'm fine with that. It doesn't mean he's immune to criticism.
Okay. I
have to jank myself here. I heard this.
So do I.
I feel like this is Doug because Doug has called himself a Brad bot in the past. Now, I don't know if he did it this week, but I'm trying to help you since, Kenny and Evan don't feel like playing.
One more time, David, since we can take our time, Mike.
Yes.
Look, let me be clear here. The guy in charge, I'm a Brad bot. You know, he's not going to get them all right. I'm fine with that. It doesn't mean he's immune to criticism.
Maybe it's Cookies because Doug wouldn't criticize him. Would Cookies have called himself a Brad bot?
See, I'm thinking Gator.
Oh, boy.
I'm thinking Gator because I don't think. Wait.
It's Doug or Cookies to me.
No. Calling himself a Brad bot, I think it's Kang. I'm going Kang.
All right. Are you guys in?
No,
Narrow that selection, man. Flip a coin.
I'll go. I'm going to go
Who's
Cookies.
flipping the coin?
I'll go Cookies.
Mike, what did they tell you in school? Always go with your first
I'm
answer.
kidding. I'll stay with Doug.
I heard it, and I was like, did I hear that right? And I rewound it, and yeah, he said it.
You guys talked yourself into a pretzel thing.
I know,
did,
big time.
because it was the part where he goes, but he's not above criticism. And then I'm like, but you don't criticize him. So, like, I
see, that's why I thought Kang, because I'm like, okay, calling himself a Brad bot.
Well, that's why I remember him saying it. My ears perked up when he said, I'm a Brad bot. I was like, huh?
Yeah, well, if you can collect it, he'll talk about it. All right, let's go ahead.
Number 2. They certainly got a lot better. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's a cakewalk for the Lions. It was never going to be a cakewalk for the Lions. It got a lot harder for the Lions.
See, that feels like John Jansen. But now that Evan and Kenny get to play, let's talk through this. Okay. My initial lean would be John. Evan.
My lean was Gator because of the term cakewalk.
My lean also was Gator because of cakewalk. That is a very Gator used term, I believe.
Is it?
Yeah. I think so.
I'll trust you on that.
And
Rico?
He may eat that. Yes, cakewalk. Gator.
Okay, I'm just going to shut up and go with the flow. These guys, this is as convincing as it gets.
Only like a 70% here. It could be better.
I feel like an idiot. I'll go with Gator.
All right,
David?
Kind of hope this is Jansen now.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, my God. I want to hit something.
Sorry about that.
At least our wish came true.
That's true.
Oh, that's great.
But you
Good
guys
job.
are so smug.
No, yet again, stick with your first answer, Mike.
Or trust the people who you work with. Jeez,
Said
man.
nobody ever.
Yes.
Really?
All right. Damn it.
Number 3. Green Bay is banking on the fact we're going to be a winning team now. In Dallas, congratulations. You can have pick 28, 29, 30. We don't plan on being in the top 10.
That sounds like Rieger to me. Like speaking for the Packers.
I will say I heard Wojo say last night, referencing the picks won't be high. They'll be in the late 20s. Now, was this an offshoot of that?
David, one more time.
Green Bay is banking on the fact we're going to be a winning team now. In Dallas, congratulations. You can have pick 28, 29, 30. We don't plan on being in the top 10.
That almost sounds like it could be Cookies.
I think I said this yesterday.
Oh.
I have no read on this.
Oh, no.
Do it, man.
I think I said this.
I'm going with Rico. I'm going to trust someone I work with. You best be right.
I'm going to say cookies.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I don't even remember what I said.
I'm gonna go 3-co.
I'm gonna go Gator. I don't remember who.
Why not?
Who said it?
Yes. Congrats on not having dementia.
Good job.
All right, let's get to it.
I knew you were getting there, Rico. He said, "Read one more time." You were thinking, "I think it's me."
Right.
Yeah. All right. Skipper, because we've seen him operate out there when needed, whether he's eligible or not. He seems to be a very good morale guy as well. He knows the culture, knows the locker room. He fits in perfectly.
See, this sounds like a Gator thing.
Yeah, that screamed Gator.
Yeah,
That's
100%.
just- I mean,
People who are still talking about Dan Skipper, by the way, that screams like the midday show.
Or is it Wojo?
no.
I go
This is
Gator.
just hyper positive, culture-y. Oh, eligible.
Oh, then I'm gonna say Jim Costa. He loves them Lions, man. Lions blood.
You're going Costa over Gator?
Yeah.
You know what? I already got one, so I'll go Gator.
Yeah, Gator.
Gator.
100%.
So we're all locked in. All right.
Oh.
Who is that? Oh, that's Kang.
If you can collect it, I'll talk about it.
I don't know. Cookies had a cold, man. He sounded a little different this week.
I hate everything. Next.
Skipper.
You're getting a player with a chip on his shoulder. You're getting a guy that's going to prove a point, and he got his respect and he got his money. Green Bay is sitting there going, the Lions are good, and so are we. How do we get better?
Now, see, that feels like cookies. Because that feels rational, what he said.
Well, those first two really have thrown you off your game.
Oh, totally. Yeah, he's gone, man.
You're trying to convince yourself right now.
He's Aiden Childs last year. Do I throw it?
Focus. Just throw to the receiver in front of you, Mike.
Yeah, dude, take the easy throw, man. Check it down, Mike.
Just leave me alone. Who is it?
I'm going to say Milliken.
I thought Milliken too, actually.
I'm going to go cookies.
Oh, I have to stick with cookies now.
Don't change it.
Don't change it.
All right, I'll stick with
Well,
cookies.
who is your other guest, Mike?
I didn't have one. I was hoping you guys would help me.
So definitely don't change it.
So, Mike, you said it sounds rational, correct? That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
Ah!
And congrats, I have dementia. I don't remember
He
saying
knew
it.
it was him. That's why he's like, oh, this is the greatest quote I've ever heard in my life.
I picked two quotes from you guys right after it went off yesterday, and I knew you all. It was a lot going
Well,
on.
I mean, go me. It felt rational.
It was a lot going on.
I don't know.
Smartest quote I've ever heard.
That's right.
I like the other quote better. Maybe the best quote ever.
Possibly the best quote.
That guy knows ball.
I thought it was cookies. Dude, you got to understand when the Parsons thing broke, we slapped Otto in the face. We interrupted his update, and we just went.
Correct.
At one point, I got so annoyed with people, I walked out of the studio. There was a lot happening.
It was fast paced, so I figured you guys wouldn't remember what you all said.
I didn't. And we've done 11 pods this week. It's just been a lot of things said, okay? All right. Is there one more, or are we good?
There's one more.
One more.
Okay.
Let's go.
Hutch is going to get paid regardless, but down the line, yes, they want to pay Jack Campbell and the Laportas and the Gibbs, but you could also have made the choice to worry about that when that comes around.
That seems like Costa.
Jack Campbell is a midday thing. They love Jack Campbell.
So Gator?
I don't think anybody else on this show or in this station loves Jack Campbell that much.
I like Jack Campbell just
I haven't heard his name except for in the middays.
Kenny?
Yeah, he is one that doesn't get mentioned when all the guys in the league get paid.
He's an off-ball linebacker. Who
Hey,
cares?
they just paid Derek Barnes.
I didn't sanction that.
So therefore, I'll go Gator.
I was leaning Costa.
Yeah, I'm
Costa.
going cookies.
I'll go Costa.
Feed me.
Man, I said 6 to 8.
That sounded way too rational
Yeah.
for Rieger. Damn it.
See, I just figured Jack Campbell, like they love Jack.
They do. They do. This was difficult. And I talked myself out of a winner.
Yeah, the first two. You
Two
missed
of
your
them.
first two shots, and
They were layups, dude.
right. He fumbled interception.
First
and then
two
Mike
throws
was
of the
done.
year were picks.
Right.
I'm a little rattled back
Stanley
here.
in the office playing
I
basketball.
told Kenny before this, I thought this was my worst week. I was not happy with what I did today.
Yeah, well,
Either are we.
plenty difficult. That's who said it. Elevate your tailgate. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Game day start in a 26 Silverado LT Crew Cab. You can lease one right now, $265 a month, 24 months. Or check out the 26 Equinox LT, $295 a month, 36 months. If you're thinking of going electric, they've got the Doug Karsh Edition Equinox, $209 a month. Find your ride at moranexpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Very funny. Hey, let's start right off tonight in East Lansing. Evan Jenkins joining us on this episode. Let's start off with Aiden Childs' touchdown passes over under 1.5.
Over. Come on. 2 touchdowns is not a big ask when you're 21-point favorite. Over. The passing game is going to have to carry them anyways.
I agree. Over by a large margin. It's going to be 3.
Oh, that'd be a dream. That means we actually scored 21.
Yeah, I'll say over as well. You guys are right.
No, they have. We don't know about the kicker, man. They might only have 18 at the end.
Straight
of
up
it.
here, I'm adding something to Rico's Prop Bet Casino. Over under on missed kicks tonight for MSU, set at 0.5. Give me the over.
Over.
I had made field goals, but you know what? We'll go miss kicks.
I'm waiting for the extra point.
No.
Zuzz.
Miss kicks altogether. We'll add that on there.
Okay.
Okay. David.
Over.
Okay. Wow. So painful. I'll go over as well. Aiden Child's passing yards over under 235.5.
Ooh.
Under.
I'm going to say over.
That'd be amazing, but I'll say under. Because MSU never hires coaches that want to just rub it into their opponent. I know it'll happen. Just when we start getting comfortable and enjoying our Friday night, Jonathan Smith will swallow his playbook, and it'll be a bunch of nonsense 3-and-outs.
We don't want to show too much for Boston College.
Show everything. You're terrible. You're garbage. Just let fans be happy.
The revenge of the red bandana game.
Rico, what was that number?
235.5.
235.5. I'll say under. If things get ugly, they'll pull them.
I'm going to go under as well.
Yeah, I'm with you, David. I think they're going to try to establish some type of a run with the 3 running backs they have. Nick Marsh receiving yards over under 68.5.
Over. He's their number one option by a wide margin, and unfortunately, Aiden locks on to him like nobody's business. I say over.
I'm going to say under because he allegedly has other options there.
He does.
And if Marsh is the true number one, they'll try to take him away so he'll hit others.
It's Western. I don't care what they try to do.
I think I'm with Mike here. It's Western. If this was a real team, they could try to take anybody away and it might work, but this is Western.
Yeah, Western won't be able to take him away, but because it's Western, Childs will try to include the others to see what he has in this game because it's Western. So I'm going under.
That man knows ball.
Yeah, I'm going under as well. Aiden Childs, rushing yards, total mobile Aiden season, 25.5.
I have a question before you answer this.
Yes.
Are sacks still factored into his rushing yards?
Yes.
Yeah, it's an under. Sorry.
Right.
Go ahead, Mike.
Under.
Yeah, I say under
He'll
too.
do something stupid, run around like a nutcase, and be 16-yard loss.
Yeah,
under.
I agree with that.
Yeah, he'll have one run where it's like, where's he going? Where's he going? Oh, my God, he's 10 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Like, what is he doing?
Those long developing play actions, man.
Exactly, under.
Yeah, on 3rd and an inch, and the play takes 7 seconds.
Yeah, Evan, you're a smart man. Those sack numbers, under for sure.
I'm going to go over because when he scores that first touchdown on a 50-yard run.
Watch him get good. He goes short it like the one. You're like, no!
Rico throws a cymbal on the field. He kicks a drum.
I don't even think those press box windows open, but Rico's going to be flying through them.
Plate glass falling and killing somebody.
He can go to the special suite next to it and go through there.
Okay.
How about Rico throwing melting moments on the field at players?
Don't do that, Rico.
MSU miss kicks tonight.
All of them.
Just for you, Michael. Over, under 0.5.
Over.
Yeah, it's an over.
Our kickers.
All right, what about if I win 1.5?
Over.
I'm going to say under 1.5.
Our kickers from like DeVry.
We're going to go 1.5.
No, because they'll miss the first one, Mike, and then
never,
it's 2 points from there on out.
Never kick again.
Yeah.
All right.
Or they'll do the drop kick.
I'll say he'll miss one, so under. If it's 1.5, under.
Yeah, what is it?
1.5
or 1.5 now?
No, it's 1.5.
Over.
The line moved, David.
They'll miss one field goal and one extra point, and then Jonathan Smith's going to murder every kicker.
I'm going to go under. Michigan State halftime score over under 17.5 points.
I'll say under because they never run fun plays in the opener. Every opener is a nightmare on Elm Street. This will be like 10-7, and there's going to be a bullet in my TV.
I'm glad you said that because that's the next prop bet.
It's going to be 24 at half. It's just going to be 24-17.
Oh, don't say that. What is this, Rutgers, Ohio from last night?
17.5 points.
No,
not the
Michigan
point
State's
spread.
going to have the 24.
Oh, so okay.
Yeah,
So you're going
they're over.
Okay.
Yeah, over as well.
17.5 points at halftime? That's funny. Under.
Did you? Oh, wow. Okay, I was about to say, did you watch last night's games, David? Points were at a premium. They have to go over, Mike.
Have to.
Don't
Do they?
Michigan State scores.
You'd think that Mel Tucker would have kept it in his pants for
Hey,
82
hey,
mil.
hey.
He just
Hey,
has to keep the 82 mil, doesn't he?
That's a flag. 15 yards.
Fair game.
They just have to power wash the stadium. I mean, it's obvious, right?
Over, under, MSU scores in their first 2.5 drives.
Under. Oh, I'm ready for the 3-and-out to start the game.
2.5.
And then I want you boo-bombing them from row 7.
He's not getting the question. He's asking, are they going to score before their 2.5 drives?
They have to.
Okay.
So you're going over.
So they're going to do it on the second drive since they went 3
they
and out
have
on the
to, or
first.
I'm going to be violent.
So, yeah.
Yes.
Under.
Under.
But when he started saying that they're going 3 and out, I'm like, Mike, that you're not making sense here.
I'm sorry.
Did you say scoring plays or touchdown plays?
Scoring.
I'll say I'll agree with Mike and say under.
It's going to take them a second to score, so I'm going to go over.
I'm going to go under.
They will not score in the first quarter.
All right, David, just for you. Bryce Underwood
Over.
touchdown passes.
1 million.
We're going
All
to
of
do this
them.
again. Over under 1.5.
Bryce Underwood once ate an apple from an orange tree.
Dude, he's going to have that in the first drive.
In all seriousness, New Mexico is one of the maybe 5 worst teams in America. They have the fewest returning players in America. This should be a scrimmage. Over.
I'm going to under.
Oh, I'm going over. If he throws under,
well, he's going to have he's going to have like 2 or 3 rushes.
You know, Bryce Underwood doesn't flush the toilet. He scares the poop out of it.
Kenny?
Bryce Underwood once ate soup with a fork. Give me the over.
Yes.
It was chunky.
He cuts his water with a knife.
Yeah.
All right.
It was ice.
You know, Bryce Underwood's parents ask him for permission to take their car.
Kenny, what do you got?
I said over.
Bryce Underwood passing yards over under 205.5.
Under, just based on this game's going to get out of hand and early. And I don't think they will allow, 25, 30 pass attempts.
Well, obviously Mike's never seen a freshman like him, so he has no idea what to expect. I'm going to say over.
I'm expecting Michigan to win 50-0.
Mike, you've never seen a freshman like him, okay?
All right.
It could get out of hand. They could pull him. I'll say under.
They're going to pull him. It's under.
Yeah, I'm going to go under as well. I think they're just going to try to run the ball. Justice Hayes, over under 90.5 rushing yards.
I'll say over.
Yeah.
He'll crease one. New Mexico's atrocious defensively.
I'm going to say over 2, and I expect both their backs to have 100 yards.
Isaiah Marshall.
No. Is it Marshall? Yeah. Jordan Marshall.
Whatever.
Yeah, this is Michigan. They like to run the football.
Jordan and Isaiah don't like each other.
Do you know Bryce Underwood?
Could be more bored if he tried.
I know.
Do you know Bryce Underwood doesn't write books? The words rearrange themselves to his liking.
So I'm going to go over because it's on the first drive, he will have a 63-yard touchdown. So he'll go over 90.
Longer run on the first drive, him or Aiden Childs?
Aiden.
Okay, I'm going to go over
Aiden
as well.
Childs go 65.
All right, Michigan halftime score over under 24.5.
Bryce Underwood can rub 2 fires together and make a stick.
I like that one.
Over.
David, you're going over. Thanks
Yes.
for playing the game, David.
I'm going under.
I don't even know the question.
24.
Halftime score 24.5 points.
For Michigan?
Yeah.
Over. New Mexico, look, Michigan's good and New Mexico's bad. Like, I fear for New Mexico's safety.
Yeah, give me the over as well.
You're going under?
Yes.
I'm going under as well. Bryce turnovers. Do I even want to try this with you, Mike?
Yes.
-3.
Bryce turnovers over under 1.5.
I'll say under. I think there's a turnover in there, but I'm not going to say 2. So I'll say under.
Yeah, I think it's under as well. They're going to protect him, man.
And they're going to run the ball so much that he's not going to get the opportunity to do that. So I'll take the under as well.
Over.
Do we not think that they're going to showcase this kid in this first game?
No. I don't.
Really?
No.
Not with Oklahoma on tap.
And finally, top 25 upsets this weekend, including Monday, over under 1.5.
This does not include Boise, right?
No.
Okay.
Because
I was gonna
Ohio
say
State,
there's 2
Texas,
ranked.
You got LSU.
Aren't there 2 ranked games though?
Yeah. There's 3 ranked games, I believe.
Under.
Things get wacky in the first week of football. I'll say over.
Yeah.
Bryce Underwood doesn't carry a gun. Guns carry him for protection. I'll say over.
I'm going to say over 2.
Let the chaos flow.
You have no idea.
Kenny like that one.
I'm going over as
I
well.
like the fires together to make a stick one. That was pretty good.
That's your prop bet casino for
Is
week
it?
1.
Is it?
Yes?
All
Question
right.
mark. 97-1.
I just turn the music off, will you please? Just doesn't hit the way it used to. All right.
Not even for opening game, Mike.
No, it doesn't.
They had the chariot. Would you feel that way?
Maybe. And if you were driving the Spartan Chariot like it was 1998,
You know what?
It would have been amazing.
You know what? They said they need pure royalty. They need you. Why? Because kind of like the South Carolina helmets.
Don't you dare. In MSU's case, the whites are definitely not better.
That's what they're wearing tonight.
I like the green helmets.
That's what they're wearing tonight.
If you're looking for Micah Parsons' conversation, we did it in hour one. We're done with it. All right. Yes, the division got tougher. No, it doesn't mean you're not winning it, or it doesn't mean you're not going to go to the Super Bowl. It just means it got tougher. Okay. But you can go and get it with Odyssey.com Rewind. Also, 5-Star Zone, all your Big Ten action, cash the ticket. We did 11 of them this week, so enjoy. I'm probably going to pass out on the ride home. And also, just a quick note, like I know it's a little bit ahead of time. The Sunday Night Football show, Cookies and I, your NFL recap, goes live at 7:30 on Sunday nights, mainly because Football Night in America is ass, and it's just a way for us to extend Cash the Ticket and do something a little different. So that'll go live on like every platform.
Mikey Sunday night.
We don't have a song. I know. Oh, I know the Big Ten Saturday night thing. Yeah, no, we don't have a song. But no, I mean, we've got great buy-in from clients and people seem interested in it. So I said, all right, roll it. Let's go. We'll give it a rip. So it'll be your entire day of football in 45 minutes. And
are you guys taking questions? Or is it just a format?
Evan, I think, has a segment in there where there's some feedback questions. But no, it's formatted a lot like how I do the Boomer Show.
Okay.
Rundown. There's going to be a Lions-specific preview or review. Because, like, again, most days the Lions are going to already have played. But they do have 5 primetime games. We'll cover it that way. But it's just NFL. Because, dude, I'm sorry, man. That Football Night in America is terrible. So I'm like, let's just do what we already do on Mondays, but do it on Sunday night. Let's just do this. So, and it'll be on every platform. Don't ask me about technology. I'll just tell you, if you have a platform, it'll be on it.
No, I didn't know if I can sit there and create a name, a burner account.
Oh, good. What are you, Kevin Durant?
Ask
All
you
right.
questions.
Now, I want to.
What about Jameis?
No. No.
Gabagoo.
Yeah, exactly. Sure. I'll make sure to include that anytime the Giants win. So we've asked a question. We're going to get to the callers with it. It's simple. College football kickoff tonight for State, tomorrow night for Michigan. Your best case, worst case for each team. And we don't want you to go to fantasy land. While we do want you to color outside the lines, don't go totally nuts and tell me 12-0 and 0-12. All right, come on. Let's. There's a general parameter. I'll give you an example. For me, 10-2 would be Michigan's absolute upside. I think it's going to be hard to win at Oklahoma next week, and I don't think you're beating OSU. I know it's been a real fever dream amidst the cheating, but I don't think that's going to happen this year. The point is, 10-2 is possible. It is. Defense carries the day, strong running game, and Bryce Underwood flashes real ability. The downside, I said 7-5. If Bryce just isn't ready for the big time, at Nebraska is not going to be easy. I don't think the MSU game will be easy. Sparty. Right. Okay. Thank you. And the point is, that you can't view yourself as infallible with a freshman. Right. Now, if he shows he's not a freshman, then obviously the worst case scenario is out the window. But 7-10 for Michigan State, I think it could be as low as 5 wins. It could be as high as 9 wins. You have an established quarterback. He has to take a major step. He's got the pedigree as a top 50 recruit. They spent money in the portal. It's show or go.
Right.
Okay? That's it. Or it falls apart. Jonathan Smith isn't any good, and the O-line isn't any better, and bullet to the television. I've had enough. 5-7. So what is the best and worst case?
Now, for me, best case for Michigan is 11-1. You lose at Oklahoma, but you run the table. You beat Ohio State again, and you're in the playoffs, and you take it from there. Bryce is him. He's that guy. He's what he thinks he is. Worst case, I have them, I think, at 5-7 because he has a couple of bad games, and you can see that the staff will start to lose confidence in him, and he gets Joe Milton, where all of a sudden now he's not the golden child, and now he's getting pulled out of games that, after a pick or so, and he becomes his own worst enemy. For Michigan State, Mike, it's a ton of 50-50 games. There's only one game on their schedule. If everything breaks correctly and they catch lightning in a bottle as Penn State, I don't think they can beat Penn State. I have them at the same 11-1 best case scenario. Worst case scenario, I have them at 4-8.
Oh my
which
God.
means that they lost all of their 50-50 games.
If they go 4-8, he needs to be fired.
Yeah.
That would be a bitter disappointment. So we're taking your best and worst case scenarios. Talk through it. Tell us where you're at with it. And away we go. David, I know you're the same as me with 10-7 for Michigan. Michigan State, you were a little less volatile. 5 wins on the low side, 7 on the upside. And again, any Michigan State upside, 2 words. It's Aiden Giles. Beginning, middle, and end. You are seeing it in college football right now, guys. Look at last night. New quarterbacks, new offensive lines. It's a struggle bus. If you have a returning quarterback, and that quarterback truly does have ability, you might take the field with some major advantages that didn't used to be there, because everyone used to have quarterbacks that knew their system and were in the program for a few years. If the O-line is upgraded, Aiden Giles, guys, hey, look, you can laugh, do whatever you want. Well, he's not a 5-star. He was top 50 recruit, man. What do you want me to tell you? I didn't recruit him. He showed some ability last year. He also showed he can't handle doing everything by himself. Okay, great. We've established he's not Caleb Williams. Cool. There's still ability there. But it's all going to rest on his shoulders as far as how far this team could go.
And that's why I said with the 50-50 games, Mike, Penn State is the only game on their schedule that it's an automatic loss. Like, they have no shot. This isn't last year's schedule where they had Ohio State and Oregon within 6 games of each other. This year, it's Nebraska. Is Nebraska that good? I don't know. It's USC. It's UCLA.
I can tell
Are they
you,
that good? I don't know.
If I were a Nebraska fan, I'd be very nervous. That was wholly underwhelming.
I thought Dylan Raiola was going to take that next step. And
Wait, you're telling me a 5-star, high multi-million dollar quarterback might not be everything he was cracked up to be?
And that's what I'm saying.
Oh, my God.
Right.
Let me show you my surprise face.
And that's why I said for Michigan, if it breaks wrong, it's that offensive line that's not as good as it was last year and in the previous years. If they can't protect Bryce and he becomes a one-read type of quarterback, all right, good luck.
248-539-9797. Let's get to the people. And I need a word with this next caller. I want to speak to Rob in Brighton personally for a moment. Rob, first of all, hello. How are you?
Gentlemen, doing well. I have goosebumps talking to you. It is here, fellas. It is here.
Well, you're going to be more excited than me because your team's actually good. Rob, if we're going to get along this year, do not let me down on Sunday. Do not let me down. I don't like Notre Dame Sunday. I love Notre Dame Sunday. Do not
You just
toy
don't
with
like
my
Mario
emotions.
Cristobal. You just don't like Mario Cristobal.
That's probably part of it. And I do love Marcus Freeman, and you know that. What's our confidence level going to Miami here? Talk to me.
Yeah, no, I don't know if anybody remembers. Hopefully, I think it's caller Nick, the huge Penn State fan. I kind of have a bone to pick with him because he talked crap about me the last time he called in. But apparently his short-term memory loss, because when we beat Penn State in the college football playoff semifinal last year, it was at Hard Rock Stadium. So I'm confident against Miami. I think the team is stacked. I think Notre Dame their offensive line's elite. I think we got the best back in the country, second to the Penn State kid. The unknowns are, of course, C.J. Carr and Chris Ash, the new DC. They are loaded on defense. They are deep at wide receiver. The offensive line is elite. So, I mean, it's a really crappy unknown with C.J. Carr because we don't know what you're going to get. But the good thing is the backup, I think, is better. So,
whoa,
we'll see what happens. But I'm
shocked. I thought you would have been at practice charting all of this. I'm stunned.
I love Kenny Minchie. He's been there. He's done it the right way. He was behind Sam Hartman. He was behind Riley Leonard. You know, he did it the right way. He stayed. He earned it, in my opinion. But CJ is supposed to be really good. So we'll see.
Okay.
But I'm very confident against Miami. I think it's another 11-1 team. I think
I'm buying in now. Don't hurt me. That's all I'm saying. Now what do you got on best case, worst case for our cute little team and Michigan?
I don't think you're far off from Michigan. I think 7-5 is very much in play. I think that when it comes to Michigan, again, the same thing with the quarterback situation, but he's a true freshman. He hasn't been there like CJ has. I think the Oklahoma game is going to tell us a lot, guys. I think it'll tell us okay, do they have something, or is Bryce going into a really rough environment? Is he just in over his head, and it could be a 7-5 season? And their schedule is not easy. Nebraska, Southern Cal, MSU are all away. So I don't think 7-5 is out of the realm realistically. I think 8-4. But for Michigan State guys, Aiden Childs is a specimen. I think that he learned a lot last year. I think he settled in, moving across country, same OC. There's stability there. Like you guys have said, I'm curious, really curious tonight about the speed on the outside, the wide receivers. It would be awesome if Nick Marsh could get some help to take off the double teams. I think State's at 8-4. 6-6 would be very disappointing.
Oh, listen, and that's Rob. I know, and Spartan fans get angry at me, but it's inexcusable in this portal era. This is not Wake Forest. I understand we're not Texas. I know we don't have a $40 million roster. You cannot go 6-6 and 5-7 and keep your job. It can't happen.
Two questions for you, Enrico, about two opponents: Boston College and Indiana. Do you guys like I'm curious about BC and I'm curious about Indiana.
Yeah, BC's got the Alabama transfer. A kid never played, highly regarded. He won the job. There's a talent differential, and MSU should have beat him last year. I mean, not only did Childs lose his mind, but what Carter dropped a touchdown pass to win the game. Look, my expectation is if you don't beat BC, you may as well pack up and leave. As far as Indiana, look,
that's hitting the reset button.
No, but they've got Mendoza, who is one of the 3 best QBs in the portal from Cal. They do have Pons, who's a first-round NFL pick at corner. Right. They do have Kamara, who's going to be an NFL player. Look.
But see, here's the thing. Rob, with the new quarterbacks going into new systems, I don't think that it's just a guarantee. Right. Oh, well, this guy was great here, and he can go there. Whereas last year, Indiana pretty much had the James Madison playbook.
Yes, they had all the super seniors. Yeah, I mean, Rob, I think Indiana will be good, but do I think they're 10-win good? No, I don't.
One thing to not overlook real quick about Michigan, though, too, is the kicker. I think that could be
He's a weapon. Zavala, or whatever his name is, Zavala?
Yeah, he's supposed to be the best in the country. And I mean, U of M always has a good defense.
I give Michigan a lot of credit, A, for being able to get away with cheating, but B, man, do they know how to find kickers. I feel like every year they've got a robot. It's like Rocky's robot bartender. They just call the guy in from 52, all set.
Happy birthday, Paul.
Yeah. Alex, or the kid from Northville. I mean, U of M can be. I'm really curious about Bryce, guys. So and Aiden. I would say more so Aiden Childs than Bryce, because I think Aiden's been there. I think U of M fans need to be realistic.
Yeah, you know, it would be really interesting if Notre Dame and Michigan actually played like they should every year. Oh wait,
or more so Michigan State.
Yeah, I know.
No, I mean,
Rob, it's your sport now. I've retired.
Well,
this is your sport, Rob.
That's coming up soon, I guess.
I know. Hey, listen, Rob has already promised it's live from the grotto. We're doing a remote. It's going to be exciting.
When is that supposed to happen, Rico?
2030, never.
I think it's either 27, I believe.
Let me know.
So then it won't happen, because what'll happen is the SEC and the Big Ten will get an agreement to play each other.
No,
they'll cancel the Notre Dame.
That's in 2030.
Okay.
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 Take them to church. We'll get more to phone calls next.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's a part of life. When it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and they go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will remain the same, and that is the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprise, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on the Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
All right, before we get to the people, David, ticket text, best case, worst case, both of our teams. Also be on the lookout tonight. Rico, Spartan Chariot, big time open at Spartan Stadium. Kenny, it's before your time. When State had AstroTurf, they actually had horses and a chariot, even though the Spartans never used chariots. It didn't make any sense, but it was cool. It was like a Sooner schooner that didn't tip over. It was actually pretty cool. So naturally, State took it away.
There used to be cool things back over there.
Yeah, back in the day. Real quick, are you going to tell us what the hell they have planned tonight or not? I know that you know.
I don't know.
Don't lie.
Mike, I don't know.
That's not a Christian thing to do. Don't lie.
I'm in the dark. I don't know.
That's a hint. That's a hint. They're going to turn the lights out tonight, aren't they? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
All white players.
Grumble, grumble, brisket. Thanks, TJ. All right, David, what do you got on the ticket text?
Michigan 11-1. Worst case 9-3.
Hold on. Oh, stop the clock, as Ronnie the limo driver would say. Stop the clock. The worst case is 9-3. You're not being honest. The worst case? Okay, I mean, gee whiz.
I will tell you, and then I will give you the Sparty. I will tell you this guy is being unreasonable. Spartans 7-5. Worst case 5-7.
That's David.
That's you.
But this guy earlier texted in and said that 8-4 for Michigan State is laughable. 7-5 for Michigan is laughable. So he's a homer.
And see, that's just it. Like when I said Michigan best case is 11-1, but all people will hear here is, well, you also said they're gonna go 5-7.
The whole game is you go
Best case,
outside the
right.
expected parameters of what is the worst. Everything goes wrong. Sans, oh my God, Bryce Underwood fell down the stairs.
Right.
No, it's the same thing with Michigan State. Tell me why 8-4 is laughable if someone says that's an outcome.
Because when you really look at their schedule, once again, for Michigan State, Penn State is the only game that I'll say you have no shot.
Can't do it.
But everybody else, Nebraska, okay.
I will tell you this. Listen, I don't even know State's whole schedule. I'll get back into that. The point I'm making, watching the Big Ten last night, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Rutgers, Nebraska, you could put all four of those teams together and not come up with LSU's offense. I mean, it was dreadful to watch. The Big Ten is not good.
But see, Mike, here's what I want you to do. I understand last night the Big Ten was showcased, but let's watch the entire weekend because I think the other conferences will make up for the ineptitude that you saw at Michigan as well. Now, Nebraska's an outlier because they should not have played badly because they have a returning quarterback.
Yeah, but he's weird. I'm kind of
weird.
This Raiola thing is starting to really bother me. He did the whole finger thing that Mahomes does. I'm going, son, you're not Patrick Mahomes. Stop it.
Oh, he was in this world last night. He looked up. I'm surprised he didn't try to dap up Kelsey when he scored. But when I look at these other teams, like the brand new quarterbacks and brand new systems and brand new teams, I think you're going to see a lot of offensive struggle in the first few weeks. We're looking at the brand on the helmet and the stadium, and we're like, wow, that's Texas.
I'm
That's
guilty.
Georgia. That's this.
How about that's Wisconsin? And I'm going, this is awful.
Right. So it's going to be, oh, my God, college football is horrible. Well, yeah, partly so, but partly because these are all brand new. These offenses are not clicking. It's going to take about a month before you actually see dividends, and you'll know who's good and who's not. David, in years past,
for a month.
No, not bad football, but you won't see in years past, it was your quarterback. So you groomed him and you got him in the games when it was mop-up duty.
Now you just buy them.
And now it's, okay, I paid $1 million for you. Let's see what you got.
The offensive line grew together.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, and again,
the receivers.
I'd like TJ's opinion on this. Get there. All right. Thanks, TJ. The point is, TJ would tell you, you spend years lining up with Michigan's 2023 O-line is one of the best O-lines I've seen, right? Yeah. Those guys played years.
Right, because here's what happens. You start off with each other on the practice squad. So all of a sudden, there's quarterback. And you know, like Jaden Reed was on the practice squad with Peyton Thorne. So guess what? They got a rapport together. And the next thing you know, you see it out on the field. Now, it's name tag city. Hi.
So we're subject to just bad football for a while now, huh? Because no offensive line's going to have cohesion for more than a year or two.
Only the best schools will be able to have it.
Kenny, I'm saying the best schools are going to be the schools that have that returning QB and returning star players, I expect more. That's why Nebraska, I was very disappointed.
So the rich are going to get richer and the poor are going to get poorer.
Yes.
All right. Awesome.
Let's go to Michael, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, real quick. Are the rumors true that you're taking Rico's Fox 2 weather chopper to deliver the game ball in East Lansing tonight?
Yes, I will be parachuting out like I'm in West
Michael,
Point. Yes.
That was a surprise right there. He was going to land
I
right
can't
there at
wait.
the 50.
Mike, I wish the old days I would be like quivering with excitement for this. I don't know what has happened to me, buddy.
Oh, I know. This is off topic, but I ended up moving out. I grew up in Michigan. I live in Cincinnati, Ohio now, and when I first moved out, I'm like, man, I really miss game days. I don't have that itch anymore to get back. It's kind of sad, to be honest.
Can I ask you a question before you get to your best case, worst case? You live in the Cincinnati area, right?
Yeah.
What the hell is the fascination with Skyline Chili?
Mike, you're not going to like my answer.
You
I
like
like
it?
it, dude.
Oh, my.
I know.
Okay. All right.
No. Stand up and say it proud with your
Stand your
chest.
ground, Mike. I don't get it. I had it once. I threw it out. I was like, this is awful.
You know, Mike, I will say the first time I had it, I'm like, man, I don't get the hype about it. Second, third time you have it, you understand the flavors with it. But, man, it's fast food. Like, it's a quick meal. It's nothing to write home about.
All right. Just wanted to ask. All right. What's your best case, worst case here for the teams?
Yeah, I'll start with Michigan. I think worst case is 6-6. That schedule, man, I don't know how they can lose more than 6 games there, even if Bryce Underwood struggles.
Okay.
In best case scenario, I side with Rico. I'm looking at about 11-1, man. I think if he's clicking, and you guys did the topics of these, 5-star true freshmen when they're coming out the last, 10, 20 years, a lot of them struggle. If he can just be above average, people have been talking, if he could be a game manager, I really seriously think they could get up there to 11 wins.
Yeah.
And then with the Spartans, I think if they come out and play that uninspired football that we saw last year, 4-8's definitely sitting on the table. But with the additions of the offensive line, everyone's been saying the speed out wide. Not sure what the running back situation is really looking like. But I could see 9 wins. I could see him squeaking out the 9 wins and, having a good season. And, blank face Jonathan Smith's going to be sitting on our sideline for another year.
Mike, I appreciate it, bud. And look, the running back deal.
2 kids from Texas. That's the lookout for.
What, the kid from Sacramento State is off the team?
No, he's not off the team.
Wow, Rico just killed one of our transfers.
I didn't.
Unbelievable.
Saying from what I've heard, a little lackluster.
Well, it was Sacramento State.
And once again, it's the portal, man. It's like buying at the. It's like buying from the thrift store. Sometimes you get a gem, and sometimes you understand why they're in the thrift store.
Rico just killed one of our transfers.
That's just from what I heard.
I hope that kid has 3 touchdowns tonight, and his towel reads F Rico.
Just what I heard. I'm here. I don't get to. I don't get to go to practice.
What else have you heard? Tell us more. All right.
You know what? I would, but we have a blitz coming.
Okay, fair enough. Let me tell you that fall is here. A little chill in the air, and that chill is going to turn to outright frigid temperatures. Don't wait till your furnace blows out. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now. You'll save up to $1,000. New AC, new generator, new furnace, you name it. You save up to $1,000. Call today for details. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at Mastercraft. Honest work, great same-day service. When you call before noon, it's mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get into it. We have got a full slate over 4 days. We begin tonight. Auburn at Baylor. Auburn laying 1.5. We start out with R.L. Beard.
You know, Mike, I don't know about this going on the road for Auburn. They've been a major disappointment. Coach probably maybe getting fired. Give me the Baylor Bears.
Over to Kenny.
I am also going Baylor. Why? Because I just don't like Auburn very much. Give me Baylor.
It's going to be a year of this, isn't it?
Yes.
David, go ahead.
This is all you need to know about this game. Jackson Arnold is still the quarterback at Auburn. He sucks. Take Baylor.
Planet Earth is on Baylor. That means I'm on Auburn. Plus, I hate Waco. There, done. Georgia Tech at Colorado. Georgia Tech laying 4.5. Rico Beard.
Well, thank God it's not 5.5. I feel a lot better.
You shouldn't. Money's pouring in on Colorado.
I still don't care. Colorado's going to be starting all over. What's Deion going to look like when he has to come up with an offense that's not for his kid? Give me Georgia Tech.
Kenny.
Yeah, Rico, you basically copied my notes there. What is he going to look like when he doesn't have to craft that kind of an offense? I'm going to take Georgia Tech as well.
We're all walking into this. I hope you know it. Coach Fryme's going to be nude with a cowboy hat on. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, all seriousness. I mean, he's been dealing with the illness, hasn't been able to really coach his team all summer, spring.
Yeah, how focused is he?
Right, so I'm going to go Georgia Tech here.
And here's what Mike says. I'm taking Colorado. You guys are a bunch of idiots.
No, I can't. I like Georgia Tech early in the week. I have to stick to it or I'd be a hypocrite. But I'm starting to worry I'm walking into it. Haynes King, FTW. All right, Western Michigan at Michigan State. MSU now laying 21.5. The number's gone up. Do what you want. Rico.
Okay, so earlier, I'm going to give you guys a little behind the scenes. I'm like, you know what, Mike? I don't know if Michigan State covers. Mike told me if we wanted to be friends, I had to take Michigan State to cover.
Yeah, I said you seem like a Costa, like you got a catio.
Oh, so
get with it.
You know what? Go green.
Listen, it's week 1. Every fan has one free pass to stupidly bet their team.
Right.
And that's going to be us when we lose tonight. It's going to be amazing. Kenny, go ahead.
Well, I don't want to be called what you just called Rico. I certainly don't want us to not be friends anymore, so I will also go MSU.
Good man. Thank you.
He's setting us up.
David?
Maybe a reason why the number went up. Western's playing 2 quarterbacks. One's a JUCO quarterback. They have none. So let's go MSU.
It's simple. If Jonathan Smith likes his house and doesn't want to move his children, he best start winning games. And tonight is about fun. Delight these people who somehow want to be in that dump of a stadium. MSU, lay the points. I'm TJ Lang. Get there.
And somehow I actually heard that in TJ's voice, too.
That's what he sounds like. Let's go to Saturday. Big noon. This is a disgrace. Texas laying 1.5 now. Somebody threw a $500,000 bet and moved the line. Just FYI. Texas now favored 1.5 at OSU. Rico.
Wasn't me, but nobody, Mike. And I mean, nobody walks into the horseshoe unless you're Michigan and wins.
Oh, no.
OH.
Kenny.
You know what I have to do here. I've been slandering the Big Ten for weeks now. Give me Texas.
Over to Hatchet.
You're wrong. You're blinded on this one. It's going to be Ohio State in this one. Sorry, SEC.
I love Texas here. I'll take Kwiatkowski over Brian Hartline, and I will take Earth over Matt Patricia. That ain't Jim Knowles calling that defense.
Right, but in a game like this, I always say who has the best player. He's a wide receiver for
Truth. And guess
Ohio
what?
State.
In the playoff game, 3 targets, 1 catch. They've got Muhammad, and I ain't talking about the dude in the Bible. The corner. Give me Texas. Hook 'em. All right. Bama, Florida State. Bama now laying 14.5. This number's gone up. We go to R.L. Beard.
Well, I guess this is a game, Kenny. It'll mean more. Kalen DeBoer has to come out here. He has to make a statement in this game, and I think that he will. It will be unmerciful. Give me Bama.
Kenny.
Yeah, I usually have a don't pick Bama in the picks policy that I've abided by for a few years now.
Too bad.
But
Take Bama.
I think I have to. I'm breaking policy. We're going Bama laying the 14.5.
David.
Kenny's a smart man. I was going to hurt him with this one, but I'll go Bama. Doesn't hurt him
I
at
hurt
all.
myself with this one, David. I'm not happy about it.
You can't win with a 5'8 quarterback. It's just science. Give me Bama. LSU, Clemson in Death Valley. Clemson now laying 4.5. This number's jumped. Rico.
I think this game's going to be a lot closer than that, so I'm going to take LSU and the points.
Okay. Kenny.
I also think this game is going to be a lot closer than that. 4.5 is enough points for me to confidently say LSU.
You are aware Brian Kelly still coaches.
I am aware. I am aware.
But he also needs a job.
Over to David.
You ain't lying. The white James Franklin is down there, down south.
He'll be selling cars with JoJo in a minute.
With his family, he's losing this one. Clemson all day.
Give me Clemson. But again, I do think it'll be a close game. But Brian Kelly's going to do something late that's going to just kill them.
Tell him about it, JoJo.
New Mexico and Michigan. Michigan laying 34.5. Go ahead. Just say it.
No, I'm going to go with New Mexico.
What?
I think Michigan is going to call off the dogs. Michigan is going to try to save things for Oklahoma.
You little John over there?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Michigan's they're going to be trying to save a lot of things for Oklahoma. They'll do enough. They'll put them away. They'll win by like 30 points, but not 35.
Grumble, hater. All right, thank you, TJ. Over to Ken.
Give me New Mexico. Freshman quarterback. I can't do that. That's too many points.
David.
A lot of Michigan fans will be saying, because Bryce Underwood's going crazy, Michigan.
You know, I like him.
He's one of the good ones.
A lot of African Americans.
This is going to be like David's wedding night, full throttle, Michigan. All right, let's go to Sunday. V-Tech against Lenoris Sellers. South Carolina laying 7.5. Rico, you know what to do here.
I do, Mike, but you're not going to like it.
You know what to do.
I'm going Virginia Tech.
I love it. Good man. Gobble, gobble. Over to Kenneth Cott.
Gobble, gobble. Give me V-Tech also.
Over to David.
No, South Carolina in this one all day. Blowout. Let's go, South Carolina.
And guess what? They lost 8 guys on that defense that got at least to a training camp. 4 got drafted. I think Brent Pry's under pressure. Give me the 7.5. Give me V-Tech. Notre Dame, Miami. ND laying 2.5. Rico Beard.
And there's a great chance of a thunderstorm during this game, so buckle up. This could be a long game, folks. But I think Notre Dame can go on the road, handle the Florida Heat. Give me the Fighting Irish.
Kenny.
I'm a large Miami hater, so I'm going to take Notre Dame here. Also, I don't think Miami is ever as good as they think they are. So the number 10 ranking, that tracks with them. Give me Notre Dame.
David.
Please, I hope he wears shorts on the sideline. Freeman, please do it for me. Let's go Notre Dame.
I'll just take the coach that doesn't wear a diaper. Give me Marcus Freeman. Notre Dame. Monday night, we have to have it here. It's the Jordan Hudson Bowl, North Carolina and TCU. Horned Frogs. What is that? Is it this thing? The little do-do-do-do-do. All right. Well, they're laying 3.5. Go ahead. And that's Rico making the Horned Frog side.
Give me TCU because
Grumble, grumble, frogs.
Grumble, grumble. I have no idea.
Thank you, TJ.
Grumble, grumble. Who's on North Carolina?
Get there.
Who's on North Carolina's team? I don't know. You don't know. Bill Belichick doesn't know.
But he's not even coaching. She is.
Right.
All right. Kenny.
Well, she might have a great strategy here, so I'm going to go North Carolina, grumble, grumble.
Get there. Virtual TJ is going to be a scene when he doesn't show up at one point this fall. David, go ahead.
The ceiling is the roof. Well, not this time. TCU all day.
Give me TCU. I got to see it to believe it with North Carolina, and I don't like Gio Lopez, their quarterback. So there's that. Those are the picks. Grumble, grumble. 97-1. FanDuel, giving you a reason to lock into college football early. Right now, new customers bet $5, get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. So you bet $5, any bet, you win. You walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use all over the app. Week 1 lines, futures, over-unders, you name it, they got it. I mean, Lord knows, Kenny and the guys are doing these SGPs. They're completely out of control. But FanDuel, easy to use, safe, and when you win, you get paid instantly. No waiting around. So that sounds like a decent idea. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can sign up and get started today. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything? Woj and Rieger are here. We'll grab a couple of ticket texts. And then, all right, long weekend of football. We'll try to get, obviously, cash ticket. All the previews have been out. Picks for the weekend. And then next week, it's kickoff with Boomers back on Friday. And then what else? What else on my Rolodex here? Oh, the Sunday Night Football show, me and Cookies. So basically, it's cash the ticket, but live. And we'll do it Sunday nights. It'll go live at 7:30. And it'll be on every platform device you can imagine. I leave that to Evan and the guys. So YouTube, Instagram, I don't know. Wherever you can watch stuff like that.
Twitch, Twitter, I believe.
Yeah, I know that's probably like not a great sales pitch, but like it'll be everywhere.
They'll follow you. They'll get there.
So whatever.
Get there.
All right, David, what do you got?
Best case for Michigan is 11-1. Worst case 8-4 for Michigan State. Worst case 5 wins. Best case 9 wins. Even if Bryce Underwood is the equivalent of Walker Texas Ranger, like the jokes we like to tell, the ceiling is 10-2. I don't know who's catching the ball. Floor 5-7 for the same reason. That is from Tom.
The 10-2 sounds right to me. I just think the Oklahoma game's going to be a tough assignment this early in the year. Ohio State's eventually got to win one, right? I mean, really?
Class of 22, really hoping the Spartan football is back this year, has to hit 7 wins or Smith is out. That is Daniel from Berkeley.
Hey, that's the world I live in. And just remember, this AD didn't hire him. And by the way, asking for 7-8 wins, ain't nobody excited about that, but that's like a minimum. Just do that and make people not be embarrassed to wear a green hat. Good Lord. I got all my state stuff in a box. I mean, I don't even wear any of it. It's embarrassing. They're awful.
10-2, ceiling for both Michigan and Michigan State. 6-6 is the floor for both. All depends on how Bryce is for Michigan, and we know it all depends on Aiden Childs for Michigan State.
Yeah, and again, if you watch the football last night, you see new quarterbacks with new O-lines, and it's a train wreck. I don't get this Nebraska thing at all. I watched that, and I go, oh, my dear God. I just don't – what am – oh, there's your guy, Rieger. All right, so Rieger, we can't take off-air conversations and bring them on air.
Sure can't.
Okay, but yes, there you go. I'm glad you just move along. I got Rieger watching Saratoga. He's off the chain.
Oh my.
Bob, what's going on? What time are you getting up to cover the game tonight?
I'll leave like halfway through the show. Leave Rieger behind.
Yeah. Just like 2015, Oregon and Michigan
would you
State.
Stop with
you
that?
Didn't show up to the third quarter.
I went to
for
both games.
Top 10 matchup.
Unbelievable.
Was Mitch there?
Oh, shut it.
I heard Jason Richardson was at the game.
The Big Ten teams last night were awful, but now Bucky Badger lost their quarterback.
I don't care.
The little Edwards
They couldn't run the ball.
No, they couldn't do anything.
It was awful to watch.
In Nebraska, I'm sorry. Matt Rule and the little Raiola kid.
I don't get it.
They're always the same.
Yeah.
Whether it's Scott Frost or Matt, they're always the same. They're barely winning.
But
or
I
barely
think Raiola's
losing.
a cautionary tale. There's no guarantee. Nobody thought Raiola was going to be a bust. Nobody thought he was like anything other than going to be amazing.
He's so pedestrian. I was watching yesterday.
And again, I know it's one game in year two.
About the kid.
But nothing last year said special. And last night I went, oh my God. What?
And I don't know if they have the receivers or the running backs. Did you see the one throw? It was near the goal line, and it was kind of RPO, and then he pitched it to the tight end. What do they... Do they lift weights in Nebraska? That tight end was wrapped up by a tiny cornerback and kind of squirmed and just fell
Bob,
down.
They
at
don't.
The one.
They don't look physical.
No, not at all.
But that's the thing is like you're going to turn on the TV and watch the SEC this week. This is where I get so mad at Costa. Like the SEC top to bottom, just stop. Oh, it doesn't mean one team in the Big Ten can't be better.
Yeah,
it's comprehensively. It's not the same.
Top
sport.
to bottom is entirely different.
It's just it's a different. My God, Minnesota! Like, how do you watch this crap?
And you know what?
The first half of the Wisconsin game was unwatchable as well.
And so I watched a little bit of Rutgers, unwatchable. Yeah. And we haven't even seen the most unwatchables, Northwestern and Purdue. We haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, I got to tell you,
yet to come.
There's a chance Maryland's really bad.
And Maryland is
just saying.
Wasn't Greg Schiano supposed to make Rutgers at least a tad better though?
He
Second
has.
time
Well, they were
around.
a tad better.
He has. He's made them a bowl team. What are you two doing tonight?
I want to give you a line.
No, you're going to be pissed at this.
No, it's a good line.
Oh,
No,
go
my
ahead.
line.
I'm sorry.
From my picks column.
Yeah.
I want to. Yeah. Right. No. It's not about the Sparties or the Iowa
I
Corn
don't
Huskers.
care. It's okay.
Why did Ohio State hire Matt Patricia?
Why, Bob?
Because they wanted somebody who had a track record of destroying football teams in Michigan.
That's good. That's actually not terrible.
Where'd you hear that one?
I don't know. I pieced it together.
I love it, actually.
I heard people
you
making
stole
fun
that
of
from
Patricia.
somebody, I guarantee. Have you seen Patricia lately? I'm going to give him a compliment. The guy looks fantastic.
Oh, shut up.
No, he does.
He doesn't look 350 pounds. Does that mean fantastic?
I didn't realize it was him.
Oh, God.
Yeah. By the way, coming up at 6 o'clock, your boy, Woj, going to try to make Lions fans feel better because he's essentially saying that Micah Parsons a bust.
No, I am not.
Yes,
but
you are. We have
Rieger,
audio,
true
too.
to his form, went overboard last
I did
night.
not.
Yes, you did.
I
Why can't the Lions do that?
Why couldn't they?
Yeah.
Do you know Bryce Underwood doesn't carry a gun? Guns carry him for protection.
Oh. You got a list somewhere.
You just came up
I
with
want that list.
Wow.
Bryce Underwood can rub two fires together and make a stick.
Okay, do one on Aiden Childs. Go.
Interception.
Can you donate one of those each week to me for the picks column?
Why don't you hire him as your writer?
Yeah, just one each week.
You know, when Bryce Underwood was born, he drove his mother to the hospital.
First of all, that's impossible. Come on.
Not for him. Bryce Underwood doesn't need to flush the toilet. He scares the poop out of it.
Oh, my God.
I got a million of these. What else would you like?
Where is the list?
And
I
this
want to
guy
see
did
the
500
list.
pods this week.
Exactly. I'm done. Everybody have a wonderful weekend.
Oh, have fun with the fireworks tonight up at East Lansing.
No, I'll talk to you guys on
Are you guys going to
Tuesday.
get one of those melting moments? Isn't that big up there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the artesian pretzels. Yeah.